In this vast universe, countless galaxies and stars exist. Every moment witnesses the birth and destruction of various celestial bodies. Amidst this incessant cycle of annihilation and rebirth, life emerges, gradually evolving into resplendent civilizations. However, at times, the brilliance of civilization may not bode well for the cosmos. Within the cosmic coordinates of the Laniakea supercluster, the Virgo cluster, the local group, the Panlong galaxy, and the Titan star system lies a planet known as Taro. This planet is teeming with vitality, predominantly adorned in shades of blue. In low Earth orbit, one can observe colossal spaceports bustling with ships arriving and departing. On the surface of Taro, towering skyscrapers and various modes of transportation, including aerial vehicles, populate the landscape. Diverse intelligent beings traverse the streets. As one's gaze shifts, a grand edifice stands out conspicuously amidst its surroundings. This remarkable structure spans an impressive area of 30 square kilometers, with towers that pierce the sky in a vertical ascent. The tallest of these spires reaches an astonishing height of over 3,500 meters. This architectural marvel is known as the Temple, a sacred site for the inhabitants of Taro, serving as the exclusive palace of Thanos. Within the temple lies a chamber referred to as the gravity room. At this moment, the instruments within the room indicate that it has reached an astonishing gravitational force of 1,000 times that of Earth. Yet, a tall figure cloaked in purple seems impervious to the weight of gravity, diligently engaged in exercise. 1003. 1004. Thanos counts as he performs push-ups, meticulously attuning himself to the strength coursing through his body. This method of training was inspired by an anime he had watched in his previous life, and the results are undeniably remarkable. Indeed, he is a time traveler. On that fateful day, he had been at home, indulging in beer and peanuts while watching Avengers Endgame. Upon witnessing Thanos' decapitation at the hands of Thor, he felt a pang of sorrow for the villain's fate. Little did he anticipate that after expressing his lament, he would awaken to find himself in the body of Thanos, at the precise moment Titan had been destroyed. Embracing Thanos' ideology, he embarked on a path of authoritarianism, rather a mission to save the world. After all, the universe's resources are finite, while life can proliferate infinitely. If this persists, the universe is destined for ruin. Thus, equilibrium must be maintained. He is the one destined to take action. Now, having spent over 5 centuries in the Marvel Universe, his achievements are commendable. He governs 237 life-bearing planets, encompassing a total of 43 stars, establishing a formidable presence within the Panlong galaxy. At this juncture, the doors of the gravity room swing open, revealing a woman with an alluring physique, clad in a black and white bodysuit. Her exposed skin reveals a striking blue hue, indicating her non-human origins. She is none other than one of Thanos' Black Order, the Dark Knight Proxima. The moment Dark Knight Proxima steps into the gravity room, she is immediately engulfed by a formidable pressure, causing her to collapse to the ground. This revelation left her utterly astounded. As one of the 5 Dark Knights, her prowess had been honed through relentless trials and tribulations. She could effortlessly obliterate a spacecraft with a single hand. Yet, at this moment, she found herself unable even to stand. How immense must the gravity be? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she gazed at the figure not far away, her eyes brimming with profound admiration. Just as she prepared to summon the dark energy within her, Thanos, noticing the arrival of Dark Knight Proxima, promptly ceased his training and addressed the void, saying, "Deep Blue, deactivate the gravity system." In the next instant, a mechanical, synthesized voice resonated in the air. "Yes, Master." Deep Blue was the artificial intelligence he had created, a name chosen in fond remembrance of his days on the Blue Planet. With the gravity system disabled, Dark Knight Proxima gradually rose to her feet. Moments later, she approached Thanos, kneeling respectfully 2 meters before him, and said, "Dark Knight Proxima presents her greetings, my lord." Thanos regarded the woman before him and casually inquired, "Why have you returned so soon? Has Ice Crystal Star been conquered?" As the sovereign of the cosmos, it was his duty to assert his dominance, which entailed the subjugation of the universe. Naturally, the 5 Dark Knights, his most trusted subordinates, were dispatched to assault other planets. Not long ago, he had sent Dark Knight Proxima to attack Ice Crystal Star, located 174 light-years away, so it was unexpected for her to return so swiftly. Upon hearing his words, Dark Knight Proxima immediately bowed her head in shame and replied, "I deeply apologize. My lord, I encountered a formidable enemy. I was no match for them and even lost 17 warships." Before she could finish, Thanos interrupted, his tone impatient. A failed mission is a failure, with no excuses. Dark Knight Proxima, upon hearing this, fell silent. She understood that there was no justification for her defeat. A loss was simply a loss. After a brief pause, Thanos spoke with an even demeanor. However, this is not the time for reproach. Arrange for the warships. I wish to see who dares to oppose me. With his reputation echoing throughout the cosmos, he had not taken action for quite some time, and it seemed some had forgotten his name. Upon hearing this, Dark Knight Proxima nodded earnestly and said, "Yes, my lord." With that, she gradually exited the gravity chamber. Observing her departure, Thanos activated his system panel. Thanos.
Physique, 31243.9.
Strength, 24,714.3. Agility, 18,203.5. Mental power, 15,241.2. Active skill, power of destruction increases strength upon activation. Passive skills, Titan bloodline significantly enhances potential. Super recovery greatly increases recovery ability. Super physique greatly enhances physique. Super strength greatly enhances strength. Super agility greatly enhances agility. Powerful mentality increases mental power. Resilient skin increases resistance to cold, heat, electricity, radiation, toxins, aging, and diseases. Unique skill. Sovereign. Each dominion over a star system significantly enhances strength and potential. Equipment. Tyrants. Cleaver. Tyrant's battle armor. From his attributes, it is evident that he is essentially a punching bag. His physique is paramount, followed by strength, with agility and mental power trailing behind. However, this is also tied to his lineage. He has endeavored to cultivate agility and mental fortitude, yet the results paled in comparison to the enhancements in physique and strength, prompting him to focus solely on physical training. Deep Blue, continue to activate a gravity increase of 1,000 times. Understood, Master. In the ensuing 3 days, the entire Tyro planet became a hive of activity. After all, this time, Thanos was set to embark on a personal expedition, necessitating the activation of his vessel, the Titan-class cosmic warship Sanctum II. The Sanctum II boasts an impressive length of 1,352 kilometers, a width of 534 kilometers, and a height of 298 kilometers. This behemoth rivals the size of the moon, with its overall structure resembling an eye. The twin wings delineate the boundaries of the eye, while the central red energy resembles the eyeball itself. At this moment, this colossal vessel hovers over 100,000 kilometers away from Tyro. It is visible even from the surface of Tyro. In addition to Sanctum II, there are various other escort ships, attack vessels, supply ships, and more, totaling over 100. It is evident that Thanos' power, at this juncture, far surpasses that depicted in the films. Chapter 2. Encountering the enemy. Time swiftly advanced to the 4th day. On the eve of war, all preparations were meticulously arranged. Dark Knight Star once again entered the temple, seeking an audience with Thanos. The gravity chamber remained unchanged, yet now it was set to an astonishing 1,200 times the normal gravity. Thanos was engaged in weightlifting, hoisting a barbell marked at 200 tons. Under the influence of 1,200 times gravity, this barbell had become an immense weight of 240,000 tons. However, in his hands, it appeared as light as a feather, effortlessly lifted. 433 at that moment, the door swung open once more. This time, Dark Knight Star had learned from experience. He did not rush in but instead knelt on one knee outside the door, respectfully stating, "My lord." Upon hearing this, Thanos set down the barbell and spoke in a deep voice, "Deep Blue, deactivate the gravity system." "Yes, master." Dark Knight Star rose and entered the room, then knelt once again before Thanos, bowing his proud head. Thanos wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, "Are the preparations for Temple Number 2 and the Dark Order complete?" Dark Knight Star lifted his gaze, admiring the formidable physique and powerful muscles of his master, and replied with reverence, "Everything is ready, awaiting your command." Thanos nodded and coldly declared, "Since all is in readiness, let us set forth." Ice Crystal Star is a realm enveloped in white. Due to its considerable distance from the sun, the temperatures here remain perpetually below freezing, resulting in a landscape blanketed in frost and snow. The inhabitants, known as the Ice Tribe, are a race characterized by their entirely white bodies and limbs. Despite their robust physiques and exceptional combat prowess, they regrettably exist within the confines of a primitive cultural society. At this moment, the chieftain of the Ice Tribe was diligently organizing his people to prepare a sumptuous feast in honor of their savior. She is a striking blonde woman, a native of Blue Star named Carol Danvers. While the name Captain Marvel may not resonate with everyone, her moniker is undoubtedly well known. Since her victory over the Kree fleet on Blue Star, she has roamed the cosmos as a guardian of justice. Initially, she predominantly traversed the Milky Way, yet upon hearing of Thanos' notorious reputation, she ventured into the Dragon's Spiral Galaxy. Little did she expect that shortly after her arrival, she would encounter Thanos' subordinates attacking another planet. Believing herself to be on the side of righteousness, she unhesitatingly intervened to repel Thanos' minions. "Thank you immensely for rescuing us." The chieftain, towering at nearly 2 meters, held 2 goblets with his 4 hands, raising them in toast to the Captain Marvel, who stood only to his chest. This gesture of 4 hands hoisting goblets represented the highest form of courtesy among the Ice Tribe. Captain Marvel merely smiled faintly, accepting the goblet and downing its contents in one swift motion. "Not at all. It is my duty." Upon witnessing the scene, the chieftain of the Ice Tribe promptly raised his goblet once more, downing its contents in one swift motion, and then bellowed, "A toast to our hero." The surrounding members of the Ice Tribe immediately followed suit, lifting their cups and joining the chorus. "A toast to our hero." Soon, the festivities commenced in earnest, with the Ice Tribe revelers engaging in song and dance. Several self-proclaimed handsome members approached Captain Marvel for a dance, only to be graciously declined. Although she believed herself to embody justice, she harbored a deep-seated disdain for these individuals who had yet to attain even the rudiments of medieval civilization. Naturally, she could not bring herself to dance with them. Thus, the day was spent in joyous celebration. The following morning, while Captain Marvel was still enveloped in a haze of sleep, an Iceman hurriedly burst into her chamber. To call it a room would be generous. It was merely an ice structure, devoid of a door. Hero, this is bad. Oh no. Those villains are back. They are enormous." Captain Marvel instantly opened her eyes and sat up. Without a moment's hesitation, she radiated a dazzling array of colors and soared into the sky. However, the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my goodness! Before her loomed an incomprehensibly colossal spaceship in the expanse of outer space. Its immense size was unlike anything she had encountered in her years of cosmic wandering, rivaling that of the moon itself. "Where are my weapons? Where is my armor? Hurry! The enemy is approaching. Everyone, assemble." Meanwhile, the Ice Tribe members were in a flurry, scurrying about, some in search of weapons, others for armor. The previous night's revelry left many still in a state of drowsiness, utterly unprepared for the impending crisis. Shortly thereafter, the chieftain of the Ice Tribe approached. A look of panic etched across his face. "Hero, what shall we do?" Captain Marvel regained her composure and replied gravely, "Gather the warriors, and then join me. I will investigate first." With that, she once again emanated her vibrant light and ascended rapidly into the heavens. At that moment, in the control room of the Starship No. 2, Dark Knight Proxima observed the resplendent Captain Marvel on the 3-dimensional screen. Unlike her earlier anxiety, she now appeared composed. "My lord, that is the one who destroyed my fleet and slaughtered my soldiers." Thanos, who had been meditating on his throne, opened his eyes upon hearing Dark Knight Proxima's words. As he beheld the familiar yet strange figure on the screen, he began to ponder her identity. Having resided in this world for over 5 centuries, he had nearly forgotten the films he once watched. Yet, something about her dramatic entrance felt eerily familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Soon, as she drew nearer, he unearthed her identity from the recesses of his memory. Captain Marvel? Indeed, such a flamboyant and colorful entrance could only belong to the conceited Captain Marvel. Upon hearing the name Knight Proxima, he nodded knowingly and remarked, "Indeed, during our previous encounter, she mentioned that she goes by Captain Marvel." At this, Thanos fell into a deep contemplation. Memories from before his traversal began to surface gradually upon encountering Captain Marvel. Her appearance signified the commencement of the Marvel Universe's narrative. He pondered the fate of Blue Star, a homeland that felt eerily familiar, wondering how it fared in this realm. As time ticked away, Captain Marvel swiftly emerged from the ice crystal star, hurtling towards Sanctuary 2 at 10 times the speed of sound, now merely over 1,000 kilometers away. Such a distance in the vastness of space was virtually akin to being in close proximity. Observing Thanos lost in thought, Knight Proxima dared to speak softly. "Master, what shall we do?" Had it not been for the imminent arrival of the adversary, she would not have dared to disturb his reverie. After all, compared to Captain Marvel, the true terror of the universe lay with him. Thanos, roused from his memories, glanced at the screen and replied coolly, "Let the Dark Order test the waters." The Dark Order comprised his most elite and loyal soldiers. With 6 arms, razor-sharp fangs, and jet-black skin, they possessed immense strength, fearlessness in the face of death, and an unwavering loyalty that rendered them incapable of betrayal. Their sole drawback lay in their lack of intellect, for these bioengineered warriors were products of an incubator rather than natural life forms. The rationale behind testing the waters was to gauge and exhaust the enemy's strength. Though he harbored confidence, he was not arrogant. To charge into battle without knowledge of the enemy's capabilities would be reckless, especially when confronted with potentially unreasonable beings. It is well understood that the depths of the Marvel Universe are profound indeed. Chapter 3. The Dark Cult under the command of Thanos. 10 colossal cosmic warships detached from the formation of Sanctuary 2 and soared forward. Each warship, measuring 8 kilometers in length, 1 kilometer in width, and 1 kilometer in height, resembled an elongated coffin. At the forefront, a massive cannon, approximately 100 meters in diameter, was capable of unleashing immensely powerful laser assaults. In addition to the primary cannon, the vessel was equipped with 10 secondary cannons and 28 laser turrets. The engine utilized a 3rd-generation warp drive, allowing for instantaneous traversal of distances exceeding 100 light-years. Furthermore, the warships were fortified with energy shields, capable of withstanding both laser and physical attacks. It could be asserted that should these 10 warships venture to Blue Planet, they would effortlessly annihilate its entire military force. Of course, this presumes a typical Blue Planet, devoid of the plethora of heroes and the overwhelming abnormalities characteristic of the Marvel Universe. Soon, the primary cannons of the 10 cosmic warships ignited with a brilliant blue luminescence, indicating they were charging. After 5 seconds, a blinding light erupted, followed by the emission of ethereal blue lasers. Space warfare and terrestrial combat are fundamentally distinct concepts. In the boundless expanse of the universe, distances are often measured in millions or even tens of millions of kilometers. The speed of light in a vacuum is approximately 300,000 kilometers per second, meaning that at a distance of 3 million kilometers, it would take a full 10 seconds for an attack to reach its target. As for kinetic weaponry, by the time a projectile strikes the enemy, the battle may very well have concluded. Thus, kinetic weapons are ill-suited for use in the cosmos. In space combat, laser cannons reign supreme. Other formidable armaments such as space collapse cannons, particle beam weapons, and warp-speed artillery exist, yet these behemoths are beyond the capacity of mere attack ships to accommodate. Within mere milliseconds, 10 lasers struck the approaching Captain Marvel. However, Captain Marvel radiated a more intense spectrum of colors, defying the laser barrage and continuing her advance. Moments later, she soared past the 10 warships, disregarding the presence of their shields, and charged directly toward one of the cosmic vessels. An explosion of light ensued. Shortly thereafter, she emerged from the opposite side of the warship and pressed on toward the next one. Observing Captain Marvel's formidable prowess as she decimated ship after ship, Dark Knight Proxima, with a hint of concern, inquired, "My lord, what shall we do now?" Despite their vast might, cosmic warships are not conjured from thin air. They are crafted from an immense expenditure of resources. Thanos, upon hearing this, turned to regard his companion with a cold gaze and replied, "When this war concludes, you and the other 4 must devote yourselves to rigorous training. You should not be so easily outmatched by such insignificant adversaries." Although Captain Marvel is regarded as a pinnacle of power within the Marvel narrative, this was during the earlier stages. In later phases, formidable beings such as the Hulk, imbued with the power of the Darkhold, the Scarlet Witch, the corrupted Doctor Strange, and the celestial armored Iron Man, each possess the potential to decisively overpower Captain Marvel. Certainly, Captain Marvel will encounter extraordinary adventures in the later stages, transforming into a dual-star state with unparalleled combat prowess. However, in her current form, she merely wields the energy of the space stone with a crude brutality. In the earlier phases, her Obsidian Quintet could contend with these superheroes, yet as time progresses, she may find herself relegated to a mere supporting role. Upon hearing the Elder's words, the Dark Knight Proxima bowed her head in shame, secretly vowing to intensify her training and never again disappoint the Elder. After several minutes, Captain Marvel finally obliterated 10 cosmic attack vessels. Thanos, having assessed his opponent's strength and realizing there were no further contingencies, rose to his feet. It must be said that while this individual could only wield energy in a brutish manner, the sheer magnitude of their nearly boundless energy was formidable. If he did not intervene soon, it seemed that all cosmic warships, save for the Sanctuary 2, would meet destruction. "Do not move," he commanded, then soared from the Sanctuary 2, racing at light speed to confront Captain Marvel. Initially poised to obliterate the remaining cosmic vessels, Captain Marvel halted upon the sudden appearance of the colossal purple figure before her. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized him. The two stood silently in the vacuum of space, enveloped by darkness. After a prolonged pause, Captain Marvel inquired with intrigue, "You must be Thanos?" Though she had never encountered him before, she sensed an immense destructive force emanating from him, and with his purple skin, he was undoubtedly the figure of legend. In the vacuum of space, sound cannot propagate. However, she employed a subtle technique to ensure her voice reached his ears. Upon hearing the question, Thanos merely nodded slightly and replied with a low timbre, "Tell me your name." While he was well aware that she was Captain Marvel, their first encounter necessitated a more formal demeanor. With a proud tilt of her chin, Captain Marvel proclaimed, "I am Captain Marvel, the Guardian of the Universe. You and your minions should retreat now, and I shall spare you." Thanos chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Indeed, she was just as arrogant as depicted in the films. Yet, he was not the weakened Thanos of the cinematic realm. He was uncertain of the limits of his own strength. For 5 centuries, he had never once faltered in his training, continuously growing stronger. Although his attribute panel indicated a mere power level of over 20,000, this figure represented only his physical might. When combined with the power of destruction and the ruler's skills bestowed by the system, he believed he could even shatter a planet. Captain Marvel, noticing his laughter, furrowed her brow and retorted, "What are you laughing at?" Despite sensing the tremendous destructive power radiating from him, she, having never faced defeat since absorbing the energy of the Space Stone, remained confident in her ability to easily overpower him. The near-infinite power coursing within her instilled a sense of invincibility. In the next moment, Thanos ceased his laughter and raised a finger. Captain Marvel, perplexed by his gesture, immediately inquired, "What does this mean?" Thanos replied nonchalantly, "1 punch. If you can withstand a single blow without perishing, then we may discuss other matters." Upon hearing such dismissive words, Captain Marvel was filled with a mix of fury and amusement. "Ha! No one in the entire universe has dared to claim that a single punch could defeat me." Chapter 4. A single blow sends her flying in the blink of an eye. Captain Marvel charged fiercely towards Thanos, determined to demonstrate the might of her fist. The audacity of claiming that a single punch could obliterate her was an affront she could not tolerate. As she approached with unwavering resolve, Thanos merely raised his fist slowly, a surge of destructive energy pulsating throughout his being. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! Though sound is absent in the vacuum of space, the inhabitants of the Dark Star System and the members of the Order of Darkness felt an overwhelming resonance. A brilliant light erupted, momentarily eclipsing distant stars. At the epicenter of this radiance, Captain Marvel was engulfed by an unparalleled force. Despite her frantic efforts to channel the energy within her, she found herself utterly powerless, akin to a mere speck before a colossal star. Since acquiring the power of the Space Stone, she had not encountered such a sensation. With no time for reflection, she was propelled away by the immense force, soaring through the cosmos like a meteor. Blood gushed from her mouth as if it were freely flowing. After delivering the blow, Thanos refrained from pursuing her. He sensed an ominous presence, as if he were being watched by an unseen entity. Moments later, the sense of danger dissipated, and he noticed that Captain Marvel still possessed a faint spark of life. She had not perished? Could it be that this unknown force had intervened? The realization that an enigmatic presence was aware of their confrontation deterred him from further pursuit. As he had previously remarked, the Marvel Universe was astoundingly intricate, teeming with celestial beings, the 5 cosmic deities, the living tribunal, the Watcher, the One Above All, the First Celestial, and the Beyonders, among others. He was uncertain which entity had intervened, but now was not the time to engage with such formidable forces. While his strength was formidable within this universe, he remained but an insignificant insect in the grand tapestry of the multiverse and omniverse. After concluding his encounter with Captain Marvel, he turned his gaze towards the distant white planet and, with a subtle gesture, commanded the Temple 2 and hundreds of starships to advance towards their objective. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel, hurtling through the depths of space, had not succumbed to death, yet she felt as though she had. Her bones shattered, inflicting excruciating pain that rendered her nearly lifeless. Energy coursed chaotically within her, immobilizing her completely. Were sound to exist in the vacuum, her anguished cries would echo throughout the cosmos. Beyond the physical torment, her spirit was further crushed. The vast fleet sped towards Ice Crystal Planet, a world she could no longer protect, sealing its fate. Contemplating the future of the Ice People, her heart sank into despair. Though they possessed commendable fighting prowess, they stood no chance against Thanos. It was then that she comprehended the gravity of Thanos' assertion. If she could endure a punch without perishing, he would spare her. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable. After a brief moment, Thanos' warship arrived at the planet, and as he hovered in mid-air, he beheld a formidable assembly of over 100,000 fully armed warriors of the Ice Clan, poised for battle. Though their technology was lacking, their strength was not to be underestimated. Due to the harsh environment, the entire Ice Crystal Planet housed barely over 1 million Ice Clan members, yet nearly 1/10 of them possessed the ability to fly. While not all powerful warriors could soar through the skies, those who could undoubtedly held considerable prowess, indicating the latent combat potential of the Ice Clan. Upon spotting Thanos, the clan leader ascended with a grave expression, intent on confronting the vile invader. "Prepare to face the wrath of the God of Ice," he declared. The situation was abundantly clear to him. The towering figure before him was the enemy intent on their invasion, leaving no room for negotiation, only action. As the enemy launched their aggressive assault, Thanos merely crossed his arms, coolly observing the onslaught. Suddenly, with a thunderous sound, the Ice Clan leader propelled himself forward at 3 times the speed of sound, brandishing an ice-forged spear aimed menacingly at Thanos. Witnessing the stillness of his foe ignited a flicker of hope within him. With his velocity and the enhancement of his divine weapon, he believed he could obliterate even a mountain. Surely, the enemy's body could not be more resilient than rock. "Prepare to perish," he shouted. However, just as he was about to strike, Thanos' form blurred, and he found himself passing through the illusion of his adversary. How is this possible? Is it sorcery? He pondered. Yet, it was no magic. Thanos merely moved with such swiftness that he left a mere afterimage behind. In an instant, he grasped the tyrant's blade from his back and brought it down with lethal precision. With a resounding thud, the Ice Clan's mightiest warrior, their leader, was instantly reduced to mere shards of ice. After dispatching the Elder, Thanos surveyed the remaining Ice Clan warriors, who, upon witnessing their leader's demise, were spurred into a frenzied charge seeking vengeance. Thanos, however, merely tightened his grip on the tyrant's blade and waved it casually. Instantly, a purple arc of energy surged forth, devastating the charging ranks and decimating a significant portion of the Ice Clan warriors. Within mere minutes, over half of the 100,000 strong had fallen to Thanos' might. The remaining warriors hesitated, their initial resolve shattered as they beheld their comrades' relentless slaughter. "Save us! A demon! It's a demon!" they cried in panic. "Flee! I refuse to die." It was unclear who initiated the retreat, but once a single Ice Clan soldier broke ranks, the rest swiftly followed in desperate flight from the battlefield. Thanos observed the chaos but chose not to pursue. He felt a growing weariness with the one-sided slaughter. Glancing at his hands, he contemplated the magnitude of destruction he could unleash if he unleashed his full power. Chapter 5. The Soul Gem. A mournful wail of the wind echoed throughout this realm, accompanied by the omnipresent frost that permeated the atmosphere. Here, mere mortals could scarcely endure 5 seconds before being encased in ice. As Thanos gazed upon the planet beneath him, an audacious thought burgeoned within his mind. While on his home planet, he had always restrained his power, fearful of damaging his palace. Even during his training, he had relied solely on his physical form, never unleashing his destructive might. Yet he pondered, how catastrophic could a full-force strike truly be? With determination, he resolved to test the limits of his power. Soon, a torrent of destructive energy surged through his being. Tendrils of dense purple smoke emanated from his skin, resembling the arrival of a dark demonic entity. At that moment, the voice of the Night Star reached his ears. "My lord, the temple know. Tu and the Dark Cult are prepared for immediate action." However, having already made up his mind to explore his own strength, he commanded, "Halt all operations and await my orders." The Night Star, though perplexed, quickly acquiesced, "Yes, my lord." Unbeknownst to the icy planet, it seemed to sense the impending doom. As the atmosphere began to roil tumultuously, a fierce wind laden with frost swept through the air, while ominous clouds gathered overhead, seemingly warning the intruder against recklessness. Yet Thanos paid no heed to the tumultuous weather. After a moment of concentration, he felt the destructive energy within his fist reach its zenith, and he unleashed his assault. With a bellowing roar, he struck the ground with all his might. The energy of annihilation erupted from his fist, transforming into a colossal purple sphere that surged forward, now unbound by his control, causing the destructive force within to expand rapidly. In no time, the sphere swelled to a diameter of 100 meters, continuously growing larger. Meanwhile, the ice dwellers on the ground did not all flee. Some, unable to fly, and others unwilling to abandon their home, remained hidden in the woods, peering at the approaching menace. Yet they could all sense the overwhelming aura of devastation. The purple energy radiated a brilliance that seemed even more intense than the stars above, casting an eerie yet dazzling light. As the purple sphere plummeted towards the earth, a chorus of anguished roars erupted from the stronger ice dwellers, who felt the cataclysmic force emanating from the dark glow. They surged forth from the ground, hurling their spears and swords in a desperate attempt to thwart the sphere's descent. However, their efforts proved futile. All weapons disintegrated into atomic fragments upon contact with the energy of annihilation, vanishing from existence in that realm. The annihilative energy is indeed the most devastating force in the universe, an embodiment of peril that possesses the capability to obliterate all existence. Witnessing their weapons proving futile, the ice dwellers, undeterred, charged forward. This was a matter of their race's survival, even the very existence of their planet. They were prepared to embrace death without hesitation, sacrificing their lives to protect their world. Ah! The air was filled with anguished cries. As the ice dwellers encountered the violet sphere, they could only watch helplessly as their skin, muscles, and bones disintegrated before their eyes. They yearned to flee, yet found themselves utterly powerless. Although their demise was agonizing, it was fleeting. The immense force of annihilation swiftly descended upon the surface, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of despair. With a thunderous roar, the destructive energy, now expanded to a diameter of 1 kilometer, began its descent towards the planet's core. High above, Thanos observed this scene with a nod of satisfaction, commanding the fleet of cosmic warships to retreat. He sensed that this full-force strike exceeded even his expectations in strength, potentially capable of annihilating the planet. It would be prudent for the hovering warships to distance themselves. Soon, he noticed the planet beginning to tremble. Cracks appeared across the ground, accompanied by slight tremors. Even distant peaks began to emit sparks, showing signs of volcanic activity. In an instant, the ice crystal planet bore the visage of an apocalyptic scenario. At that moment, Thanos noticed that the ice dwellers had ceased their attacks, instead fleeing towards a towering peak. How peculiar. In the face of impending doom, why were they running there? Should they not cherish their final moments with loved ones? Perhaps there lay something capable of saving them? Intrigued, Thanos soared towards the peak. Upon reaching the summit, he discerned the peculiar nature of the mountain. Amidst the cataclysmic scene, while beasts on other peaks were in disarray, this place remained eerily tranquil, as if the creatures were oblivious to the end of the world. The ice dwellers were rushing into a cave, entering without any sign of returning. Could it be a rift in space, or perhaps a teleportation device? The surrounding ice dwellers, though visibly terrified at the sight of Thanos, showed no inclination to flee. Instead, they hastened into the cave. Observing this, Thanos waved his hand. With a resounding boom, a surge of destructive energy instantaneously obliterated the surrounding ice folk, carving the ground deeply by 5 meters. Only then did he enter the cavern. Once inside, he discovered a hidden realm. The mountain was nearly hollowed out, and the ice dwellers had gathered beneath a pyramid-like structure, kneeling in reverence. Strangely, they exhibited no reaction to Thanos' arrival, remaining steadfast in their supplication. Above this pyramid-like structure, a gem emanates a mysterious yellow glow. Upon seeing the gem, Thanos suddenly breaks into a smile. The Mind Stone, so this is how the plot has unfolded. The mesmerizing yellow gem before all the Ice Tribe members is indeed one of the 6 Infinity Stones in the Marvel Universe, possessing the power to manipulate the mind. To refer to it merely as a gem is an understatement. It is akin to a magical stone. Those with sufficient strength can resist the influence of such power, yet those without it are doomed to become mere sustenance for the gem. For instance, the Mind Stone before us continually siphons the mental energy of the surrounding Ice Tribe members. It is no wonder that after thousands of years of evolution, the Ice Tribe remains a subhuman race. They have been profoundly affected by the Mind Stone. Chapter 6. The Star-Absorbing Technique. After a brief observation, Thanos soared above the pyramid-like structure and extended his right hand towards the Mind Stone. In the next instant, he felt an invasion of mental energy infiltrating his mind. Yet, it seemed as though nothing transpired, as if he were untouched. Upon acquiring the Mind Stone, he departed from the icy planet. In the ensuing years, leveraging his formidable power, he obliterated one planet after another, asserting dominion over numerous star systems. Ultimately, he discovered the Blue Planet, where, accompanied by his subordinates, he decimated the Avengers, the Illuminati, Wakanda, and Kamartaj, among other factions. In the end, he amassed all 6 Infinity Stones, establishing himself as the supreme entity within the Marvel Universe. However, as the years passed, he gradually succumbed to the ravages of age, losing his strength, while the 6 stones proved powerless against this decay. In the depths of despair, awaiting death, Thanos suddenly sensed a peculiar tremor, which intensified with each passing moment. In the following second, he broke free from the grip of the Mind Stone's power and returned to reality, still within the cave. The tremors from the ground caused stones to fall intermittently from the cave's ceiling. It was a rock that had roused him from his reverie. He gazed ahead, realizing that his palm was merely 3 centimeters away from the Mind Stone. Soon, comprehension dawned upon him. The entirety of what he had experienced was merely an illusion conjured by the Mind Stone's power. Ding! Mental strength refined, increasing by 50 points. Hearing the system's notification, a faint smile graced Thanos' lips as he lunged forward to seize the Mind Stone. The stone, seemingly reluctant to be captured, emitted a powerful wave of psychic energy. However, Thanos, prepared for this onslaught, shielded his consciousness with energy, resisting the pull into the illusion. Meanwhile, the ice people below, entranced by the Mind Stone's illusion, clutched their heads in agony, crying out, "Ah, it hurts. My head, my body." Once Thanos secured the Mind Stone, the ice people emerged from the illusion. Yet, some among them had been affected for too long, and upon returning to reality, they felt an overwhelming dissonance in their bodies. Those who had been deprived of sustenance for an extended period were skeletal, suffering immensely. Some even succumbed to death upon exiting the illusion. Conversely, the ice people who had recently entered the illusion quickly noticed Thanos above, particularly when they saw the Mind Stone being taken away, prompting them to roar in unison. "The sacred relic has been stolen. Return our sacred relic, despicable invader. You shall perish." The Mind Stone was revered as the sacred artifact of the Ice People, providing them with their sole source of spiritual entertainment, or one might say, their spiritual opiate over countless generations. Their lives revolved around the singular ambition of reaching the holy site and encountering the sacred relic. In the illusion of the artifact, they could experience pleasures and joys that were otherwise unattainable, including reunions with deceased loved ones. In the face of the impending apocalypse, their first instinct was to harness the artifact to escape reality. However, the Mind Stone is no true relic. Rather, it is a malevolent entity. As they succumbed to the illusions it cast, the Mind Stone absorbed their spiritual energy, ensnaring them in a cycle of addiction that could lead to their demise. Upon witnessing the invaders seizing the artifact, their cravings surged, momentarily eclipsing their fear of the intruders, compelling them to charge into battle relentlessly, even at the cost of their lives. Death itself would not strip them of their precious relic. Yet, within the cavern, a deluge of debris cascaded down, extinguishing many lives among the ice dwellers. Thanos, observing these desperate beings leaping to assail him, merely shook his head before soaring out of the cave. These insignificant creatures were hardly worth his effort. Once outside, he noted that the tremors shaking the ice crystal planet had intensified. As more stones fell, they soon sealed the cave's entrance, trapping the ice dwellers within. The earth rumbled ominously, as if the planet sensed its impending demise. The sky darkened, and bolts of lightning began to strike. However, when these lightning strikes hit Thanos, he felt nothing at all. At his level of power, such celestial displays were hardly a concern. Ignoring the tempest, he turned his gaze to the diminutive Mind Stone nestled in his grasp. If the arrival of Captain Marvel merely confirmed that the Marvel narrative had commenced, the emergence of the Mind Stone solidified the timeline. He was on the verge of encountering that unfortunate soul, Loki. With a shake of his head, he ascended beyond the atmosphere of the ice crystal planet and ventured into the vastness of space. Here, he could witness the planet's inexorable journey towards extinction. The once pristine surface of the white planet was now marred by dark fissures, resembling gaping wounds, from which red spots began to emerge, volcanoes awakening from their slumber. It is noteworthy that this was a planet encased in ice, with over 90% of its surface frozen, making volcanic eruptions a rare occurrence. This indicated a significant upheaval within the planet's crust. Closing his eyes, he sensed the destructive force he had unleashed, now swelling to a diameter of 8 kilometers, perilously close to the planet's core, merely 1,000 kilometers away. In another 10 minutes, he could obliterate the core. Once the core of a planet is destroyed, it becomes a lifeless husk, devoid of any electromagnetic barriers to shield against solar storms. The atmosphere would gradually dissipate, leading to the annihilation of all organic life from cosmic radiation. There was also the possibility that the destructive energy would only consume a portion of the core's mass, causing earthquakes and volcanic eruptions as a consequence. Despite having contemplated various outcomes, he ultimately underestimated the magnitude of his destructive power. Upon reaching the core, the force of destruction unleashed an overwhelming surge. The annihilation of the core's material led to a catastrophic imbalance, causing a tremendous explosion that set the entire ice crystal planet on a path of expansion and, ultimately, fragmentation. Upon witnessing this, Thanos commanded his fleet to retreat further and further, eventually distancing themselves millions of kilometers away. Several hours later, the ice crystal star emitted a brilliant radiance. A thunderous roar echoed, though in the vacuum of space, no sound could be perceived. Nonetheless, the sheer spectacle of the ice crystal star's self-destruction conjured the auditory illusion of an explosion in the minds of all onlookers, as the scene was utterly breathtaking. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated once more. Ding! Host has annihilated a planet, achieving the title of Star Destroyer, and has been rewarded with the unique skill Star Absorption Technique. Thanos was momentarily taken aback. He was familiar with achievements. He had received a title of ruler when he initially dominated his first planet, accompanied by a ruler's skill. However, what was this Star Absorption Technique? Did it belong to the realm of martial arts? After perusing the system panel for a while, Thanos finally comprehended the essence of the Star Absorption Technique, realizing it was entirely distinct from the martial arts concept. This skill allowed the absorption of core energy from planets, thereby enhancing his own abilities. Naturally, the planets from which energy was absorbed faced obliteration as a consequence. It appeared that next time, there would be no need for such brutal destruction of a planet. The absorption method proved to be far more advantageous. Chapter 7. Breaking news within the boundless expanse of the starry sky, Captain Marvel continued her relentless flight. Suddenly, A blinding light erupted before her, nearly overwhelming her senses. After what felt like an eternity, as the radiance dissipated, she discovered that the once thriving ice crystal star now lay desolate and empty. What on earth has happened? Could it be that the ice crystal star has been annihilated? The mere thought of this possibility stirred a tumult of emotions within her. A complex tapestry woven from regret for her helplessness, bitterness over her own inadequacies, and a fierce loathing for Thanos' mercilessness, intermingled with a sliver of relief at having narrowly escaped death. Amidst this emotional turmoil, a thread of fear began to weave itself through her thoughts. She had initially believed Thanos sought to conquer this planet, only to find he had obliterated it instead. This revelation brought to mind the infamous tales she had heard about Thanos. Stories of him devouring children, bathing in blood, and taking pleasure in the slaughter of innocents. She had once dismissed these as exaggerated rumors, but now she realized they scarcely captured a fraction of his malevolence. Perhaps he was indeed one of the most wicked beings in the universe. If only she could clench her fists and strike that purple visage with all her might, to vanquish him once and for all. In an astonishing turn, her intense hatred began to catalyze a resurgence of energy within her, slowly mending her battered form. She did not comprehend the mechanics of this phenomenon, but it was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Thus, she hastened to repair her body. Time sped by. Over a month had passed since Thanos annihilated the ice crystal star, and he had since returned to Titan, where he diligently trained in the gravity chamber of the temple. The gravity had been set to an astounding 2,000 times that of Earth. With the acquisition of the star-absorbing technique and the Mind Stone, his power surged exponentially, and he had now fully acclimatized to the immense gravitational force. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the chamber. The door swung open to reveal the figure of Nightshade, clad in a form-fitting leather suit. "My lord, General Deathblade has returned," bearing significant news. General Deathblade was Nightshade's beloved, and she had come to relay the message on his behalf. Upon hearing this, Thanos set aside the mighty tyrant's cleaver. Deep Blue, disengage the gravity system. "Yes, my master." As the gravity system powered down, Nightshade entered the chamber, kneeling before Thanos. He lowered the tyrant's cleaver and inquired, "What news do you bring?" With her head bowed, Nightshade replied respectfully, "General Deathblade has discovered an unclaimed wormhole, the other side of which leads to the galaxy you have sought for 4 centuries. At these words, Thanos narrowed his eyes. Indeed, his narrative was unfolding as intended. The galaxy he had pursued for over 400 years had suddenly come within reach. He was not one to remain passive. If he could eliminate the blue planet before it could flourish, he would not hesitate to do so. Over 4 centuries ago, after conquering several star systems, he proactively sent his subordinates to gather intel regarding the Milky Way and Asgard. However, despite uncovering numerous rumors about Asgard, they never succeeded in pinpointing its precise coordinates, and even the location of the Milky Way remained a mystery. After all, the vastness of this universe is staggering, so immense that even light years seem trivial. It is precisely due to the universe's enormity that traversing between galaxies necessitates the use of wormholes. The distances separating 2 star systems are measured in tens of thousands of light years. Presently, very few cosmic warships are capable of navigating between galaxies. Thus, both naturally occurring and artificially created wormholes have become the most crucial means of intergalactic travel. After a moment of contemplation, Thanos addressed the void, saying, "Deep Blue, summon General Deathblade to me." "As you command, Master," came the obedient reply. He then looked down at Dark Knight Proxima and continued, "You two must engage in more rigorous training." Although the strength of his 5 subordinates was considerable within the cosmos, it was still insufficient when faced with the formidable beings from Blue Star. Upon hearing this, Dark Knight Proxima shuddered. She preferred to thrive in the chaos of battle rather than the monotony of training. However, the recent memory of her defeat, which nearly cost her life, prompted her to nod in agreement. Yes. Thanos commanded Deep Blue to activate 2,000 times the gravity and urged her to persist in her training. Observing this, Dark Knight Proxima could only summon the dark energy within her to withstand the crushing force of gravity. Her training did not involve Thanos' destructive energy, but rather her own dark energy. Yet, as time passed, her energy reserves dwindled, and she began to falter under the immense weight. 2,000 times the gravity was overwhelmingly potent for her. It was a considerable achievement that she had not been crushed immediately. Witnessing her struggle, Thanos ultimately instructed Dark Knight Proxima to withdraw and ordered her to intensify her training. 3 days later, the door to the gravity chamber was opened once more. A man entered, exuding a palpable aura of death, clad in black battle armor and wielding a weapon known as the Deathblade. He was none other than the infamous General Deathblade, the leader of the Black Obsidian Five. The weapon he held contained his very soul. Upon entering the gravity chamber, General Deathblade stumbled momentarily, but soon the aura of death surged within him, stabilizing his form. He quickly approached Thanos and knelt on one knee. "General Deathblade presents himself before you, my lord." Thanos halted his training and gazed down at this pale, emaciated figure, resembling a living corpse. He recalled that, in the comics, this individual was not particularly loyal and would betray him in times of weakness. However, he harbored no animosity towards him. He merely decided to remain vigilant. In the cinematic universe, the opposing party exhibits unwavering loyalty. Even when confronted by the Avengers, they steadfastly refuse to retreat in the face of peril. Thus, one does not judge an individual's fidelity or treachery solely based on the narratives of films or animations, but rather maintains a prudent vigilance. I heard from the Dark Knight's neighbor star that you have discovered an unclaimed wormhole, with the galaxy situated on the other side. Is that correct? The General of the Reaper nodded respectfully and replied, "Indeed, my lord, and I have also rescued a person." "Oh, you saved someone as well? Please, recount the details." The General of the Reaper bowed his head and slowly recounted the events in their entirety. Chapter 8. The malevolent god Loki. A year prior, after General Deathblade successfully completed the task assigned by Thanos, he did not immediately return to report back, but instead embarked on a solitary quest to discover new planets. During this fortuitous search, he encountered an individual adrift in the cosmos, or perhaps a deity. The being introduced himself as Loki, a member of the Asgardian pantheon. Upon hearing this name, Thanos became acutely aware of the temporal context he was in. It was a period following the events of Thor. Loki, in his ambition to seize the throne of Asgard, had calculated the moment when his unsuspecting father, Odin, was on the verge of entering a deep slumber. He cunningly provoked his dim-witted brother, Thor, into inciting Odin's wrath. True to Loki's calculations, Thor was stripped of his divine powers by the furious Odin and cast into Midgard, known as Earth. Consequently, Loki achieved his desire to assume the role of acting god-king during Odin's slumber. However, Loki was far from content with merely being an acting ruler. His boundless ambition drove him to dispatch the war machine and the destroyer to assassinate his brother on Earth. What Loki failed to realize was that this entire scheme was, in fact, a ruse orchestrated by his father. Unbeknownst to Loki, he bore the bloodline of the Frost Giants, rendering him incapable of inheriting the Asgardian throne, regardless of his machinations. Just as he was on the verge of success, Odin secretly restored Thor's powers. Thor obliterated the destroyer and made his way back to Asgard, while Loki found himself ensnared in an unknown wormhole. The current narrative unfolds just before the formation of the Avengers, where Loki has just been discovered, having been instructed to transport the Mind Stone to Earth in preparation for an invasion. However, cognizant of the storyline, he was determined not to follow the predetermined path. Who knows which Marvel universe this was? What if it was the one governed by that madman Ultron? He would not be so foolish as to deliver the Mind Stone, enabling the creation of Ultron, only to be whisked away by a beam of light. Nevertheless, Loki could still be of use. As Thanos pondered his next move, his companion, Dark Knight Proxima, suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming, "My lord, I can no longer endure this." Thanos shook his head and instructed Proxima to disable the gravity system. As he stepped outside, he remarked, "I shall investigate this, Loki. If you have not acclimated to 1,000-fold gravity, do not venture outside again." Proxima and General Deathblade exchanged glances, their expressions resembling that of a bitter melon. Although their powers were formidable within the cosmos, they dared not defy their master's commands. Moments later, Thanos arrived at the chamber where Loki was imprisoned. His gaze was immediately drawn to the elongated, horned helmet. Loki lay upon the bed, engrossed in a book seemingly sourced from nowhere. However, Thanos' attention shifted to another corner of the cell, which appeared stark and devoid of anything. Yet, within his perception, he sensed a gathering of energy in that very spot. As his gaze turned towards it, the energy ceased its accumulation, returning to tranquility, as if it were an illusion. However, Thanos was well aware that it was not merely an illusion. Thus, he revealed a smirk tinged with mockery. Loki, renowned as the god of mischief, would undoubtedly not surrender easily. The figure on the bed was merely a mirage, while his true self concealed in the shadows, poised to strike when the moment was ripe. In the darkness, Loki observed the towering purple figure outside his cell smiling at him and immediately realized his ruse had been discerned. With a boldness that matched his cunning, he dispelled the illusion and his cloak of invisibility, revealing himself fully armed, gazing up at the behemoth before him. In truth, he was not particularly short. Standing at 6 feet, he was of average height among the Asgardians. However, Thanos, towering at nearly 8 feet, appeared overwhelmingly formidable to him. "Who are you?" Thanos inquired as he sealed the laser gate and stepped inside. Utilizing his height to his advantage, he looked down at Loki and calmly stated, "You may call me Thanos." Feeling the weight of Thanos' gaze, anger surged within Loki, yet he dutifully lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Ah, so you are Lord Thanos. I have long heard of your esteemed name." Although Asgard adhered to a policy of isolation, whispers from the cosmos managed to infiltrate their borders. Among these, the rise of Thanos was undoubtedly the most significant news across the universe. After all, he was the only being to implement a population resource breeding mandate, stripping individuals of their freedom to reproduce. He proposed what he deemed the most scientific and rational reproductive framework. Those who bore too many or too few children faced exorbitant fines or even criminal penalties. This scheme was Thanos' solution to maintain cosmic balance sustainably, far superior to the previous approach of eradicating half of all life in the universe. Yet, in a universe where freedom was valued above life, such a doctrine was considered heretical and shunned. Were it not for his immense power, he would have likely been exterminated as a heretic long ago. Thanos chose to disregard Loki's superficial flattery and remarked with amusement, "Loki, known as the god of mischief, Odin's third son, yet you are but a hybrid with the blood of frost giants." Upon hearing the term hybrid, a glint of fury flashed in Loki's eyes as he thrust his hands forward. In an instant, a flurry of daggers materialized from the ether, hurtling swiftly towards Thanos. The earlier compliments were merely a ploy to deceive. He had been calculating his escape. However, to his astonishment, Thanos ignored the incoming daggers, crossing his arms. Witnessing this, Loki's heart raced with excitement. Among the barrage of blades, one was his divine weapon, the Godslayer dagger. A weapon revered by the Asgardians for its unparalleled might. It had felled numerous formidable foes, and he was certain this purple giant would not fare any better. The next moment, the sound of steel clashing echoed through the air. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, a distinctly sharp sound resonated, a singular note of clarity amidst the chaos. Loki's expression transformed into one of disbelief. The artifact he had placed such high hopes upon was deflected just like the other daggers. It appeared that Thanos also sensed the uniqueness of this dagger. After catching the fallen god-slaying blade and examining it for a moment, he mockingly remarked, "You Asgardians are truly affluent, casually producing daggers forged from URU metal. While URU metal may not possess the rarity of adamantium or vibranium, it ranks fourth among the precious materials in the Marvel Universe." The dagger in his hand, crafted from URU metal and of a size that could be exchanged for a small spaceship within the Cosmic Alliance, exemplified the material's value and rarity. Ignoring Thanos' taunts, Loki, with a grim expression, retorted, "Firstly, I am not a mongrel, and secondly, I am Odin's second son, not the third." Chapter 9. The Preparation for War. Poor soul. Upon hearing Loki's words, Thanos ceased his mockery, shaking his head as he felt a pang of pity for the wretched being before him. Loki's singular desire for Odin's approval was tragically misplaced, as Odin had consistently regarded him merely as a pawn in his game against the frost giants. Moreover, Odin had cruelly instilled in Loki a false sense of equality, only to ultimately sever his hopes and cast him into the abyss of a cosmic wormhole. With age, Odin appeared to have softened, seemingly refraining from unnecessary wars. Yet this feade was merely the result of his newfound wisdom. He had gained the knowledge of the existence of the Aesir and thus suppressed his own ambitions, resorting instead to cunning and manipulation. It is worth noting that in his younger days, he had been so fearful of his own daughter, Hela, whose prowess eclipsed his own, that he chose to imprison her in the realm of the dead, even at the cost of sacrificing all the Valkyries. This illustrates that, in Odin's eyes, all familial bonds and lives could be sacrificed for the sake of his power. Could one truly expect such a character to change? It would be as improbable as the sun rising from the west. There is a saying that rings true. It is not that the old become wicked, but rather that the wicked simply grow old. To suggest that Odin had become benevolent with age is an absurd cosmic jest. As Loki observed the pity etched on Thanos' face, he felt akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, igniting a surge of indignation within him. What does that expression mean? Are you pitying me? What is there to pity? I am the future king of Asgard, the future sovereign of the universe. Soon, you shall all kneel before me. Witnessing Loki's seemingly neurotic outburst, Thanos furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. Enough. Cease your petty schemes, god of deceit. How could one known for his cunning lose his composure over mere words? This is nothing more than a deliberate display of vulnerability to deceive others into believing they can control him. Over these 5 centuries, I have encountered many who fancied themselves clever. Upon hearing Thanos refer to him as the god of deceit, Loki realized that his intentions had been uncovered. Instantly, his demeanor shifted to one of calm resignation, and he asked, "Very well, what must I do to secure my freedom?" Thanos, however, did not respond immediately. He understood that Loki was far from a reliable pawn. While he sought to exploit Loki, the latter would undoubtedly seek to manipulate him in return. Thus, with such individuals, one could only utilize them without allowing oneself to be utilized. After a moment of contemplation, Thanos finally spoke. "I require nothing of you other than to remain a compliant piece in my game." His visit was merely to ascertain that this was indeed Loki. As Thanos resolutely exited the chamber without a backward glance, Loki felt a genuine urgency rise within him. "Wait, I possess value. I can provide you with the Infinity Stones. I know the location of the Space Stone." Yet, no matter how fervently he pleaded, Thanos remained steadfast, departing without a second thought. Having confirmed Loki's identity, Thanos next summoned his 3 subordinates, Ebony Maw, Corvus Glaive, and Proxima Midnight. The 3 of them, alongside the stars of the Dark Knight and General Deathblade, are collectively known as the 5 Black Obsidian Generals. They serve as Thanos' devoted aides, diligently honing their skills while relentlessly expanding his dominion. Upon the return of the 5 Black Obsidian Generals, Thanos initiated a full-scale mobilization for war. This so-called first-level mobilization entails that all civilian activities and resources must yield to the exigencies of war. To commence, he summoned 10 asteroids, each approximately 10,000 kilometers in diameter, to encircle the black hole, upon which he constructed interstellar fortresses. These fortresses represent the pinnacle of Thanos' technological prowess. Once activated, their shields are estimated to withstand numerous assaults, perhaps 10 strikes before succumbing. Due to a lack of prior testing, he could only approximate this figure. Subsequently, he instructed his subordinates to increase the population growth across his planets, preparing for the impending conflict with the Asgardian pantheon. The war between these 2 factions will not unfold as it does in films, where a few leaders engage in direct combat, leading to a clear victor. The cinematic portrayal is simplistic, constrained by time and market considerations. In the vast cosmic battles between Asgard and a force like his, the casualties could easily reach hundreds of millions, or even billions, during prolonged engagements. By augmenting the population in advance, he aims to alleviate the pressures of future warfare. Once all preparations were complete, the next step was to devote full efforts to the production of various cosmic warships. His ambition was to assemble a fleet of 10,000 starships within a year. As time swiftly passed, over a year had elapsed. Within the sanctum, Thanos sat upon the throne at the apex, observing his 5 subordinates below. Although their abilities had yet to meet his expectations, they had indeed improved significantly. It was unlikely they would suffer the same fate as in the movies, where they were easily dispatched as mere foot soldiers. After a brief interval, he summoned several subordinates to present his weapons. the tyrant's cleaver and the tyrant's armor. The tyrant's cleaver, a 2-meter-long double-edged blade, comprises two 1-meter-long broadswords, primarily forged from adamantium. This is the reason behind its ability to shatter Captain America's shield with just a few strikes, as adamantium is a metal even harder than vibranium. The tyrant's armor gleams in a golden hue, adorned with black patterns, and boasts formidable physical defenses alongside substantial magical resistance. Besides adamantium, it is infused with a measure of URU alloy, which bestows the armor with its magical resilience. In the films, even the rampaging Scarlet, which could not defeat Thanos immediately due to the protective properties of the tyrant's armor, allowing him to seize an opportunity for the Sanctum's secondary offensive. Once fully equipped, Thanos raised his head and brandished the tyrant's cleaver, pointing it toward the heavens. A new round of warfare was upon them. Were they prepared? The 5 black obsidian generals knelt on one knee, their voices rising in fervent unison. Our Lord is our guiding light. Wherever your gaze falls, that shall be our target for conquest. With unwavering resolve, we pledge to follow our Master's footsteps until the ends of the earth, heralding the unification of the universe. We are the most devoted servants of our Master. After an impassioned oath taken by the 5 generals of the Obsidian Order, the surrounding followers knelt on one knee, commencing their own vows. Among them were the bioengineered warriors of the Dark Cult, the Chitauri, and the Titans, among others. Chapter 10. Traversing the wormhole. At this moment, the vicinity surrounding the wormhole leading to the Milky Way was no longer shrouded in darkness. 10 colossal interstellar fortresses stood guard, ensuring the safety of the wormhole, obliterating any foes attempting to traverse it into fragments. Additionally, over 100 warships were stationed here, guaranteeing that not even a fly could enter or exit the wormhole. Today, a continuous stream of warships arrived, as Thanos commanded 237 planets, each dispatching approximately 40 to 50 vessels. The fleet comprised attack ships, frigates, supply ships, aircraft carriers, and more, totaling over 10,000 warships. This formidable armada was not to be underestimated, even by the most powerful forces in the universe. After several hours, Thanos' flagship, the Sanctuary II, arrived at this location. Observing the vast fleet, he nodded in slight satisfaction. The warships were piloted by the biosoldiers of the Dark Order, their loyalty ensured by deep blue control chips. With a population of trillions across the 200 worlds, even in the event of the Dark Order's demise, ordinary life forms could be conscripted into the conflict. This war potential marked the pinnacle of his power throughout history. After deep contemplation, he resolved to divide the fleet of 10,000 warships into 6 squads. Each of the Obsidian 5 would lead 1,500 vessels, while he would command over 2,500. Ultimately, General Corvus Glaive was designated to lead the charge into the wormhole. After more than an hour, news of safety emerged from the other side of the wormhole. Thanos then instructed his subordinates to enter in an orderly fashion. This wormhole was merely a low-level one, with a diameter of approximately 1,000 kilometers, allowing only 10 warships to traverse simultaneously. It took over 30 hours for all 10,000 warships to pass through. Eventually, Thanos piloted the Sanctuary II through the wormhole as well. On the other side, the Obsidian 5 had encircled the wormhole. Upon the appearance of the Sanctuary II, they gradually dispersed. Although 10,000 warships seemed substantial, they appeared minuscule in the vastness of the cosmos. Together, they occupied no more space than an ordinary planet, and as they spread out, they could only claim a fraction of the star's territory. Moments later, a 3-dimensional holographic image of the Obsidian 5 materialized on the screen before Thanos. The 5 knelt gracefully, and General Corvus Glaive respectfully addressed him. "My lord, our reconnaissance has revealed that this unknown star is a red dwarf, and no traces of life have been detected on the surrounding planets, indicating it is likely an abandoned star devoid of inhabitants. A star system without life forms is a common occurrence in the universe. It can be stated that 99% of star systems in the cosmos are unsuitable for life, whether due to the stars being too old, too young, or plagued by excessive internal radiation, among other factors. Only under exceptionally harsh conditions can a planet give birth to life." After General Deathblade concluded his report, the nearby supergiant spoke. "My lord, although no signs of life have been discovered around this star, we have found evidence of some asteroids being mined. Based on these traces, it appears that this activity occurred over a century ago, suggesting that this wormhole may have formed quite recently. The supergiant is one of the 2 women among the Black Obsidian 5. She stands approximately 1.7 meters tall with blue skin, perpetually shrouded in a silver cloak, making it difficult to discern her features. While she, like Ebony Maw, is a formidable force in terms of mental prowess, her primary focus lies in the realms of mental control, telepathy, psychic transmission, and memory extraction. Compared to Ebony Maw, each possesses distinct strengths. Following the supergiant's report, the dwarf star also began to relay information. After a while, Thanos, having listened to his subordinates' updates, merely nodded calmly and commanded, "You 5 shall proceed to scout the surrounding stars. If you encounter planets with life or enemies, do not engage immediately. Report back to me first." On the screen, the 3-dimensional images of the Black Obsidian 5 all nodded in agreement. "As you wish, my lord." Upon concluding the call, the Black Obsidian 5 promptly led their cosmic warships toward the nearest star. Meanwhile, Thanos continued to instruct his subordinates to transport various resources through the wormhole. He intended to establish 10 interstellar fortresses in this region, thereby securing an almost invulnerable position. There was no rush to conquer the galaxy. He merely needed to proceed steadily, gradually subduing the Milky Way. After all, time was on his side. Odin had grown old, and even without his intervention, the opposing force would eventually fall in a few years. The universe can be described as infinitely vast or exceedingly small. On the 3rd day after the Black Obsidian 5 set out to scout, Thanos received news from Ebony Maw. They had encountered a planet teeming with life. This planet is approximately 2/3 the size of Talos, radiating a beautiful sky blue hue. Furthermore, the planet boasts a remarkable level of greenery, with nearly 70% of its land area covered in vegetation. Through Ebony Maw's observations, it was noted that there were hundreds of Asgardian warriors on this planet, extracting resources from the indigenous inhabitants. Why refer to them as indigenous? Because no traces of advanced technology have been found on this planet. There are no spaceports in its orbit, no skyscrapers on its surface, and neither automobiles nor aircraft. Only 5 Asgardian cargo ships are stationed in the planet's outer space, with their engines not even powered on. Clearly, they harbor no sense of preparedness. However, it is understandable. Having not faced war for millennia, they could never have anticipated an invasion. Chapter 11. The Dark Forest, the Laws of Survival in the Universe. Never reveal your coordinates, for what awaits you is not benevolent visitors, but endless slaughter and bloodshed. Lingxi Star, an inconspicuous planet under Odin's dominion in the Milky Way, is home to a race known as the Lingxi people. This race, characterized by their human bodies and rhinoceros heads, stands approximately 2 meters tall, possessing formidable physical strength, yet regrettably lacking in intellectual capacity. After thousands of years of development, they remain entrenched in a society reminiscent of slavery, akin to the Bronze Age. Thus, in the eyes of the Lingxi people, the Asgardian deities who soar through the skies appear divine. Today marks the annual occasion for offering tributes to these deities. Each year, every city inhabited by the Lingxi must present the required offerings, which may include ores, certain foods, or other special items. As long as they fulfill the deity's demands, they can traverse the year peacefully. Failure to comply, however, results in the abduction of a number of individuals, who are never seen again. Even the Lingxi, with their limited intellect, comprehend the ominous nature of this fate. Though the Lingxi have contemplated rebellion, each uprising has only led to more brutal massacres. Over time, those with the spirit to resist have perished, leaving only the feeble behind. At this moment, in a city named Teeth Tower, a multitude of Lingxi people kneel upon the ground. Before them stand 6 resplendent Asgardians, armed with long spears and shields. The elderly Lingxi leader, the mayor of Teeth Tower, kneels at the forefront, his eyes filled with trepidation as he pleads, "Esteemed deities, I implore you for a few days' grace. Your demands have increased so dramatically, we are utterly unprepared. Moreover, the recent inclement weather has drastically reduced the yield of the Titamai fruit. If you grant us but a few days, we shall harvest the ripe fruits from another field and present them to you." The Titamai fruit, known for its sweet flavor, is the tribute required by the city. In their desperate attempt to meet the demands, they have razed vast tracts of farmland to cultivate titami trees, resulting in untold suffering and starvation among their kin. Rumors circulate within Teeth Tower that beneath each titami tree lie the remains of 10 lynxy corpses. Although they had initially prepared a sufficient quantity of the fruit, the deity's sudden demand for double the amount has left them in dire straits. Yet, the Asgardians exhibit palpable impatience in response to the lynxy's entreaties. The leader among them, his eyes flashing with cold disdain, grimly declares, "Today is the day of tribute. If you are unprepared, brace yourselves for the consequences." The former city lord knelt upon the ground, pleading earnestly, "O revered deity, we had prepared an adequate quantity, but your sudden demand for a doubling has left us unable to comply. I beseech you, grant us a few days' grace." A flicker of impatience crossed the eyes of the Asgardian warrior, and with a swift motion of his spear, he pierced the body of the old city lord, lifting it single-handedly as he growled, "I wish to hear no excuses. Prepare the Timmy fruit immediately, or face annihilation." With that, he cast the lifeless body to the earth. To the Asgardians, the extermination of these inferior races bore no consequence. Like rodents in the soil, once one batch was eradicated, another would inevitably emerge. What they sought were merely the rodents that could fulfill their demands. Such is the stark reality of the cosmos. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. At that moment, the lynxy people below, witnessing the murder of their revered city lord, were engulfed in a wave of indignation. In their hearts, he was a figure of immense respect and admiration, having sacrificed everything for the development of Chita City. It was through the old lord's tireless efforts that they had transitioned from a state of hunger, caused by the scarcity of Timmy fruit trees, to one where no one went without a meal. Indeed, every inhabitant of Chita City had been aided by his benevolence. Yet, fear of death gripped them tightly. Despite their fury, none dared to defy the wrathful deity. Meanwhile, the Asgardian warriors regarded the scene with disdain and contempt, their bloodlust simmering. It seemed these inferior races had not encountered the fury of the Asgardians in far too long, failing even to prepare the slightest tribute, complicating their return. The recent preparations for a grand ball by King Odin, who had expressly requested this fruit, heightened the stakes. The demand for a doubled offering was no mere whim. If he were to return empty-handed and delay the festivities, punishment would surely follow, and should he be penalized, the indigenous people would not escape unscathed. Contemplating this, thoughts of razing the city crossed his mind. Just then, a young lynxy, brandishing an iron machete, raised his voice in a fervent cry, "Avenge our city lord! Overthrow the cruel oppression of the gods!" The Asgardian warrior smirked coldly, raising his spear to unleash a blue energy blast. Though it appeared to be a mere cold weapon, it was, in fact, an advanced energy armament. In an instant, a loud thud echoed as a gaping hole appeared in the chest of the advancing lynxy. The expression of disbelief on his face faded, his eyes dimming. Moments later, with a resounding thump, his body collapsed. "Young city lord!" The surrounding lynxy cried out in anguish, revealing his identity as the son of the slain city lord. Soon, other voices joined in the chorus, "The gods will not allow us to live. We shall fight to the end. Avenge our city lord. Better to stand and die than to kneel and live." As the rebellious lynxy people emerged, the 6 Asgardian deities immediately displayed expressions of exhilaration, their tongues flickering in anticipation. In the next moment, an energy shield enveloped them all. Soon, a clash of high technology and primal savagery erupted, more aptly described as a massacre. The lynxy, armed with primitive weaponry, posed no threat to the Asgardian warriors sheltered behind their energy shield. Conversely, each discharge of energy from the Asgardians decimated numerous lynxy. However, the Asgardians were unaware that this brutal spectacle was being transmitted to Thanos aboard a cosmic warship hovering above. Seated in the Sanctum II, Thanos coldly observed the slaughter unfolding on the planet below. Numerous similar massacres transpired simultaneously across the globe, leading him to comprehend certain truths after a brief observation. It was no wonder that, in the Thor film series, Thor was perpetually quelling insurrections. It seemed that the opposition was either suppressing a revolt or en route to do so, 24 hours a day. With the Asgardian's character, one would be remiss to believe that a rebellion could ever be absent. Yet, The reality of the universe is far from the idyllic portrayal found in films. Even among those of the same race, instances of slaughter arise. How much more so between different races? Having witnessed the grim performance, Thanos promptly commanded his subordinates to initiate their own assault. Chapter 12. Warriors. Charge. In the city of Chita, the Asgardians were reveling in the thrill of battle. Although the Lingxi people possessed considerable strength, they were no match for the advanced weaponry wielded by the Asgardians, rendering the encounter a mere slaughter. By now, several hundred Lingxi lay lifeless upon the ground, while the remaining few began to frantically flee, fully aware, despite their lack of cunning, of the value of life. However, the Asgardians were not inclined to let such an opportunity for massacre slip away. Thus, the pursuit commenced. At that moment, a sudden flash illuminated the sky. When they looked up, the Asgardians were taken aback to discover a multitude of unidentified spacecraft appearing in outer space, seemingly projecting something towards them. In a fleeting moment, streaks of fiery red emerged across the heavens, resembling meteors. Among them, dozens of these meteors were hurtling toward them. What was happening? The leading Asgardian halted the chase, raising his wrist to activate his communicator, intending to inquire about the situation with the ships in space. However, after several attempts, the communicator only emitted a static noise, offering no response whatsoever. Meanwhile, the other Asgardians, alerted by the upheaval above, ceased their pursuit and returned to their captain's side. "Captain, our communicators are receiving no signals. What is going on?" One queried. "Captain, could it be that our spacecraft has been destroyed? What should we do? It seems the newcomers bear ill intent." As his subordinates bombarded him with questions, the captain, growing impatient, waved his hand and commanded, "Silence. Enter the highest state of alert." With his words, a hush fell over the group, and they began to silently recharge their equipment. Do not assume that, as divine beings, their gear possessed infinite energy. The long spears and shields they had used were energy-consuming devices. Once they were fully prepared, they turned their gazes skyward. By now, the meteors were drawing perilously close, and they could discern what they truly were. It was a rectangular black landing pod, a common sight in the cosmos, typically employed for ground assault operations. In emergencies, such pods could also serve as escape vessels, capable of deploying approximately 1,000 individuals. Gazing at the multitude of meteors above, beads of sweat formed on the foreheads of the Asgardians. Who were these people? Friends or foes? After a tense 15 minutes, the landing pods finally descended to the ground. They merely decelerated slightly before crashing down with their hardened exteriors. A thunderous sound echoed as the impact reverberated through the air. Fortunately, the walls of Chita were sturdy. Although shaken by the blast, they remained intact, as the landing pods had landed at a considerable distance. At this juncture, the captain spoke up. "Ali, deploy an unmanned reconnaissance drone to assess the situation." The Asgardian named Ali nodded and retrieved 3 fist-sized, spherical metallic devices from his waist. After he hurled the iron ball to the ground, he raised his arm and commenced his operation. Moments later, 3 iron spheres revealed their crimson eyes, and then the anti-gravity system activated, causing them to ascend. Under Ali's command, the 3 reconnaissance drones surged outward. Before him, the imagery from the drones materialized. As they approached the unfamiliar landing pods, the details of these pods became discernible. They were entirely black, with pointed tops, embedded deep into the earth. However, soon the stabilization system engaged, leveling the landing pods, and their sharp tips jutted skyward like swords. The ensuing scene plunged all of Asgard's divine beings into terror. The landing pods opened their hatches, unleashing a torrent of black waves. Upon magnifying the display, it became evident that these were not mere black waves, but rather a horde of monstrous entities. Standing over 2 meters tall, these creatures possessed robust 6 limbs, fierce visages, and sharp fangs. Anyone acquainted with the cosmic powers would recognize them as the formidable legion commanded by Thanos, the Dark Order. Now, this Dark Order was hurtling towards the city of Teeth Tower at a velocity exceeding 150 kilometers per hour. Upon witnessing this on the screen, the captain of the Asgardian warriors promptly exclaimed, "We must flee. We cannot afford to be surrounded." The others, roused from their stupor, quickly echoed, "Indeed, we must hurry. But our spacecraft is gone. How can we escape? No matter where we run, if we wish to survive, we must act swiftly, another urged. We have delayed our return to Asgard for too long. Those above will surely take notice. We need only wait for rescue. In no time, the 6 of them reached a consensus and began to dash towards the least threatening direction of the enemy. It must be noted that the Asgardians, a race capable of ruling the galaxy, displayed remarkable agility. These ordinary warriors moved with the speed of small superheroes, swiftly exiting the city. Unfortunately, the Dark Order was not sluggish either. Shortly after their exit, ominous black spots emerged in the distance. "Damn it! Monsters ahead!" cried the captain. "What should we do? I don't want to die." Despair began to permeate among the Asgardians, as the overwhelming number of foes rendered their chances of victory seemingly non-existent. Yet the captain, gritting his teeth, resolutely declared, "Warriors of Asgard, Odin above, charge." Inspired by his words, the other 5 instantly adopted a resolute demeanor. They resembled heroes, knowing full well the inevitable fate that awaited them, yet they charged forth for the glimmer of hope.
Moments later.
The 6 Asgardians plunged into the black tide like a golden sword. However, no matter how formidable their strength, they could only withstand the onslaught of the seemingly endless Dark Order for a brief period before being completely engulfed. Chapter 13. The eve of war in the vastness of outer space. Thanos observed through a 3-dimensional projection the scene of the Dark Legion overwhelming the Asgardian pantheon on that distant planet. However, rather than displaying any semblance of joy, his expression grew grave. These were merely ordinary Asgardians, yet astonishingly, their strength surpassed that of the Dark Legion warriors by 4 to 5 times. Each individual, facing their demise, managed to take down a dozen Dark Legion fighters. It appeared that this impending war would not be easily won. Upon discerning the general might of the Asgardians, he deactivated the projection and resumed his meditation with the Mind Stone in hand. After over a year of rigorous training, he had fully withstood the backlash of the Mind Stone, now capable of wielding its powers without any adverse effects. It must be noted that as a mutated Eternal Titan, the potential of his physique was exceedingly formidable. Aside from a relative deficiency in mental prowess, he possessed scarcely any other weaknesses. This was evident from the Avengers films. In Avengers: Infinity War, Thanos was momentarily incapacitated by a female mantis, and had Star-Lord not intervened, there may have been no Avengers Endgame. However, with the Mind Stone now at his disposal, his mental acuity was rapidly advancing, thus eliminating this shortcoming. Meanwhile, Ebony Maw, witnessing the formidable strength of the Asgardians, decided to personally descend and commence the slaughter. His power had notably increased compared to that depicted in the films. With a mere flick of his will, he caused the ground to split open, instantaneously engulfing several resisting Asgardian warriors. With his involvement, the remnants of resistance on this planet were swiftly eradicated. Regardless of whether they were Asgardians or natives, any hint of defiance was met with merciless extermination. Having concluded the carnage, Ebony Maw commenced arrangements for resource ships to arrive and gather materials, iron or copper, silver, and more. To ensure sustainable development within the galaxy, it was impractical to transport all resources from his home planet. Utilizing local resources would significantly reduce distance and consumption. Simultaneously, at the heart of the galaxy, lay a wondrous continent, not a planet, but a continent. This was a result of the Asgardian penchant for opulence and their desire to showcase their might. They had obliterated an entire planet, subsequently using magic and advanced technology to create a flat expanse of land, known as Asgardian continent, spanning approximately 200 million square kilometers. It boasted not only the grandest celestial palace but also 8 satellite cities. These satellite cities represented 8 major races outside the Asgardian kin and symbolized Odin's dominion over the 9 realms. At this moment, Odin indulged in leisure within the temple, surrounded by a bevy of exquisite maidens. Some offered him fruit, while others poured him wine. Before him, a troupe of dancers clad in alluring attire swayed gracefully. Should the mood strike him, Odin would seize the hand of a nearby maiden or a dancer, initiating various performances. Those surrounding him regarded this as a matter of course, and many of the maidens expressed a desire to join in. After all, receiving Odin's favor is a source of immense pride for them. Should one happen to conceive, it would be a meteoric rise to power. Alas, it is unfortunate that not everyone is capable of bearing Odin's offspring. Moreover, even if one were to conceive, survival would be a prerequisite for such ascension. After all, Odin's legitimate queen, Frigg, is no ordinary individual. She is a formidable sorceress. At this moment, Odin himself stands at the pinnacle of his life. Yet, he possesses reasons to be proud. Although the Asgardian pantheon is the preeminent force in the galaxy, it has not fully dominated it. When he inherited power from his father, Asgard's influence was already in decline. Humanity, dwarves, dark elves, and frost giants all posed significant challenges. Through cunning and deceit, he ensnared the dwarves, binding them to forge weapons for eternity. He then sealed away the ancestors of humanity, banished the dark elves, and conquered the frost giants. Thus, he unified the 9 realms and established himself as the sovereign of the galaxy. While the galaxy boasts over 200 billion stars, only a little over 100 million are suitable for the proliferation of life, and even fewer can give rise to intelligent beings. Odin has never meticulously counted these numbers. However, planets devoid of intelligent life and those lacking in strength are hardly worthy of consideration. Every few years, they merely serve as resource collection points, incapable of resistance. Should a planet show signs of potential development, he would crush it without hesitation. This is also why rebellions are frequent. Before Odin's reign, only 9 factions in the galaxy were thriving, venturing into the cosmos. This is why the notion of ruling the 9 realms emerged. Unifying these factions equates to unifying the galaxy. Yet, even at the zenith of his existence, Odin is not without his troubles. Loki, whom he had considered a mere pawn, has somehow uncovered his true heritage and seems to harbor thoughts of treachery. Thus, he resorts to using Thor to cast Loki into a cosmic wormhole, eliminating any future threat. However, this has sparked rebellious thoughts among the frost giants, who had long enjoyed stability. Recently, that Laufey seems to be making significant moves. Just as Odin contemplates whether to utilize the Bifrost to annihilate the frost giants, an Asgardian warrior rushes in, urgency etched on his face. "My liege, we have received intelligence from the resource collection team." Upon hearing this, Odin swiftly returns to the present. Yet, he maintains a languid demeanor, gazing at his subordinate while leisurely munching on fruit offered by a nearby beauty, and inquires, "What is the matter?" Having ruled the galaxy for over a millennium, a prolonged life of ease has dulled his vigilance. Thus, upon hearing of a situation, his first thought is that some native has risen in rebellion. However, with Thor by his side, he feels no urgency. Speaking of his son brings a wave of resignation. Although Thor possesses commendable strength, he regrettably lacks the sharp intellect that Odin has inherited. The soldier reporting the situation, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that the deity before him was lost in a reverie beyond the realms of reality. With a sense of urgency, he exclaimed, "Team 37 has ventured to the Lynxy planet to gather resources, but we have suddenly lost contact." Upon hearing this intelligence, Odin, with a dismissive expression, replied, "It is likely that yet another superpower has emerged among these natives. Send Thor to investigate." To him, as long as the news did not originate from Heimdall, it was merely a trifling matter, unworthy of interrupting his revelry. The soldier, seeing this indifference, nodded in resignation, preparing to take his leave. Just then, a towering figure, a 2-meter-tall man with feline-like eyes, strode into the room. He was Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge and Odin's most vital watchman over the galaxy. Chapter 14. Preparing for the final battle. Upon observing Heimdall's approach, Odin promptly dismissed the women surrounding him and straightened his posture. He was acutely aware that Heimdall would not disturb his revelry unless the matter at hand was of great significance. As Heimdall knelt before Odin, he reverently proclaimed, "All-Father, I have made a momentous discovery." He cast a cautious glance at the lingering onlookers, for the gravity of his revelation compelled him to safeguard the information from eavesdroppers until he discerned Odin's intentions. The surrounding dancers and beauties continued their gradual retreat, some casting flirtatious glances at Heimdall, all of which he disregarded. In his heart, only loyalty to Odin resided, eclipsing all other thoughts. It was precisely this unwavering fidelity that had rendered him a target of Loki's envy, prompting the latter's desire for his elimination. Odin, merely nodding in acknowledgement, gestured for the remaining women to expedite their departure. Once solitude was restored, he inquired with solemnity, "What is the matter?" Heimdall's golden eyes flickered momentarily before he spoke gravely. "I have observed unfamiliar cosmic warships emerging at the periphery of the galaxy, numbering at least around 10,000. Odin's brow furrowed at the mention of these alien vessels. 10,000 unknown warships? Have we not sealed all wormholes? How could they have entered? Heimdall shook his head. "I do not know. It is possible that new wormholes have manifested, or that they possess advanced interstellar technology or magic. I urge you, All-Father, to make a swift decision. My instincts foretell that these newcomers harbor ill intentions." Despite his formidable divine power and the reputed ability of his golden eyes to survey the 9 realms, he could not extend his vigilance to encompass the entirety of the galaxy, which spans approximately 100,000 light-years in diameter. Had he possessed such strength, Odin would not have held the title of All-Father. Thus, Heimdall was unaware of when these unfamiliar warships had appeared or the means by which they had traversed into the galaxy. Hearing this, Odin descended into deep contemplation, pondering the potential ramifications of these newly emerged vessels. Since his ascension to dominion over the galaxy, he had instituted a policy of isolationism to solidify his reign, resulting in the destruction of all wormholes. Indeed, wormhole access could be artificially severed, albeit at a considerable energy cost. Now, following over a millennium of rule, the galaxy had transitioned from its previous state of chaos. The Asgardian pantheon now stood preeminent, with no other factions capable of challenging their supremacy. Should he ascertain the method of the invaders' arrival, whether through wormholes or advanced technology, might Asgard not seize the opportunity to expand its territory? Yet, contemplating his son's foolish and brash nature, he could only shake his head in resignation, relinquishing such ambitions. At his advanced age, he realized that if his successor lacked wisdom, the vast empire he had built would be unsustainable. Although he had intended for the Valkyries to assist Thor, his son proved not only dim-witted but also obstinate, disregarding his father's plans entirely. The immediate priority now is to ensure a smooth transition of power to Thor. A moment later, Odin raised his gaze and saw Heimdall still respectfully kneeling before him, which brought a sense of relief to his heart. With the emergence of an enemy, there was no time to waste. He would summon all warriors to expel the intruders and defend the 9 realms. With that, he rose with gravity, the eternal spear materializing in his hand while his battle attire gradually manifested. In that instant, Odin appeared majestic, reminiscent of his youthful splendor. Of course, it would have been even better if he had donned trousers. Nearby the galactic wormhole, over 2,000 starships lay quietly anchored. Distant stars continuously radiated their brilliance, striving to illuminate this expanse of space. Thanos sat upon the throne of Sanctuary 2, caressing the Mind Stone. Beneath the throne, a towering, red-skinned alien with twin horns knelt respectfully. The fervor and adoration in the alien's gaze towards Thanos were palpable. In truth, if Thanos commanded him to take his own life, he would do so without hesitation. The Mind Stone had transformed him into Thanos' most devoted follower, even more so than the Dark Order. This was a far cry from Loki's manipulation of Hawkeye with the stone in the first Avengers film. The fact that the power of the Mind Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, could be rendered ineffective with just a couple of blows was utterly absurd. At that moment, a projection suddenly appeared in midair. The figure was tall and imposing, even surpassing Thanos in height, with a physique brimming with explosive muscle, exuding an aura more formidable than Thanos himself. Clad in dark gray skin and ebony armor, he radiated an impressive presence. Yet, he knelt respectfully on one knee before Thanos. He was one of the Black Order, Black Dwarf. "My lord, our reconnaissance ship has detected a multitude of unfamiliar starships appearing." Upon hearing this news, Thanos' eyes sparkled with interest. It seems that old Odin can no longer endure. A slight smile crept across his lips. In the galaxy, the only place that could muster such a fleet of starships was Asgard. Although the films did not depict the conflict between Thanos and Odin, he could easily deduce the outcome. Surely, Odin had been soundly repelled, prompting him to enlist Loki to invade Blue Star and acquire other cosmic gems. Even if the mission ultimately failed and the Mind Stone was lost, Thanos dared not show any displeasure. Following Odin's demise, Thanos would swiftly invade the galaxy, overpower Thor, and assault Blue Star. However, he was not the same Thanos from the films. He was a transcendent being equipped with a system. Thus, he harbored no fear of Odin's appearance but rather dreaded the possibility of Odin concealing himself. After all, the galaxy was vast, and searching for Asgard star by star could take an eternity. Nevertheless, since Odin had chosen to reveal himself, it was indeed a fortuitous development. Upon contemplating this, a glimmer of excitement flickered across his countenance. Yet he cautiously inquired, "How many starships have our adversaries dispatched?" Upon hearing this, the dark dwarf immediately turned to his subordinate and, after a brief pause, replied, "My lord, there are approximately 25,000 vessels, yet they consist solely of small to medium-sized starships. No Titan-class vessels have been detected." His intellect was not particularly sharp, relying solely on his brute physical prowess to ascend to the position among the Obsidian Five, where he ranked lowest in strength. Thus, when questioned, he required the prompt from his subordinate to ascertain the precise figures. Upon receiving this information, Thanos stroked his chin adorned with purple stripes and fell into deep contemplation. 25,000 ships. Indeed, Odin possesses resources unparalleled in the entire galaxy. However, the absence of Titan-class starships raises the question. Could it be that their technology has lagged due to prolonged disconnection from the cosmic community? After a moment of reflection, he lifted his gaze and solemnly declared, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. A great battle is imminent." Chapter 15. Spatial blockade. Upon hearing Thanos declare that a great war was about to commence, Black Dwarf felt a surge of excitement within. Among the Black Order, he could be regarded as the most combative of them all. With an unprecedented war on the horizon, it was only natural for his heart to race with anticipation. "My lord, I request to be the vanguard in this battle," he implored. However, Thanos paid no heed to Black Dwarf's plea, and instead instructed his subordinates to connect with all members of the Black Order. Observing the grave expression on his lord's face, Black Dwarf opened his mouth to voice his request once more, but ultimately suppressed the urge. After all, this was not the time for his capriciousness. Shortly thereafter, as 5 of his most capable generals appeared sequentially on the screen, Thanos set down the Mind Stone and rose to his feet. "The great battle is imminent, and now I shall issue new operational commands." Despite possessing a Titan-class warship, which afforded him a significant advantage in firepower, he was aware that the enemy's numbers outweighed theirs by 2.5 times. Warfare in the cosmos diverged greatly from terrestrial ground conflict. In ground warfare, spatial constraints limit the efficacy of overwhelming numbers once a certain scale is reached. It is not necessarily true that more is always better. However, cosmic battles are a true manifestation of three-dimensional combat, where adversaries may emerge from above, below, and every conceivable direction. The vastness of space allows for thousands of warships to maneuver freely, rendering the Titan-class vessels formidable yet not decisive in the grand scheme. At his level of power, it was not inconceivable to tear apart a Titan-class warship with a single hand. He trusted that Odin was equally capable. Following his commands, the Black Order began to mobilize towards their designated targets, while he remained stationary, leading 2,500 warships. On the opposite side of the galaxy, Odin stood clad in battle armor, wielding the Eternal Spear, as he coldly gazed at the images displayed on the screen within the control room of a flagship. The screen showcased Thanos' Titan-class warship, the Sanctum II. For those encountering the Sanctum II for the first time, the sight was nothing short of breathtaking. Odin was no exception. He had not anticipated that, after a millennium of sealing off the galaxy, the technological advancements in the cosmos would have escalated to such heights, enabling the construction of such a colossal warship. He pondered the mechanics behind its power systems, gravitational forces, and interstellar travel capabilities. At that moment, Thor, standing behind Odin, exhibited a fervent expression, his blood boiling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Father, is this our enemy? They appear formidable." Despite having matured considerably after the journey to Blue Planet, his combative instincts remained unaltered. He contemplated the time it would take to shatter such a massive warship with Mjolnir. Odin, however, remained silent, deep in thought. The destruction of such an immense vessel would be a tremendous loss. He resolved to devise a plan to seize it instead. As Sif stood beside Thor, she noticed that King Odin remained silent, prompting her to speak up. "Prince Thor, I believe it would be quite delightful to seize it for our amusement." Upon uttering this, she gazed at him with longing. Although she was aware that Thor held no romantic interest in her, she was not about to give up easily. After all, he was destined to be the future king of the galaxy. Even if she could not be his queen, being a consort would not be a loss. Thor's eyes sparkled with excitement at her words. "Yes, it must not be destroyed. I shall claim it for myself." The three valiant warriors from Asgard, overhearing this, eagerly chimed in. Indeed, only such a cosmic battleship is worthy of Prince Thor's stature. "I shall lead the charge. You all must refrain from competing." To which another replied, "As you say, the one who reaches the control room first shall reap the glory." In that moment, the Asgardian warriors seemed to believe they had already laid claim to the sacred vessel number 2, and began calculating their accolades. Odin observed this scene with a faint smile, remaining silent. He sensed that this conflict might not be as straightforward as they anticipated. Allowing these three to lead the charge might prove advantageous. Moments later, the spaceship jolted, causing everyone to stumble momentarily before regaining their footing. At that moment, a striking female Asgardian approached Odin, respectfully stating, "My king, we have exited the spatial trajectory. We are 10 light-years from our destination. With one more space jump, we shall arrive." The spatial trajectory was a device installed by every faction within their dominion in the universe. Space jumping consumed immense energy to breach the fabric of space and enter the subspace. However, if 2 fixed devices were established to rupture space, it would significantly reduce energy expenditure and spare the ship's resources. They had traversed the spatial trajectory to the vicinity of the enemy before planning to employ a space jump. Odin nodded in acknowledgement, instructing, "Captain Lucy, commence the space jump." Captain Lucy stepped back, preparing for the jump. It is said that every craft has its master. Although Odin held the esteemed title of king, commanding a cosmic battleship and its tactics was not his forte. Thus he entrusted it to his subordinates. Lucy, among the Asgardian race, was one of the few who attained her captaincy through merit and prowess, earning Odin's trust. However, after a while, Lucy returned with a troubled expression. "My king, it appears that our space is sealed. We cannot execute the jump." Odin furrowed his brow, perplexed as he inquired, "Did we not have 10 light-years to our destination? How could the space be sealed?" Lucy shook her head, uncertain. It is possible that they possess unknown means of remotely sealing space. Upon hearing this, Odin narrowed his remaining eye, deep in thought. It seemed that the galaxy had been sealed for far too long and had become somewhat out of sync with the universe. After the conclusion of this war, it would be prudent to consider re-establishing that connection with the cosmos. At that moment, Thor impatiently remarked, "Since the spatial barriers are in place, we should simply augment our energy to breach the confines of space. The essence of spatial jumping lies in breaking through spatial boundaries, while the act of sealing space intensifies these barriers. Thus, Thor's suggestion holds merit. Indeed, by amplifying our energy, we could potentially shatter the spatial blockade." However, Lucy regarded Thor with a flicker of disdain in her eyes, cleverly concealing her contempt from detection. "Prince Thor, should we excessively expend our energy at this juncture, we may find ourselves unable to restore it upon reaching our destination, leaving us vulnerable to a sudden onslaught from our adversaries." In truth, her words were a rather diplomatic expression of concern. Should we be ambushed by the enemy without the energy to activate our protective shield, it would be tantamount to offering ourselves as easy prey. Chapter 16. The technological disparity within the confines of the Sanctuary 2. Thanos gazed at the cosmic fleet situated 10 light-years away, a cold smile gracing his lips. Although the Marvel Universe possesses individuals with limitless potential, capable of obliterating entire realms, the might of technology should not be underestimated. Take, for instance, Kong the Conqueror, merely a scientist devoid of superhuman abilities, yet he wields technology to manipulate time, thereby ruling over the multiverse. However, his lack of superpowers ultimately proved to be his greatest vulnerability, leading to his demise at the hands of another. This circumstance underscores the significance of technological prowess within the Marvel realm. Thus, While diligently honing his own abilities, Thanos persisted in advancing technological innovations. Under his reign, scientists emerged as the sole privileged class, exempt from the constraints of population control and compulsory servitude, reaping substantial rewards in return. These included superintelligent AI Deep Blue, artificial gravity chambers, the Sanctuary 2, interstellar fortresses, and quantum entanglement projections, not to mention the current remote spatial cloaking devices. Faced with his spatial blockade, one wonders how Odin would respond. Should Odin attempt to breach the fabric of space forcefully, it would surely amuse Thanos. After all, spatial jumps leave behind rifts. Should the adversary dare to traverse space, he could calculate their landing coordinates and execute a well-timed ambush, potentially annihilating the Asgardian fleet. If the enemy opted to cautiously navigate out of the spatial blockade before attempting a jump, that would be nearly impossible. After all, he commanded the remote spatial blockade. If the enemy could maneuver, why could he not? Unless they leaped to an entirely different location, thus evading his remote containment. However, even if they managed to escape the blockade, it would ultimately be futile. He had ample contingency plans in place. Meanwhile, aboard the Asgardian fleet, a solemn silence enveloped the crew as they absorbed Lucy's analysis. They had never anticipated that what was once a straightforward battle of brute force would evolve into such a convoluted predicament. Without even encountering the enemy, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Thor, increasingly agitated, began pacing. Noticing the pervasive silence, he impatiently declared, "Let us simply utilize the Bifrost to strike them down." Even in the absence of a cosmic vessel, the valor of Asgardian warriors is enough to dismantle these lurking foes. The Bifrost would allow them to bypass the spatial blockade and reach their destination directly. However, cosmic ships were beyond their reach. Disregarding his son's words, Odin turned to Lucy and inquired, "How long until we can exit the spatial blockade?" In the realm of cosmic warfare, engaging in close combat without a spacecraft would be the most ill-advised strategy. Even piloting a vessel devoid of energy would be preferable to relying solely on the Bifrost. After a moment of contemplation, Lucy replied, "Regardless of their technological capabilities, the area of the spatial blockade cannot be excessively vast. With a maximum of 1 hour of lightspeed travel, we should be able to escape." Odin nodded and said, "Very well, we shall attempt the spatial jump after an hour." Lucy acknowledged his words and began to organize the fleet. In truth, the speed of light is considered rather slow in the vastness of the universe. However, without employing spatial jump technology, the velocity of a cosmic battleship can only approach the speed of light indefinitely, never truly surpassing this limit. An hour later, Lucy returned to the command room with a grave expression. "Odin, we are still within the area of spatial blockade." Upon hearing this, Odin furrowed his brow once more, expressing displeasure as he inquired, "Did you not say that we would be able to leave within an hour? What is the meaning of this?" Lucy shook her head and replied, "I am uncertain. Logically, it should be impossible for the adversary to possess sufficient energy to maintain such an extensive blockade, unless what?" Odin pressed, his impatience palpable. After a moment's hesitation, Lucy, feeling the weight of Odin's gaze, finally spoke, "Unless the enemy is capable of shifting the blockade and can continually monitor our movements." At that moment, Thor incredulously exclaimed, "How can this be? We are 10 light years from the target. Unless they possess a power akin to Heimdall's all-seeing eye, it would take them a decade merely to spot us." As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped the control room once more. After a brief pause, Lucy ventured, "It is possible that there exists a technological disparity between us and them. They may have acquired knowledge of advanced technologies of which we are unaware." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted, and they all averted their gazes, unwilling to speak further. For this implication suggested that Odin's isolationist policies might have been flawed. Odin, too, grasped the gravity of her words, and his countenance darkened. Yet, this was not the time to confront Lucy, so he restrained his frustration. After a while, Sif, sensing the tension in the air, spoke up, "Captain Lucy, what if we were to execute a spatial jump to another location, replenish our energy, and then attempt another jump?" Clearly, someone held in high regard by Odin and considered as a potential daughter-in-law was no fool. She possessed a quick wit. Thus, she swiftly devised a possible, albeit unconventional, solution. Lucy nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, it is worth a try." After contemplating the suggestion, Odin responded, "Very well, let us proceed with Sif's plan." With a resolution made, Lucy promptly directed the fleet to initiate a spatial jump to a location 1 light-year away. This jump, however, consumed 5 times the usual duration before a spatial rift was finally opened. A few minutes later, Asgard's 25,000 cosmic battleships materialized 9 light-years distant from Thanos. Yet, the dim shields of the battleships indicated that they had expended a significant portion of their energy. For hours later, Odin's flagship was the first to fully recharge its energy reserves. It was not until 7 hours had passed that the medium and small vessels gradually regained their power. Just as Lucy prepared for another spatial jump, she discovered a new complication. Odin, the target area is subject to spatial blockade. Upon hearing these words, Odin's countenance darkened once more. Cursed cowardly invaders. He could not fathom the purpose behind their numerous spatial barriers. Was it not preferable to engage in a straightforward battle rather than resorting to such fanciful tactics? At this juncture, Thor interjected, asserting, "Indeed, these invaders are so timid. Their strength must be lacking. I propose we simply make a spatial leap and confront them directly. If necessary, we can have our fleet summoned to retrieve us after vanquishing the enemy." The 3 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace readily echoed Thor's sentiment. The prince's assertion rang true. Such timid foes could hardly match the prowess of a mere goblin. Yes, let us decisively eliminate them. We are warriors of Asgard, invincible in battle. Odin, however, chose to disregard his son and his 3 companions, instead turning to Sif and Lucy, inquiring, "Do you possess any valuable insights?" He preferred conversing with those of intellect over these 4 simpletons. Were Thor not his own flesh and blood, he might have entertained the thought of silencing him with a swift blow. Yet, to his dismay, Sif and Lucy merely shook their heads, indicating their uncertainty. Chapter 17. The commencement of battle. After a fruitless discussion among the crowd, they ultimately deemed Thor's unreliable proposal the most pragmatic, albeit the most ruthless. Should they truly relinquish the cosmic warships, Odin, Thor, and the 3 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace might rely on their formidable strength to ensure their own survival. Yet the fate of their soldiers remains uncertain, with countless lives potentially sacrificed. This is precisely why Odin and Lucy have consistently opposed the forceful breach of the spatial blockade to leap directly before their adversaries. The loss of too many warriors would undoubtedly cast a shadow over their future dominion. An hour elapsed, and Thor, visibly displeased, exclaimed, "This won't do, nor will that. How on earth are we to wage this war?" Odin, equally discontent, lifted his gaze and replied in a somber tone, "Silence, for this war is far from being as simple as suppressing the indigenous people." He comprehended that his son, having enjoyed uninterrupted victories for centuries, held a dismissive view towards others. Thor had long been accustomed to subjugating those devoid of technology and strength, which had fostered a mindset that brute force could resolve all matters. This war, however, was an awakening for Thor to the harsh realities of cosmic conflict. Upon hearing the dissatisfaction in his father's voice, Thor fell silent, for in all of Asgard, he feared only 2 beings, his mother and Odin. The atmosphere soon descended into a heavy stillness once more. After a brief pause, Odin initiated contact with Heimdall, who remained in Asgard. Have the enemy's warships moved? Despite possessing a quantum entanglement communication system that defied distance, they lacked a quantum entanglement projection system. Thus, they relied solely on Heimdall's abilities to observe the adversary. Heimdall, guarding the Rainbow Bridge, opened his eyes and stood at the sound of Odin's voice, lifting his gaze towards a distant expanse of the cosmos. After a moment, his pupils seemed to vanish. An eternity passed before he responded. "Esteemed All-Father, I have discerned over 2,000 cosmic warships. The whereabouts of the others remain unknown. However, I believe I have glimpsed some peculiar objects." He paused momentarily, having observed an immense entity that resembled a meteorite yet appeared akin to a warship, leaving him at a loss for words. Odin, intrigued, inquired, "What peculiar objects are you referring to?" After a brief hesitation, Heimdall replied, "These objects are indeed strange. They resemble meteorites, yet boast certain military installations that I have never encountered before." Odin's brow furrowed at this revelation. Military installations upon meteorites? What trickery are these foes employing? Do they not fear the gravitational pull of stars drawing the meteorites away? He had previously contemplated establishing military facilities on meteorites to create an interstellar platform. Yet, meteorites are exceedingly unstable. Even the slightest forceful impact could shatter them, and energy supply posed a significant challenge, leading him to abandon the idea. However, it seems that this adversary has advanced technology, perhaps having surmounted those technical obstacles. Upon contemplating this, Odin's expression darkened significantly. He seemed to comprehend the enemy's intention behind the spatial blockade and their reluctance to engage in direct confrontation. It was likely a strategy to establish these interstellar warfare platforms. After terminating the communication, Odin turned to Lucy and resolutely commanded, "In my capacity as the All-Father, I command you to initiate a forced spatial jump immediately." He was not a man of indecision. Once he made a resolution, he acted without hesitation. Lucy instinctively wished to protest, yet upon witnessing the grave demeanor of Odin, she ultimately knelt on one knee and replied, "As you command." Thor, upon hearing his father's words, excitedly raised Mjolnir. However, noticing his father's somber expression, he refrained from uttering any of the typical exuberant phrases. In proximity to a black hole, Thanos sat upon his throne, wielding the Mind Stone as he engaged in meditation. At that moment, a deep blue projection materialized in the air. "Master, spatial fluctuations have been detected near the nearby star, suggesting a possible opening of spatial rifts." Upon hearing this, Thanos opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Odin, have you finally succumbed?" He then rose and gazed at the three-dimensional projection. From the projection, it was evident that near his location, a powerful spatial rift had emerged. It resembled a black gash in the cosmos, consuming all light, revealing only an abyss of darkness with nothing discernible within. However, due to the spatial blockade, this rift remained quite small, incapable of allowing any cosmic warships to pass through. Observing this, he furrowed his brow. This does not seem right. Even if Odin were to engage directly, he could not possibly jump right in front of me. That would not be valor, but rather a death wish. As he pondered whether this was a trap, several more spatial rift fluctuations suddenly appeared within the projection. Initially perplexed, he quickly grasped the adversary's scheme. How intriguing! By simultaneously opening multiple spatial rifts, you seek to obscure your true intentions from me. This game of illusion and reality is quite clever. However, you underestimate the power of technology. He commanded an increase in the energy of the spatial blockade and ordered the deployment of spatial bombs within each rift, alongside the placement of cosmic mines outside the rifts. Spatial bombs are a type of mine that can be directly deployed into spatial rifts. Upon contact with anything, they detonate. However, the explosion of a spatial bomb does not result in a physical detonation, but rather a collapse of space. It is akin to the spatial grenades utilized by dark elves in Thor, the Dark World, albeit with greater potency. Cosmic mines are merely a cosmic version of landmines, triggered in the same manner, exploding upon contact, yet their destructive power surpasses that of chemical explosions. "Yes, Master." Soon, the deep blue entity commenced executing the orders. As commands emanated from Temple Number 2, several surrounding cosmic warships began to mobilize. Simultaneously, the 5 generals of Obsidian, situated in nearby star systems, also began to take action. After all, the rifts in space opened by Odin extend far beyond the confines of a singular star, intertwining with other celestial bodies. However, the primary vessels engaged in this operation are auxiliary ships, while the assault and defense fleets remain inactive. Despite being classified as auxiliary, these vessels boast a diameter of 200 meters, resembling spheres adorned with several antenna-like appendages. In the vacuum of space, considerations of gravity, wind resistance, and similar factors are rendered irrelevant, allowing for limitless design possibilities. Nevertheless, the spherical shape is favored due to its simplicity in manufacturing and its efficacy in safeguarding core equipment. Thus, auxiliary vessels, which do not require direct combat capabilities, predominantly adopt a spherical form. As these circular ships approach the spatial rift, they first deploy a series of black spheres, each with a diameter of 2.5 meters, followed by the release of black rings measuring 1 meter in diameter. Chapter 18. Spatial Slipstream. Due to the intensified energy of the spatial blockade, Odin's fleet took over an hour to breach the spatial rift. In the blink of an eye, Hundreds of drones vanished into the cosmos, evidently entering a spatial jump to scout ahead. Moments later, aboard the flagship, Odin observed through a projection that, as the drones initiated their jumps, the luminous dots rapidly disappeared. Even those few fortunate enough to reach their destination could not relay images back in time before they too vanished, darkening Odin's expression further. It was clear that the enemy possessed the capability to obliterate warships during their spatial jumps, and their defensive measures were remarkably effective, leaving no drone unscathed. The technology of spatial jumping is the most pivotal step for intelligent life venturing into the cosmos. Yet it is not as simple as merely opening a rift and rushing through. Each warship has an independent spatial channel. Once activated, it is inexorably drawn into the rift. This means that once the rift is opened, spatial jumping must commence and cannot be interrupted. Furthermore, spatial rifts are unidirectional, lacking any return passage. There is no other end through which the warships can enter. The enemy's ability to destroy drones in the midst of their jumps indicates that they possess a new technology unknown to Odin. Lucy, what shall we do now? The best strategy Lucy could devise was to separate and initiate spatial jumps to divert the enemy's attention. However, it was evident that the adversary had countermeasures in place. Shaking her head, Lucy lamented, "It seems there is no alternative. We must confront them directly." Thor, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, "It was about time for a fight. Lingering is a waste of time." Odin, resigned, nodded and said with determination, "Then let us commence." Near the wormhole, a colossal asteroid was being towed by several transport warships, intended for the construction of interstellar fortresses. From the outset, Thanos had prepared for a protracted conflict. Should Odin choose to approach slowly, 10 interstellar fortresses would leave his opponent in a dire predicament. After a while, several large transport vessels emerged from the wormhole, accompanied by elongated, worm-like machines that appeared from the sides of the transport ships, proceeding to other warships. These were supply machines, replenishing the vessels with energy and various resources. Everything operated in a meticulously organized manner. Within Temple 2, Thanos remained seated upon his throne, lightly grasping the Mind Stone. At that moment, a virtual projection of Little Blue materialized in mid-air. "Master, we have detected a significant number of spatial rifts opening, approximately 30 billion kilometers away." Upon hearing this, Thanos immediately opened his eyes. They can no longer contain themselves, and it is at the edge of a star. The star he currently occupied had a diameter of roughly 10 billion kilometers. The distance of 30 billion kilometers lay just outside the star's periphery, neither too far nor too close. If one were to travel at sublight speed, it would take over 2 days to reach the destination. Fortunately, the opposing spacecraft would have ample time to replenish its energy. It seems that Odin possesses the means to ascertain one's location. Soon, a name emerged in his mind. Heimdall, a man capable of surveilling the 9 realms. It is likely he is the one responsible. Otherwise, even with his advanced technology, he could not monitor events occurring tens of thousands of light-years away, let alone a few insignificant ships. All fleets are en route to the target location, and the 5 Dark Generals stand ready to provide assistance, while all interstellar fortifications pause their construction. The initial intention behind establishing the interstellar fortifications was the assumption that Odin would not discover his presence so swiftly. To his astonishment, he was detected merely days after arriving in the galaxy. With a decisive battle imminent, the significance of constructing the fortifications diminishes. Should he emerge victorious, he could directly assault the enemy's stronghold. Conversely, if defeated, the unfinished fortifications would serve no purpose. The reason for not allowing the 5 Dark Generals to approach is, naturally, due to the spatial blockade that prevents their transit. Had he known the technological inadequacies of Asgard, which could not even breach a spatial blockade, he would not have gone to such lengths to dispatch his subordinates for ambushes. Activating the Dark Photon Beam Tractor and initiating the superluminal engine, he opened the spatial slipstream area, preparing to enter superluminal travel. With a series of commands issued, 2,500 spacecraft, under the command of the Second Temple, began their journey at 100 times the speed of light towards their destination. If a wormhole facilitates passage between galaxies, and spatial jumps allow travel between stars, then the spatial slipstream serves as a conduit between planets. The diameter of a star can vary from several billion to even trillions of kilometers. Covering such vast distances at light speed would take several years. Moreover, space within a star is unsuitable for spatial jumps due to the immense energy expenditure, thus making the more efficient spatial slipstream the preferred option. The spatial slipstream slightly compresses space using potent energy, creating a region where distances are shortened, akin to reducing a mile to an inch. Consequently, the spacecraft continues at sublight speed while achieving superluminal effects. This sophisticated technology is likely beyond Odin's grasp. After more than half an hour, Thanos' fleet arrived at their destination. Here, he beheld an expanse of darkness, devoid of any starlight. This was due to the opening of a spatial rift, which obscured even the light of stars. The highly intelligent AI, Blue, initiated various tasks without Thanos needing to issue commands. Upon arrival, the fleet ceased its spatial slipstream and exited superluminal travel. The shields of the spacecraft powered to full capacity. Engines roared to life and the primary and secondary laser cannons began charging. They commenced deploying cosmic mines and spatial bombs, while the interstellar behemoths prepared for launch. The Dark Order readied for action, and fighters prepared for operation. With commands being executed, the colossal fleet sprang into motion. The escort vessels illuminated their shields, while the assault ships began charging their main and secondary cannons. Auxiliary crafts commenced the deployment of cosmic mines and spatial explosives, and the motherships summoned interstellar behemoths and the Dark Cult, as fighter jets ignited their engines. The interstellar behemoths resembled the majestic flying creatures akin to whales seen in films. Unlike their role as mere transporters on planetary surfaces, these formidable entities became powerful firepower units in the vastness of space, exhibiting agility far beyond the clumsiness depicted in cinema. As the battle preparations unfolded in their entirety, Thanos ceased his training, choosing instead to await the arrival of his adversaries in silence. He hoped that this time, he would find the opportunity to unleash his full might. Chapter 19. The onset of war and hours' passage felt interminably slow. Amidst the protracted wait, a rift in space finally materialized. Odin's cosmic fleet vanished instantaneously into the vastness of the universe. However, during the spatial leap, several vessels were torn asunder upon contact with space mines. Despite their formidable nature, these mines possessed limited power, inflicting damage primarily on smaller warships. Medium and large vessels sustained mere superficial breaches unless besieged by multiple mines. After a span of several minutes, Odin's fleet reached its destination. A cacophony erupted as numerous warships, unable to activate their shields due to energy depletion, collided with cosmic mines and were obliterated into fragments. Of course, the vacuum of space silenced the chaos. Yet the sight of ships erupting into flames conjured the sound of explosions in the minds of all observers, for the spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Hundreds of warships transformed into resplendent fireworks, their brilliance momentarily eclipsing distant stars. On board the flagship, Odin maintained a stoic facade, yet his heart bled for the loss. Each small vessel harbored no fewer than 100 souls. Before he could articulate his grief, more explosions illuminated the distance. Thanos' cosmic assault ships had commenced their attack. In the blink of an eye, additional vessels erupted into flames, including several medium-sized warships. Tack, tack. Odin could no longer restrain himself. He bellowed, issuing the command to engage. At last, we can unleash our fury. Thor, eagerly awaiting this moment, laughed heartily and brandished his hammer, soaring from the cosmic vessel to charge at the enemy. The three warriors of Asgard exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. One hallmark of the Asgardian race is their ability to engage in combat in the vacuum of space for a limited duration, contingent upon their prowess. Given the strength of the three warriors, they could sustain battle in space for an hour before necessitating a retreat. In the rear, Sif, witnessing Thor's impulsiveness, could only shake her head in resignation before pursuing him. The ordinary Asgardian soldiers donned their space combat suits, piloting single-seater craft as they exited the cosmic flagship. The design of Asgardian spacecraft was reminiscent of antiquity, resembling horse-drawn carriages, albeit without horses. Instead, engines resembling wings replaced the wheels. At this moment, Odin's cosmic fleet comprised over 24,000 vessels. These warships were devoid of classifications such as assault ships, escort vessels, or support ships, presenting a uniform design differentiated solely by size: 150 large warships, 3,000 medium vessels, and over 21,000 small craft. However, the smaller ships, having forcibly executed spatial jumps, lacked the energy to activate shields or mount offensive capabilities, rendering them mere targets for destruction. However, following Odin's command, the Asgardian warriors aboard the small cosmic battleships emerged, piloting their single-man fighters. Among the Asgardian pantheon, there exist only warriors who have fallen in battle, not cowards who kneel. The reason for stating that nearly all took to the skies in single-man vessels, rather than all, lies in the limited availability of these craft, leaving some reluctantly confined to the motherships. Meanwhile, the medium and large battleships activated their shields using the remaining energy. Only the larger ships possessed sufficient power to return fire. Within the confines of Sanctuary 2, Thanos gazed upon the enemies pouring forth like a hornet's nest, a cold smile curling upon his lips. These beings truly exhibited a remarkable disregard for death. Rising from his seat, he grasped the tyrant's cleaver and proclaimed loudly, "Warriors of the Dark Order, engage in full force." In the next breath, over 700 motherships opened their hatches, unleashing a multitude of Dark Order warriors. Among them were 600 small motherships, each equipped with 3 deployment bays, housing over 3,000 Dark Order warriors. 150 medium motherships, each possessing 10 deployment bays, carried more than 10,000 warriors. 50 large motherships, each with 30 deployment bays, unleashed over 30,000 Dark Order warriors. Designed specifically for space warfare, these bioengineered soldiers were rendered ineffective in planetary combat. In the vacuum of space, they required no additional gear to soar and charge. Shortly thereafter, Thanos issued further orders to Deep Blue, commanding the closure of the spatial blockade and summoning the Obsidian Five for support. Having delivered his instructions, he soared from Sanctuary 2, his cold gaze fixed on the approaching Asgardians. At the forefront of the conflict, 1,000 interstellar behemoths initiated the clash with the enemy. Initially, an array of lasers crisscrossed through the void, giving way to brutal hand-to-hand combat. Indeed, it was a primal struggle despite the utilization of advanced weaponry. This aptly describes the current scenario. The situation arose due to the impracticality of kinetic weapons in space. While laser weaponry consumed energy excessively, necessitating recovery periods after a few discharges. Thus, cosmic warfare typically unfolds with a barrage of laser exchanges followed by close-quarters combat. One could witness the interstellar behemoths, their bony protrusions slicing through enemy fighters like blades, resulting in explosive bursts of flame. In response, the adversaries would charge in their craft after a bout of laser fire. The pointed noses of their ships pierced the bodies of the behemoths, inflicting considerable damage. Although the long spears wielded by the Asgardians could not breach the behemoths' exoskeletons, the lasers they emitted still delivered some harm. Among the Asgardian warriors, one individual stood out for his unparalleled valor. The warhammer in his grasp crackled with seemingly limitless lightning, dispatching one interstellar behemoth after another. In a moment of fervor, he charged directly at the behemoths, delivering devastating blows. The other 4, though not as illustrious in their achievements, were formidable in their own right, each capable of slaying an interstellar behemoth single-handedly. Upon reaching this point, Thanos swiftly deduced that these 5 individuals must be Thor, the 3 valiant warriors of the realm of Asgard, and Sif. However, he harbored no intention of engaging just yet, as he wished to conserve his energy for Odin's impending intervention. A few minutes later, the casualties among the over 10,000 interstellar beasts were staggering, leaving merely 6,000 remaining. At this juncture, reinforcements from the Dark Brotherhood arrived, charging fiercely at their adversaries. Despite the Dark Brotherhood being forged for the battles of space, their prowess paled in comparison to that of the Asgardian warriors, with each Asgardian capable of vanquishing 17 or 18 members of the Dark Brotherhood. This disparity elucidates why the Asgardian pantheon has long dominated the galaxy. Meanwhile, the cosmic assault ships stationed at the rear never ceased their bombardment. Each volley effectively claimed numerous enemy vessels and those who stood in their path. Moments later, spatial rifts began to manifest around the battlefield, rapidly expanding in size. This heralded the imminent arrival of the 5 generals of the Obsidian Order. Chapter 20, Warriors of the Celestial Palace. Within mere minutes, A formidable armada of 7,500 cosmic battleships materialized around the battlefield. Subsequently, a barrage of lasers surged forth towards the vessels of the Asgardian pantheon. Simultaneously, numerous hatches were flung open, unleashing a host of new interstellar behemoths, followed closely by the Dark Brotherhood. The emergence of the 5 Obsidian generals considerably alleviated the pressure on Thanos' fleet in the frontal confrontation. The once fervent desire of Thanos to engage personally dissipated. Despite the formidable prowess and numerical superiority of the Asgardian warriors, the current circumstances dictated that, deprived of their cosmic vessels, they were destined for annihilation. Odin, aboard the flagship, surveyed the battlefield through a projection, swiftly realizing that his warriors were perishing at an alarming rate. Even the staunch-hearted god began to feel a pang of sorrow. After all, the population growth of the Asgardians was rather sluggish. An ordinary Asgardian might bear but a single child in a year, taking 30 years to mature and at least another decade to become a competent warrior. In essence, it took 4 decades to cultivate a proficient fighter. The more elite warriors, such as the 3 champions of the Celestial Palace, required centuries of training. As for those of royal blood, the time frames were even more staggering. Take his son Thor, for instance. After 3 centuries, he still exhibited the innocence of a child. Thus, despite his cold-hearted nature, Odin recognized the necessity of preserving his warriors' lives for the sake of Asgard's dominion. With this thought in mind, he gripped the eternal spear, launched himself from the flagship, and unleashed a blinding beam of energy from the artifact. This energy shockwave traversed distances comparable to that of light, reaching the enemy fleet in mere seconds. As it approached, the escort vessels in Thanos' fleet activated their shields. Yet, no matter how formidable the energy barriers, they proved insufficient against the might of Odin, the All-Father. In an instant, Odin's energy blast penetrated the shield of the escort vessel, erupting into a brilliant conflagration. The thunderous roar of the explosion, though inaudible to the audience, painted a vivid picture in their minds. Odin swiftly redirected his assault towards the next escort vessel. In the span of half a minute, he obliterated over a dozen ships until a larger escort vessel stood as a bulwark against his onslaught. Determined, Odin gritted his teeth and intensified his energy output. Instantly, the energy emanating from the eternal spear swelled from half a meter in diameter to a full meter. Faced with such overwhelming power, the larger escort vessel could no longer withstand the force and disintegrated into a shower of sparks. It was clear that even a formidable escort vessel could not withstand the full might of an All-Father. Just as Odin prepared to press his advantage, a violet figure appeared, wielding a rapidly spinning weapon that interposed itself between him and the energy shockwave. The impact of the energy waves against the weapon resembled water crashing against rock, scattering into the cosmos before vanishing. At this moment, Odin's pupils constricted. He realized he had encountered a worthy adversary. Who are you? Certainly, sound cannot traverse the cosmos. However, at their level, they have essentially disregarded such constraints. As the words fell, he ceased the energy shockwave. Thanos halted the spinning of the tyrant's blade in his grasp and spoke coolly. I am Thanos. Upon hearing the name Thanos, Odin's expression transformed dramatically. Though the galaxy had closed its borders, Odin, as a member of the Pantheon, retained his seat in the Council of Gods, allowing him to glean cosmic news from deities of other factions. Thanos was undoubtedly the most significant news in centuries. Ruthless and powerful, his tyrannical rule plunged his subjects into despair, devoid of freedom. Previously, Odin had mocked the deities of the Panlong galaxy for their inability to handle even a single Eternal. Little did he expect that Thanos would now invade his own realm. Thanos, withdraw now, and I shall forgive your transgressions, allowing you to depart unscathed. Upon hearing this, Thanos smirked derisively and replied, Release me? Do you possess the authority to utter such words? Odin's countenance darkened at this retort. That vile creature must learn the meaning of divine wrath. However, before he could speak, Thor, who had been reveling in battle from a distance, expressed his dissatisfaction. Wielding Mjolnir, he declared indignantly, Mortal, how dare you speak to the King of Gods in such a manner? You must be tired of living. As the prince of the Asgardian pantheon, Thor was accustomed to being revered like a deity by every race he encountered, fearing to offend him. This ingrained superiority made him view other beings as mere insects. The audacity of this insect addressing his father so insolently ignited his fury. Just as Thor was about to charge forth, the three warriors of the Celestial Palace acted even more swiftly. Purple Giant, apologize to our king, or we shall slay you. Yes, kneel and beg for forgiveness. We might just spare you in our good graces. You foolish creature, do not be unaware of our renown. We are the illustrious three warriors of the Asgardian Celestial Palace. Thanos paid no heed to the trio but instead turned his gaze to Odin. To him, the only worthy opponent was the elderly man teetering on the brink of the grave. The others were beneath his consideration. The three warriors, incensed by their dismissal, resolved to take matters into their own hands. They swiftly flew toward Thanos, weapons drawn. Observing this, Odin merely narrowed his eyes and refrained from intervening, evidently wishing to utilize the warriors to gauge Thanos' strength. The names of the Celestial Palace's three warriors were Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg. Vandal, the mightiest among them, was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed warrior wielding a long sword. Hogun, slightly less powerful, was an imposing figure over 2 meters tall, brandishing a double-headed axe. Although Hogun possesses the least strength among the trio and is not a member of the Asgardian pantheon, he wields a mysterious form of magic and employs a mace as his weapon. The three of them have attained planetary-level power, placing them among the second tier of the Asgardian hierarchy, which undoubtedly accounts for their considerable pride. Chapter 21. A single strike to annihilation suspended in the cosmos. Thanos regarded the approaching trio of warriors from the Celestial Palace with an icy demeanor. The soldiers of the Dark Cult and the interstellar behemoths had attempted to thwart their advance, but to no avail. They fell before the warriors' might. In this light, their strength was indeed considerable, yet to Thanos, they were merely larger ants. He pondered the rationale behind Odin sending these three to their doom, but if they sought an early demise, he would gladly oblige. With this thought, he even positioned the blade of tyranny behind him, folding his arms in an air of nonchalance. Moments later, the trio arrived before Thanos, arranged in a formation reminiscent of a trident. Leading the charge was the towering Volstagg, flanked by Vandal and Hogun on either side. As Volstagg beheld the imposing violet figure ahead, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. Vanquishing the enemy's leader would effectively conclude the invasion, elevating him to the status of a hero in Asgard, and perhaps even granting him a position as a council member. With such aspirations igniting his spirit, his energy surged, propelling him forward with greater speed. Purple monstrosity, meet your end, he proclaimed, raising his battle axe high before delivering a ferocious blow. Thanos, however, scarcely regarded him, dismissively shaking his head. Such excessive prattle, he mused, before raising his palm and delivering a swift strike downward. Volstagg, witnessing Thanos' disdain and lack of weaponry, felt a surge of elation. It was well known that his double-bladed axe was a renowned artifact of Asgard, having once obliterated a satellite with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. Perhaps, with his opponent's arrogance, he could deliver a single fatal blow. As visions of glory and accolades beckoned him, he bellowed in fury, bringing the mighty artifact crashing down upon the enemy's palm. Yet, in the next instant, he felt an overwhelming resistance. To his disbelief, the double-bladed axe crumbled as if it were mere tofu, shattering under Thanos' hand. How could this be? This axe was capable of cleaving planets. Was Thanos' body truly more resilient than that of a celestial body? Before he could ponder further, that violet hand loomed before him, and in an instant, his head was reduced to fragments, splattering the vicinity with crimson and ivory. Thanos, undeterred, continued his relentless assault. Soon, Volstagg's form was nothing more than a mass of flesh, dispersing into the vastness of space. No! Vandal and Hogun cried out in anguish. Volstagg, the eldest among them, was not only a brother but also a mentor. Once the strongest of the trio, he had willingly tempered his power to guide them. Certainly, although a portion of the reason lies in the adversary's advancing age and the gradual softening of their physique, this cannot diminish the profound gratitude and teachings bestowed upon them by Volstagg, nor the deep-seated friendship they shared. With this thought in mind, the two, disregarding the disparity in their strengths, summoned every ounce of their energy and swung their weapons with fierce determination. Stop! Thor, witnessing the scene from afar, let out a roar filled with anguish and fury. His wrath was directed not only at the death of Volstark but also at the hope of bringing Vandal and Hogun back. If Thanos could effortlessly extinguish Volstark's life with a mere swipe, what hope did they have? Yet, consumed by overwhelming rage, Vandal and Hogun charged forward without hesitation. As anticipated by Thor, the outcome was grim. The two were swiftly dispatched by Thanos, much like swatting away two bothersome mosquitoes. In the vacuum of space, the scene was grotesquely vivid, with flesh and blood scattering in every direction, a tableau of carnage. Odin, however, exhibited no emotional response to the demise of the three valiant warriors of Asgard. The only lamentation he felt was the missed opportunity to gauge Thanos' true strength, a sacrifice rendered in vain. Nonetheless, this incident heightened his caution, for he was now uncertain of his capability to vanquish the foe. Should he falter, Asgard itself would face annihilation. At that moment, Thor, noticing his father's hesitation, felt a flicker of disappointment within him. Yet he quickly steeled himself, grasping Mjolnir tightly and soaring toward Thanos. Thanos, prepare to meet your end. The bond he shared with the three warriors was profoundly deep, forged through countless battles fought side by side during their campaigns to quell unrest. When Loki sought to betray him, it was the trio who first stood in his defense and ventured to Earth in search of him. As he recalled these memories, a surge of electricity enveloped him, and Mjolnir crackled with lightning. As he flew forward, every dark cultist and interstellar behemoth touched by the lightning was instantaneously reduced to charred remains. No one could stand in his way to thwart his vengeance. Do not pursue. Come back. Odin, witnessing his son's impetuosity, could no longer remain passive. Even a being of his caliber, akin to the Allfather, could not guarantee victory against Thanos. Thus, Thor, with his lesser power, stood no chance. To advance now would be tantamount to offering his life. Observing his son's unwavering resolve, Odin clenched the eternal spear tightly and hastened after him, desperate to prevent his son's demise. For if he fell, who would inherit his dominion and legacy? In the distance, Thanos, upon noticing the approach of both Thor and Odin, relinquished his arrogance and drew forth the tyrant's blade from his back. He might disdain the so-called warriors of Asgard, but he would never underestimate Thor, let alone Odin. As the ruler of the galaxy, Odin ranked among the most formidable of the Allfather tier. Furthermore, the eternal spear in Odin's grasp possessed remarkable accuracy, standing alongside Zeus's weapon, the thunderbolt, as two of the most powerful artifacts among the gods. As for Thor, although his current strength may be relatively feeble, in the future he possesses the potential to contend against Thanos, who wields the 6 Infinity Stones. The Stormbreaker axe nearly brought an end to the Avengers. Infinity War. Chapter 22. The battle of the father. Thor undoubtedly heard Odin's words. However, consumed by wrath, he paid no heed to the Allfather, his sole focus fixated on avenging the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace. Thanos, observing the warriors of the Dark Cult and the interstellar behemoths, stood resolutely in front of the berserk Thor, unwavering in his determination. Yet, in the face of such a vast disparity in power, this was merely an act of futile sacrifice. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to retreat. At their level of combat, these soldiers were of little consequence, serving only to deplete the enemy's energy. If his forces held the upper hand in the conflict, sacrificing a few minions to exhaust the opponent would be inconsequential. However, given the current uncertainty of the battle's outcome, there was no need for such expendability. Upon receiving the order, the warriors of the Dark Cult and the interstellar behemoths promptly made way, allowing Thor and Odin to accelerate their flight. Meanwhile, the 5 Obsidian generals emerged from the cosmic warship. Upon witnessing Thor and Odin charging towards their master, they immediately gripped their weapons, ready to provide support. Despite their unwavering confidence in their master, the posture of guardianship remained essential. However, Thanos, observing their eagerness, commanded them to refrain from approaching. After all, the strength of the Obsidian generals was merely planetary, akin to the previous trio of fools, utterly incapable of intervening in the conflict between him and Odin. A moment later, Thor, wielding the mighty Mjolnir, approached Thanos' vicinity. With a furious roar, Thor's aura surged, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of the demigod level, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet, even with this power, it still fell woefully short in comparison to Thanos. Just then, a menacing presence enveloped him. Glancing around, he noticed Odin not far behind, brandishing the eternal spear, his remaining eye fixated intently upon Thanos. Clearly, this was a protective maneuver for Thor. Recognizing the threat, Thanos' energy surged forth, unleashing his full might as he swung the tyrant's cleaver. A resounding clash echoed through the tranquil void of space, the collision of the two divine artifacts resonating in the minds of all present. Thor felt the tremendous force reverberating through his grasp, leaving him momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of energy within him. With another furious roar, he unleashed a tempest of lightning in all directions. Yet, no matter how fiercely he exerted himself or channeled his inner strength, Mjolnir remained immovable. The chasm in their powers was insurmountable. Thanos coolly remarked, "Is this the extent of your strength?" With that, he exerted pressure with both hands, causing the purple radiance of the tyrant's cleaver to blaze brilliantly as he forcefully propelled it forward. Thor was instantly propelled backward by the unstoppable force, hurtling through the air. Fortunately, at that moment, Odin arrived in the nick of time and swiftly caught Thor. In times of conflict, one must not act impulsively. "Have you forgotten?" His tone bore a mixture of frustration and affectionate exasperation. He felt utterly powerless in the face of his son's recklessness. Once Thor steadied himself, he opened his mouth to retort, but upon catching a glimpse of his father's worried gaze, he immediately bowed his head in shame. "I understand." While Odin felt a sense of relief, his heart ached as he gazed upon Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god. "Return now. Do not become a hindrance to me," he said with a hint of sorrow. A massive crack had marred the surface of Mjolnir, nearly cleaving it in two. This concerned him greatly, for the hammer was forged from a cooled star, a divine artifact only a tier weaker than the eternal spear, and he had never anticipated it could be so easily damaged. Upon hearing his father's words, Thor resolutely shook his head and declared, "No, I shall avenge them." With that, he raised Mjolnir, prepared to resume the battle. However, upon witnessing the hammer's dire condition, he was momentarily stunned. How could this artifact, which had accompanied him for centuries, be reduced to such a state? "Return to me." Odin barely had the chance to console his son before he noticed Thanos charging toward them. At that moment, Thanos was inwardly scoffing. This father-son duo truly treated the war as if it were a film. Faced with a formidable foe, they were still engaged in their familial banter, seemingly oblivious to his presence. He was not like the villains from the movies, who would graciously wait for them to finish their conversation. In the next instant, a resounding clang echoed across the battlefield as the tyrant's blade clashed with the eternal spear, marking their first confrontation. Both Odin and Thanos, through their weapons, keenly felt the strength of one another. Here stood an adversary whose power was on par with his own, thrilling Thanos. After so long in this realm, he had finally encountered an opponent of equal measure. In stark contrast to Thanos' exhilaration, Odin bore a heavy heart, knowing that the battle would not conclude swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the two combatants engaged in a relentless exchange of strikes and parries, the sounds of clashing metal ringing out like a symphony. In a mere 3 seconds, they had exchanged over 100 blows, their speed so remarkable that onlookers could scarcely perceive it. Soon, Odin seized an opportunity to push Thanos back, and a surge of divine energy coursed through him, allowing the eternal spear to unleash a formidable blast. Observing this, Thanos felt the destructive energy within him surge forth as he countered with a strike of his own. Instantly, two torrents of energy, one white, one purple, collided, generating an immense force that caused the surrounding space to shimmer with minute fissures. Thor, who had initially prepared to depart, noticed the stalemate between Thanos and his father and swiftly returned. Given the state of Mjolnir, he refrained from using it in attack. Instead, he clenched his fists, summoning forth a brilliant display of lightning. Odin immediately noticed his son's actions and anxiously cried out, "Thor, no!" He understood that the adversary, much like himself, was not exerting his full strength, and his foolish son could not possibly succeed in a surprise attack. However, his warning came too late. Thor had already charged within a meter of Thanos, raising his electrified hands, poised to strike. A faint smile crept across Thanos' lips, and in the next instant, his form vanished from the spot. Chapter 23. The meteor zone once freed from the hindrance of Thanos, Odin's energy surged forth relentlessly, only to find Thor standing in its path. No! A furious roar erupted as Odin immediately ceased the flow of his energy. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Thanos reappeared, unleashing destructive energy that propelled the attack forward. In an instant, Thor was struck by his father's energy, engulfed in excruciating pain, as if his very skin were singed and his insides torn asunder. A cry of agony escaped his lips as he was violently hurled away, soaring into the vastness of the cosmos. Upon witnessing this, Odin felt a surge of divine power within him, ready to rush forth and reclaim his son. However, in the next heartbeat, Thanos stood before him, declaring that no one would interrupt their battle. Odin's single eye widened, brimming with rage and hatred. It was this very fiend who had nearly brought death to his son. Thor's breath had grown alarmingly faint. Failure to rescue him in time would spell dire consequences. Thanos! A thicker, brighter beam of energy erupted from the eternal spear, while a gentle white luminescence emanated from Odin, a testament to his full exertion of divine might. Thanos, recognizing the threat, swiftly spun the blade of tyranny to counter the impending assault. As the two became locked in a clash of power, Odin grew anxious. Yet, relief washed over him when he spotted Sif racing towards Thor, her foes falling before her spear with lethal precision. However, he soon became acutely aware of the battlefield's dire circumstances. The once numerically superior Asgardian forces were dwindling, their warships incapacitated and destroyed due to energy depletion. Though the Asgardian warriors fought valiantly, they began to falter against the relentless onslaught of enemy vessels and the slaughter wrought by the Black Obsidian Five. This cannot continue. Thanos must be dealt with swiftly, and then aid must be rendered to my troops. Resolute, he terminated the energy shockwave, grasped the eternal spear, and charged forward once more. With a thunderous clang, Odin's immense energy-laden attack surged forth, even as Thanos attempted to deflect it, still pressing onward. Thanos sensed the formidable force before him, the destructive energy within him surging to meet it. Yet Odin was no ordinary adversary. His ancient strength was beyond Thanos' capacity to withstand. Thus, he was forced to retreat, and after a time, the two found themselves at the edge of a stellar system, surrounded by an array of meteors, marking the outermost boundary of the stars, safeguarding the system from colossal meteor incursions. Before long, Odin had thrust Thanos onto a meteor over 100 kilometers in diameter. The irregularly shaped rock shattered beneath their clash, breaking into numerous fragments that scattered into the void. Utilizing the momentum of the meteor, Thanos regained his footing. So, this is the might of the ruler of the galaxy. Hardly impressive, with a disdainful smile, he unleashed a brilliant purple radiance, activating the powers of a sovereign. In an instant, the power surged once more, overwhelming Odin. What? Feeling the intensifying force emanating from his hand, Odin was struck with astonishment. He had not anticipated that his opponent had been concealing a portion of their strength. Judging by the current display of power, it surpassed his own by several measures. With a fierce roar, Odin summoned his divine energy anew, but this time, amidst the radiant white light enveloping him, threads of gold began to emerge. Simultaneously, an ethereal image of a golden chalice manifested above his head. The Draupnir Golden Chalice. Thanos quickly recalled the name of this artifact from his memory. It was a relic of formidable power, rivaling that of the Eternal Spear, albeit functioning as a support artifact. It possessed the ability to accelerate healing of wounds and energy, temporarily enhancing one's strength. Yet this was merely the beginning. With the emergence of the Golden Chalice, Odin's armor transformed, radiating golden light, while his helmet morphed into an eagle shape. In truth, both the eagle helm and the golden armor were artifacts, though their capabilities and renown paled in comparison to the Eternal Spear and the Chalice. As Odin unveiled his 4 artifacts, his power finally matched that of Thanos. In a swift motion, he pushed Thanos away, using the recoil to retreat. He then gripped the Eternal Spear tightly, unleashing a continuous barrage of energy. However, Unlike the previous two waves of energy, this assault resembled a laser gun, emitting beams of energy in rapid succession. Observing this, Thanos effortlessly wielded his tyrant's cleaver, deflecting the streams of energy that were sent hurtling towards the surrounding meteors. In an instant, those meteors suffered greatly, being struck by Odin's energy and reduced to mere fragments. Although the energy of the Asgardian gods was termed divine power, it also possessed tremendous destructive capability. After a while Odin's assault showed no sign of abating, there were no longer any meteors larger than 10 kilometers in diameter to be found in the vicinity. Chapter 24. The destruction of a planet, a thunderous roar echoed, as yet another colossal meteorite was obliterated by the residual energy of the two combatants. Such occurrences had become frequent. These meteors were relatively diminutive, the largest merely 1,000 kilometers in diameter, unable to withstand even the aftermath of their skirmishes. However, seemingly insatiable, the two warriors directed their attention towards the nearest planet. This particular planet, approximately 100,000 kilometers in diameter, lay far from its star, receiving scant sunlight. Consequently, its environment was shrouded in darkness, with a surface entirely encrusted in frost. Yet, on this tranquil and serene world, an impending calamity loomed. Thanos successfully parried Odin's assault but was propelled into the planet's atmosphere by the force of the impact. The atmospheric pressure here was at least 20 times that of a typical planet, with gravity thrice as strong. While this had minimal effect on him, it was undeniably dissimilar to combat in the vacuum of space. Before he could ascend back into the cosmos, Odin's eternal spear radiated a blinding light, followed by a surge of energy hurtling towards him. Sensing that Thanos was hindered by the planet's influence, Odin sought to prevent his escape. Nevertheless, within the atmosphere, despite being restrained by gravitational and atmospheric forces, Thanos discovered ample opportunities to exert his strength. With a swift motion of his empty hand, he thrust forward, unleashing a powerful palm strike that propelled him backward, narrowly evading Odin's onslaught. In the next instant, the planet's surface bore witness to a deep crater, spanning several dozen kilometers, carved by Odin's attack. Odin aimed to continue his offensive. However, Thanos seized the moment to break free from the atmosphere, delivering a swift strike. Yet, Odin executed an unexpected maneuver, deftly evading the blow. Consequently, the destructive energy from Thanos's blade sailed past him, crashing down onto the planet below. In the blink of an eye, a 20-kilometer-long gash marred the planet's surface, the depth unknown. Nevertheless, Thanos swiftly countered with a backhanded slash of his tyrant's blade, directing it towards Odin. This time, Odin had no choice but to raise his spear in defense. With a resounding crash, the impact of their clash sent Odin hurtling into the planet's atmosphere. Upon witnessing this, Thanos smirked and followed closely behind. In the ensuing moments, the two engaged in fierce combat within the atmosphere. Thanos, having trained in a gravity chamber, found himself well adapted to the planet's 30-fold gravity. In contrast, Odin felt increasingly constrained, merely managing to parry Thanos's relentless attacks. After a while, their fierce confrontation began to tear through the atmospheric layers, causing gases to escape. Within half an hour, the atmospheric pressure plummeted from 20 to a standard 1 atmosphere. The planet's surface lay in ruins, teetering on the brink of collapse, especially marked by a deep gash that nearly severed the planet in two. However, as the planet's core had already cooled, no lava flowed forth. At that moment, a ringing sound echoed as Odin successfully blocked Thanos' strike with his spear. Gasping for breath, Odin felt the relentless onslaught of Thanos approach once more. The divine power within him surged rapidly, releasing another wave of energy. Observing this, a faint smile crept upon Thanos' lips. He had finally discerned the opponent's vulnerability. Perhaps due to a prolonged absence from battle, the adversary's reflexes had dulled, compounded by the effects of gravity that hindered his movements. To compensate for this disparity, Odin was compelled to expend even more energy. Once his opponent was drained of power, it would mark the end of his existence. With a swift maneuver, he evaded Thanos' strike and raised the tyrant's bane to deliver a counterattack. Yet once again his assault was thwarted by the eternal spear. Just as he prepared to press on, a disquieting sensation crept up his spine, prompting him to retreat momentarily. Confirming that Odin had not launched an attack, He cast a glance over his shoulder. To his astonishment, he realized that Odin's energy blast had ingeniously struck the fissure he had created, impacting the planet's core. Now, the core was undergoing a violent explosion. A thunderous roar echoed, gradually diminishing into silence. Not because the explosion had ceased, but because the atmosphere had dissipated. Without atmospheric pressure, sound found no medium to propagate, resulting in an eerie quietude. Moments later, the planet fractured completely, shattering into countless fragments that scattered into the void. Understanding dawned upon him. Odin had identified his flaw and opted to obliterate the planet entirely. Yet, even without the planet's interference, could Odin truly withstand his might? In an instant, he propelled himself onto a colossal rock, leveraging its force to surge towards Odin. This would undoubtedly be a protracted battle. Every ounce of strength conserved would serve as a critical asset for future triumph. In the battlefield beyond the stars, the death of the three warriors of the Celestial Palace had left Thor incapacitated, while Odin remained preoccupied. The tide of war had turned overwhelmingly in favor of Thanos. The combat prowess of the Black Order was far beyond that of ordinary Asgardian warriors, with each strike resulting in devastating losses for their foes. Simultaneously, the Sanctum II was unyielding, unleashing a massive energy blast that struck a large enemy warship mere seconds later, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Following the assault, the Sanctum II began to recharge, preparing for its next offensive. On the Asgardian side, only the medium and large vessels retained energy, while the smaller ships were akin to mobile coffins. However, the attacks from the medium and large ships failed to penetrate the shields of the escort vessels. As the conflict raged on, casualties among the Asgardians escalated, and the encirclement by Thanos' forces tightened ever more. Within the flagship of Asgard, Sif cradled Thor's unconscious form onto a medical bed, beside which lay the nearly severed Mjolnir. Thor's visage was ashen, devoid of color, and he lay in a deep coma, a sight that pierced Sif's heart with anguish. Moments later, as beams of light flickered, a series of data began to materialize. Upon seeing the data, she was instantly engulfed in a state of panic, unsure of how to proceed. The statistics revealed that Thor's condition was dire. 25 of his bones were fractured, more than 50% of his muscles were bruised, and 30% of his skin was damaged. More critically, a destructive energy was relentlessly eroding Thor's body. If he could not expel this malevolent force immediately, he might succumb at any moment. Yet, in the face of this destructive energy, she felt utterly powerless. Her divine power was insufficient and lacking in purity. The only ones capable of saving Thor were Odin, the Allfather, along with Heimdall and the goddess Frigga. Chapter 25. The Art of Divine Intervention. Faced with Thor's predicament, Sif found herself in a tumultuous dilemma. If she were to return now, she could likely preserve Thor's life. However, the sudden disappearance of the flagship from the battlefield would undoubtedly render the ongoing conflict even more arduous. The mere vanishing of their primary vessel would incite significant unrest among the troops. On one hand lay the life of her beloved, and on the other, the looming defeat in war. This left her at an impasse, unsure of the path to take. At that moment, the flagship trembled violently, followed by a series of thunderous roars, as the lights shifted to crimson. Attention all units. The warship is under attack. Please take necessary precautions. Upon hearing this, Sif managed to regain her composure amidst her indecision. Given the current circumstances, the possibility of victory appeared bleak. Instead of remaining passive, she resolved to rescue Thor first and foremost. With this thought in mind, she dashed toward the command room. After much persuasion, Lucy, confronted with the dwindling energy of the flagship, reluctantly closed her eyes and consented to the retreat plan. However, before the flagship departed, she chose to remain behind, opting to face the impending peril alongside the warriors. As Sif anticipated, the departure of the flagship dealt a staggering blow to the morale of the battlefield. Some Asgardian warriors mistakenly believed Odin had perished, leading them to abandon their foes and flee. Yet, in the vast emptiness of space, with the nearest planet millions of kilometers away, where could they escape to? Ultimately, they had no choice but to retreat back to the warship, resulting in chaos and an inability to mount an effective counterattack. This triggered a chain reaction, causing even greater losses for the Asgardian forces. Given the current situation, barring unforeseen events, Asgard's defeat seemed inevitable. Within the stellar system, Odin and Thanos engaged in a fierce struggle, soaring through the cosmos until they neared another planet. In truth, Odin had no desire to venture here, but Thanos relentlessly pressed him, forcing him toward this destination. Upon sighting the planet, Odin discerned Thanos' intentions, to drag him into combat on the surface and deplete his already dwindling energy reserves. This realization ignited a sense of urgency within him. With Thor's injuries uncertain and the state of the battlefield unknown, he felt a deep sense of anxiety. The thought of either losing his son or facing defeat was unbearable. After a brief skirmish that pushed him to the edge of the planet's atmosphere, a resolute determination flickered in his eyes. "Thanos, you have forced my hand." With a mighty cry, golden radiance enveloped Odin's entire being. Simultaneously, his muscles swelled with newfound vigor, his hair transforming into a brilliant gold. In the blink of an eye, the once-aged Odin appeared as a robust man in his 30s. A powerful aura surged forth, cleaving a massive rift in the atmosphere beneath him. The forceful winds buffeted his form, while the planet itself seemed to sense impending doom, as clouds darkened and blinding flashes of lightning erupted. Indeed, they shot forth. Due to the disappearance of the atmosphere and the escape of atmospheric gases, the pressure has dramatically decreased. The ensuing chain reaction has resulted in a lowered boiling point of water, causing a significant amount of water to vaporize, which is why clouds appear dark. The evaporation of vast quantities of water concurrently leads to the separation of numerous positive and negative electrons, giving rise to lightning. Lightning strikes in accordance with the direction of the rain. As the rain ascends, it causes the lightning to shoot outward. However, at Odin's level of power, lightning is as trivial to him as a mere tickle. Thus he pays it no heed. Upon sensing the formidable aura of his opponent, Thanos immediately donned a grave expression. He did not anticipate that this old adversary still possessed cards yet to be played. His composure was indeed remarkable. Soon, the purple glow surrounding Thanos surged wildly, indicating that the annihilation energy within him had reached its zenith. At that moment, Odin's aura ceased its expansion. Feeling the immense divine power coursing through him, he displayed a sinister grin. "You are the second to compel me to resort to this technique. Even in death you shall find honor in that. Bring forth the spear." With a furious roar, the eternal spear seemingly underwent a transformation, elongating from 2 meters to an astounding 3 meters, its form altering dramatically to become exceedingly menacing and terrifying. Perish. In an instant, Odin traversed a distance of over a kilometer, appearing directly before Thanos. This transformation technique was known as divine manifestation. He would not employ it unless absolutely necessary, as it bore repercussions, consuming his lifespan and inducing an early slumber followed by a period of weakness. A resounding clang echoed as the clash of 2 divine artifacts reverberated, even scattering the lightning emitted from the planet. For the first time, Thanos felt an immense pressure. In the next moment, the golden radiance emanating from Odin coalesced into the spearhead, lunging towards him. These spearheads penetrated the purple glow surrounding him, striking his body with a series of metallic clangs. While the majority of the spearheads were deflected by his tyrant armor, a few struck his exposed arms and face. However, his formidable physique allowed Thanos to disregard these injuries. Witnessing this, Odin was immediately filled with disbelief. Although the spearheads manifested from his aura were not as solid as the eternal spear, they were nonetheless half as strong as vibranium. The fact that they could not even breach the opponent's exposed skin was astonishing. Thanos, in response to Odin's astonishment, merely offered a faint smile. He was the quintessential warrior of high attack, high defense, and high health, summarily known as the 3 highs. If such feeble strikes could elicit any loss of blood, he would have no place in this realm. In swift succession, he gripped the tyrant's blade in one hand while clenching his fist with the other, launching an attack. With a thunderous impact, his fist struck Odin's armor, but it failed to inflict significant damage. The opponent's armor appeared to be even more resilient than his own tyrant armor, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon witnessing this, Odin immediately clenched his fist and retaliated with a punch. With a resounding bang, he too found himself in an awkward predicament, unable to breach the defense. Chapter 26. the destruction of the planet. As the two stalemated, Odin felt an increasing urgency within. He never anticipated that the formidable defenses of the massive purple figure before him would be so resilient. Presently, he was in a divine state, each passing second exacting a tremendous toll upon him, rendering him ill-suited for a protracted battle. With this thought, he exerted force to push Thanos away and began to gather the divine energy within him. His entire being shimmered with a radiant golden light, and a powerful aura began to saturate the space around them, causing even the nameless planet beneath their feet to tremble. Noticing this, Thanos tightened his grip on the tyrant's blade, his expression grave as he gazed forward. Simultaneously, the destructive energy within him surged forth. The active skill force of destruction was activated. In the next instant, a brilliant purple radiance enveloped him, and tendrils of purple energy began to emerge from the tyrant's blade. At that moment, Odin raised the eternal spear, proclaiming loudly, "Gods, eternity." In an instant, a powerful aura locked onto Thanos, and countless spear shadows shot forth, racing toward the enemy. Thanos, witnessing this, spun the tyrant's blade rapidly in both hands. The sound of clashing metal resonated continuously. Yet, the spear shadows seemed inexhaustible, showing no signs of abating. After a while, several spear shadows pierced through his defenses, leaving behind marks upon his form. While they had yet to reach a level sufficient to breach his defenses, they were significantly stronger than before, having at least attained the hardness of vibranium. If this continued, the cumulative damage would surely inflict harm upon him. With this realization, Thanos extended his left hand, gathering a vast amount of destructive energy. After withstanding for a while longer, and seeing that Odin showed no intention of halting, he unleashed the energy, destruction. With a thunderous roar, a blinding purple light erupted, briefly overshadowing Odin's golden brilliance. All incoming spear shadows were obliterated by the destructive energy he released. However, despite its might, the energy lacked sustained support and was soon overwhelmed by the relentless spear shadows. The golden radiance once again enveloped the sky. Yet, Thanos seized this fleeting moment to create a clone that attracted Odin's attacks, while he himself retreated from the line of fire and charged toward his opponent. "Prepare to meet your end." Odin, seeing Thanos advancing, immediately ceased his grand maneuver and thrust the eternal spear forward. A resounding clash echoed. Though Odin had enhanced his strength through divine intervention, he was still pushed back relentlessly by Thanos, who had activated his dual states. Moments later, the two found themselves near the planet's atmosphere. The sound of thunder roared continuously, with bolts of lightning shooting from the breached atmosphere, yet they were repelled by the sheer force of their auras, unable to inflict any harm upon them. At their level of power, planetary-scale catastrophes posed no threat whatsoever. After a minute, a tremendous crash resounded as Thanos propelled Odin downward like a meteor, hurtling toward the surface. This caused the already trembling crust to erupt into a violent earthquake, even triggering volcanic eruptions. This planet is not large, diminished by more than half compared to the previously annihilated one, with a gravity approximately 1/4 times that of normal. As for the atmospheric pressure, due to the breach in the atmosphere, it is rapidly diminishing, currently hovering around 0.8 atmospheres. Yet, Thanos did not relent, continuing to thrust Odin deeper towards the planet's core. Clearly, this celestial body possesses an active core, and should Odin be propelled into the molten magma, it would deplete a significant amount of his energy. Odin was acutely aware of this. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his divine power, halting his descent. However, Thanos could not let such an opportunity slip away. The destructive energy within him surged once more as he raised his tyrannical blade and struck. The clashing of weapons echoed once again. After an hour, the planet could no longer withstand the aftermath of their battle, and its core began to implode, sending fragments of the planet scattering into the void. This marked the destruction of the second planet at their hands. Meanwhile, outside the star, the war between the Dark Cult and Asgard was nearing its conclusion. The medium and large warships of Asgard, still brimming with energy, activated their space jumps to flee. The smaller vessels, depleted of energy, were annihilated. General Deathblade wished to enforce a spatial blockade, allowing no enemies to escape. However, Both the supergiant and the ebony maw believed that if they trapped their adversaries in a desperate struggle, even if they achieved ultimate victory, it would come at an exorbitant cost. Thus, they deemed it wiser to allow a few to escape while annihilating the majority. The Obsidian Five would assume command of the war in Thanos' absence, but this required a collective vote. In the absence of votes from Dark Knight Proxima and Black Dwarf, the spatial blockade was ultimately not enacted. Now, they began to deliberate on a second matter: whether to provide support to Lord Thanos. However, this discussion ceased abruptly with the explosion of the second planet. Although they had reached the pinnacle of planetary might and could ascend to quasi-universal level at any moment, they were utterly powerless in the face of such planetary cataclysms. A mere aftershock from the battle could spell their demise. General Deathblade gazed at the screen displaying the shattered planet, a sense of trepidation washing over him as he asked, "What do you think? How powerful is our Lord? Even a planet seems but a toy in his hands." Dark Knight Proxima shook his head, a look of admiration gracing his face as he replied, "I do not know, but I believe the strongest in the universe pales in comparison. Indeed, our Lord's power likely surpasses our imagination." The supergiant nodded, his expression obscured, yet his tone resonated with admiration. The ebony maw's eyes sparkled as he fervently declared, "Indeed, we can only follow in our Lord's wake, conquering all that his gaze encompasses to express our loyalty." Among the 5 generals of Obsidian, only the rather dull-witted Black Dwarf kept nodding incessantly, utterly at a loss for how to convey his admiration, ultimately managing to utter just a single exclamation: "Wow!" Chapter 27. A resounding victory. The members of the Black Dawn 5 generals joined Thanos' ranks at different times. The first to become Thanos' subordinate was General Deathblade, followed by Ebony Maw, Dark Proxima, Black Dwarf, and finally Supergiant. In his quest to lead the 5 generals, General Deathblade allied himself with Dark Proxima. Aware of his status as the weakest among them, Dark Proxima consented to this alliance to secure her position. It could be said that the Black Dawn 5 generals did not share the harmonious facade they projected. However, their rivalry had not escalated to open hostility. After much deliberation, they resumed their onslaught against the Asgardian pantheon. Although the tide of battle seemed to have turned, with over 1 million Asgardians surrounded, assimilating these gains would require considerable time. After all, it takes a significant effort to slay even 100,000 swine, let alone the Asgardians, whose individual prowess surpassed that of the Dark Order by a factor of 2. On a recently obliterated planet, Odin and Thanos stood, breathless, gazing at one another. Typically, they could battle for 10 days and nights without breaking a sweat. Yet today's fierce confrontation had drained them of considerable stamina and energy. Now utterly fatigued, they had deactivated their overdrive states and refrained from resuming combat. After a moment, Odin spoke, "Thanos, if you withdraw now, I can overlook our past grievances." Lacking confidence in his ability to subdue his foe, he sought to negotiate peace. In his youth, such a scenario would have been inconceivable. Even in the face of insurmountable odds, he would have fought with fervor until the end. Yet, age had brought with it an abundance of concerns, naturally leading him away from reckless desperation. Thanos merely chuckled at Odin's words. "Ah, you still have not awakened from your slumber. Instead of wasting time, perhaps you should observe what transpires behind you." He was acutely aware that his forces held an overwhelming advantage. Once the Asgardians were eradicated, his minions would rally to his side. With over 10,000 warships at his disposal, they could easily outlast the opposition. Upon hearing Thanos' words, Odin cautiously turned to glance behind him. In the next moment, he beheld an unimaginable sight. The Asgardians were encircled by their enemies, like lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly incapable of resistance. Yet, he found himself powerless to render aid. After a moment of difficulty, Odin turned back, gritting his teeth and spat out, "Speak, what terms must I meet for you to retreat?" Thanos shook his head, remaining silent. Even at this juncture, Odin had yet to clarify his own position. Moreover, there was no foundation for negotiation. Thanos' ambitions encompassed the entirety of the galaxy, along with the 5 Infinity Stones. Their interests were irreconcilably at odds. Of course, unless Odin were to willingly submit as his subordinate, which was an impossibility. It was unlikely that a king of gods, a sovereign of the galaxy, would ever agree to serve another. As Odin beheld Thanos, he realized the scant possibility of negotiation had vanished. Ignoring the backlash, he forcefully activated his divine state once more. With each passing second, the lives of his subordinates hung in the balance. He understood the necessity for swift resolution. Observing this, Thanos promptly embraced his dominion and destruction powers. In the ensuing clash, the two engaged in a battle of equal might. After a brief skirmish, a sudden spark ignited in Odin's eyes. His resplendent golden armor erupted into fragments, which enveloped Thanos, effectively restraining his movements. This armor, a high-tier artifact, possessed not only formidable defense but also the ability to ensnare foes through self-sacrifice. Seizing the opportunity while Thanos was immobilized, Odin plunged his weapon into the Titan's chest. In Thanos' incredulous gaze, Odin revealed a triumphant smile and slowly withdrew the eternal spear. Haha, in the end, victory is mine. After a bout of elation, he relinquished his divine state and hastened to assist his subordinates. Under the onslaught of the eternal spear, he swiftly eradicated the remaining adversaries. Yet, as he reveled in his triumph, the eagle helm atop his head flickered ominously. A sense of unease washed over him. Everything unfolded too smoothly, an unnerving stroke of fortune. With this realization, he perceived the surroundings as increasingly surreal. Suddenly, an inexplicable wave of nausea struck him. After a brief bout of dry heaving, his vision blurred, and he found himself back at the moment of Thanos' defeat. Before him stood the intact Thanos, the planets still fracturing around them, and his subordinates enduring relentless assault behind him. It dawned on Odin that the earlier events had been mere illusion. When did you master this trick? Thanos mused, his fingers brushing the Mind Stone, a wave of disappointment flooding his heart. Just as Odin had turned his gaze, Thanos had harnessed the Mind Stone's power. Yet, he had not anticipated that, despite exhausting Odin's energy, he would awaken from the illusion. It appeared his command over the Mind Stone was still insufficient. Noting Thanos' silence, Odin tightened his grip on the eternal spear and activated his divine state once more, charging forward. However, now aware of Odin's ace, Thanos fought with heightened caution, wary of being ensnared by the armor again. As time elapsed, Odin sensed Thanos pushing him toward a nearby planet, a chill running down his spine. Although he had drawn upon his divine state in the illusion, it had genuinely depleted his energy and potential. At this juncture, sustaining the divine state was becoming increasingly untenable. He had to escape. The enemy before him could only be faced by allying with others. Yet, the subordinates he had brought along. No, preserving his life was of paramount importance. With a mindset to retreat, he swiftly sought an exit. After successfully repelling Thanos once more, he maneuvered, forsaking his frontline allies, and sped towards the rear. Upon witnessing this, Thanos immediately pursued, fearing that his adversary might escape. However, at that moment, a radiant rainbow-colored light suddenly soared from the distance. Upon seeing this illumination, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, the vibrant light enveloped Odin, and in the next instant, both he and Odin vanished. It turned out that Odin had instructed Heimdall to activate the Bifrost, facilitating his departure. This remarkable technology, unique to the Asgardian pantheon, served as both an interstellar cannon and a portal. Observing this, a grimace spread across Thanos' face. Nevertheless, there was little he could do. After all, such advanced technology as the Bifrost was beyond his ability to thwart. Chapter 28. Regrouping 3 hours later, Thanos coldly surveyed the sea of corpses before him, gradually retracting the blade of the tyrant. Surrounding him were a multitude of bodies and severed limbs, so numerous that they were nearly beyond counting. During these 3 hours, he and his subordinates had laid waste to over 1 million Asgardians. Though he had contemplated taking a few captives, these Asgardians proved to be resolute warriors, refusing to surrender and fighting to the last man. At that moment, the Black Order descended nearby, kneeling in the air on one knee. Leading them, General Corvus Glaive bowed respectfully and spoke. "My lord, having witnessed the battle between Thanos and Odin, their loyalty had solidified. The cataclysmic power displayed was something they could never hope to attain, even with centuries of training. It was a divine strength, Thanos, casting a mere glance at his subordinates, inquired, "Where is Thor's body?" Though Odin had fled, slaying Thor would still be a commendable feat as his words echoed. The members of the Black Order lowered their heads even further. Thanos, noticing this, furrowed his brow and said with displeasure, "Do not tell me he escaped?" With the other silent, General Glaive, steeling himself, replied, "My lord, we did not see Thor." Before he could finish, Thanos glared, and in an instant, General Glaive felt an immense pressure enveloping him, making it difficult to breathe. How could even a half-dead man have fled? Proxima Midnight, bowing her head, hastily interjected, "My lord, it is as follows." Star-Lord and Ebony Maw, fearing that the enemy might fight with desperation, chose not to seal the space, allowing the enemy to escape. Unbeknownst to them, Sif had long since fled with Thor, and they mistakenly believed that the lack of a spatial blockade had permitted the enemy's escape. Star-Lord and Ebony Maw, realizing the blame was being shifted onto them, grew anxious. "My lord, we acted out of strategic consideration, concerned that the Dark Order would suffer excessive losses. Indeed, we do not even know this Thor." Before they could finish, Thanos' oppressive aura descended upon them, instilling great pressure upon the entire Black Order. Soon, cold sweat began to bead on their foreheads. After a moment, witnessing his subordinates trembling on the ground, Thanos retracted his pressure and said coolly, "Do not speak to me of strategy. My strategy is to eliminate as many enemies as possible. Otherwise, Odin, with the resources of an entire galaxy, will pose a formidable challenge." While Star-Lord and Ebony Maw may possess some tactical insight, their understanding at the strategic level of an entire galaxy fell significantly short. The Black Order realized their grave error and felt profound regret, especially Star-Lord and Ebony Maw, who wished to strike themselves in remorse. However, Thanos paid no heed to the petty thoughts of his subordinates, instead turning his gaze toward the distant cosmos as he continued, "Prepare all fleets. We shall swiftly pursue the trail left by our adversary." The spacecraft, upon executing a spatial jump, inevitably leaves behind traces in the fabric of space. Fortuitously, Thanos possessed the technology required to track these remnants, thus refraining from further reprimanding his subordinates for their shortcomings. The Black Order nodded in agreement and promptly returned to their vessel. Meanwhile, within the halls of Asgard, the Rainbow Bridge, Odin's countenance was ashen, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Cursed purple potato," he muttered between breaths. At that moment, Heimdall approached, his boots echoing on the floor, expressing concern with his gaze. "My king, are you unwell?" Heimdall had been covertly observing the battle between Odin and Thanos. Witnessing Odin being overwhelmed by his opponent stirred a sense of urgency within him. Had it not been for Odin's explicit orders, he would have rushed to his aid. Odin shook his head, recalling with unease, during the Council of the Gods, "I heard whispers of a formidable being named Thanos from the neighboring Dragon star system. At that time, I jested about our neighbor's inability to subdue even a Titan. It appears I underestimated him." Though he refrained from outright stating his inability to overcome Thanos, the implication of his concession was clear. He still possessed some contingency plans, yet having exhausted his most potent strategies, the remaining measures would likely only serve to inconvenience Thanos without altering the outcome of their conflict. Moreover, he harbored uncertainty regarding whether Thanos had any hidden resources left, especially concerning the Mind Stone, which had cast a long shadow over him. Fortunately, it was merely the projection of the Infinity Stones, not the actual gems. This thought prompted him to recall a glove crafted for the Infinity Stones that lay within his treasury. In his youth, he had once entertained the ambition of gathering the stones to rule the universe, but ultimately abandoned the pursuit due to the lack of leads. The only stone he was aware of was in the possession of that bald individual, and it remained beyond his grasp. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell further on the matter. At that moment, Heimdall suddenly looked skyward, his pupils contracting in alarm. After a brief pause, he spoke urgently, "My king, the enemy appears to have devised a method to track our cosmic vessels. They are now advancing towards our fleet." Upon hearing this, Odin rose with a look of distress, hastening outward. "What? They possess such capabilities?" Heimdall watched Odin depart, shaking his head in resignation, before returning his focus to monitoring the enemy fleet. Shortly thereafter, Odin arrived at the temple and summoned a council of the assembly. The power structure of Asgard was intriguing. Aside from the king at the apex, there existed a council comprising 100 members, each of whom was required to possess a minimum of planetary-level prowess, equivalent to that of the 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace. In addition to the requirement of strength, one must possess a domain within the galaxy, be it a star or a planet. The Milky Way is vast enough to accommodate millions of representatives. However, it is unfortunate that Odin's desire for control is excessively strong, perceiving the galaxy as his personal possession. Aside from initially distributing planets to his subordinates who fought alongside him, he has not allocated any further territories. Otherwise, he would not find himself so helpless in the face of Thanos. A direct assault with hundreds of millions of warships would surely exhaust even Thanos himself. Chapter 29. The death of Sif. After several hours, hundreds of legislators crossed the Rainbow Bridge and arrived at the realm of Asgard, entering the temple. At this moment, Odin's complexion had returned to normal, showing no signs of injury. As the gods took their seats, Odin stood up, grasping the eternal spear. "My esteemed counselors, we are facing an unprecedented calamity. The adversaries from the Dragon Star system have invaded through a newly formed wormhole, and I require all of you to dispatch your fleets for support." Upon hearing Odin's proclamation, a wave of murmurs swept through the assembly. Isn't the Dragon Star system near the Milky Way? How did they arrive here? Were not all the wormholes sealed? What manner of foe could compel the Allfather to seek our aid? Has the chief deity of the Dragon Star system been slain? Otherwise, why would they invade us? It is inconceivable. How could we have received no word? Observing the growing chaos among the gods, Odin could not restrain himself and struck the ground with the eternal spear. The sound echoed twice, instantly silencing the assembly. Satisfied with the newfound quiet, Odin continued, "Each counselor must dispatch 10 small spacecraft and 1 medium-sized vessel to Asgard for assistance." He refrained from requesting large spacecraft, as only Asgard possessed the capacity to produce them. Should any counselor dare to manufacture a large vessel independently, they would be charged with treason. Upon hearing Odin's command, the expressions of the gods shifted dramatically. It is important to note that since the Asgardian pantheon had taken dominion over the galaxy and sealed all wormholes, there had been no significant conflicts, merely quelling of minor rebellions. This led many to believe that rather than investing in the construction of warships, it was far more pleasurable to indulge in leisure. Now, demanding such a number of spacecraft from each individual, it was evident that only a few would be able to comply. Soon enough, the lamentations among the gods commenced. "My lord, my planet has always been impoverished, devoid of resources. I cannot provide such a number of spacecraft. Indeed, I too am in a similar plight. My storeroom contains only 3 ancient vessels from a millennium ago. Your Majesty, I am truly in dire straits. Recently, those lowly rebels destroyed all our ships during their insurrection. You are fortunate. I have yet to build a palace, let alone afford the construction of warships." Listening to his subordinates' grievances, Odin's brow furrowed deeply. A millennium prior, any Asgardian who heard of an external invasion would have unhesitatingly offered all they possessed to secure victory. It was disheartening to witness the degeneration of Asgard's descendants within such a brief span of time. Shaking his head, he struck the ground again with the eternal spear and declared, "For those unable to meet the required numbers, I shall send individuals to collect the necessary resources." Now, this assembly is adjourned. Initially, he had intended to offer encouragement and distribute some planets, but his aspirations had been dashed. The disappointment in these counselors weighed heavily upon him. After the conclusion of the meeting, he promptly dispatched a messenger to inform his fleeing subordinates to escape to a different location, so as to prevent Thanos from swiftly discovering the coordinates of Asgard. He then bore the pain of his injuries and made his way to Thor's palace. At that moment, Thor lay unconscious in bed, his complexion pale, while Queen Frigga stood at his bedside, one hand gripping her staff and the other emanating a soft, white glow. Although Frigga was not particularly skilled in healing spells, she chose to intervene personally to save her son. Thor's injuries were severe, requiring the power of a demigod for healing, and she was the only one in all of Asgard with such abilities who could also wield restorative magic. Upon seeing the beads of sweat on Frigga's forehead, Odin felt a pang of concern and stepped forward, gently suggesting that she take a moment to rest. He was uncertain when Thanos might arrive, and preserving their strength was of utmost importance. He did not wish to begin a battle with the loss of even one demigod's fighting capacity on his side. However, Frigga merely cast a fleeting glance at Odin, remaining silent and undeterred in her actions. To her, Thor was her lifeblood, while Odin was merely a political ally. To the outside world, they appeared as a loving couple, the epitome of marital bliss, yet in truth, there was no love between them, only a transactional bond, even tinged with animosity. A millennium ago, her witch clan had been gradually consumed by the forces of the other 8 realms following the death of their leader. To protect her people, she was compelled to marry Odin. Yet, after assisting him in ruling the 9 realms, he began to oppress her witch clan, even sacrificing the Valkyries to exile her eldest daughter, Hela. Odin feared the impurity of bloodlines as Hela awakened her witch heritage, suppressing the Asgardian divine lineage. At that time, she was already pregnant with her second child, so she ultimately suppressed her hatred, helplessly watching her daughter being banished to another dimension. When she married Odin, a contract was signed, stipulating that he could take no other wife in his lifetime. Thus, all of Asgard's future would belong to her children. She merely had to wait for Odin to pass away. Of course, until then, she had to endure everything he did, which is why she chose to overlook his frequent dalliances with other women. It wasn't that she was oblivious. Rather, she was determined to avoid giving Odin any leverage to break their contract. Seeing Frigga's icy gaze ignited a flicker of anger within Odin, though he quickly subdued it. With a great adversary looming, now was not the time for internal strife. However, his patience was waning as he glanced at Sif nearby. In a sudden burst of fury, he raised the eternal spear and unleashed a wave of energy. A resonant hum echoed through the air. Sif had never anticipated that Odin would launch an attack against her. Caught entirely off guard, she was struck, and in an instant, a gaping wound appeared in her abdomen, as if she had been cleaved in two. With a resounding thud, Sif collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from her mouth. Her lips moved in a futile attempt to speak, her eyes fixed on Odin with a look of betrayal, as if questioning the rationale behind his deadly assault. Odin, sheathing his spear of eternity, seethed with fury as he exclaimed, "Who granted you the authority to return the flagship? Are you aware that your actions have resulted in a catastrophic defeat at the front, with millions of Asgardian lives lost? It is you who bears the burden of their deaths. Furthermore, according to the code, a coward fleeing from battle is sentenced to death." Upon hearing these words, Sif could only close her eyes in reluctant resignation. Damn it, had she known, she would never have come to the aid of this wretched fool. Chapter 30. Absorbing planets on the far side of the Milky Way, the Black Order was pursuing the cosmic warships of the Asgardian pantheon. Following a stern reprimand from Thanos, they had come to grasp the gravity of their situation, thus intensifying their relentless pursuit, scarcely daring to rest for even a moment. However, it was not long before they encountered a significant issue. After their 4th spatial jump, the Asgardian warships altered course, veering off in a different direction. After a brief discussion, they resolved to relay this information to Thanos. Upon receiving the news, Thanos quickly deduced that Odin had discovered their pursuit and opted to abandon his forces to safeguard his own. This realization prompted a mixture of admiration and frustration within him, reflecting on Odin's cold-blooded decisiveness. It was worth noting that these warships were medium to large in size, carrying tens of thousands of individuals who had previously fought valiantly for Odin against the Dark Cult. To be forsaken so readily was unexpected. Faced with this predicament, Thanos had no effective recourse but to instruct his subordinates to persist in the pursuit of the Asgardian warships, emphasizing the importance of capturing them alive. Since these defeated warriors would not return, he could only hope to extract the coordinates of Asgard from the captured vessels. Otherwise, locating such a place amidst the vastness of space would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The reason Thanos refrained from personally leading the chase was due to more pressing matters at hand. He directed his subordinates to continue establishing interstellar fortresses near the wormhole and to manufacture additional warships on the planets in the rear. Meanwhile, he embarked on a quest to discover new planets and hone his skills. Time passed imperceptibly, and 2 months elapsed. Reinforcements had gradually supplied over 300 additional warships, replenishing Thanos' fleet to a total of 10,000. The Black Order continued to obliterate Asgardian warships, yet not a single one surrendered. In the final moments of battle, Asgardian warriors resorted to self-destruction, denying their captors any opportunity to seize them. Consequently, Thanos resigned himself to the situation and began to focus on dominating individual stars. At this juncture, he found himself on a desolate planet, emanating a purple glow from his hands as he absorbed energy. Following the annihilation of a planet, he had acquired a technique for siphoning energy. However, he had refrained from utilizing this skill to master the power of the Mind Stone. After concluding his confrontation with Odin, he discovered this barren planet beneath his feet and commenced the use of his energy absorption technique. Simultaneously, he recognized a limitation of this technique. It could only absorb energy from planets with a burning core. He was unable to extract any energy from those cold, dead worlds. After 2 months of absorption, the core of the planet beneath him began to cool, and its atmosphere gradually dissipated. This realization led him to understand that the energy absorption technique was, in essence, a means of draining the core of a living planet, thus rendering it lifeless. At that moment, a buzzing sound filled the air. Without needing to glance upward, he instinctively knew it was his subordinates approaching him. Upon his inaugural attempt at harnessing the star absorption technique, he found himself uncertain as to when the planet beneath his feet would be entirely consumed and what would transpire thereafter. Thus, for the sake of precaution, he commanded the spacecraft to remain at a distance of 100,000 kilometers in the vast expanse of outer space. Shortly thereafter, a silver-hued, remarkably futuristic small spacecraft came to a halt nearby. In the next moment, the hatch opened, and an enigmatic figure clad in a gray robe descended, their visage obscured. Upon approaching Thanos, halting 10 meters away, the figure knelt respectfully on one knee. "Esteemed Lord Thanos, we appear to have discovered the whereabouts of the Asgardian continent," they reported. Thanos, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze towards the newcomer. This individual was an executor of the Dark Cult, also a bioengineered being, albeit one of intellect rather than brute strength. "How did you ascertain this?" Thanos inquired. The Dark Executor replied with calm assurance. "Based on our deductions, one as proud as Odin would undoubtedly establish the Asgardian continent at the center of the galaxy, a testament to his power and achievements. Thus, we meticulously surveilled the central region of the galaxy and, to our astonishment, we indeed identified a location that aligns with our expectations." Thanos nodded in approval, remarking, "Well done. You may return now. I shall follow shortly." "At your command, my lord," the executor responded, promptly returning to the spacecraft before departing from the crumbling planet. Observing this, Thanos intensified his absorption power, drawing a tremendous surge of energy into his being. Subsequently, a resounding roar echoed forth. As the earth shook violently, fissures erupted, and volcanoes spewed forth, painting a vivid picture of an apocalyptic scenario. However, as this planet bore no life, the notion of an apocalypse was rendered moot. After half an hour, sensing the energy within him wane, he ceased his absorption and ascended towards the heavens. The relentless explosions continued to resound from the planet, and from the vantage of outer space, it became evident that the planet was beyond salvation. Massive chunks of land, propelled by the explosions, broke free from the planet's gravitational grasp and soared into the void. Not long after Thanos' departure, the planet succumbed to utter destruction, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Countless fragments of the celestial body scattered into the cosmos, leaving behind only a shattered core with a diameter of approximately 1,000 kilometers, an enduring remnant of the planet that once existed. In the depths of space, Thanos accessed his personal attribute panel. Constitution, 42942. 4 Strength, 35,121. 8 Agility, 29578. 0 Mental Power, 30448. 7 Active Skill, Power of Destruction Passive Skills. Titan Bloodline, Super Regeneration, Super Constitution, Super Strength, Super Agility, Potent Mental Power, Resilient Skin Unique Skill. Ruler, Star Absorption Technique Equipment. Tyrant S Butcher Knife, Tyrant S Battle Armor. Mind Stone. Upon reviewing his attributes, Thanos nodded in satisfaction. The absorption of the planet had augmented his four-dimensional attributes by over 1,000 to 3,000 points, with the most significant increase observed in his constitution. Due to a year of mastering the Mind Gem, His mental prowess has surpassed 30,000. If absorbing a single planet can augment his attributes to such an extent, then by assimilating 100 planets, he estimates he could ascend to the later stages of the father level. Although the system panel does not display levels, his extensive research over the years has allowed him to delineate attributes and levels. The classifications include ordinary, strongman, superman, planetary, subfather, father, single universe, and multiverse levels. Among these, the average attributes for an ordinary individual are merely 1 point, while strongmen possess an average of 2 to 10 points. Supermen typically range from 10 to 100 points, with planetary beings averaging between 100 and 1,000 points. Subfather levels range from 1,000 to 10,000 points, and the father level spans from 10,000 to 100,000 points. Of course, this classification is merely his personal framework, propagated within his own faction, as other regions naturally employ their own terminologies. Chapter 31. The arrival of Thanos shortly thereafter. Thanos returned to the Sanctuary too. Through the projection from the void, he discerned that the Dark Executor had located a landmass resembling the realm of Asgard. This was not merely a planet, but rather a continent suspended within the vacuum of the cosmos. Such a marvel could not have formed naturally. It must have been artificially created. Thus, it was no surprise that the Dark Executor would conclude this to be Asgard. Consequently, Thanos immediately dispatched 10 reconnaissance ships to investigate the situation. A week later, thanks to their remarkable speed, the reconnaissance vessels arrived at their destination, located 10,000 light-years away. The images transmitted from the ships revealed the wonders of this continent. The flat terrain exhibited an absence of a core, leaving one to ponder the nature of its gravitational forces. Remarkably, there were seasonal changes and tidal fluctuations, making it appear akin to a typical planet. However, as detailed data arrived, Thanos noted the continent's divergence from planetary norms. An energy shield enveloped the entire landmass, serving as a substitute for the atmosphere, and there was no gravitational presence above. At that moment, hovering over this continent were more than 15,000 warships, though most were of a smaller class. Thanos was taken aback. He had not anticipated Odin's military potential to be so formidable. Even after the loss of numerous warships, they could still muster such a vast fleet. If given additional time, the Asgardian forces might well produce even more vessels. This would not do. He must swiftly subdue Odin, for the Asgardians' military capabilities far surpassed his own. With this thought in mind, Thanos promptly ordered the Sanctuary II to mobilize, commanding the Black Order to act as vanguards and lead the charge. Another week passed. Beside a lake on the continent of Asgard, Thor donned a suit of silver battle armor, wielding the newly restored Mjolnir, and began to swing it repeatedly. After lying bedridden for 10 days, he had finally recovered. Although he had significantly depleted his mother's magical energies, he was back to his former self. Upon regaining his strength, his first impulse was to train vigorously. This would have been nearly unthinkable in the past, as he had previously spent his days either drinking or quelling unrest. The notion of training was foreign to him, for as a member of the Asgardian royal bloodline, he had never needed to exert himself. Upon reaching adulthood, he possessed the strength of a demigod. Such effortless power had led him to undervalue his abilities, languishing in a state of indulgence. This was why he had often acted without thought. There had been little reason for him to engage his intellect. However, following his encounter with Thanos, he had come to a profound realization. No matter how powerful his parents were, they could not shield him indefinitely. To live, one must cultivate their own strength. Now, after 4 days of rigorous training, each swing of Mjolnir echoed with a resonant hum. Before him, the lake's surface was incessantly parted, only to regain its tranquility, then to be divided once more. After a while, he breathlessly set down the hammer of Thor and shook his head in dismay. This training was proving utterly ineffective. Although the royal bloodline of Asgard afforded him a superior starting point and immense power, it had now transformed into a shackle, rendering it challenging for him to break through his limitations. In the grand tapestry of existence, all things are equitable. Potent bloodlines can sometimes signify constraints. At that moment, the distant temple resonated with the chime of bells, ringing out a clear and urgent ding-dong. Upon hearing the sound, Thor's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly soared towards the temple. Under normal circumstances, the temple's bells would remain silent, only ringing during times of utmost significance. Indeed, as he arrived, he immediately beheld his father, the All-Father, seated upon the throne, wearing a grave expression. Before long, the temple was filled with people, some council members even ascending into the air to secure their positions. At this juncture, Odin rose from his throne and struck the ground with Gungnir, the spear of eternity. The resounding thuds echoed in the ears of all present. Suddenly, silence enveloped the assembly. Nodding in satisfaction, Odin proclaimed, according to Heimdall's latest intelligence, "Our enemies are approaching swiftly, set to arrive within a day. I hereby declare Asgard to be in a state of emergency. First, close all portals and prohibit any spacecraft from departing. Second, prioritize all resources for war. Third, all individuals aged 15 and above shall automatically enter the reserve forces, obeying the commands of the Supreme Command, namely my own." Upon hearing Odin's declarations, the gods erupted into fervent discussion. "Damn Thanos! We shall deliver him a resounding blow. Indeed, long live Asgard, victory shall be ours. Under the leadership of our king, we shall vanquish all adversaries. We vow to defend Asgard with our very lives, to protect our homeland." From his position below, Thor watched as his father continuously issued commands, and an unexpected yearning blossomed within him. Compared to the relentless suppression and the endless cycle of violence, it seemed far more exhilarating and powerful to sit upon the throne and direct the course of events. That was the rightful place for a man. Alas, barring unforeseen circumstances, it was likely that his father would live for several more centuries. Chapter 32. Asgard. 2.5 trillion kilometers away from the continent of Asgard, a fleet of cosmic warships materialized abruptly from the void. Initially, small corvettes emerged, soon followed by medium-sized frigates, and then large destroyers. Next came the assault ships, carriers, and logistics vessels. Ultimately, the flagship of the Black Order also arrived at this location. Their decision to leap to a distance of 2.5 trillion kilometers was a result of careful analysis of the technological prowess of the Asgardian pantheon post-conflict. Understanding that the enemy lacked long-range spatial blockades and warp lanes, they felt secure in approaching from such a distance to prevent any premature deployment of cosmic mines by the adversary. At this range, an enemy without warp lane technology would require 100 days to traverse at light speed. As for the prospect of spatial jumping, that was even less feasible. They had already established a spatial blockade to deter any potential escape attempts by the foe. Should the enemy dare to approach, Thanos would find it utterly amusing. With a notable technological advantage, he exuded an air of audacity. Furthermore, this distance allowed them a full day to regroup their forces, rather than hastily engaging the Asgardians. An hour later, an immense warship appeared in the cosmos. The Sanctum II, the vessel commanded by Thanos. The emergence of the Sanctum II immediately instilled a palpable sense of pressure upon all present. After all, this Titan-class warship was colossal beyond compare. Even large warships seemed diminutive in its presence, akin to mere children. Within the command chamber of the Sanctum II, Thanos sat upon his throne, coldly clutching the Mind Stone, perpetually attuned to the power it harbored. The Mind Stone compensated for his mental shortcomings, thus he diligently cultivated its energies. Shortly thereafter, the projections of the Black Order materialized in midair, each respectfully kneeling on one knee. "My lord," they intoned. Thanos opened his eyes, offering a subtle nod as he inquired, "What is the situation?" General Corvus Glaive lifted his gaze, being the first to respond. "My lord, according to our reconnaissance, the enemy has amassed over 14,000 small cosmic warships, more than 700 medium-sized vessels, and 11 large warships. It is evident that the enemy suffers from a severe deficiency of mid to large-sized warships, resulting in a significant lack of firepower. Furthermore, based on our prior analysis of their technology, they do not possess distinctions among corvettes, assault ships, or supply vessels. Their tactics remain rooted in an era 500 years past. We can decisively implement a pincer maneuver." Thanos nodded thoughtfully, asking, "Do the others have alternative strategies?" Nightbringer, Supergiant, Black Dwarf, and Ebony Maw all shook their heads in agreement, indicating no dissent. Seeing this, Thanos declared, "Very well, proceed to the target and commence the war. With that, he closed his eyes. While the Black Order's strategic acumen might require refinement, their tactical arrangements were undeniably sound. After all, after a millennium of warfare, even a mere pig would have learned something. Upon reaching a decision, the expedition swiftly commenced under the guidance of the Temple 2, activating the spatial slideway and soaring towards their destination at a velocity 100 times that of light. While such speed may seem remarkable, it pales in comparison to the vastness of the cosmos, rendering it rather sluggish. Meanwhile, in Asgard, as Odin initiated the war mobilization, numerous miniature spacecraft ascended into the heavens. This conflict, pivotal to their very existence, saw no dissent, even though the denizens were aware that these tiny vessels would likely serve as mere fodder. The honor of the Asgardian race was not to be sullied. In Asgard, warriors are destined to fight to their last breath. Retreat is not in their nature. This stands in stark contrast to those who have spent their lives away from the Asgardian mainland, having grown accustomed to their sovereign reign over their own planets. Over 1,000 Asgardian senators, ensconced in their own dominions, had long since lost that valor. It is perhaps this understanding that fueled Odin's disdain for the fracturing of the Asgardian race. At this moment, Odin sat in a formidable starship, patiently awaiting the arrival of his adversary, flanked by Thor and Heimdall. Frigga, having exhausted her magical energy in her recent efforts to heal Thor, had yet to recover. Odin's mind began to ponder an alternative strategy. Although both Thor and Heimdall possessed demigod strength, he sensed it insufficient. He doubted their ability to pose any significant threat to Thanos. If only Frigga were present, her peak demigod prowess and unparalleled sorcery would be invaluable in providing support. As for the two warriors, they would likely become mere casualties in the struggle, compelling him to divert his focus to their rescue. This line of thought led him to reminisce about his daughter, Hela. Were she here, her formidable magical prowess could effectively restrain Thanos. Contemplating this, he weighed the possibility of releasing Hela from her confinement. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately decided against it. Having gone to great lengths to imprison such a troublesome entity, he feared that her release would lead to chaos. Time passed gradually, with the fleet now comprising 15,000 starships, accompanied by over 1 million miniature crafts. These vessels lacked the capability for spatial jumps, constrained by limited energy and sluggish speeds. Nevertheless, their sheer numbers and disregard for attrition provided a strategic advantage. Hours later, an Asgardian hurriedly approached, kneeling before Odin. "My king," he reported, "we have detected a strong spatial disturbance 10 million kilometers ahead, though it does not appear to be a spatial jump." Upon hearing this, Odin rose immediately, his expression grave. Could it be the enemy's new technology? He pondered before turning to Heimdall. Thanos wielded an array of unfamiliar technologies, and Heimdall, who had been observing the unfolding events from Asgard, would possess the insight needed to decipher this anomaly. Heimdall did not disappoint him. After rising to his feet, he spoke. "O King, during the First Great War, I witnessed them employing technology capable of achieving speeds 100 times that of light, without causing severe spatial disturbances. 100 times the speed of light." Upon hearing this, Odin fell once more into silence. His awareness of the enemy's imminent arrival was based on Heimdall's deductions. He pondered the foundation of their capabilities, only to discover the existence of technology that transcended comprehension. The more he learned about Thanos' advancements, the more alarmed he became. How much technology had he failed to grasp? Though the Marvel Universe esteemed strength above all, it did not imply that technology lacked significance. Had he possessed such advancements earlier, perhaps defeat could have been averted. At that moment, Thor, brimming with impatience, interjected. "Father, what shall we do now?" Having matured considerably, he refrained from resorting to violence without thought. This brought Odin a sense of relief. After a moment of contemplation, Odin declared, "We shall await their approach." Clearly intimidated by Thanos' technology, he now opted for a confrontational strategy, dismissing any other tactical considerations. Chapter 33. The war persists. Time quickly passed to the following day. Thanos' cosmic fleet finally arrived 10 million kilometers away from the Asgardian fleet. Awaiting them were beams of laser fire. At this distance, even at the speed of light, it would take 33 seconds for the beams to reach their target. The Sanctuary too calmly activated its shields, effectively repelling the enemy's assault. In that moment, Thanos sensed Odin's presence in the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed fortune favored him. His greatest fear was becoming lost in the vast cosmos, allowing Odin the time to gather strength. In that scenario, he would find himself outnumbered and outmatched. Before long, the escorts followed closely behind, reaching their destination and promptly activating their shields. The shape of the escort vessels resembled that of a hexagonal tortoiseshell, lacking any offensive capabilities, primarily designed to support a massive energy shield. As the shields powered up, a colossal energy barrier manifested instantaneously. The lasers that struck the energy shield merely created ripples, failing to penetrate its defenses. Following the escorts, the attack ships, motherships, and supply vessels arrived in succession. Within half an hour, 10,000 cosmic warships had congregated near Asgard. Observing this, Thanos gestured, and the Black Order began directing the cosmic fleet to maneuver around the enemy's attacks, encircling them from both flanks. Odin, witnessing the enemy's numerical advantage yet audaciously attempting to encircle him, was filled with rage. He immediately ordered his subordinates to initiate a counter-encirclement. After several hours, the formations of both sides resembled a bird in flight. The main forces of each side were positioned at the center, striving to breach the opposing formation and encircle their wings. Meanwhile, the flanking forces endeavored to penetrate the enemy's center, resulting in the destruction of numerous warships and the loss of countless lives amidst the cosmic expanse. However, due to the evenly matched strengths, both sides fought with utmost caution. This battle of encirclement and counter-encirclement continued for an entire day, culminating in the loss of over 1,000 cosmic warships. The casualties among the Dark Order and Asgardian warriors were incalculable, beyond any means of enumeration. Yet, the majority of these losses were borne by Odin's forces, primarily due to the overwhelming power of the Titan-class warships. Each time the main cannon of the Sanctuary II unleashed its fury, it claimed a significant number of enemies, intensifying the pressure on Odin's center. Recognizing this dire situation, Odin seized the Eternal Spear and sword from his warship. A formidable surge of energy erupted, aimed at the Sanctuary II, which was in the process of firing its main cannon. In the next moment, the nearby escort vessels surged forward, activating their energy shields. A dazzling display of fireworks erupted in the void. The escorts, positioned to absorb Odin's attack, were swiftly obliterated one after another. Only when a large escort vessel positioned itself in front did it manage to deflect Odin's onslaught for a few fleeting seconds. Yet, it was merely a matter of seconds. After 5 seconds, the massive frigate was obliterated, and the energy shockwave surged towards the Temple II. However, thanks to the frigate's obstruction, Temple II halted the charging of its main cannon and activated its energy shield. In the next moment, Odin's attack collided with the energy shield. In the control room, Thanos observed the rapid depletion of Temple II's energy and promptly gripped the blade of destruction tightly. The combat prowess of the Celestial Father could only be matched by another of its kind. Perhaps in the future, advanced technology might yield a cosmic battleship capable of rivaling the Celestial Father's might, but at present, none existed. Soon, Thanos appeared outside Temple II and extended a hand to shield himself from the energy shockwave. After a brief exchange of energy, Odin ceased his assault and fixed his gaze on Thanos, 1,000 kilometers away. At that moment, Thor and Heimdall joined him, their eyes wide and unwavering as they stared at Thanos. Thanos merely responded with a cold smile, patiently awaiting the outcome of the battlefield. With Asgard's continent now located, he felt no urgency. The war's dynamics favored him. He could afford to wait for his subordinates to annihilate the Asgardian fleet and gradually wear down Odin. Aware of Thanos' intentions, Odin felt a twinge of anxiety. Before long, the tide of battle shifted. General Blade of Death personally led his vessel, destroying an enemy battleship and breaking through the enemy formation to launch an assault on the left flank. In an instant, Odin's forces found themselves in a precarious situation. Observing this, Thor exclaimed anxiously, "Father, I must assist." With that, he swung Mjolnir and sword towards the left side. Odin, concerned for his son, turned to Heimdall, troubled by the thought of Thor potentially facing danger. After a moment of contemplation, he abandoned the idea of sending Heimdall to assist. The entire army was in a precarious state. If Heimdall were to aid Thor, how would he respond if another crisis arose elsewhere? Would he have to intervene personally? If it came to that, Thanos would undoubtedly approach with a sinister grin. Meanwhile, Thor swiftly reached the left flank. Spotting General Blade of Death mercilessly slaughtering Asgardian warriors from a distance, he charged forward without hesitation, sensing that this foe was merely at the peak of planetary levels and thus no match for him. The general, sensing the threat posed by Thor, tightened his grip on the Blade of Death. Moments later, Thor hurled Mjolnir at his adversary. Throwing his hammer was indeed his forte. With a resounding crash, although the general managed to block the attack with his weapon, he was still pushed back. He quickly realized that he was no match for Thor. At that moment, the Dark Star nearby sensed the danger to her beloved and, after destroying an enemy battleship, flew over to assist. In a 2-to-1 confrontation, although they were still being relentlessly pressed by Thor, they managed to hold their ground, bolstered by the numerous allied starships around them that intermittently launched attacks in their aid. After several minutes, the right flank of Odin's forces was breached by the combined might of Black Dwarf, Hyperion, and Ebony Maw. Observing the escalating pressure on his side, Heimdall took the initiative to assist. With the weight of the situation bearing down on him, Odin gripped the Eternal Spear, yearning to unleash a sweeping assault. However, the menacing presence of Thanos, looming in the distance, kept him firmly in check, instilling a sense of caution that restrained any impulsive actions. Just as Odin's forces began to falter, a sudden rippling of spatial energy manifested behind the battlefield of Asgard. Moments later, over 1,000 starships, enshrouded in ice, emerged through a spatial jump. Chapter 34. The frost giant upon the sight of the cosmic battleship materializing behind him, Odin felt a surge of joy within. 2 days prior, upon learning of the impending arrival of his adversaries, he had sought the aid of the frost giants as a precautionary measure, promising to return Loki to them once the conflict was resolved. However, he now believed Loki to be deceased, thus had no intention of fulfilling that promise. As long as he vanquished Thanos, the frost giants would be at his mercy. Moments later, the projection of Laufey materialized before Odin. "I hope you honor your word," Laufey remarked. Truth be told, he had little desire to be here. Yet, with his son in Odin's grasp, he found himself compelled to tread carefully. After all, he had but one son, whom he wished to see inherit his frost kingdom. Odin, with a serene smile, confidently replied, "Rest assured, Loki is safe within my palace. As long as you assist me in repelling the enemy, I shall return him to you." Laufey nodded in agreement. "Very well." Soon, over 1,000 frost-enshrouded vessels executed a maneuver, launching an assault on the right flank of the enemy fleet. This was a strategic choice as Heimdall was positioned there, presenting a more favorable scenario than the left flank. Should he assist Heimdall in dismantling the enemy forces and subsequently encircle them from the right, victory would be assured. With his nascent godly prowess, Laufey swiftly obliterated several enemy warships, forcing the formidable figures of Hyperion, Black Dwarf, and Ebony Maw into retreat. Indeed, Laufey possessed the strength of a nascent god, allowing him to dominate all present. Had he wished to employ lethal force, the 5 generals of the Black Order would have been reduced to merely 2. It was worth noting that a millennium ago, with the artifact of the frost giants, the box of ice in his possession, Laufey had managed to contest evenly with Odin. In fact, it was he who had deprived Odin of one of his eyes. Odin, wary of Laufey's might, had spared him after their encounter, seizing the box of ice to neutralize Laufey's power and abducting his son as leverage. Meanwhile, Thanos, positioned before the Second Temple, narrowed his eyes upon witnessing this unexpected assistance summoned by Odin. This development posed a significant challenge for him. Just as Odin was wary of him, Thanos too feared that Odin would launch an assault on the temple once he departed. Should this Titan-class vessel be destroyed, their offensive would falter dramatically, and Odin could very well seize the upper hand. Yet, should he choose not to provide support, the right flank would crumble, leaving the center vulnerable. As he observed Laufey wreaking havoc in the distance, a spark of inspiration ignited within Thanos. Was this not the frost giant? Without delay, he instructed his subordinate, Blue, to establish a connection with his flagship at the front lines. Subsequently, he projected his image before Laufey, who had just ceased his assault on a frigate's shield, intrigued by the appearance of the towering purple figure before him. He certainly did not recognize Thanos, yet he had merely come to assist his son and did not truly intend to fight for Odin's sake. "Who are you?" Thanos inquired, shaking his head and calmly responding, "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is who you are." Upon hearing this, Lao Fei narrowed his eyes and coldly declared, "I am Lao Fei, the leader of the Frost Giants." He found the other's demeanor intolerably condescending, as if he were merely a subordinate. Thanos nodded and remarked, "Lao Fei, is it? Last year, I captured a little fellow named Loki. He must be your son, for he bears a striking resemblance to you." Since they were still amidst conflict, he cut straight to the chase. "Your son is in my possession. If you wish for him to live, you would do well to obey." At this revelation, Laufey's expression turned incredulous. "What? Loki is in your hands? How is that possible?" Thanos understood then that Lao Fei was likely unaware of Odin's act of casting Loki into the wormhole. Thus, he explained, "A year ago, my subordinates discovered Loki emerging from a suddenly opened wormhole, which is how I arrived in this galaxy." Upon hearing this, Lao Fei staggered back, muttering, How dare he do this to my son?" Thanos, observing his reaction, coldly stated, "If you withdraw now, I shall allow you to see your son in a day." Lao Fei lifted his gaze, staring intently at Thanos, and replied icily, "I shall verify your claim immediately. If you deceive me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, he soared back to his flagship and departed the battlefield with over 1,000 warships. Thanos merely shook his head in disdain. Were it not for Odin restraining him, he would have reduced Lao Fei to mere fragments. Meanwhile, after Lao Fei retreated with his fleet, Odin's projection materialized before him, immediately questioning, "What is the meaning of this? Why have you returned?" As Lao Fei beheld Odin, a boundless fury ignited within him. Their planet, Jotunheim, was a desolate realm, laden with ice and snow, utterly inhospitable to the flourishing of life. Thus, he led his kin to escape Jotunheim in search of survival and prosperity on other planets. All had gone smoothly until one day, Odin and his Asgardian warriors descended upon them, seizing his artifact, the Frost Box, and abducting his son. They were once again exiled to Jotunheim, struggling for survival. Had it not been for Odin, he believed he would have already claimed dominion over the galaxy. Yet, despite the seething anger within him, he soon regained his composure and spoke, "The enemy claims my son, Loki, is in his custody." At this, Odin's heart raced with alarm. Nonetheless, he maintained an icy exterior and retorted, "Are you a fool? Do you believe anything the enemy says? Now return to battle at once, and I shall pretend as though nothing has transpired." Upon perceiving that Odin had yet to reveal Loki to him, Lao Fei could not help but be swayed, if only slightly, by the words of Thanos. "I demand to see whether Loki remains in your possession. Only when I am granted this sight shall I proceed to the front lines." At these words, a fleeting shadow of gloom passed through Odin's eyes. Nonetheless, he responded, "Very well. I shall connect to the temple at once and allow you to behold him. Once you have seen, you must immediately march to the front. Otherwise, I shall take his life." Chapter 35. The betrayal of Lao Fei in Laufey's impatient anticipation. A three-dimensional projection soon revealed the figure of Loki. The scene unfolded within a resplendent temple, where Loki adorned a robe of deep green and gold. "Loki, how are you? Are you all right?" Upon witnessing Loki's appearance, Lao Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him, simultaneously cursing the towering figure in purple. That wretched individual dared to deceive him. Initially, he had merely intended to observe, but now he was resolute in seeking retribution. Upon hearing Laufey's words, Loki's eyes widened with panic. Yet he maintained a semblance of composure as he replied, "Father, I am well, do not worry." At Loki's address, Lao Fei narrowed his eyes and replied coolly, "That is good. Your mother misses you dearly. When will you return?" Although Loki was indeed his son, he had been taken away by Odin during his infancy, leaving Loki unaware of his true lineage. It was only last year that they had reunited as father and son. However, despite their newfound connection, Lao Fei was accustomed to being addressed simply as Lao Fei, and Loki's sudden reference to him as father felt oddly unsettling. Loki, appearing somewhat flustered, shook his head and replied, "My mother? I do not know her. I am genuinely curious about what she is like. By the way, the All-Father mentioned that once your task is complete, I shall return. I hope you accomplish the All-Father's bidding." Hearing this, Lao Fei took a few steps back, a cold expression settling on his face as he said, "My son's mother perished during childbirth. You answered that correctly, but Loki would never refer to Odin as the All-Father. He would call him Father God." Upon hearing this, Loki's visage turned pale, his mouth opening in shock, yet words eluded him. Moments later, his figure blurred, transforming into a woman clad in a robe. Laufey's expression darkened, and he demanded, "Speak, where is my son?" The revelation that the figure before him was a witch incited a surge of fury within him. Upon realizing her ruse had been unveiled, the projection shifted once more, revealing Odin. "Lao Fei, assist me in repelling our foes, and I promise to return your icebox, granting you freedom henceforth." Odin, sensing his leverage slipping away, sought to placate Lao Fei. However, Laufey's heart brimmed with resentment and rage, rendering him deaf to Odin's entreaties. Furthermore, should Odin fall, he could reclaim the icebox, and the frost giants would no longer be bound. Thus, he abruptly severed the communication, unwilling to engage further. Odin, witnessing this, felt a surge of fury. Cursed Lao Fei, had I known, I would have spared no mercy. Initially, out of respect for Laufey's hard-earned ascension to the level of a celestial father, he had refrained from ending his life, hoping to leverage Laufey's abilities. Yet, betrayal had now thwarted his plans, and the chaos of war left him no opportunity to rectify the situation with Lao Fei. As he observed the right flank of his forces beginning to falter, a sense of urgency surged within him. After a moment's contemplation, he narrowed his remaining eye and resolved firmly, "Everyone, retreat to Asgard." Those who heard the command were momentarily taken aback. However, it wasn't long before the Asgardian warriors began piloting their starships towards the continent of Asgard, particularly those who, lacking even a starship, relied solely on their fervor to navigate personal spacecraft. This day would undoubtedly become a nightmare for all involved. In the cosmic conflict, these vessels served merely as fodder. Their diminutive crafts stood no chance of reaching the distant enemy. Conversely, a single barrage from the adversary could obliterate their ships with ease. In this dire situation, where they could only endure the onslaught without the means to retaliate, retreat was not an option. King Odin had not permitted their withdrawal. To retreat would mean to flee, a fate that would invite immediate execution. Having barely survived the initial exchange of fire and drawn closer to the enemy, they now faced a relentless tide of the Dark Covenant and the colossal beasts of the cosmos. Although the Asgardians were renowned for their valor, over a millennium without war had dulled their memories of its brutality and bloodshed. Thus, upon receiving Odin's order to withdraw, they hastened back to the safety of Asgard. Yet, Thor and Heimdall, engaged in fierce combat at the front lines, chose not to cease their assault upon hearing the retreat command. To flee en masse would signify defeat, not a strategic withdrawal. It was imperative that someone remained behind to ensure the safety of their comrades during the retreat, and they were the most suitable candidates for this task. Lightning erupted from Thor's enchanted hammer, while the radiant blades of Heimdall's twin swords cleaved through enemy starships, decimating one after another. Yet, Odin's heart began to race with concern. Despite the immense power of the All-Father, he was not invincible. Alone against thousands of starships without reinforcements, exhaustion would inevitably take its toll. The loss of others was a tragedy, but Thor, his son, and Heimdall, his most trusted ally, could not afford to perish. Such an outcome would surely delight Thanos. Soon after, he commanded all starships and spacecraft on the left and right flanks to hold their positions, instructing Thor and Heimdall to return. Heimdall, quick to obey, immediately began his retreat. However, Thor, caught up in the thrill of battle and seeking to dispel the shadows cast by Thanos, ignored his father's directive. Reluctantly, Odin sent Heimdall once more to retrieve Thor. As he surveyed the nearly disintegrated left and right lines, Odin gritted his teeth and resolved to allow the smaller spacecraft to remain in the rear, while all other starships retreated to Asgard. At that moment, the protective shield of Asgard began to rise slowly. This shield encompassed all of Asgard, fortified by resources Odin had gathered from across the galaxy over the years. As long as they remained within Asgard's embrace, not even Thanos, given a century, could breach their defenses. Thanos, of course, noticed Odin's movements. However, he merely observed without intervening. Time was on his side. As long as he could confine Odin and Asgard, he could gradually dominate this galaxy, and his odds of success would only increase. After several hours had passed, Odin, having suffered the loss of countless Asgardian warriors, ultimately retreated with the remaining cosmic warships back to Asgard. Simultaneously, Asgard's protective shield was completely deactivated. Gazing at the mocking grin of Thanos beyond the shield, Odin tightened his grip on the eternal spear. "Thanos, you shall await my wrath." During his retreat, a plan crystallized in his mind. He would release Hela and confront Thanos with her and 2 others. Hela possessed godlike strength, and with the enhancement of Asgard, her power was only slightly inferior to his own. The time would come for them to face Thanos in their ultimate battle. Chapter 36. The Goddess of Death. One day later, over 100 cosmic battleships glided towards the continent of Asgard. These vessels were the latest creations from the fleet of Thanos, dispatched to provide support at the front lines. Aboard a massive mothership, Loki languidly perused a book, his boredom palpable. Since Thanos' last visit, he had been left in a state of apparent neglect, with no one coming to see him. Were it not for the occasional delivery of sustenance by robotic sentinels, he might have suspected he had fallen into a cosmic wormhole once more. Just as he resigned himself to the thought of aging in captivity, he was unexpectedly taken aboard another spacecraft. Anxieties about his fate gnawed at him. He was uncertain how Thanos intended to deal with him. Simultaneously, he despised the feeling of being at the mercy of fate, a truly dismal predicament. In that moment, the door to his chamber swung open, and 2 figures clad in metallic armor approached. Upon hearing their command, Loki's book vanished instantly, and he obediently followed in their wake. These armored beings were indeed robots, equipped with infrared sensors, thermal detection, and ultraviolet scanners. His illusions were utterly futile against such adversaries. Before long, he found himself outside the spacecraft, where he beheld the imposing figure of Thanos. Yet, his gaze was soon drawn to an unexpected silhouette. Towering over 3 meters, adorned in pale blue, stood none other than his estranged father, Laufey, the king of the frost giants. A jolt of fear coursed through him, prompting an instinctive urge to retreat. After all, he had nearly obliterated the frost giants' planet, Jotunheim, using the Bifrost. Laufey had surely come to settle the score. However, a stern voice halted his escape. "Where do you think you're going?" In an instant, a beam of blue light shot forth, encasing him in ice. Laufey approached, seizing Loki and addressing Thanos with reverence. "Thank you, Lord Thanos. From this moment onward, the Frost Giant clan shall heed your command." In truth, Laufey had no desire to serve Thanos. Yet, the overwhelming aura of destruction and chaos emanating from Thanos, coupled with the sheer magnitude of his destructive energy, made it clear to him that he was in the presence of a true sovereign, one far beyond the feigned nobility of Odin. Disobedience would surely spell doom for both himself and his kin, especially in his current state, devoid of any artifacts that might afford him the means to resist. Thus, after a period of negotiation, he chose to yield. Moreover, Thanos had saved his only surviving lineage, alleviating any burden associated with his submission. Upon witnessing Laufey's acquiescence, Thanos nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Indeed, we have a comprehensive system of rewards and punishments. Should you prove your worth, ruling an entire star system shall be well within your grasp." The art of enticing promises was not to be underestimated. Without substantial rewards, few would even deign to take notice. What Thanos stated was not mere rhetoric. With sufficient merit, one could indeed ascend to rule a star system. However, this was contingent upon the conquest of 10 star systems to amass enough merit for the dominion of a single one. Laufey is no novice either. After over 1,000 years of existence, he has encountered countless individuals and heard a myriad of words. Regarding Thanos' promise, he merely nodded nonchalantly before departing with his son. Although Loki once nearly brought destruction to Jotunheim, he remains Laufey's only son, rendering any severe action against him implausible. However, while he may escape the death penalty, the consequences of his actions remain inescapable. Loki, sensing Laufey's malevolent gaze, immediately cried out, "No! Help me!" Within the temple of Asgard, Odin dismissed Thor and Heimdall, then ventured alone to the Rainbow Bridge. After a flash of light, he vanished from his position. In the next moment, he found himself in the realm of the dead, the underworld. The skies here were shrouded in darkness. Even the sun appeared black, and the air was thick with the stench of decay, littered with bones beneath his feet. Upon Odin's arrival, the bones on the ground began to levitate, forming into skeletons. Soon, the eye sockets of these skeletons ignited with soul fire, and they lunged menacingly at Odin. In the underworld, any living being is met with hostility and aggression. Odin's expression darkened at the sight, and he tightened his grip on the eternal spear, unleashing a surge of energy. With a resounding crash, all the skeletons disintegrated into dust, creating a fissure over 100 meters wide and several kilometers long in the ground. This disturbance arose from the underworld's denser spatial nature compared to the reality above. Following this display of power, no more skeletons emerged, as if even the dead feared strength. A moment later, a colossal, indistinct shadow materialized in the void. "Odin, what brings you to my realm?" Though posed as a question, it carried an accusatory tone, unmistakably indicating the shadow's disdain for Odin. Aware of their discord, Odin replied impatiently, "I have come to retrieve my daughter." With that, he sensed Hela's presence and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was before an enormous tomb, towering over 10 meters and sprawling across 1,000 square meters. Without the visible gravestone, one might not even recognize it as a grave. Kneeling before the tomb was a woman with long black hair, clad in a tight black garment, exuding an aura of death. She was Hela, the goddess of death. Witnessing his daughter's transformation stirred deep emotions within Odin. Had he been too harsh on her? In the days before the 9 realms were subdued, Hela had been his most formidable general, fighting valiantly alongside him, vanquishing countless foes and conquering numerous planets. Yet, upon awakening the bloodline of the witch, he had sealed her within the underworld for over 1,000 years. Soon, however, he shook his head. The bloodline of the Asgardian royalty is not to be sullied. Only one of Asgard's lineage may ascend to the throne and succeed him. Upon this realization, he revealed a resolute gaze and coldly declared, "I now grant you the opportunity to return to Asgard with me, but you must heed my commands." Originally kneeling before the grave, Hela felt the chilling essence of death that enveloped her recede into her being as she opened her eyes. Those orbs were filled with darkness and demise, suggesting that a mere glance could draw one into the abyss. Moments later, her entire form began to transform. A suit of black and green armor materialized upon her. A cloak billowed behind her, and finally, a helmet resembling the claws of a spider adorned her head. "Odin, I have awaited you for far too long." With that, a black sword was instantly unleashed from her hand, hurtling towards Odin. Chapter 37. The reunion of mother and daughter. When it comes to Hela's animosity towards Odin, the depths of her resentment are boundless. Yet, to fight for her father's cause, even at the cost of her own life, could be deemed acceptable. After all, as a daughter, it is natural to strive for her father's ambitions. Later, upon awakening her witch's bloodline, Odin's disdain for her became apparent. Yet Hela bore no grudge, understanding the necessity of preserving the purity of Asgard's royal lineage. However, it was utterly unacceptable for Odin to dispatch the Valkyries to hunt her down. One must remember that during the conquest of the galaxy, the Valkyries were the very first faction she had subjugated from the 9 realms. Since then, she had led them into numerous battles across the galaxy, forging profound bonds through shared struggles. Yet Odin chose to send these Valkyries against her, forcing her to slay her own subordinates, some of whom she held dear. This betrayal intensified her hatred for Odin to an unbearable degree. In the next moment, a sharp clang resonated as Hela's dark sword was effortlessly deflected by a mere flick of Odin's hand. No matter how deep her hatred ran, it could not bridge the chasm of power that separated them. Though both father and daughter were of divine lineage, one stood at the nascent stage of this power while the other had reached its pinnacle, rendering them incomparable. Odin, his expression darkened, gazed coldly at his daughter and demanded, "What do you intend to do?" The audacity of his own daughter to raise her hand against him was nothing short of rebellion. He had spared her life once, out of respect for Frigga, yet here she was challenging him. Hela remained silent, conjuring 2 long swords from thin air and charging forward. The ensuing clash echoed with the sounds of metal on metal, the ground beneath them fracturing under the weight of their unleashed energies. After a while, Odin's patience began to wane. However, thoughts of Thanos compelled him to suppress his rising anger and allow Hela to continue her relentless assault. After all, who wouldn't he be incensed after a millennium of confinement in the underworld? Yet, an hour passed and Hela, seemingly tireless, pressed on with her fervent onslaught, ignoring all forms of defense. Ultimately, Odin's patience was exhausted. After parrying Hela's strike with the eternal spear, he swept the spear's butt end, sending her crashing to the ground. "Is that enough?" he boomed. Noticing Hela's attempt to rise, he pressed the eternal spear firmly against her. "Should you choose to act again, do not expect me to be merciful." Recognizing the futility of her resistance, Hela resigned herself to the ground, uttering weakly, "What is it that you seek from me?" Odin, softening slightly, replied, "I have made it clear. If you comply with my wishes, I shall ensure your return to Asgard." Despite Hela's inferior strength, Frigga had once bound the energy core of Asgard to her to safeguard her, granting her nearly inexhaustible power. Thus, if Hela were to return to Asgard, her strength would soon be restored and perhaps even surpassed. This was the reason behind Odin's repeated forbearance. As long as Hela can hold off Thanos, he will be able to unleash his most formidable move, the Eternal Strike. Upon hearing this, Hela displayed a mocking smile. "Ha ha! It seems you've encountered a formidable adversary. Otherwise, you wouldn't seek my assistance." Odin nodded slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, I am faced with an exceedingly troublesome opponent, but it is not imperative that you assist me. I merely wish to offer you an opportunity." Should Hela refuse to cooperate, he would have no choice but to swallow his pride and seek aid from the Council of Gods. However, those avaricious deities would likely demand a hefty price for their assistance. Upon hearing this, Hela ceased her laughter and became composed. After a moment, she nodded and said, "Very well, but I require the eternal flame." During her millennium in the underworld, she had transmuted all her magical and divine power into the force of death, gaining a new understanding of the eternal flame. Thus, she wished to use it to resurrect her former subordinates. Odin, upon hearing her request, immediately agreed, saying, "No problem. Although the eternal flame is significant, to me it is merely a flame to behold. After all, it is only useful to the fire giant Searcher. Perhaps the witch can harness its power, but thus far, no one has done so." Having reached an agreement, Odin swiftly lifted the seal and escorted Hela back to Asgard. At this moment, unease permeated Asgard, as its inhabitants gazed up at the sky. There, in the cosmos, thousands of warships relentlessly unleashed lasers, assaulting Asgard's protective shield. One particularly immense energy attack caused the shield to tremble. Nevertheless, Asgard, having stood for millennia, possessed an immense energy reserve, and thus far, there had been no signs of energy depletion. As Hela stepped through the portal and set foot on Asgardian soil, the core energy of Asgard immediately surged toward her. Soon, the energy she had exhausted in the underworld was replenished instantaneously. However, as her body now contained the force of death, this energy would require time to be converted. "You should first restore your energy and acclimatize to your surroundings. I must step out for a moment," Odin stated before vanishing from sight. With Hela's agreement to assist him, he was untroubled by the prospect of her retracting her promise, for he understood his daughter's character well enough to know she would not act in bad faith. Hela made no objections, remaining in place as she began to absorb the energies of Asgard. After a short while, a familiar voice suddenly resonated behind her. "Hela, is that you?" Upon hearing the voice, Hela froze. "Is it truly you? Do you know how much I have longed for you? I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you." The sound of the weeping stirred a deep discomfort within Hela, thawing her once icy heart. If there was anyone in this world she truly cared for, it was undoubtedly her mother, Frigga. When Odin first sought to banish her, it was only Frigga who devoted everything to safeguard her. All her subordinates, comrades, and admirers betrayed her without hesitation. "I have wronged you. I have wronged you." As the echoes of remorse resonated within her, Hela felt an embrace from behind. Unable to maintain her icy demeanor any longer, she turned and enveloped the other in her arms. "Mother, it is I. I have returned." Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Frigga shuddered, almost in disbelief, and exclaimed, "Is it truly you? You have returned." Initially, she had been in her chamber to regain her powers, but upon sensing Hela's presence, she instantly transported herself. At first, she had thought it was merely a figment of her imagination, yet to her astonishment, it was indeed real. Soon, the two embraced tightly, sharing their longings and affection for one another. Chapter 38. The final battle commences. Upon returning to the temple, Odin swiftly convened another urgent meeting. With Hela's return, he was resolutely confident in confronting Thanos in a decisive battle. However, the previous day's skirmish had revealed the limitations of the miniature spacecraft, prompting him to initiate the production of a greater number of cosmic warships. Even the smaller vessels would prove superior to those barely capable of serving as cannon fodder. Thus, under the mobilization for Level 1 preparedness, the entire realm of Asgard saw trillions of Asgardians engaged in the construction of cosmic warships. Around the clock, 24 hours a day, they toiled tirelessly. 3 months later, Odin found himself in possession of 15,000 cosmic warships, although the majority were indeed small vessels. The manufacturing cycle for medium and large warships typically spanned at least a year, rendering them non-viable for such a brief 3-month period. Thus, no work had even commenced on those. Meanwhile, Thanos' forces had not remained idle during these 3 months. On average, approximately 100 warships arrived each month to offer support and transport supplies. Concurrently, at the rear bases, the biochemical warriors of the Dark Order were incessantly hatching. Just as Thanos presumed Odin would remain ensconced within Asgard, he received unexpected news from his subordinates. The Asgardian warships had launched and appeared to be lowering their protective shields. At that moment, he was on a desolate planet, absorbing a stellar core. Upon hearing the report, he abandoned the planet, nearly drained of its resources, and set a course for Temple 2. With a full-force burst, his speed approached the speed of light. However, he had already ventured 100 light-years away to absorb the stellar core. Consequently, he resorted to tearing through the fabric of space with his corporeal form, entering subspace for a spatial leap. This ability was granted to him only after absorbing his first stellar core. Previously, he would have had to expend vast amounts of destructive energy to shield his body. Now, he could withstand the turbulent currents of subspace solely with his physical form. Merely 10 minutes later, he emerged from subspace near Temple 2. There, he beheld the Asgardian shields raised, with a multitude of warships surging forth. Immediately, a barrage of laser fire erupted, and energy shields activated in response. The plasma cannons, electromagnetic railguns, and energy spires across the Asgardian continent commenced firing, heralding a true high-tech confrontation. The contest was one of technological supremacy and energy abundance. Yet, this was not a realm confined to mere technology. It was a world where science coexisted with extraordinary abilities. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, radiated blinding arcs of electricity, obliterating one warship after another. Seeing this, Thanos narrowed his eyes. It was a clear indication of their lack of advanced combat prowess. Despite the seeming strength of the Black Order's 5 generals, their power had yet to reach the level of a demigod, rendering them incapable of stopping Thor. Shaking his head, Thanos swiftly materialized before Thor, brandishing the tyrant's blade and striking down. "Stop!" At that moment, a furious roar echoed from afar. It was Odin, who could hardly fathom that Thanos, possessing a power comparable to that of a celestial deity, would resort to ambushing a demigod like Thor. Where had the dignity of the mighty gone? Where was the pride of a celestial being? How could one stoop so low? Yet, despite Odin's turmoil, he could not alter the harsh reality. In Thor's incredulous gaze, Thanos struck the god of thunder's hammer with a single blow. In the next instant, a brilliant light erupted, followed by an explosion of lightning, and a figure was sent hurtling through the air. Moments later, as the radiance faded, Thor's hammer lay in ruins. Thanos sheathed his ruthless blade and coldly regarded Odin from a distance. Once Thor was launched from the impact, he was embraced by Odin. However, he soon noticed an unfamiliar woman beside Odin, a figure exuding an aura of death, possessing strength that had attained celestial levels. At this revelation, a smirk crept across Thanos' lips. He had not anticipated Odin would unleash Hela. After assessing Thor's injuries and confirming he was alive, Odin entrusted him to Frigga behind him and grasped the eternal spear tightly, fixating his gaze on Thanos. "Today we shall fight to the death." With that declaration, he charged forward. The previous battle had taught him that long-range attacks were futile against Thanos, rendering further delay unnecessary. Halfway through his advance, a golden radiance enveloped him. He had entered his divine state. Observing this, Hela swiftly followed Odin, conjuring two short blades in her hands, flames erupting from their edges. She had fused her attacks with the eternal flame, imbuing them with a burning effect. Thanos, however, merely shook his head in disdain. At this juncture, he had absorbed the essence of nearly 2 planets, amplifying his power significantly. His earlier strike against Thor had been tempered by a caution against Odin's potential ambush. Otherwise, Thor would have already met his demise. Despite his scorn, Thanos activated both his ruler and destruction powers. In the next moment, Odin found himself face to face with Thanos. A resounding clang echoed through the vacuum as the eternal spear clashed with the tyrant's blade. Yet, Odin's expression shifted dramatically in the subsequent second. What he had anticipated as an evenly matched contest turned into a struggle, as he was forced back by Thanos' overwhelming strength. How could this be possible? He had paid a monumental price to suppress the aftereffects of his previous divine state. How could he, now at full strength, be overpowered? Had Thanos withheld his full might last time? No, in war, one must either live or perish. There was no reason to spare him. It must be a temporary surge in power. With this thought, Odin's countenance grew grave. Fortunately, Hela had arrived, unleashing a barrage of black daggers toward Thanos. In response, Thanos forcefully shoved Odin aside and effortlessly swatted away the incoming blades. Soon enough, the three were engulfed in a fierce battle. The forces of annihilation, divine power, and the essence of death erupted within this confined space, causing the surrounding area to manifest fine cracks. In this moment, Thanos experienced an unprecedented exhilaration. The surge of power coursing through his being, the pulsation of the destructive force, captivated and enraptured him. Although he had previously engaged in a thrilling battle with Odin, his concern for his troops had prevented him from fully focusing on the fight. However, this time, free from the anxieties of potential defeat for his army, he could immerse himself entirely in the combat. Soon, the tyrant's blade in his grasp was wielded with increasing precision, leaving behind a series of afterimages. This allowed him to face 2 opponents simultaneously without losing ground, occasionally even pressing Odin and Hela back. Yet for Odin, the situation was exceedingly distressing. The power Thanos now exhibited was sufficient to overpower him entirely. Were it not for Hela's assistance, he would likely have been vanquished long ago. Hela, though unaware of Thanos' previous strength, began to feel a sense of dread. They were of the Asgardian divine lineage, members of royal blood, born at the pinnacle of the food chain. To find themselves in a 2-against-1 scenario while being subdued was alarming. It was likely that even the king of the gods, Zeus, would struggle to achieve such a feat. Chapter 39. The Antimatter Cannon Boom. A series of fireworks erupted in the darkness of the cosmos, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. Yet behind this beauty lay the destruction of numerous spacecraft, reduced to mere dust. As Asgard and Thanos' forces were locked in a fierce standoff, unexpected rifts in space materialized at the periphery. Subsequently, a fleet of battered medium to large-sized spacecraft emerged. Observing the design of these vessels, it was evident they belonged to Asgard. They were the very ships that had fled 4 months prior. The remnants of the Asgardian pantheon, responding to Odin's call, had returned with their damaged ships to lend support. It is no wonder that the Asgardians could dominate the galaxy. Their formidable individual strength was matched only by their unwavering unity. With the arrival of these medium to large spacecraft on the battlefield, the Dark Order of the Five immediately sensed a tremendous shift in pressure. They hastily exited their vessels, racing towards the front lines to provide assistance. Laufey, too, led his frost giant kin into the fray. Although Thanos' grand vision was appealing, he was a cunning old fox, unlikely to be swayed by mere promises. However, having already betrayed Odin, he understood that a loss for Thanos would spell doom for his frost giants as well. Thus, witnessing Thanos' forces falter, he chose to engage in battle. Meanwhile, within the Temple 2, the projection of the artificial intelligence Deep Blue hovered in the control room. Upon observing the enemy's reinforcements, it displayed a distinctly human-like expression of concern, furrowing its brow in contemplation. Finding itself at a disadvantage, it realized that even the involvement of the Dark Order of the Five and Laufey would be insufficient to turn the tide. After some deliberation, it began to issue a new command: activate the main cannon utilizing antimatter fusion energy, targeting the continent of Asgard. In the wake of the departure of its master, Deep Blue had been granted the highest level of authority to employ all functions of Temple 2, including the previously unutilized antimatter cannon. Following Deep Blue's command, Temple 2 swiftly ceased all offensive and defensive operations, beginning to withdraw. Surrounding battleships immediately positioned themselves to shield Temple 2, activating their energy shields at maximum capacity. Shortly thereafter, Temple 2 retreated beyond the range of enemy fire, and the cannon's aperture began to radiate an ominous purple glow. Activating the antimatter cannon demanded immense energy, necessitating the withdrawal from combat, to the extent that even the shields could not be engaged. On the front lines, Thanos, Odin, and Hela suddenly felt a wave of trepidation wash over them, halting their actions to glance towards the source. Odin, his expression grave, gazed into the distance and uttered, "What is that? Why do I feel such dread?" Hela nodded in agreement, declaring, "I feel it too, but whatever it is, we must stop it." Before the father and daughter could confer further, Thanos revealed a faint smile and charged forward with his blade drawn. The antimatter fusion cannon represented the most potent weapon aboard Temple 2, capable of obliterating an entire large planet with a single shot. One cannot allow these two individuals to wreak havoc. Upon witnessing Thanos charging forward, Odin initially intended to have Hela hold him off while he confronted the enemy. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he feared that Hela might not withstand Thanos alone. Should Hela perish, even if he were to obliterate the enemy's warship, he would remain no match for Thanos. Thus, after careful consideration, he directed Heimdall and Frigga to proceed, while he and Hela continued to restrain Thanos. Indeed, it was a matter of restraint. Following the recent battle, his aspirations had shifted from outright defeating the adversary to merely containing him. However, the unfolding events often took Odin by surprise. Shortly after Heimdall and Frigga ascended from the realm of Asgard, a dark light illuminated the distance. The denizens of Asgard had never conceived that light could possess a black hue. After all, black is associated with the absorption of light. Thus, the appearance of black light seemed impossible. Yet, at that moment they undeniably beheld a black luminescence, strange, peculiar, and simultaneously disquieting. In the blink of an eye, the antimatter cannon discharged. The location of the second temple was over 1,000,000 kilometers away from the Asgardian continent. Even at the speed of light, it would require approximately 3 seconds to reach its target. However, this black light transcended the speed of light, traversing the vast distance in less than 1/10 of a second. Appearing before Odin, all the cosmic warships that stood in the path of the antimatter cannon, regardless of their size, could not withstand even a mere 1/10 of a second. By this point, Thanos had long since evaded the cannon's range. The initial caliber of the antimatter cannon was 1 kilometer. Although it would gradually expand, it could be easily dodged with prior knowledge of its trajectory. Yet Odin and Hela had no means of escape. As the ominous black light loomed before him, Odin sensed the imminent threat of death. "No, I cannot perish yet. The legacy of Asgard, spanning thousands of years, cannot be extinguished by my hand." How could he face his ancestors in the heavens? How could he reconcile with the billions of Asgardians inhabiting the continent? Contemplating this, a glint of cold resolve flashed in his eyes as he swiftly seized Hela, shielding her with his own body. At that moment, Hela could hardly fathom that her father would act in such a manner. However, there was no time for her to react. The antimatter cannon had already struck her. In the next instant, the cannon crashed upon the Asgardian continent, a thunderous roar reverberating across the land. 5 seconds later, the cannon ceased its assault. Before them lay a gaping chasm, 100 kilometers in diameter, that pierced through the entirety of the Asgardian realm, revealing the vastness of the cosmos beyond. All that had stood in the way, both the Asgardian deities and the cosmic warships, vanished without a trace, leaving no remnant of dust behind. Shortly thereafter, the Asgardian continent began to react in kind. The ground cracked, collapsed, and appeared to be on the verge of splitting apart. Indeed, had it not been for Odin activating the shield, the antimatter cannon would not have unleashed such tremendous power. Regrettably, Odin overestimated his own prowess while underestimating Thanos. At this juncture, Odin was unable to concern himself with Asgard. Although he positioned himself before Hela, he had already sustained significant injuries. His skin appeared to have vanished, revealing vibrant red muscle and sinew, with even the bones visible. Hela, positioned before him, fared even worse. Her entire musculature disintegrated, leaving only a skeletal frame. Soon, Odin's flesh began to writhe, and skin rapidly regenerated, followed by the emergence of clothing. Yet, it was merely ordinary attire. All of his divine artifacts, save for the eternal spear he clutched, had vanished. After all, when antimatter collides with the matter of the tangible universe, annihilation is inevitable. Had Odin not activated his divine state, his condition would likely have mirrored Hela's. Nevertheless, even with his restoration, the pallor of his complexion and the absence of the golden aura surrounding him indicated that his condition was far from favorable. Chapter 40. The grief of Hela as Odin vigilantly observed Thanos in the distance, contemplating his own future. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the land of Asgard, enveloping Hela's remains. In an instant, a golden flame ignited upon the bones that Odin had believed to be lifeless. Recognizing the familiar blaze, Odin exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this? The eternal flame?" Indeed, the very essence igniting before him was the eternal flame. As the flame blazed, Hela's internal organs gradually began to re-emerge, followed by the complete enveloping of her body in the eternal flame. Soon after, her veins, flesh, and skin materialized. Moments later, Hela stood before the onlookers, restored to her primal form. With the emergence of her long, lustrous black hair, she opened her eyes. In an instant, a fitted black suit adorned her figure. Breathing heavily, she felt a surge of dread. Had she not been near the land of Asgard, and had she not spent a millennium in the underworld mastering the power of the eternal flame, she would have been irrevocably dead. However, she quickly cast aside her relief, turning instead to launch a relentless assault on Odin with her black short sword. Odin, ever vigilant against Hela, swiftly grasped the eternal spear to deflect her strikes. "What are you doing? This is not the time for infighting," he admonished. Yet, Hela paid no heed to his words, continuing her relentless onslaught. She could not overlook that it was her own father who had nearly brought about her demise, igniting a deep-seated hatred within her. In the distance, Thanos watched the conflict between father and daughter unfold, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he refrained from intervening. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the Asgardian warships still valiantly resisting and effortlessly dispatched them with a few swift blows. The purple force of destruction swiftly cleaved through the vessels, obliterating them as easily as slicing through tofu. One by one, the warships were annihilated. Witnessing the destruction of his fleet, Odin's patience waned. "Is this never ending? Do not force my hand," he exclaimed, frustration mounting. The enemy's earlier attack had already decimated over 3,000 starships, with his forces already at a disadvantage. A further loss of remaining large vessels would render the war futile, leaving only the option to flee. Hela, consumed by rage, disregarded the fate of Asgard and the war itself. Blinded by vengeance, she was determined to settle both old and new scores. As she beheld her remaining large warships being systematically destroyed, Odin's final vestige of patience evaporated. In a flash, he appeared before Hela, thrusting the eternal spear fiercely towards her. Surprisingly, Hela seemed resigned, allowing the spear to pierce her body. Coughing violently, blood gushed from her lips. Gazing at Odin, she neither wept nor smiled. Instead, she remained enveloped in an eerie tranquility. Just as one regards a stranger, she found this world unworthy of her presence. In that moment, she began to reminisce about her existence in the underworld. Although monotonous, it was tinged with a glimmer of hope, hope that one day Odin would recognize his errors and allow her return. It was precisely this hope that drove her to agree to confront formidable adversaries, despite her awareness of the dangers that lay ahead. Yet now, all her aspirations had evaporated, leaving only disappointment and an abyss of despair. Her feelings for Odin were undeniably complex. To claim she harbored no love would be utterly false. After all, Odin had treated her with great kindness during her youth, particularly after she showcased her remarkable talents, subtly nurturing her as a potential successor. In her desire not to disappoint him, she had imposed upon herself a rigorous standard of discipline. Even when she awakened her witch bloodline, resulting in her being sealed by Odin and compelled to slay her own subordinates, she had never succumbed to such profound despair as she felt now. Thus, she did not resist as Odin pierced her. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has ceased to hope, and this epitomized her current state. Hela. At that moment, Freya, having just recovered from the shock of the antimatter cannon's power, beheld her daughter being impaled by Odin. With a piercing scream, she rushed forward. "Odin, what are you doing?" As she soared through the air, her hands moved in a flurry, conjuring a gentle white light that surged forth to heal Hela's wounds. Odin withdrew the eternal spear, ignoring both his daughter and wife, turning instead to face the distant Thanos, who regarded him with mocking contempt, further stoking the flames of his fury. "Thanos, you shall perish." With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a brilliant golden light that enveloped him, surging forward with renewed ferocity. In his intense rage, he felt a surge of power, his strength amplified and his speed quickened. Before long, he was overpowering Thanos in combat. Suddenly, he feigned a thrust, then struck with a bizarre angle, driving the spear forward with ferocity. The sound of impact echoed as warm blood splattered onto him, some even landing in his eyes, distorting his vision. When clarity returned, he was met with an unbelievable sight. The eternal spear, which he believed had pierced Thanos' chest, had instead plunged into the chest of his beloved Freya. As he gazed into Freya's eyes, filled with disbelief and gradually dimming light, it felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. Though years had rendered her aged and less radiant, his love for Freya remained unwavering. Otherwise, he would not have spent so many years without marrying another, engaging only in fleeting encounters with other women. Even in those instances, he had never left behind an heir. Otherwise, he would have been inundated with countless descendants, and would not have to toil so tirelessly to elevate Thor to prominence. Moreover, Frigga had unilaterally decided to bind the source of Asgard's energy to Hela, yet he did not revoke her power. There were countless instances of this. In the face of Frigga's capriciousness, he repeatedly yielded, not merely due to the pact they once forged, but because he genuinely adored the little sorceress who once trailed behind him with tearful eyes. Yet now he had, with his own hands, taken the life of his beloved. How could he possibly come to terms with such a reality? At that moment, Hela's eyes were ablaze with fury, her countenance twisted in rage. "Odin, you shall perish." A formidable force of death erupted from within Hela. In the distance, Thanos, with a sneer, stowed away the Mind Stone. Without the protection of his helmet, what could Odin wield against the Mind Stone? To dare to meet his gaze so audaciously was nothing short of courting death. Chapter 41. The death of Odin after utilizing the Mind Stone to sow discord between Hela and Odin. The subsequent battle unfolded with remarkable ease. The forces of Asgard, having lost their mid-to-large cosmic vessels, were reduced to mere lambs awaiting slaughter, no longer warranting his attention. However, Heimdall had mysteriously vanished. After searching for a while, he discovered that Heimdall had somehow returned to the continent of Asgard. At that moment, the land was beginning to crumble under the assault of the antimatter cannon, destined for disintegration unless unforeseen circumstances intervened. Yet the Rainbow Bridge remained intact. Soon, he witnessed the bridge flickering before it shot forth into the unknown cosmos. Simultaneously, Thor's faint presence also vanished. Nevertheless, Heimdall did not depart. After teleporting Thor away, he soared out from the Rainbow Bridge towards the vastness of space. Observing this, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration for this unwavering individual. After all, who does not appreciate such steadfast loyalty? To express his respect, he sheathed the blade of destruction and charged at his opponent with bare hands, throwing punch after punch. Against such a tough adversary, he intended to deliver a brutal demise through sheer force. Though Heimdall had attained the pinnacle of the subdivine realm, he found himself utterly powerless in the face of Thanos. Initially, he managed to block a couple of Thanos' punches with his great sword, but soon his weapon shattered, and the blows landed with brutal impact. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of the relentless assault echoed across the continent of Asgard, reaching the ears of all present. When Odin once again struck Hela, forcing her back, he beheld the tragic sight of Heimdall reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. No! With a furious roar, Odin abandoned any thought of persuading Hela and charged at Thanos instead. If Frigga was his most beloved woman, then Heimdall was his most loyal subordinate. The bond forged over a millennium of camaraderie often transcended that between sovereign and subject. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted such an important asset as the Rainbow Bridge to him, never once doubting his loyalty over the past 1,000 years. As Thanos observed Odin's advance, a cold smile crept upon his lips. He tightened his grip on the blade of destruction, unleashing the might of a ruler and the power of annihilation. In an instant, purple energy surged from his being, and he swung the blade mercilessly. A resounding clang echoed as Odin parried the attack with the eternal spear, yet he was sent flying several hundred meters away. The change in Odin's expression was instantaneous. He could no longer maintain his godly form, and the aftereffects began to manifest. Thus, he was no match for Thanos. In a flash, Thanos vanished from sight, reappearing behind Odin. Without hesitation, he swung the blade of destruction down upon him. Odin sensed the imminent danger, barely managing to turn and raise the eternal spear. Once more, a tremendous clash resonated. In the next moment, Odin was overwhelmed by an immense force, plummeting towards the continent of Asgard. Simultaneously, due to the aftereffects, Odin felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, his divine power waning, and he could no longer sustain his flight. Instead, he allowed himself to plummet towards the ground. Soon, a resounding crash echoed, sending up a cloud of dust. However, Thanos could sense that although his opponent's aura was gradually diminishing, death had not yet claimed them. The bloodline of the Asgardian royal family was not so easily extinguished. Yet, a figure descended ahead of him. It was Hela. She surged downward, radiating a potent force of death, while a flurry of black short swords relentlessly flew towards Odin. Do not underestimate these flying blades. Despite being casually batted away by both Thanos and Odin, they were indeed manifestations of concentrated death energy. Once struck, the target would rapidly succumb to decay, their energy consumed at an alarming rate, potentially leading to the corruption of their very flesh. Observing this, Thanos halted his descent and coldly regarded the scene of father and daughter in conflict. Hela, like a tempest of swords, conjured countless flying blades, all aimed at the grounded Odin. In an instant, a cacophony of thunderous collisions erupted, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Yet, Thanos could discern that while Odin's aura continued to wane, the rate of decline had not intensified. Clearly, Hela's onslaught was not inflicting significant harm upon him. Unable to contain himself, Thanos remarked, "Your efforts are futile. Though your attack frequency is high, the individual strikes lack potency and cannot breach Odin's defenses." At this, Hela turned her gaze toward Thanos, and after a moment's contemplation, she forged a 10-meter-long black sword, thrusting it downward with great force. The impact reverberated with a resounding boom. Thanos, however, merely shook his head, continuing, "This maneuver appears formidable, yet the energy concentration is insufficient." Upon hearing this, Hela's eyes reflected a thoughtful expression. Moments later, she crafted a 1-meter-long black dagger, exuding a chilling aura that seemed capable of piercing through anything in its path. With a swift motion, the dagger shot forth, breaking the sound barrier. A sharp clang resonated as Odin, now upright, was bleeding from his forehead and waist, his left arm seemingly dislocated. Yet his right hand, still functional, raised the eternal spear to block Hela's assault. After drawing several labored breaths, he collapsed to one knee. The aftermath of godly intervention, the onslaught of the antimatter cannon, and Thanos' relentless attacks had taken a severe toll on his body. His perseverance was fueled solely by his deep-seated affection for Asgard and his kin. Suddenly, he felt a tickle in his throat. After a few coughs, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet he refused to succumb, propping himself up with his only functioning hand clutching the eternal spear. I cannot perish. If I do, Asgard will cease to exist. Fueled by a fierce sense of defiance and longing, he braced himself against the inevitable. Meanwhile, Hela had completely succumbed to her hatred. Seeing Odin still holding on, she descended swiftly. Odin, go to hell and repent. A thunderous roar resonated through the heavens. Ultimately, Odin succumbed to Hel's hand, burdened with profound resentment and guilt. Gazing at the dark blade embedded in his chest, he turned to face his daughter, whose eyes brimmed with hatred. At last, he found his release. In that moment, he relinquished the identity of the All-Father and looked upon his daughter with the gaze of a father. I am sorry, my child. It was I who subjected you to torment and suffering. Gradually, the light faded from his eyes, and he cast one last, reluctant glance at Asgard. He did not seek Hel's forgiveness, for he understood he was unworthy. For the sake of Asgard, he had sacrificed far too much. Meanwhile, the eternal spear in Odin's grasp, having lost its divine essence, began to shatter, ultimately disintegrating into dust. Chapter 42. The Ancient One in the midst of the air. Thanos gazed upon Hela as she completed her act of patricide, subsequently sheathing his dominion and devastating power. He ascended above Hela, brandishing his tyrannical blade, and coldly declared, "Submit or perish." He would certainly not spare Hela simply because she had slain her father. To him, the cosmos was delineated into but two categories: subordinates and adversaries. All who defied his will were destined for annihilation. Hela, lifting her gaze to meet Thanos, conjured a dark sword in her grasp. Although they had exchanged a few words, it did not signify her subservience. I am the daughter of Odin, the goddess of death. With a fierce roar, she charged forward. Yet, Thanos merely pressed down with force, instantly pinning Hela to the ground. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable by mere hatred. I shall ask you one final time. Submit or perish, he uttered, impatience flickering in his eyes. Should she continue to refuse, he would have no choice but to eradicate her entirely. Hela yearned to resist, but an overwhelming force loomed above, rendering her utterly immovable. She was, after all, not a being of brute strength, but rather a nimble sorceress. Ultimately, she relinquished her struggle, dissipating the dark sword from her hand, kneeling on one knee, and bowing her proud head as she respectfully proclaimed, I am willing to submit. Had she not feared death, she would not have been sealed away by her father for a millennium, nor would she have refrained from taking her own life. If she were unafraid of death, she would not have endured a millennium of torment in the underworld without succumbing to death. Fear of death is a natural inclination, even among the divine. Upon hearing her words, Thanos sheathed his tyrant's blade. Nodding in acknowledgement, he said, Very well, lead me to Odin's treasury. At that moment, although the war in the cosmos had yet to cease, Asgard had suffered a grievous blow, rendering his involvement unnecessary. As long as the Ebony Maw and Laufey did not make any critical errors, all would be well. Hela nodded in agreement, replying, All right, follow me. Soon, the two soared into the distance. Shortly thereafter, they arrived above a grandiose temple. The Asgardian warriors stationed nearby, upon witnessing Thanos' arrival, immediately raised the alarm. Enemies have appeared. Prepare for battle. In rapid succession, enchanted arrows rained down upon him. However, there was no need for Thanos to intervene. Hela conjured her dark sword, deflecting all assaults, redirecting them towards the foes below. Ah, help! I have been struck by an arrow. With cries of despair echoing, the band of over 100 guards was swiftly decimated. As Hela ceased her onslaught, she turned to Thanos, respectfully stating, My lord, please follow me. Before long, the two entered the temple, making their way toward the treasury. On Blue Star, in California, the month was August, the peak of summer when temperatures soared and the sun blazed fiercely. The streets were nearly deserted, as the oppressive heat compelled all to remain indoors. If it becomes absolutely necessary to venture outside, one would prefer to do so in a car, with the air conditioning running. Just as people incessantly lament the weather, the sky suddenly darkens with ominous clouds, followed by flashes of lightning. Ah! Could this wretched weather finally be bringing rain? My goodness, at last, The rain is coming. If it doesn't arrive soon, we shall all be parched. Ah, the long-awaited rain is here. Let us hasten outside to revel in it for a while. However, disappointment swiftly ensues. With the emergence of a radiant rainbow, the sky reverts to its previous state, as if the earlier storm was merely a jest played by the heavens. Disheartened, people retreat to their homes to seek respite from the heat. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of unyielding in New York, an alarming change washes over the faces of the personnel. They detect a surge of high-energy fluctuations, suggesting the return of extraterrestrial beings encountered previously. This time, the target appears to be California, and everyone must prepare the emergency protocol. Immediate notification is sent to the director regarding the classified documents, encrypted at the highest level. The last incident involving Thor and the destroyer wreaked havoc on Earth, resulting in significant losses for SHIELD. Although a man claiming to be the god of thunder ultimately vanquished the destroyer, SHIELD has duly noted the energy fluctuations associated with the Rainbow Bridge and is now mobilizing. Moments later, the door to Nick's office is rapped upon, and the situation is reported. Within 5 minutes, a colossal spacecraft takes flight, heading towards the designated location. However, despite their swift actions, they arrive too late. Upon reaching the Rainbow Bridge's landing site, they find no trace of Thor. Across the globe, on the opposite side of Earth, lies the highest mountain range and a congregation of the planet's most enigmatic individuals. This place is known as Kamartaj, a sanctuary for sorcerers. Cloaked in yellow, the Ancient One furrows her brow, gravely observing Thor, who lies injured upon a bed. What could have transpired to inflict such grave wounds? As a guardian of Earth and the sole being of godlike combat prowess, she is well acquainted with Thor, and even knows Odin intimately. Earth was once a realm among the 9 realms, not lacking in strength. However, since the incursion of the frost giants, Earth has begun to decline, with the number of practitioners dwindling rapidly, thus falling from the ranks of the 9 realms. It was precisely due to that battle that Odin triumphed over Laufey, establishing his dominion over the galaxy. The Ancient One had fought alongside Odin in that conflict. For this reason, even with his rule over the galaxy, Odin refrained from encroaching upon Earth. Having witnessed the power of the Time Stone, Odin crafted the Infinity Gauntlet, intent on gathering the Infinity Stones. After a moment's contemplation, the Ancient One opens her necklace, activating the Time Stone. The sight of Thor, gravely injured, fills her with an intense sense of foreboding, as if something more terrifying than Dormammu's invasion is afoot. Thus, she resolves to use the Time Stone to glimpse into the future. However, after a brief observation, her unease only deepens. How could this be? Why is everything in the future seemingly normal, yet Thor is not meant to appear at this moment? She had long ago utilized the Time Stone to predict future events, and there was no indication of Thor's appearance in her visions. Thus, when he suddenly manifested, it instilled within her a profound sense of unease, as if the timeline had been altered for some unknown reason. However, upon making another prediction, the results remained unchanged, suggesting that no alterations had indeed occurred. This was utterly terrifying. In such a scenario, there exist only 2 possibilities. The first is that someone has gained mastery over the essence of the Time Stone, rendering her own abilities ineffective. The second is that the individual she seeks to predict has attained multiversal prowess in the future, making him beyond her capacity to foresee. Should the first scenario be the case, it is somewhat reassuring. After all, even if someone has seized control of the Time Stone's essence, it may not necessarily pose a threat to Blue Star. However, if the second scenario holds true, it signifies that the adversary they must confront is of a multiversal caliber, thus surpassing the capabilities of the Time Stone. A being of multiversal strength could indeed obliterate the universe, a challenge far beyond her, or even the combined might of all superpowered individuals on Blue Star. Chapter 43. The End of War. As the Ancient One was lost in thought, Thor suddenly opened his eyes. No! Ah! With a loud exclamation, he soon felt a wave of pain enveloping his entire body. Thanos' strike had been intended to annihilate him completely, although his external injuries had been mended by the Ancient One's magic. the destructive force within him continued to wreak havoc on his system. Upon hearing his cry, the Ancient One immediately withdrew from the time stone, expressing her concern. "You must lie still. The energies within you are beyond my ability to dispel. You'll have to endure as time gradually diminishes their potency." Thor gazed at the Ancient One, anxiety etched on his face as he inquired, "Who are you? Where is this place? What of my father?" Shaking her head, the Ancient One replied, "I am the Ancient One, the protector of the blue planet. As for Odin, I cannot say." At her words, Thor's memory stirred. He recalled that his mother had rescued him and instructed Heimdall to transport him to the blue planet. "No, I must return to Asgard and continue the fight," he thought, swiftly raising his right hand to summon his enchanted hammer. The mighty hammer, forged from the core of a star, was a wellspring of energy that could help him eradicate the destructive force within. However, moments passed, and he felt no presence of the hammer. It dawned on him that Thanos had shattered it. "This is disastrous. Without my hammer, my combat prowess has diminished significantly." He shook his head and began to mentally call out to Heimdall, urging him to bring him back. Yet no response echoed back, as if the one he sought had vanished entirely. It was akin to making a call that went unanswered, or dialing a number that no longer existed. Could it be? The thought that his ally might have fallen in battle dimmed his spirit, filling him with profound sorrow. Observing Thor's dazed expression, the Ancient One inquired, "What transpired in Asgard? How did you sustain such grave injuries?" After a moment, Thor regained a semblance of composure and with a heavy heart replied, "We were besieged by enemies and I was wounded." He then lifted his gaze to the enigmatic and powerful bald mage before him, asking, "Surely my father is still fighting. Is there any way you can send me back?" He hoped that Heimdall had merely sustained injuries that prevented him from responding, rather than meeting a dire fate. As long as he had not seen a body, he could not bring himself to believe in such a loss. The Ancient One shook her head and said, "I regret to inform you that I cannot assist you. While I possess the ability to teleport to any corner of the galaxy, I lack knowledge of Asgard's coordinates. The universe is in a constant state of expansion and motion, and coordinates are perpetually shifting. This is why Thanos struggled to locate the galaxy. What may be here today could very well be elsewhere tomorrow. If teleportation were confined within a stellar system, it would merely require calculating the current position of the star, determining the distance and location of the destination, and then activating the portal. However, between different stars, one must ascertain the location of the black hole at the center of the galaxy, track the trajectory of the target star, and subsequently compute the orbital paths of the planets. This necessitates an extraordinary level of computational power, typically reserved for supercomputers. Despite Ancient One's formidable abilities, she could not possibly possess such computational prowess. Moreover, the portal demands exceedingly precise coordinates. Otherwise, while one might find themselves transported into the vacuum of space, a miscalculation could lead to an unfortunate fate within the core of a star, which would be catastrophic. Upon hearing this, Thor, filled with disappointment, reclined back onto his bed, feeling the destructive power within him consuming his very essence, overwhelmed by a profound sense of despair and helplessness. He was uncertain of Asgard's future, nor did he know the fate of his father. Observing Thor's sorrow, Ancient One refrained from pressing him further. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Thanos, guided by Hela, ventured into Odin's treasury, where he beheld an abundance of treasures. The box of ice, the eternal flame, the dwarven hammer, the claws of hell, and more. Most significantly, he laid eyes upon the Infinity Gauntlet. This golden glove, adorned with intricate patterns and runes, featured 6 sockets for the Infinity Stones on the back of the hand and at the joints connecting the fingers. As he lifted it, the gauntlet gradually expanded, seemingly adjusting to his size. After a moment, he donned the gauntlet and placed the Mind Stone within it. Instantly, a surge of immense energy radiated from the gauntlet, firmly securing the Mind Stone. Thanos felt a remarkable enhancement of his mental prowess, acutely aware of everything around him. The ants scurrying on the ground, the dust swirling through the air, the blood coursing within him, even reaching the cellular level of his consciousness. If he concentrated on a single point, he could sense cellular division and activity. However, He understood that this was not his innate mental power, but rather a state achieved through the Infinity Gauntlet and the Mind Stone, so he did not succumb to the allure of this newfound ability. After briefly surveying the other treasures, he departed the treasury without hesitation. Regrettably, it was not yet the time for Thor Ragnarok. Otherwise, he would not have needed to seek the Space Stone, which remained in the hands of unyielding on Earth. At that moment, the war in the cosmos was nearing its conclusion. No matter how valiant the Asgardian warriors were, they could not bridge the chasm in technology and strength between the opposing forces. As countless Asgardian warriors fell in battle, the ordinary Asgardian gods realized their defeat. A burst of flames erupted, accompanied by a resounding boom, as the last ship emblazoned with the Asgardian emblem was obliterated. Subsequently, Thanos' army began to invade the lands of Asgard, with innumerable landing pods plummeting from the sky, crashing into the city. Amidst a conflagration and a sea of corpses, countless dark cultists surged forth from their landing vessels, ruthlessly assaulting the remaining enemies. On this fateful day, innumerable members of the Asgardian pantheon perished, transforming the lakes and rivers of the continent into a crimson hue. Even the artificial sun that hung in the sky was extinguished, plunging the entire world into an abyss of darkness. However, the most savage of all were Laufey and his subordinates, who bore a deep-seated animosity towards the Asgardians, having long been oppressed by Odin. It was this enmity that compelled Laufey to unhesitatingly ally himself with Thanos. Under normal circumstances, anyone would exercise a modicum of caution when confronted with an unfamiliar power, fearing that the annihilation of Asgard might lead to their own demise. Yet, the generational hatred had rendered Laufey indifferent to such considerations. Upon Loki's return, he decisively pledged his entire lineage to Thanos. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Following this relentless slaughter, the once thriving Asgardian population of over 1 trillion had dwindled to a mere 10,000. This remnant consisted solely of newborn infants, spared by Thanos out of respect for Hela. After all, to conquer Hela only to annihilate her entire kin before her eyes would surely weigh heavily on his conscience. Additionally, Thanos recognized the formidable genetics of the Asgardians, opting to preserve these infants in hopes of harnessing their potential in the future. If the Dark Cult could incorporate Asgardian genetic fragments, it would undoubtedly enhance their strength, yielding considerable benefits. Chapter 44. On merit and reward. Within the hallowed confines of Temple No. 2, Thanos reclined upon his throne, his gaze fixed upon the Infinity Gauntlet adorning his left hand. Below him stood a cadre of his subordinates. To his left were the Black Order, while to his right stood the newly recruited Laufey and Hela. At that moment, General Corvus Glaive regarded the two newcomers with utmost vigilance. Despite their newfound camaraderie, the disparity in their power rendered the general acutely aware of the threat to his standing. Yet he felt powerless to act, for it was not within his purview to deter his lord from acquiring new allies. Laufey and Hela, on the other hand, remained indifferent to the Black Order, as the chasm in their strength rendered them inconsequential adversaries. The only individuals who commanded their respect were one another. After a brief interval, Thanos withdrew his attention from the Infinity Gauntlet and turned to the colossal figure of Star-Lord, inquiring, "How fares the inventory of treasures acquired this time?" Undoubtedly, the greatest bounty was Odin's vault. While the majority contained ordinary artifacts, there were also numerous formidable relics, such as the Box of Frost and the Eternal Flame. In addition to Odin's treasures, other artifacts were plentiful, prompting Star-Lord to undertake their enumeration. Upon hearing the inquiry, Star-Lord stepped forward and replied with reverence, "My lord, we have uncovered a total of 1,732 artifacts, comprising 1,524 low-tier artifacts, 201 mid-tier artifacts, and 7 high-tier artifacts, all of which have been catalogued." Thanos nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Ebony Maw, requesting, "Present the report on our battle losses." Star-Lord promptly stepped back, allowing Ebony Maw to advance and address Thanos with deference. "My lord, we deployed a total of 100 billion Dark Legionnaires and 10,000 small cosmic warships." Soon, Ebony Maw meticulously detailed all losses sustained, even accounting for the injured personnel. Thanos subsequently inquired about the economic situation of their home base, population statistics, and more. After half an hour of comprehensive reporting, Thanos surveyed the assembly, particularly regarding Laufey, and declared, "The treasures we have acquired are now catalogued. Thus, the exchange shall commence. You may redeem your points for whatever artifacts you desire." Upon hearing that the treasures were finally available for exchange, Laufey nodded eagerly. Having amassed over 10,000 points from the war, he was determined to expend them all to acquire the Box of Frost and reclaim his artifact. Finally, Thanos addressed General Corvus Glaive, stating, with the coordinates obtained from Asgard, arrange for the fleet to subjugate the region. Should any refuse to surrender, annihilate them. However, do not disturb a place known as the Solar System. Await my command. He was uncertain of the current state of Blue Star and thus refrained from immediate action. Who could fathom the nature of this Marvel universe? Should it be the wretched realm of Ultron? He had no desire to play the role of a courier, especially not as a one-time delivery service. Therefore, he would first dispatch reconnaissance vessels to ascertain the situation on Blue Star before proceeding cautiously. After all, Blue Star was stationary, could not escape. His immediate objective was to collect the remaining Infinity Stones. Although the General of the Blade of Death was perplexed as to why his master forbade him from venturing into the solar system, he promptly nodded and replied, "As you command." Finally, Thanos gazed at Hela and Laufey, stating, "You may heed the General's directives, or you can choose to assault those locations on your own, or rest as you see fit. I impose no restrictions upon you, yet you must return within a day upon my summons." Hela and Laufey, though their expressions were somewhat grim, acquiesced with a nod. As the Princess of Asgard and the leader of the Frost Giants, they were certainly unaccustomed to following orders. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to adapt to the circumstances. Naturally, it was out of the question for them to comply with the General's plans, so they resolved to pursue their own offensive. After concluding the arrangements, Thanos did not return to the Dragon star system, but instead sought out nearby life-bearing planets to continue his cosmic siphoning while preparing his scheme to collect the gems. A month later, on an unnamed life-bearing planet, the landscape had taken on an apocalyptic visage as Thanos absorbed the planet's core. The magnetic field was gradually dissipating, the atmosphere thinning, accompanied by the loss of oxygen and atmospheric pressure. The indigenous creatures, sensing the impending doom, scurried about in a frenzy. Countless lives had perished, leaving only a mere fraction of their former numbers. To Thanos, such losses were inconsequential. Annihilating a planet was entirely justifiable if it meant augmenting his power. At that moment, a small spacecraft suddenly appeared above. The vessel swiftly locked onto Thanos' position and descended gradually. Shortly thereafter, it landed approximately 100 meters away from him and opened its hatch. Two women soon emerged simultaneously. The woman on the left stood at a height of 172 meters, boasting green skin and flowing red hair, her movements exuding both sensuality and a primal strength that evoked a desire to conquer her. The woman on the right was slightly shorter, around 164 meters, with purple skin and no hair. Her round face appeared endearing, invoking an instinctual urge to embrace and cherish her. Were it not for her chin resembling a flip-flop, one might well believe she was Thanos' biological daughter. Although they were not his biological offspring, they were his adopted daughters, Nebula and Gamora. The two approached Thanos, halting 5 meters from him, their eyes brimming with admiration. At that moment, Gamora spoke first, declaring, "Father, we have returned." Thanos continued his actions without interruption, turning to regard his daughters, nodding in acknowledgement as he inquired, "Have you located the gems?" This time, Gamora and Nebula had not participated in the conflict against Odin, for they had been dispatched to gather intelligence on the whereabouts of the Infinity Stones. In truth, Thanos had previously grappled with the decision of whether to adopt these two daughters in accordance with the unfolding narrative. In the film, ultimately, both daughters chose to betray him. However, after much contemplation, he resolved to adhere to the narrative. Beyond the desire to preserve the storyline and avoid drawing undue attention, he possessed the confidence that he could guide them effectively. This is evident in the fact that Nebula's body remains unaltered by machinery. He employed a different approach than before. In addition to the usual indoctrination, he adopted a policy of benevolence, bestowing upon them the paternal affection they deserved. Just as Gamora was about to respond, Nebula interjected, stating, "Father, I have discovered a lead on the Power Stone. It is said to be located on a planet within the Bayou star system, near the Purple Star." Although Thanos treated them equally and showered them with paternal love, Nebula, much like her character in the movie, constantly sought to assert herself and garner more of his affection. Chapter 45. The accuser Ronan. Upon hearing the news of the Power Stone, Thanos immediately broke into a smile, expressing his admiration. "Indeed, my daughter, well done. And what of Gamora?" With that, he turned his gaze towards his other daughter. Though he treated both daughters equally, in his heart, he harbored higher expectations for Gamora. After all, it was she who had discovered the enigmatic Soul Stone, making it possible for him to gather the Infinity Stones. Gamora did not disappoint him. "Father, I have found a lead on the Soul Stone. It is rumored to be located in a wandering star known as the Wilds. I am still searching for the exact coordinates. Wandering stars are a rare phenomenon in the cosmos. Despite the universe's boundless expanse, nearly all celestial bodies orbit around black holes within their galaxies. Yet, some stars have, for various reasons, escaped the gravitational pull of black holes, drifting between galaxies. These stars are the most elusive and enigmatic of all, as it is nearly impossible to calculate their trajectories, and consequently, one cannot ascertain their coordinates." Thanos nodded and declared, "I grant you the highest authority. You may mobilize all forces to locate the Wilds. As for how to acquire the Soul Stone once we find this star, I already have a plan. After all, it merely requires a sacrifice of one's closest kin. I do not doubt that with 1,000 couples, at least one pair will obtain the Soul Stone. If 1,000 pairs prove insufficient, then let it be 10,000. I have no doubt that I can fill the valley with corpses and still claim the Soul Stone." At that moment, Nebula, feeling slightly envious, interjected, "What about me, Father?" Thanos merely smiled faintly and replied, "I will accompany you. Is that not satisfactory?" He wished to avoid any unforeseen events akin to those in the narrative, particularly concerning the man known as Star-Lord, who had slain his biological father, then his adoptive father, and ultimately his father-in-law, as if to declare that no one could assume the role of his father. The passive ability to slay his father had reached its zenith. Upon hearing this, Nebula eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, the opportunity to embark on a journey with her father was indeed fulfilling. Typically, Thanos was either training or engaged in his quest for supremacy, leaving little time for them to be together. Thus, this venture was a rare and cherished occasion. Soon, they departed from the planet on the brink of destruction. However, Thanos remained oblivious to the fact that Gamora gazed at the dying creatures with an expression of pity. 10 days later, with a violent tremor, the planet was irrevocably transformed into a desolate wasteland. Yet it did not explode or fracture. Due to its immense mass, it remained firmly bound by gravity, akin to a star bereft of its core. However, all life on the planet had perished. With the loss of electromagnetic fields, it could no longer withstand the myriad cosmic radiations, nor could it retain its atmosphere. Aside from a few resilient cells, it is nearly impossible for life to survive. Upon returning to the Second Temple, Thanos promptly instructed Nebula to guide him to the Bayong star system, where the Purple Star resided. The Bayong star system is approximately 1,700,000 light-years from the Milky Way, making spatial jumps insufficient for traversing such vast distances. Thus, the Second Temple first returned to the Panlong star system via a wormhole, and then utilized the wormhole of the Panlong star system to leap to the next star system. Consequently, it took 3 months of continuous transitions through 4 star systems before they finally reached the outskirts of the Bayong star system. Upon arrival, they encountered a fleet. The flagship of this fleet was an oddly designed spacecraft. Logically, cosmic battleships no longer required wings or other superfluous appendages, yet this flagship possessed wings, intricately formed like individual strands. In contrast, the surrounding cosmic warships appeared more conventional, resembling the tips of long spears, triangular in shape, with a row of horizontally aligned engines at the rear. Judging by its design, it was evident they were vessels of the Kree Empire. Moments later, a figure appeared on the screen in Thanos' view. A blue-skinned man clad in black leather armor, adorned with a dark hat and wielding a war hammer. This individual was none other than Ronan, the accuser of the Kree Empire. "Esteemed Lord Thanos, I extend greetings on behalf of the Kree Empire," he declared, bowing respectfully, though not kneeling. Indeed, Ronan was offering his respects to Thanos. A century prior, when the Black Order was expanding their territory, they crossed paths with Ronan. With his celestial-level prowess, Ronan single-handedly overwhelmed the 5 members of the Black Order. Ultimately, it was Thanos who intervened, demonstrating that there are indeed beings beyond the extraordinary. Since then, Ronan has evaded Thanos whenever possible, resorting to polite salutations when avoidance proved impossible. In response to Ronan's greeting, Thanos merely nodded indifferently and replied calmly, "Greetings to the Supreme Intelligence." The societal structure of the Kree is rather peculiar, lacking kings or god-kings. Instead, it is led by the Supreme Intelligence, comprising various teams. The Accuser team ranks among the top 3 in terms of strength among the Kree. Of course, at this time, Ronan had not yet ascended to the rank of Supreme Accuser, and thus wielded limited power. Observing Thanos' evident arrogance, Ronan chose to disregard it, saying, "Thank you, my lord. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." His departure from the large Magellanic Cloud to the Bayong star system was motivated by a quest for the Power Stone. Thus, upon seeing Thanos, he wished to make a swift exit, knowing well that confrontation would be futile. However, Thanos had no intention of allowing Ronan to depart so swiftly. "There is no rush. I have come in search of the Power Stone. You shall assist me in this endeavor." He was well aware that Ronan was also in pursuit of the Power Stone, yet he believed his own strength surpassed that of Ronan, thus seeking to leverage Ronan's power for their mutual search. Ronan, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. After a moment he finally spoke. "Actually, I have a mission at hand." Thanos interrupted him with a wave of his hand and replied, "I am aware that you are also in search of the Power Stone. Hear us the deal. Assist me in locating the Power Stone, and I shall aid you in your quest for vengeance, annihilating Xandar." Ronan's father, grandfather, and even his kin had been slain by the Xandarians. Thus his deepest animosity lay in the destruction of Xandar, seeking retribution for his family. This pursuit of the Power Stone was driven by a desire for strength, to obliterate Xandar. Upon hearing Thanos' offer of assistance in his revenge, he nodded without hesitation and declared, "I am at your service." "Very well, let us embark." With Ronan's alliance, they swiftly assembled a formidable fleet of over 300 cosmic warships, setting forth towards the Purple Star. Chapter 46. The cosmic spirit sphere. The violet silk star is a celestial body with a diameter exceeding 3 million kilometers, adorned with an orange-hued surface and accompanied by 5 planets. In terms of its age, the violet silk star is quite aged, now residing in its twilight years. It is possibly due to this advanced age that the only planet capable of sustaining life among the 5, known as Iha star, teeters on the brink of collapse. Here, tremors and volcanic eruptions are nearly a daily occurrence, gradually extinguishing all forms of life. 1 week later, Iha star welcomed its first visitors following the apocalypse. A diminutive spacecraft, having traversed thick layers of clouds and molten lava from various volcanic eruptions, landed on a relatively stable slope. With a hissing sound signaling the engine's cessation, the hatch soon opened, and a man emerged, a blue star inhabitant. He sported short brown hair and eyes, fair skin, and was clad in the garb of a raider. This was none other than the infamous Peter Jason Quill, known widely as Star-Lord. Quickly, Star-Lord removed his helmet and retrieved a map, setting off toward his destination. After a brief passage of time, he arrived at the entrance of a rocky cave and proceeded inside. Unbeknownst to him, a colossal shadow loomed ominously in the sky behind him. Once inside the cave, he excitedly discarded his helmet, activated music, and danced in a rather comical manner as he ventured deeper. Within the cave, remnants of bones and skeletons surrounded him, indicating that the life forms of this planet had perished not long ago. Otherwise, they would have long since eroded into dust. The walls, adorned with primitive yet insightful depictions, suggested that while intelligent life once flourished here, its technological prowess remained underdeveloped. It was precisely because the sentient beings of Iha star had not attained the status of a level 1 cosmic civilization, preventing them from leaving their planet, that life here had nearly been extinguished. The term nearly is justified, as occasional interstellar pirates traversed this region, pillaging resources and occasionally enlisting personnel, which is how information from this desolate place managed to escape. Star-Lord quickly made his way to a hidden chamber, effortlessly bypassing a series of challenges to acquire the cosmic spirit sphere. Remarkably, he encountered no obstacles from other realms of the universe, and after securing the sphere, he exited the cave. However, upon stepping outside, his eyes widened in disbelief, revealing a countenance filled with astonishment. For in the sky loomed a colossal warship, nearly obscuring the heavens. At that moment, Star-Lord found himself at a loss for words to convey his emotions. Faced with such a formidable warship, it was evident that even with his father's raider fleet, escape would be utterly impossible. Just then, several smaller spacecraft descended from the sky and shortly landed beside him. With a series of hissing sounds, the spacecraft opened their hatches. Emerging first was a figure from the nebula, followed closely by several humanoid members of the Dark Brotherhood. Following closely behind, other spaceships gradually emerged, releasing warriors of the Dark Order. Within 2 minutes, thousands had gathered around Star-Lord. Observing the overwhelming numbers, he raised both hands in surrender, proclaiming, "Everyone, let us converse amicably. I merely wandered here." Nebula, ignoring his words, instructed her subordinates, "Keep a close watch on him. We shall proceed to search within." Having said this, she led most of her team into the cave. Star-Lord, left with only 10 guards, began to contemplate his escape. He was not one to resign to fate. Even in dire situations, he refused to relinquish hope. However, before he could act, more spaceships appeared in the sky, and several descended upon his vessel, obliterating it with a single blast. "Barit!" Star-Lord cried out in a mixture of sorrow and rage. Barit was a charming, beautiful alien woman with red skin. Although her appearance might seem peculiar to those from Earth, Star-Lord had no qualms, especially after their intimate moments aboard the spaceship prior to this chaos. Their affection had exhausted her, prompting her to rest on the ship. Little did he know that this would lead to her tragic demise. Yet, before he could fully express his fury, a shot from the Dark Order struck him. With a resounding bang, the electromagnetic bullet pierced his chest, extinguishing his life. Within the confines of the Sanctuary 2, Thanos observed Star-Lord's collapse with a cold smirk. He had personally commanded the attack, deeming those who could neither be utilized nor controlled as superfluous to existence. However, he recalled that Star-Lord had emerged from the cave, which might suggest that the Power Stone was somehow connected to him. After a moment's contemplation, he issued a new command: "Bring me his corpse." Upon receiving the order, the Dark Order soldiers stepped forward, ready to lift Star-Lord's body. But at that moment, a blue light flickered from his chest. In an instant, the wound healed, and he opened his eyes, emanating a tremendous blue energy. With a furious roar, the overwhelming force obliterated those around him. Witnessing this, Thanos narrowed his eyes. Indeed, Star-Lord was not so easily vanquished. Yet, it made sense. As a son of the celestial lineage, even if his father Ego was a malnourished premature infant, he could not possibly be a mere mortal. Moreover, Star-Lord had inherited Ego's superior genes, possessing immense energy. It was evident that, in the face of death, Star-Lord had awakened this latent power. After a moment's reflection, Thanos turned to Ronan and declared, "It is time for you to act." The reason for allowing Ronan to take action rather than intervening personally lies in the awareness of the vast complexities of the Marvel Universe. It is prudent to let Ronan act, especially when uncertain whether the Celestials have taken notice of this situation. Otherwise, what purpose would it serve to summon Ronan? Merely to observe from the sidelines? Should the Celestials truly become aware of Star-Lord, it would be wise to abandon Ronan and make a hasty retreat. His belief that the Celestials might focus on Star-Lord is not unfounded. It is noteworthy that in the narrative of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, Star-Lord miraculously overcame several formidable levels of power, engaging in a battle of strength with Ego and, astonishingly, detonating a small bomb that obliterated an entire planet. To assert that there was no covert assistance from the Celestials would be utterly implausible. Upon hearing this, Ronan's expression grew serious as he nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, with that, he grasped his Kree warhammer and descended. He had sensed the eruption of energy below, akin to that of a demigod, and thus would not underestimate the situation as he had previously. Chapter 47. Sudden outburst. At this moment, Star-Lord, sprawled on the ground, opened his eyes and gazed around in bewilderment. He recalled being struck in the chest and subsequently perishing. How was it possible that he had returned to life? Rising to his feet, he instinctively touched his chest, discovering a large hole in his Ravager uniform. It appeared that his earlier experience was no mere illusion. Yet, what had transpired? At this juncture, his memory of recent events was utterly blank, leaving him in a state of confusion. Before he could regain his composure, a sound like the tearing of air filled the atmosphere. With a resounding crash, a shadow plummeted to the ground 10 meters before him. The force of the impact and the ensuing shockwave sent him staggering backward. Once he steadied himself and the dust began to settle, he beheld a massive crater before him, at the center of which stood a vigilant Kree warrior brandishing a hammer. Surely, this could not be the result of the earlier confrontation. My heavens! How could such an entity endure such a fall? Just how formidable could this being be? Swiftly, Star-Lord began to retreat, eager to distance himself from the Kree, whose very presence radiated an aura of peril. However, at that moment he heard commotion behind him. Nebula emerged from the cave, flanked by a group of subordinates, her expression one of disdain. "Damn it, there's nothing inside," she muttered. Upon spotting Star-Lord, she was puzzled by the gaping hole in his attire, yet approached him menacingly, brandishing her machine gun. "You little brat, did you take the Power Stone?" she threatened, the weapon charging ominously. In contrast to her inherently benevolent sister, Nebula's disposition was far colder. She regarded the loss of life with a dispassionate indifference, bearing no moral burden even when committing acts of indiscriminate violence. At that moment, Star-Lord felt an overwhelming sense of despair. This wretched world, how had he accepted such a perilous mission? Had he known the risks? No amount of monetary reward from his employer would have compelled him to proceed. The death of Berit weighed heavily on his heart. The mere thought of his companion's demise ignited a fiery rage and a thirst for vengeance within him, dispelling his previously light-hearted demeanor. Though Star-Lord typically embodied a carefree and irreverent attitude, his loyalty to his comrades ran deep. The loss of Berit had undoubtedly struck a raw nerve. Noticing the silence from the man before her, Nebula's impatience boiled over, and she pulled the trigger. A sharp crack echoed through the air, yet her shot found no mark. It was not an act of mercy. Rather, Star-Lord seemed to possess an uncanny instinct, swiftly dodging to the right and evading the projectile. Nebula's eyes widened in disbelief. How was this possible? Her electromagnetic gun fired bullets at a staggering velocity of 5,000 meters per second. If she herself could not evade them, how could this seemingly feeble man do so? Meanwhile, Ronan, who had been poised to intervene, hesitated upon witnessing Nebula's action, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Due to his inability to gauge Star-Lord's strength, he decided to have Nebula initiate a test. After a brief moment, Nebula fired several shots, all of which were evaded by her opponent's uncanny movements, who soon closed the distance, seemingly intent on taking her hostage. Consequently, Nebula swiftly discarded her machine gun and drew her dagger, preparing for close combat. However, at that moment, Star-Lord appeared to awaken some latent superhuman abilities, deftly avoiding Nebula's assault before seizing her arm and pressing his firearm against her temple. The surrounding members of the Dark Acolyte Brotherhood immediately raised their guns, aiming at Star-Lord, yet none dared to fire with Nebula positioned in front. "Anyone who wishes for her to live, lay down your weapons." At that moment, Thanos, observing from the sanctum too, merely smiled faintly and uttered, "Stand down." While he held little regard for Nebula's life, he saw no need for her to perish unnecessarily. With Thanos' command, the Dark Acolytes promptly relinquished their arms. Nebula, witnessing this, let out an anguished roar, "Cowardly scoundrel! If you have the audacity, release me and engage in a fair fight." She had never imagined that she would be taken hostage, and now felt she had brought shame upon her father, even contemplating self-destruction. Star-Lord, however, paid no heed to her outburst, remaining vigilant as he kept his eyes trained on Ronan. Though he was uncertain about the source of his newfound prowess, he sensed that the collective threat posed by everyone present was insignificant compared to that individual. At this juncture, Ronan could no longer remain passive. He had intended for Nebula to gauge their opponent's capabilities but was taken aback by the ease of the situation. However, it was no surprise. Nebula was merely of superhuman caliber, hardly capable of eliciting substantial results. With this thought weighing on him, he began to approach, recognizing that Nebula alone was inconsequential. Yet her father was watching from above. If he allowed Nebula to perish, he was uncertain how Thanos would react. This was a risk he dared not take. Release her, and I shall grant you an opportunity for a fair duel. At that moment, Star-Lord had Nebula in his grasp. Upon hearing Ronan's words, he immediately shook his head and declared, "You have 1 minute to bring forth the one responsible for the destruction of my ship, or I shall take her life." At that instant, his only desire was to avenge Barlet, oblivious to his own peril. In response, Ronan cast a troubled glance upward. His forces were stationed in the skies, and all deployed were Thanos' subordinates, leaving him without the authority to mobilize them. But soon after, a spaceship hovered above them, and 5 armored dark acolyte warriors leapt from the vessel. Clearly, Thanos had acquiesced to Star-Lord's demands. Realizing the significance of the hostage he held, Star-Lord immediately raised his weapon and fired upon the 5 dark acolyte warriors before him. In a flurry of gunfire, the 5 fell one after another. Although Star-Lord could not perceive their expressions due to the helmet and visor, he immediately discerned that these individuals were anything but ordinary, as they remained utterly motionless even in the face of death. At that moment, Nebula seized the opportunity when Star-Lord fired his weapon, delivering an elbow strike backward. Star-Lord swiftly raised his hands to shield his face from the assault. However, Nebula took advantage of this distraction to sprint forward, creating distance between herself and the adversary. Just as Star-Lord was poised to fire his pistol, Ronan stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Nebula. The sound of gunfire echoed. Star-Lord's shots struck Ronan, yet merely perforated his clothing. Witnessing this, Star-Lord's pupils constricted in shock. He had never encountered such a formidable foe, one that even his newly designed Ravager pistol could not fell. Chapter 48. The power gem. Ronan's entire being was enveloped in a surge of dark power as he brandished the Kree War Hammer, aiming it menacingly at Star-Lord. Caught off guard, Star-Lord swiftly evaded to the side. Just in time. A thunderous crash erupted as the ground was violently struck, leaving a 10-meter deep crater in its wake. The resounding echoes of destruction continued to reverberate, relentless and ominous. Ronan, embodying sheer strength rather than agility, found his typical attacks failing to land against the remarkably nimble Star-Lord, who narrowly dodged each onslaught. Frustrated by his inability to connect, Ronan's fury ignited. "Ah, perish!" he roared, as dark energy coursed through him, coalescing into his war hammer. With a powerful leap, he smashed it down upon the earth. The ground quaked as if a cataclysm had been unleashed, fissures spreading across a kilometer radius. Distant peaks crumbled, and some volcanoes erupted, spewing molten lava. A scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolded. At the epicenter of the explosion, Star-Lord was violently hurled away by the force of the shockwave, crashing against a rocky outcrop. Coughing, he clutched his seemingly fractured chest, trembling as he rose to his feet. That cursed fiend is not human. He is utterly monstrous. Ronan, having stowed his war hammer, gazed toward the distant Star-Lord, then leaped once more, raising his weapon. The recent battle had led him to underestimate his foe's abilities, believing them to be mere equipment rather than true power, and he was eager to conclude the fight swiftly. Star-Lord felt a wave of dread wash over him. This was the first time he had faced an adversary of such formidable strength, capable of matching the might of a cosmic warship with sheer physical prowess. Gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, he dodged again. Yet this time, mid-air, Ronan conjured a massive hand of dark smoke, ensnaring Star-Lord in its grip. As he was captured, Star-Lord's pupils dilated in terror, fixated on the approaching war hammer, the specter of death looming ever closer. In that moment, a mysterious power within him surged forth once more. A brilliant blue light erupted, forcefully dispelling the dark hand, allowing him to lunge forward and evade Ronan's strike. This revelation confirmed to Ronan that his opponent was no ordinary individual, while Thanos aboard the Sanctuary too sensed the origin of this newfound power. He lifted his gaze toward a distant point in the cosmos. Meanwhile, a man, located hundreds of thousands of light years away, also directed his gaze toward Thanos' position. It was as if the two, despite the vast distance, were aware of each other's presence, though in reality, they lacked the ability to truly see one another, merely sharing an inexplicable sensation of being observed. Below, Ronan refrained from attacking further, his expression grave as he inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Struggling to rise from the ground, Star-Lord felt as though his body was falling apart, every muscle and bone protesting under the strain. "My name is Star-Lord, an adventurer." Of course, he would never dare to label himself a marauder, for marauders are a notorious breed in the cosmos, even more disreputable than pirates. While pirates adhere to certain conventions dictated by the Pirate Alliance, marauders are unrepentant scoundrels, willing to commit any act for the sake of wealth. His adoptive father, Yondu, was once a member of the Pirate Alliance, but after violating its rules, he was cast out and subsequently formed a band of marauders. Ronan, well-versed in the ways of the universe, recognized Star-Lord's deceit, yet chose to remain silent, responding gravely, "As long as you surrender what you have discovered here, we shall allow you to depart." In his perspective, at their level of power, monetary wealth was merely a figure utterly inconsequential. After all, the Celestial Father embodied authority and status that transcended mere currency. However, Star-Lord held a contrasting view. To him, wealth represented life itself. Beyond his companions, nothing held greater significance than money. The fact that this individual before him sought to take his hard-earned spoils without offering a single coin was more unbearable than death itself. "I apologize, but I am merely here to explore. I have not taken anything," Star-Lord declared. Upon hearing this, Ronan narrowed his eyes and charged forward with his warhammer. Though he was wary of Star-Lord's Celestial Father-level power, he too possessed similar strength. His caution stemmed from a desire to avoid unnecessary conflict, not from fear. As Star-Lord witnessed the sudden assault, regret flooded his mind. Had he known earlier that relinquishing a trivial item would have sufficed, he would have acquiesced. Yet, parting with the cosmic sphere was out of the question, especially since it had attracted an irresistible offer that he could not refuse, even at the expense of betraying his beloved adoptive father. Just as Star-Lord hoped for a resurgence of energy within him, he realized with dismay that the power he had relied upon had waned. In that instant, Ronan was upon him, his 2-meter-long warhammer raised to strike, and Star-Lord found himself utterly unresponsive. The next moment, a thunderous crash echoed as Star-Lord was reduced to a mere pulp. Witnessing this scene from aboard the Sanctuary 2, Thanos felt a peculiar sensation wash over him. Could it be that he had been mistaken all along? Perhaps no one, or rather no divine entity, was truly watching over Star-Lord. At that moment, Ronan's formidable strike shattered the cosmic sphere encasing Star-Lord, revealing the radiant purple glow of the Power Stone within. Instantly, greed flickered in Ronan's eyes. With this gem, could he not defeat Thanos? However, before he could reach for it, a surge of powerful blue energy erupted from Star-Lord's remains. This energy swiftly tore through the fabric of space, enveloping Star-Lord's body and the Power Stone, whisking them away. Just as Ronan stood bewildered, a commanding voice resonated, filled with immense authority. "How dare you?" In the next moment, the imposing figure of Thanos materialized before Ronan, reaching into the rift in space to seize the Power Stone. As he did so, the rift began to close, quickly contracting around Thanos' wrist. However, contrary to expectations, the rift did not sever his wrist. Instead, as Thanos extended his hand, the fabric of space shattered once more. With his formidable strength, he could effortlessly traverse the subspace, unperturbed by the cutting force of the rift. Before long, his hand emerged and scathed from the rift, clutching the Power Stone. Upon sensing the presence of life gripping it, the stone erupted with celestial energy, sweeping through everything in its vicinity. Any being unable to withstand this force would be torn asunder, reduced to mere dust, vanishing from existence. Yet, once one mastered the energy of the Power Stone, their own abilities would be significantly amplified when wielding its power, potentially reaching the zenith of celestial might. However, it is worth noting that this pinnacle was merely the apex of celestial power, as a single Power Stone could not transcend the limits of a universal entity. Chapter 49. The planet Xander. Thanos gazed intently at the power stone in his hand, which radiated an immense energy, and gradually clenched his fist. A surge of black energy enveloped his entire being, seeping through every pore and orifice. In the next instant, he felt the destructive force within him surging with fervor. The energy of the power stone bore no specific attribute. It was merely a manifestation of pure energy capable of transforming into any form. Upon entering his body, this energy swiftly transmuted into a cataclysmic power, significantly augmenting his physical strength. With a low, rumbling roar, a shockwave erupted outward, causing all within proximity to stagger. The overwhelming aura compelled the members of the Dark Order to kneel involuntarily. Even Ronan found himself bending slightly at the knee, though he remained upright, propped by the weight of the Cosmirod. He was astounded. The magnitude of this aura was so formidable that it instilled a profound sense of insignificance within him, akin to that of a mere insect. It felt as though failure to kneel would result in his immediate obliteration. Yet, as the accuser of the Kree, he represented not only himself but also the dignity of his people, which compelled him to clench his teeth and resist the urge to bow. Moments later, the Power Stone seemed to acknowledge Thanos, and the energy began to stabilize. Thanos opened his eyes, and with his right hand, he placed the Power Stone upon the left gauntlet of the Infinity Gauntlet. Observing the two Infinity Stones nestled in the gauntlet, he smiled with satisfaction. He was now closer to his ultimate objective. He pondered the potential heights of power he could attain upon collecting all 6 stones. His gaze drifted toward the spot where Star-Lord had vanished, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Who was this enigmatic being? Was he the biological father of Star-Lord, Ego? Or perhaps another of the celestial race? After a moment of reflection, he set the matter aside, for he had no leads. As long as he gathered all 6 Infinity Stones, even the entirety of the celestial race would pose no threat to him. Time swiftly passed, and soon 10 days had elapsed. 100 cosmic warships appeared 1,000,000 kilometers from Xander. Leading the charge was Ronan's flagship, accompanied by his fleet, with the Sanctuary 2 and Thanos' fleet following closely behind. At this moment, Ronan gazed excitedly at the three-dimensional projection of Xander, envisioning how he would annihilate the beautiful planet in vengeance for his father, grandfather, and fellow kin. Suddenly, a communication request materialized in the projection. It was none other than the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire, his superior. At the sight, Ronan's expression darkened. He understood that the Kree Empire, in its quest to confront the Skrulls, had forged a peace treaty with Xander, making any act of sabotage unthinkable. Yet he was unwilling to accept this reality. The thought of his father and kin dying in vain spurred him to embark on this vengeful mission. After a brief moment, he reluctantly accepted the video call, resolving to inform the Kree Empire to prepare for the impending conflict. In the next moment, a woman with azure skin and chestnut hair emerged in the projection, her countenance revealing profound distress. "Ronan, where are you? Why is the government of Xander protesting, claiming you have invaded their star domain?" Ronan shook his head and replied, "Supreme Accuser, do you recall how my father met his demise?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "Those despicable Xandarians circumvented our defense systems and unleashed annihilation bombs upon our planet. On that fateful day, 99% of the global population perished, including my father, my grandfather, and my entire kin." At this revelation, the Supreme Accuser could not help but interject. "I acknowledge that this surprise attack was indeed the fault of the Xandarians, yet we are currently engaged in an all-out war with the Skrulls and lack the capacity to open a second front. You must understand the Empire's predicament." Ronan, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes but refrained from responding to the accuser's words. Instead, he continued, "Do you know how I survived? It was my father, mother, grandfather, and my kin, 137 souls, who pressed themselves against my shelter, shielding me from the cataclysmic flames. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago. How can I not avenge this hatred?" With that, he disregarded the Supreme Accuser's exclamations and abruptly terminated the communication. In both films and comics, Ronan's hatred is often glossed over, leaving many unaware of the tribulations he endured. However, one cannot counsel others on virtue without having suffered oneself. Few in this world could fathom the anguish he experienced, nor comprehend his sentiments. For him, This hatred is irreconcilable. Only through the fall of one party shall it find resolution. At that moment, a new communication request appeared in the projection, Thanos. Without hesitation, he accepted the link. In the next instant, Thanos's imposing purple visage materialized on the screen. Ronan, you seek vengeance upon Xander. Does the Kree Empire remain oblivious? Due to the passage of time, Thanos had forgotten many details of the Marvel narrative. Initially, he was unaware that Ronan's quest for retribution was unknown to the Kree Empire. Had it not been for the message he had just received, he would still be in the dark regarding Ronan's intentions. Ronan, with unyielding resolve, nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, my Lord Thanos, do you wish to retract your promise?" At that moment, he had firmly decided that if Thanos did not assist him, he would venture to Xander alone. He was prepared to pay any price for vengeance, even at the cost of his own life. Thanos, however, merely shook his head with indifference, replying, "This is a matter I promised you, not the Kree Empire, thus it bears no relation to them." Ronan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Thank you, Lord Thanos." After closing the communication, Thanos sat upon his throne, his expression contemplative. The cluster of galaxies they inhabited was known as the Virgo supercluster, approximately 110 million light-years in diameter, encompassing over 2,000 galaxies, divided among 3 great empires and 10 alliances. The 3 great empires are the Skuru Empire, the Klee Empire, and the Haye Empire. From this, one can discern the immense strength of the Klee Empire, where Ronan resides. The 10 alliances comprise the Merchant Alliance, the Pirate Alliance, the Mercenary Alliance, the Wanderer Alliance, the Extraordinary Alliance, the Gods Alliance, the Peace Alliance, the Raider Alliance, the Adventurer Alliance, and the Blade Alliance. The very names suggest that these alliances are indeed conglomerates of various factions. In a universe governed by the survival of the fittest, one must not only possess formidable strength but also learn the art of unity for mutual support. The Shandar Star is a faction within the Peace Alliance. Should he incite the Peace Alliance and the Skuru Empire to jointly assault the Klee Empire, he might find an opportunity to benefit from the ensuing chaos. After all, only in a state of turmoil can he hope to annex the territories of others. Otherwise, no matter how powerful he becomes, he must consider the possibility of others banding together against him. Of course, if his power were to reach the multiverse level, or even the singular universe level, he would have no fear of collective opposition. Alas, he currently stands at merely the level of a heavenly father. It is precisely for this reason that he did not refuse Ronan. Chapter 50. Parting ways. Moments later, thousands of small spacecraft departed from Shandar Star, advancing towards them. Clearly, they had just communicated with the Kree Empire and had determined that Ronan's arrival boded ill, thus preparing for battle. As the enemy fleet departed Shandar Star, Ronan eagerly commanded his ships to launch an attack. However, due to the distance, it would take 3 seconds for the assault to reach its target. Seizing the opportunity, the Shandar fleet activated their shields. In a flash of brilliance, the result was 0. Not a single ship within the Shandar fleet was destroyed. The Peace Alliance, adhering to its principles of tranquility, had developed the most advanced shield technology among all factions. While the offensive capabilities of this 1,000-ship fleet were limited, their defensive prowess was unparalleled. Seeing this, Ronan was already psychologically prepared and promptly contacted Thanos, requesting his intervention. Thanos readily consented and initiated the charging of the dark matter fission cannon aboard the Sanctuary 2. Moments later, a beam of black light traversed over 1,000,000 kilometers in an instant, striking the enemy fleet. In the incredulous gaze of the Shandarians, a substantial volume of space was suddenly vacated in the center of their fleet, with at least 200 ships vanishing. Moreover, the very Shandar Star itself bore witness to a colossal crater, spanning 100 kilometers in diameter. Countless billions perished beneath the weight of that singular strike. In response, the Shandarians hastily piloted their spacecraft, furiously charging towards the Sanctuary 2. Observing this, Ronan broke into a triumphant smile, gripping the Kree war hammer as he surged forward. Thanos, too, wielded the tyrant's blade, joining him in the fray. Several hours later, amidst a series of fiery explosions, the remaining adversaries were obliterated, and they continued their advance towards Shandar Star. As they approached within 1,000 kilometers of their destination, Shandar Star had already entered a state of heightened alert, with various anti-aircraft artillery and defenses primed, resembling a hedgehog bristling with spikes. In response, Thanos merely smiled coldly and connected to Ronan's communication. "Do not move. I shall handle this." Without waiting for Ronan's reply, his figure vanished from the sanctuary too. The next moment, Thanos materialized within Shandar's star, standing atop the deep crater created by the dark matter cannon. He then extended his right hand, activating the star-absorbing technique. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from the planet's core, flooding into his being. This energy was so potent, surpassing that of any previous planet he had absorbed, that he felt as if he might burst from its intensity. Clearly, this was a vibrant planet, endowed with a formidable core. It was likely this vitality that had sustained such a resplendent civilization. Minutes later, as the core's energy was siphoned, the planet began to experience earthquakes, tsunamis, and violent storms. The inhabitants of Shandar's star remained oblivious, believing merely that they were enduring a natural disaster. An hour later, the planet's magnetic field began to dissipate, and the atmosphere started to vanish. It was then that humanity realized, seemingly before the enemy had even arrived, the apocalypse had commenced. Yet, even with this awareness, they were powerless to halt the impending doom. Ultimately, the vast majority succumbed to suffocation in an abyss of despair and anguish, deprived of air. Those who had sought refuge in shelters were forever engulfed by the earth due to earthquakes and tsunamis. In the span of a single day, this vibrant, azure planet transformed into a desolate wasteland. After absorbing the energy, Thanos returned to Sanctuary 2. Upon establishing communication with Ronan, he simply remarked, "I have fulfilled my promise. Our collaboration has come to an end." Though he had contemplated subjugating Ronan, he ultimately dismissed the notion, for such an overt act would be too conspicuous. At that moment, Ronan gazed at Thanos with fervor and admiration, clasping his hands together to perform the highest Kree salute. "Thank you. You shall forever be my friend." He did not ponder further, for the long-standing vendetta had finally been avenged, and his gratitude towards Thanos was genuine. Following a brief exchange, the two parted ways. 2 months later, Thanos returned to the galaxy, settling upon a planet he named Titan, for it bore an uncanny resemblance to the world he had just traversed, in terms of size, atmospheric pressure, and oceanic coverage. The day after his return to Sanctuary, the Black Order, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Cull Obsidian, and Ebony Maw arrived in succession to report on the situation over the past 4 months. The Black Order had conquered 104 inhabited planets, most of which had succumbed to the process with little resistance. For these indigenous peoples, who had yet to achieve even modern civilization, the cosmic dreadnoughts represented an insurmountable force. Unless some individuals were exceptionally powerful, they could offer no meaningful resistance. Thus, faced with the cosmic warships, the natives swiftly surrendered. Of course, pockets of local insurgents existed. Thanos' intent was not mere conquest but governance. His rule differed from that of Asgard, which merely harvested resources without interfering in local affairs, an arrangement that, while uncomfortable for the indigenous ruling class, was tolerable. Thanos' regime, however, aimed to assume complete administrative control, implementing policies of population control and equitable resource distribution, a devastating blow to the local elite. Naturally, the indigenous rulers resisted. For such individuals, Thanos' subordinates had a standardized response: to execute a policy of extermination and subsequently relocate the remaining populace. Once the Black Order's report concluded, it was time for Corvus Glaive to present his findings. He had only captured 7 planets, all of which had experienced the same policy of annihilation, as he sought to provide space for his frost giants to thrive. In response, Thanos remained silent, yet he inscribed a mark of untrustworthiness upon Ralphe in his heart. How could one so utterly devoted to their own race possibly serve him with the same unwavering loyalty as the Black Order? Ultimately, it was Hela who came to report. Thus far, she had only conquered a single planet, and that was the realm of witches. Clearly, she had disregarded Thanos' words and returned to her mother's homeworld, where she, after decimating half of the population, settled into a state of complacent idleness. Thanos, however, chose not to comment on this, instead instructing Ralphe and Hela to remain, awaiting his next command. After the report concluded, Thanos activated the system to review his attributes: physique, 58341. 7 strength, 42315. 3 agility, 36834. 4 mental power, 41294. 5 active skills. Force of destruction passive skills. Titan bloodline, super regeneration, super physique, super strength, super agility, potent mental power, resilient skin unique skills. Ruler, star absorption technique equipment. Tyrant's blade, Tyrant's armor, Infinity gauntlet, power gem, mind gem. Chapter 51. Unknown power Thanos, unbeknownst to himself, has approached the late stages of a celestial being's prowess. It seems that the planet of Shandar indeed possesses formidable strength, contributing significantly to his attributes. Additionally, the dominion of the Black Order over more than 100 planets has further enhanced his potential, facilitating such an elevation in power. This explains why, despite their somewhat diminished capabilities, Thanos continues to entrust the majority of his forces to the Black Order. Those of greater strength harbor their own ambitions and cannot be relied upon to serve him wholeheartedly. Only the Black Order exhibits such unwavering loyalty. Upon his return, Thanos resolved to employ the art of energy absorption, fervently augmenting his strength while awaiting Gamera's report on the Soul Stone. It is only after acquiring the Soul Stone that he would contemplate a journey to Blue Planet to collect the remaining 3 Infinity Stones. As for the decision to retain Laufey and Hela, it was simply to prevent them from creating disturbances. After addressing administrative matters, Thanos set forth towards the newest planet, eager to absorb its energy. Indeed, administrative duties could easily be delegated to the Black Order. However, certain critical issues necessitated his personal approval. Unfettered delegation would only give rise to inappropriate ambitions among the subordinates. On Blue Planet, the absence of Thanos allowing Loki to lead the Chitauri invasion resulted in a delay in the establishment of the Avengers. Yet, under the influence of a mysterious force, another organization has emerged, the Illuminati. This assembly, however, is rather unique, comprising members such as Professor X, Aquaman Namor, Mr. Fantastic, Black Bolt, Iron Man, Black Panther, Bruce Banner, Captain America, and Thor. Notably, Thor, for reasons unknown, has suddenly acquired a newfound power, accelerating the expulsion of the destructive force within him. After regaining some strength, he joined the Illuminati. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange has yet to make his appearance and therefore remains absent from the assembly. At this juncture, Blue Planet is undergoing the narrative associated with Doctor Strange. Although the news brought by Thor has left the Ancient One in a state of unease, nearly resulting in the demise of the antagonist Caecilius during a scripted encounter, she ultimately adhered to the storyline, being cast down and retreating to the shadows to orchestrate the future of Blue Planet. The emergence of Doctor Strange into the Illuminati further bolstered the organization's strength, instilling confidence in the Ancient One to confront impending crises. Time swiftly passed and 3 years elapsed. Whether due to the unfolding narrative or not, despite Thanos' unwavering support for Gamora, she still has not located the whereabouts of the Soul Stone amidst the wandering stars and desolation. After 3 years of relentless absorption of stellar cores and the destruction of countless planets, Thanos' power has ascended to the late stages of celestial might. However, at this point, his strength has become increasingly difficult to amplify, primarily because the potential of his current form can no longer keep pace with his burgeoning power. Although the Black Order has dominantly ruled over more than 1,000 habitable planets over the past 3 years, they have encountered new troubles. The remnants of the Asgardians, accompanied by the Alliance of Gods, have returned with vengeance. Consequently, Thanos personally intervened several times, annihilating thousands of enemy starships. Ultimately, faced with an incessant tide of adversaries who never engaged him directly, he was compelled to deploy Hela and Laufey. Meanwhile, he continued to absorb stellar cores. However, the pace of his strength enhancement through this method was diminishing, prompting him to consider further training in the gravity chamber. After a week, he returned to the temple on Taro. Yet, an unfortunate circumstance arose. As his power grew, the gravity chamber could no longer meet his escalating demands. It could only generate a maximum of 3,000 times Earth's gravity, which he found utterly insufficient. Thus, he pondered whether to seek training on a star with 5,000 times the gravity, which would also enhance his heat resistance. Just as he was about to act on this thought, Nebula approached him. "Father, I sense something amiss with Gamora lately." Observing Nebula's averted gaze, Thanos felt an unsettling force seemingly influencing everything around them, driving the two sisters towards opposition. What is wrong with Gamora? Upon hearing her father's inquiry, Nebula finally lifted her head and spoke. I've noticed she has been acting mysteriously, often disappearing for extended periods without disclosing her whereabouts. Thanos nodded and replied, I understand. You need not concern yourself with Gamora's affairs. As for you, you have yet to attain planetary-level strength. You must intensify your training. Nebula, feeling somewhat disheartened, responded, I understand, Father. Ignoring her feigned sorrow, Thanos encouraged her, go train. Once you achieve planetary-level strength, I shall grant you command of your own fleet. Upon hearing the prospect of commanding a fleet, Nebula's demeanor brightened, and she exclaimed, Yes, I shall begin my training at once. With that, she swayed her waist and departed the temple. Watching her leave, Thanos couldn't help but reflect on how much his daughter had grown. After a moment, he rose and addressed the void, Deep Blue, compile Gamora's activities over the past 3 years. Yes, Master. For the super artificial intelligence, this task was trivial. Soon, rows of data appeared in the air, detailing Gamora's travel logs from the last 3 years. As he perused the information, Thanos quickly discerned that many journeys were absent from the records. Upon inquiring with Deep Blue, he learned that Gamora had been traveling aboard an unidentified spacecraft, thus leaving no trace. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. Deep Blue, where is Gamora now? According to the latest data, Miss Gamora is currently located in the Large Magellanic Cloud, though her precise whereabouts remain unknown. As she has not utilized our spacecraft, we are unable to establish a data connection. I wish to summon her as I have matters to discuss. Understood. I am in the process of sending a message. However, due to the vast distance and signal interference, there may be a slight delay. While advancements in technology have rendered intergalactic communication less distant, establishing contact with Gamora, who is situated hundreds of thousands of light-years away, remains a formidable challenge. Thanos nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his voice as he remarked, It is fortuitous that I can observe the progress of Tyro, as it has been several years since my last visit. Chapter 52. The Soul's Inquiry in a Principal City on Taro Star. The evening had descended, casting a gentle glow upon the streets filled with people returning from their daily toil, alongside children and the elderly leisurely strolling about. The thoroughfares were devoid of any vehicles, as under Thanos' rule, society had adopted a housing allocation system. This meant that citizens were assigned residences based on their workplaces, thereby eliminating the burdens of transportation. For longer journeys, an underground hyperrail system enabled swift travel to any location on Taro Star within an hour. For interstellar ventures, specialized anti-gravity crafts would transport individuals to orbital spaceports for their cosmic voyages. Consequently, the streets rarely witnessed vehicles, leading to an absence of pollution. As the populace caught sight of Thanos, they instinctively bowed in reverence, a gesture that was heartfelt and sincere. Thanos understood the significance of winning hearts and minds. Thus, under his reign, from a young age, individuals were inundated with the noble ideals he espoused. Daily broadcasts showcased the turmoil of neighboring planets, emphasizing that their current tranquil existence was a gift from Thanos. Reports of famine elsewhere were juxtaposed with assurances that under Thanos' governance, population control was never a concern for sustenance. Similarly, when quality of life diminished due to economic factors, the housing allocation system alleviated such worries. Through relentless propaganda, the populace gradually harbored genuine gratitude for their stable lives. However, not everyone yearned for tranquility. Those with a penchant for adventure and thrill-seeking were welcomed by Thanos, sent to the front lines where, after enduring the brutality of warfare, those who survived would likely seek the comfort of peace. Such individuals would return to advocate for the hard-won serenity. Meanwhile, those who survived yet continued to crave excitement were appointed to the ranks of the Dark Order, serving as generals or advisors. Thus, the rebellious spirits were meticulously managed, leaving no room for dissent. The remainder of the populace, those inclined to embrace a more passive existence, were also provided for. Under Thanos' governance, while it may not be said to be the happiest in the universe, it was undoubtedly the most stable and secure. After a leisurely stroll, Thanos noted that everything remained unchanged, with the people's lives consistently stable, prompting him to shift his gaze to other planets for further observation. 34 hours later, he arrived at the 17th planet of his journey, Chi Shui star. This celestial body was named for its oceans, which shimmered a deep crimson hue due to a unique mineral found within. Throughout his travels, Thanos observed that the inhabitants lived in happiness and health, free from ailments and worries. Given the current state of medical advancements, no illness remained untreatable, and with housing being allocated to families, concerns were virtually non-existent. Witnessing this, Thanos felt himself to be the most benevolent and magnificent sovereign in the cosmos. Before long, he arrived at a peak by the seaside, gazing at the crimson waters in the distance and the azure sky above, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. It marked his first opportunity in over 5 centuries within the Marvel Universe to quietly absorb such a landscape. Typically, he was either embroiled in battle or immersed in training, scarcely finding a moment of respite. After a while, he settled upon a stone, silently watching as the sun gradually descended beyond the horizon. A gentle sea breeze caressed his cheek, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. This time, he was not adorned in his menacing tyrant armor, but rather donned a simple black leather jacket and black trousers, appearing as an ordinary man savoring the serenity of dusk. At that moment, a small spacecraft emerged from the vastness of space, swiftly approaching him from behind. Soon, Gamora, clad in a black leather suit and trench coat, leaped out and joined him, quietly contemplating the distant sky. In contrast to the grounded and unassuming Thanos, she exuded an aura of elegance and warrior spirit, evoking a sense of conquest in any man who beheld her. It was no wonder that Star-Lord overlooked her lineage and fell in love with her. Minutes passed, and Thanos continued to gaze at the sun's descent, softly inquiring, "Look at this beautiful world. Why do some individuals struggle to find meaning?" Upon hearing this, Gamora regarded him with a complex expression and replied, "Indeed, why is that?" At that moment, her emotions were tumultuous. After enduring various cosmic adventures and encountering a myriad of beings, she believed her father's methods were flawed. Freedom is the essence of life. No one should wield the power to control others, dictating their capacity for procreation or their choices in life. Yet, years of indoctrination had instilled in her the belief that her father's policies were what led to a more stable and prosperous existence. Nevertheless, the image of her father absorbing the life force of planets, devoid of regard for other beings' lives, struck her with the realization of his coldness and ruthlessness, rendering him an unworthy ruler. Turning to face his daughter, Thanos solemnly remarked, "Every life experiences a rebellious phase, much like children of parents, yearning for freedom while overlooking its costs." Gamora lifted her gaze to meet her father's eyes, resolutely asserting, "But freedom is the essence of life, is it not?" Thanos fell into a moment of silence. Indeed, freedom is intrinsic to all life. Without that adventurous spirit, how would life evolve and cultivate magnificent civilizations? Humanity, driven by the yearning for freedom, has created various tools to ease labor, thus freeing time for other pursuits. Otherwise, akin to ancient times, one would toil daily for mere sustenance, and how could civilization possibly flourish then? However, this freedom is not without its limits. In the face of survival and the continuation of a species, all must yield, freedom included. Yet, those without his experiences could never truly comprehend this truth. In the beginning, Titan faced a dire crisis of overpopulation and resource depletion, leading to countless deaths from starvation. Some even resorted to murdering entire families for a mere piece of bread. Amidst such despair, the emerging faction instigated a coup, engaging in a brutal struggle against the conservatives. Ultimately, the relentless ravages of war drove Titan towards annihilation, leaving him a mere spectator, powerless to effect change. He could conjure neither food, energy, nor living space from thin air. Now, however, he possessed the ability to alter everything. He would not permit anyone to destroy it all. Contemplating this, he lost all interest in continuing the conversation with Gamora. He turned away, gazing at the moon beginning to rise in the distance, and in a somber tone inquired, "Is there any news regarding the Soul Stone?" Upon hearing the question, Gamora bowed her head, hesitating for a moment before replying, "Not yet." Chapter 53. Spatial transmission. Thanos did not glance back. Instead, he pressed on with his inquiry. How much longer? At that moment, he had repressed all sentiments and affection, leaving only the unyielding ambition for the Infinity Stones and dominion over the universe. He sensed that the population of life within this cosmos had reached a critical threshold. Should reproduction continue unabated, resources would swiftly dwindle, heralding a cataclysm of cosmic proportions. Furthermore, the Celestials lurked in the shadows, awaiting the moment when life proliferated sufficiently to reap the universe in its entirety. Only by swiftly establishing dominion could he ensure that all life proliferated in an orderly manner, thereby allowing this universe to perpetuate infinitely. Gamora, oblivious to Thanos' concerns, shook her head and replied, I do not know. Upon hearing this, Thanos merely shook his head in a dismissive manner and stated, I shall grant you 1 more year. Should you still fail to find it, Nebula will assume your task. At this, Gamora's green visage shifted slightly, yet she refrained from uttering a word, simply nodding before returning to the spaceship. It was only after the vessel had departed that Thanos turned his gaze away. He looked up at the ship receding into the distance, his expression contemplative. From their conversation, he discerned that Gamora's thoughts were somewhat altered, though he remained uncertain whether she harbored intentions of betrayal. Moreover, he pondered the elusive Soul Stone, the most challenging of the Infinity Stones to locate, and whether he could succeed in its acquisition without Gamora's assistance. This uncertainty was the very reason he had tolerated her presence. Nevertheless, he would not indulge her indefinitely, thus the ultimatum of 1 year. Should she still be unsuccessful after that period, then her race would no longer warrant existence. 1 year later, with the relentless campaigns of the Black Order over the past 4 years, approximately 1% of the Milky Way had fallen under Thanos' dominion. Given the irregular, three-dimensional nature of the galaxy, rather than a flat expanse, this territory was indeed challenging to quantify. Do not underestimate this mere 1%. It encompasses roughly 10,000 light-years, containing around 1.7 billion stars and approximately 10 million planets capable of supporting life. Due to the rapid expansion of his territory, many potentially habitable planets had yet to be developed, resulting in an abundance of stars but a scarcity of life-sustaining worlds. Once he fully subdued the Milky Way, Thanos would contemplate terraforming suitable planets to make them conducive to life. At this juncture, the Black Order had already discerned the existence of the planet known as Blue Star, yet they, mindful of Thanos' directives, chose to disregard it. In truth, had Thanos been willing to grant the natives autonomy, he could have unified the galaxy long ago. It was his desire for absolute control, dictated by his own will, that contributed to the sluggish progress. Meanwhile, on an unremarkable blackish-gray planet at the far end of the galaxy, diminutive beings with disproportionately large heads and stubbled faces began to stir, chattering excitedly at the emergence of Thanos' forces. A dwarf king, clad in metallic battle armor and wielding a mighty hammer, solemnly addressed the assembly. Esteemed comrades, you are undoubtedly aware of Thanos' proclamation. In 6 months he shall arrive. Will you choose subjugation or war? The time for decision is upon us. For years prior, they had foreseen the conflict between Odin and Thanos, yet, discontent with Odin's reign, they, like other races, had refrained from offering assistance. To their astonishment, Odin's swift defeat left them in a quandary. They had learned that Thanos ruled with a stringent autocracy, where even reproductive rights were meticulously controlled. Any deviation, whether excessive or insufficient, would incur fines and penalties. Such tyranny was intolerable to the dwarves. No, we cannot acquiesce to their terms. Even if it leads to our demise, we shall never accept such a humiliating treaty, one declared. Indeed, even Odin dared not treat us so. How could Thanos presume to do so? It was rumored that Thanos had not been seen since the battle 4 years ago, raising questions about his condition. Surely, he must be gravely injured. We could strike him down now. As the dwarves grew increasingly agitated, the king raised his hands for silence. Enough! Silence! After a few fierce shouts, the assembly fell quiet. The king continued, You must understand, Laufey and Hela have already become Thanos' subordinates. Given their nature, if Thanos were truly injured, they would have long since claimed his life. Moreover, even if he were wounded, dispatching Laufey or Hela would render us powerless. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the dwarves regained some semblance of rationality. Indeed, the strongest among them, their king, was of mere demigod caliber and stood no chance against Laufey and Hela, let alone the more formidable Thanos. Yet the dwarves, accustomed to freedom, would not yield to Thanos' dominion, even if it meant fighting to the last breath. "I would rather face death standing than live on my knees," one proclaimed. "Defending our homeland is a duty for all. Until the last dwarf falls, we shall never be slaves." Seeing the fervor among his kin, the king felt a surge of resolve, contemplating a desperate stand. Just as he prepared to speak further, a sudden flash of lightning tore across the sky, followed by a resounding crash. The dwarves sensed an overwhelming presence. "What is happening? Such a formidable aura. Could it be Thanos?" one exclaimed. "Damn him! Prepare for battle. We dwarves shall never be enslaved." The excited dwarves raised their hammers, ready to engage in a fierce struggle against their foe. However, the king soon sensed something amiss and raised his hand, declaring, "This is not right. It cannot be Thanos." Upon hearing this, the dwarves fell into a profound silence. They too sensed that something was amiss. If it were truly Thanos, a colossal warship would undoubtedly have arrived, rather than merely a spatial portal. Soon, a figure descended before the dwarf king, arms outstretched, joyfully exclaiming, "Eitri, my dear friend." Eitri, a name among the dwarves, was notably taller than most, standing at least 6 feet tall, albeit with a disproportionate physique. His head accounted for nearly 1/3 of his height, while his body appeared remarkably slender, reminiscent of a character with an oversized head. Upon recognizing the visitor, Eitri's face broke into a smile, and he opened his arms for an embrace. "My dear Thor, it is truly wonderful to see that you are alive." The newcomer was none other than Thor, the Prince of Asgard and the God of Thunder. Chapter 54. The Power of Odin, Part 2. As a vital member of the Pantheon, Asgard's enduring presence in the universe for millennia is a testament to its rich legacy. The power of Odin is an exclusive heritage of the Asgardian royal lineage. Each generation of the divine monarch is bestowed with this power, enabling the heir to transcend their capabilities and ascend to a godly stature, accompanied by a form of teleportation akin to the Bifrost. This is the reason Odin callously abandoned Hela upon learning of her awakening of the witch's bloodline. The power of Odin can only be inherited by those of pure Asgardian blood. Although Thor did not undergo the abdication ceremony, Odin secretly transmitted this power to him at the time of his demise. However, due to the distance, Thor only recently received the power of Odin, now referred to as the power of Thor. Upon acquiring this power and dispelling the destructive energy within him, he chose to open a portal to the myriad dwarf planets. After embracing Eitri for a moment, Thor, with an expression of discomfort, said, "Eitri, my friend, I require your assistance." Eitri, upon hearing this, patted his chest and declared with fervor, "I shall certainly aid you. Speak, what is it that you need?" In truth, their bond was not as profound as it appeared. Their sole connection stemmed from Thor's previous intervention in quelling a rebellion on the dwarf planets. However, Eitri, recognizing the necessity of Thor's support against Thanos, feigned a close camaraderie. Thor, moved by Eitri's immediate willingness to assist without inquiry, expressed, "My Mjolnir has been destroyed by Thanos. I need your help to forge a new hammer." Mjolnir, the name of the god of Thunder's hammer, is his most significant weapon, without question. Although Thor had inherited the power of Odin, his inability to wield a weapon limited the extent of his strength. Thus, it was imperative for him to promptly open the portal to the dwarf planets, as the dwarf race is renowned throughout the galaxy for their unparalleled weapon craftsmanship. In Asgard's history, 80% of its weaponry was forged by dwarves. Upon learning of Thor's request for a weapon, Eitri contemplated deeply. He perceived Thor as a benevolent soul when compared to the cunning Odin, allowing him to confidently forge the mightiest weapon without fear of betrayal. After a moment, he responded, "Very well, I shall craft for you our dwarven greatest artifact, the Stormbreaker." With resolve, he swiftly began to rally his subordinates to commence the work. At this juncture, the dwarf planet had yet to suffer Thanos' wrath, ensuring a smooth process in the creation of the Stormbreaker, devoid of the dramatic twists found in cinematic portrayals. A day later, when Thor obtained the Stormbreaker, A surge of energy coursed through him, elevating his aura significantly. Without uttering a word, he raised the battle axe high and teleported away, eager to test the might of his new weapon. However, upon seeing this, Eitri was filled with urgency. Thor, where have you run off to? Come back to me. Damn the Asgardians, a bunch of treacherous and ungrateful wretches. He had initially intended to confront Thanos alongside Thor once the weapon was forged, but the latter's abrupt departure left him infuriated. It must be noted that in the creation of this weapon, they had invested the last of their URU metal and expended considerable effort. The thought of their endeavor amounting to naught was enough to incite his fury. After a while, a dwarf rushed in, flustered. My king, it's bad. Thanos' warship is approaching. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, Thor remained oblivious to the dire predicament his departure had thrust the dwarves into. His immediate teleportation to Blue Star upon acquiring the Stormbreaker was driven by the sudden surge of power he felt, necessitating adaptation. And what better way to adapt than to engage in combat practice? When it came to sparring, no place in the galaxy could rival Blue Star in suitability. He observed that this planet was quite extraordinary, teeming with incredible life forms far beyond imagination, each possessing varying levels of strength, ranging from superhuman to godly. Soon, Thor arrived at Stark Tower, eager to test his new weapon with Tony. However, Tony was preoccupied with crafting the anti-Thor armor and had no time to spare. Thus, Thor sought out Banner, but Banner, having finally returned to a semblance of normalcy, was unwilling to unleash the Hulk again. With no other recourse, Thor turned to Doctor Strange, who was engrossed in studying how to counter Dormammu's invasion. He merely provided Thor with a spatial mirror and paid him no further heed. Ultimately, in his frustration, Thor was left with no choice but to seek out the other members of the Illuminati, allowing the plight of the dwarves to slip from his mind. The diameter of the galaxy is approximately 200,000 light-years, containing around 300 billion stars. The number of planets is virtually incalculable, as they are not luminous bodies and are thus challenging to detect. At this moment, near the central region of the galaxy, a colossal starship, the Sanctuary 2, lingered. Yet, even the size of half a moon rendered the Sanctuary too minuscule against the vastness of the star, akin to a grain of sand lost in the ocean, nearly imperceptible. The Sanctuary 2 remained stationed there because Thanos was within the star. Ever since he conceived the idea of training in the star a year ago, he promptly set his plans into motion. Now, it marked the anniversary of his endeavors within the star, and the results were commendable. His previously stagnant attributes began to gradually increase once more. Although the pace could not compare to that of the absorption technique, there were no bottlenecks, and he was resolutely advancing towards the pinnacle of godhood. Moreover, he had a strong sense that after his body assimilated the energy from the absorption technique, he would be able to utilize it again. As a system skill, it was certainly not a one-time use. The reason he is temporarily unable to enhance his attributes is that this body has reached its limit in energy absorption, necessitating a gradual digestion of that energy. At this moment, deep within the star, over 1,000 kilometers down, Thanos sat cross-legged, bracing against the immense pressure surrounding him. At this depth, the pressure had escalated to approximately 10,000 times that of normal gravity, with temperatures soaring to an astonishing 20,000 degrees. Even with his prowess nearing that of a celestial, he felt the overwhelming strain, exerting all his strength to withstand it. Yet, reflecting on the past year when he could only delve a mere 100 meters, the ability to reach 1,000 meters now marked a remarkable advancement. After a while, Thanos sensed that the time was ripe. Thus he opened his eyes and soared forth from the star's surface. With a thunderous roar, a shockwave erupted from the star's surface, and a purple figure burst forth. Chapter 55. The Infinity Stones. After emerging from the star, Thanos brushed off the hydrogen and helium clinging to him before setting his course towards Sanctuary 2. The reason stars can burn for billions of years without extinguishing lies in their immense mass, which generates a colossal gravitational force. This gravitational pull creates unimaginable pressure within the star, facilitating nuclear fusion reactions between the hydrogen and helium at its core, leading to a controlled fusion process. As the energy from fusion radiates outward, it ignites the surrounding hydrogen and helium. However, due to the constraints of gravity, the hydrogen and helium involved in fusion cannot escape the star, resulting in a closed system of controlled nuclear fusion. Had Thanos not rid himself of the hydrogen and helium undergoing fusion, it is likely that upon entering Sanctuary 2, the Dark Order within would have perished instantly. Upon Thanos' return, the members of the Dark Order immediately knelt in respect. Moments later, Thanos settled onto his throne and inquired, "Have there been any updates on Gamora?" In the next instant, a mechanical voice resonated through the void. "Master, I lost track of Gamora 6 months ago." Thanos' brow furrowed at the response. He had not anticipated her ultimate betrayal. In that case, let it be known throughout the cosmos. A bounty for Gamora will be issued. Furthermore, if she does not return within 3 months, her homeland shall be laid to ruin alongside her. Over a century ago, during his quest to conquer the universe, he had arrived at a planet named Hosebeli. At that time, Hosebeli was plagued by resource scarcity and lacked advanced technology, leading to widespread famine and conflict. It was he who decimated a significant portion of the population to restore ecological balance, subsequently bestowing advanced technology upon the planet to foster its development. In the midst of this massacre, he encountered the unusually detached Gamora, who remained indifferent even as she witnessed her parents' slaughter. Moved by her apathy, he took her in as his adopted daughter. However, it now appeared he had misjudged her character. "Yes, Master," responded Deep Blue, the artificial intelligence, devoid of any emotions. Perhaps, in its conceptual framework, the annihilation of a planet held no greater significance than the destruction of an anthill. After a moment of contemplation, Thanos continued, "Summon Nebula to meet me at Titan." With that command issued, he directed Sanctuary 2 back to Titan. 2 hours later, the verdant Titan was in sight. Following a series of technological enhancements, Titan had begun to resemble the once devastated world it had been. Cosmic spaceports sprawled across the landscape, bustling with ships traversing the surface. Behemoth vessels like Sanctuary 2 could not dock at the spaceport, as they simply could not be accommodated. Instead, it anchored at a base on one of Titan's natural satellites. In the blink of an eye, Thanos appeared at the palace on Titan, where Nebula awaited her father within. As the most dutiful daughter, she had been patiently awaiting her father's command on Titan, and upon receiving news, she hastily made her way there. Sitting upon his throne, Thanos gazed at the nebula below, feeling a flicker of solace in his heart. At the very least, he was not an entirely failure of a father. He had a daughter who was devoted to him. "Gamora, what do you know about your sister?" he inquired. Upon hearing this, Nebula lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before responding. "I am not entirely sure what has transpired with her, but I have heard her mention that she seems to have reached her destination, though I do not understand why she has not reported back. By the way, I heard she has joined a mercenary group called the Guardians of the Galaxy, and she seems to be engaged in missions daily." At the mention of the Guardians of the Galaxy, Thanos narrowed his eyes. He was taken aback by the potency of the narrative. He had already dealt a significant blow to Star-Lord, sending him far away, seized the Power Stone, and even obliterated Xander. The storyline had taken such a turn that Star-Lord could still be seen mingling with Gamora. Shaking his head, Thanos spoke with displeasure. "Those who dare to disobey my commands shall not return." "Nebula," he called, and she immediately stood to attention. "Yes," she replied. Thanos nodded and declared, "I now place my trust solely in you. The task of locating the Soul Stone shall be entrusted to you, and you may mobilize all fleets." "Indeed," Nebula affirmed, her heart swelling with excitement as she turned to leave the sanctuary. Clearly, she was eager to prove herself and earn her father's affection, hoping to outshine her sister. Thanos, observing her, merely smiled faintly. Yet within him, a thought began to take shape, to first gather the other 3 stones on Earth before seeking the Soul Stone. After all, the Space Stone could transport him to any location. Possessing it would greatly facilitate his endeavors. The 6 Infinity Stones each possessed unique attributes: space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul. The Space Stone granted the ability to teleport anywhere in the universe at will, allowing for manipulation of space, be it separation, cutting, twisting, reordering, or even creating new realms. The Time Stone enabled its bearer to traverse through time, reaching any point in the timeline of the universe, whether in the distant past or the far future. The Reality Stone could manifest whatever the holder desired, akin to a wish-granting ability. though the creations were not permanent and would revert to their original state upon the user's departure. The Power Stone endowed its possessor with immense strength, provided they could withstand such power, and it was the only stone capable of supporting and amplifying the others. The Mind Stone enhanced mental capacities, granting abilities such as illusion creation and mind control. The Soul Stone possessed the power to steal, manipulate, or alter souls. If he had the Space Stone, the quest for the Soul Stone would become significantly easier. However, in the next moment, Thanos furrowed his brow. He sensed the presence of an unknown entity exerting influence over his mind. According to his original plan, he intended to gather the Soul Stone first and then proceed to Blue Planet to collect the remaining 3. This strategy would help him avoid interference from certain entities and the awkwardness of possessing only 5 Infinity Stones. After all, only by uniting all 6 Infinity Stones could one unleash their utmost power, potentially transcending even the cosmic level to engage in a contest with the multiversal tier. The Marvel Universe is undeniably a realm fraught with peril and boasts an exceedingly high power ceiling. For instance, entities such as the Living Tribunal, the Celestials, and the 5 primal cosmic entities, Eternity, Infinity, Oblivion, Death, and Galactus, along with the Omnipotent One above all, exemplify this. Given the chaotic nature of the power hierarchy within the Marvel Universe, one might argue that a coherent system is virtually non-existent. Thus, the author seeks to refine Marvel's power structure based on frameworks from other systems, ensuring that there are no trivial characters like Wolverine capable of vanquishing beings as formidable as the Dark Phoenix. In truth, the author has a strong desire to critique Marvel's power dynamics, but upon reflection, decides against it, for Marvel enthusiasts are well aware that the franchise lacks a consistent power hierarchy. The narrative direction often hinges on the whims of the writers, with each new script frequently overturning the established lore of its predecessor. Mortals can slay gods due to a singular artifact, as evidenced in the narrative of Thor, Love and Thunder, which is utterly exasperating. Chapter 56. The Nova Core, second update, located 10,000 light-years from the Milky Way, there exists a star system known as Calo. Calo serves as the headquarters of the Peace Alliance and the Nova Corps. The Peace Alliance is composed of all factions dedicated to harmony, encompassing numerous members. However, it is the Nova Corps that serves as its sole military force. The Nova Corps is headquartered on a planet called Peace Star. At this moment, Gamora, Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon, Groot the Tree, and Drax the Destroyer, collectively known as the Guardians of the Galaxy, have arrived here to submit their latest completed mission. Shortly thereafter, Rocket Raccoon piloted a small spacecraft, gracefully descending into the docking bay, and then utilized the cosmic elevator to reach the surface of the planet. It is currently afternoon, with the sun casting a warm orange glow on the horizon as it slowly sinks toward the west. Upon exiting the cosmic elevator, the 5 companions were greeted by a bustling throng of people. Among them were individuals with green, blue, and purple skin, showcasing the diverse array of beings that inhabit this place, including a fair number of non-humans. According to the statistics provided by the Peace Alliance, Peace Star is home to at least 1,314 distinct species from various planets, coexisting year-round. Although this is not Gamora's first encounter with such diversity, each time she witnesses the harmonious coexistence of various kinds, a pang of envy stirs within her. Under Thanos' reign, it was typical for each race to reside on a single planet, with few places harboring more than 2 species. Moreover, the reproductive rights of each race were contingent upon their collective contributions. If a race consistently ranked at the bottom for 3 consecutive years, their breeding privileges would be curtailed. She has even witnessed a species perish due to insufficient contributions. This experience significantly contributed to her resolve to rebel against Thanos. Before long, the 5 of them made their way down the street. Leading the group was Rocket Raccoon, the sharpshooter and pilot of the Guardians, standing at roughly 1 meter tall. His appearance resembles that of a bipedal yellow raccoon, perpetually equipped with a weapon of equal height and a rocket launcher. Possessing abilities far beyond those of an ordinary raccoon, he boasts super speed, agility, enhanced vision, acute hearing, heightened tactile sensitivity, and remarkably sharp claws. He is also a skilled pilot and marksman, well-versed in the use of various weapons. However, his greed often gets the better of him, as he cannot resist drooling over anything of value. Beside Rocket is Groot, towering over 2 meters tall. As a member of the Flora Colossi, he possesses remarkable intelligence and physiological traits unique to tree beings, including extraordinary regenerative capabilities. As long as a portion of Groot remains intact, he can be nurtured back to life through watering and fertilization. Additionally, Groot possesses immense strength and defensive abilities, allowing him to grow into a giant and stretch his limbs like rubber, enabling him to extend his tree-like form to strike at foes. Moreover, she possesses the ability to control other plants through the dissemination of spores, healing others in the process. Typically, members of the Flora Colossi exhibit a mindset inclined towards conquest and aggression. However, Groot stands as an exception, embodying a heart of peace and appearing rather unassuming as he merely follows Rocket Raccoon. In the midst of the group are Gamora and Star-Lord. Gamora remains as she always has, with her verdant skin, wine-red flowing hair, and clad in a sleek black bodysuit, 2 daggers hanging from her thighs. Her graceful movements inevitably draw many admiring glances. Yet, those who underestimate her due to this charm will find themselves regretting it, for she possesses extraordinary combat skills and superhuman strength. Her most notable achievement includes the assassination of a being of planetary strength, rendering her a renowned figure throughout the cosmos. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that Thanos' subordinates are quite infamous across the universe. As a rising power, bloodshed and warfare are unavoidable in their ascent. Star-Lord, accompanying Gamora, maintains his usual carefree demeanor, his eyes occasionally wandering towards the scantily clad beauties, seemingly oblivious to the demise of his former partner. At this moment, his raider attire has been exchanged for a brown leather armor jacket. After all, they find themselves on Peace Star, the headquarters of the Nova Corps. Had he still donned his raider garb, it is likely he would not have even disembarked from their ship. Bringing up the rear is Drax the Destroyer. Towering nearly 2 meters in height with gray skin marked by crimson streaks, he presents an imposing figure. Bare-chested, he strides down the path like a crab, exuding an air of superiority, asserting himself as the mightiest, with all others beneath him. Indeed, with his nearly planetary-level prowess, he is the strongest among the group when Star-Lord is not relying on advantages. Shortly thereafter, the quintet arrives at the entrance to the Mission Center's Grand Hall. At that moment, Gamora suddenly freezes in her tracks. For on the screens within the hall, a new bounty is being displayed, her own bounty, valued at 50 million universal credits. While the cosmos is replete with various factions, including 3 great empires and 10 major alliances, the universal credit issued by the Trade Alliance is the most stable currency in existence. The Trade Alliance places great emphasis on credibility, ensuring that the universal credit is impervious to devaluation. After all, their livelihood depends on trade. If the currency lacked credibility, who would engage in commerce with them? 50 million universal credits can be exchanged for approximately 130 million peace credits, a sum that would incite envy in all who behold it. It is worth noting that their small spacecraft cost merely 70 million universal credits. The quickest to react is Star-Lord, whose countenance darkens as he turns to Gamora, demanding, "Are you Thanos' daughter?" Rocket Raccoon's eyes shine with newfound interest as he looks at Gamora, his avarice igniting thoughts that should not arise. Among the group, only Groot and Drax remain unperturbed by the bounty. Groot, due to his lack of understanding regarding the concept of money, remains completely indifferent. Drax, being completely unfamiliar with the words on the bounty, remained oblivious to Star-Lord's fervor. Were it another woman facing the inquiries of her companions and the bounty placed by her father, she would likely be overwhelmed with anxiety. However, Gamora merely remarked with nonchalance, "What? Do you wish to exchange me for the bounty?" Before Star-Lord could respond, Rocket Raccoon eagerly interjected, "I heard your father has destroyed Xander, with a bounty of $1 billion on his head. Should we consider pulling off something grand?" Clearly, in his mind, Gamora had already been accepted as a comrade, and he harbored no intention of turning her over. At that moment, Star-Lord also came to a realization and quickly shook his head. "No, I'm just astonished. How could that hideous creature have such a beautiful daughter?" Like Rocket, after enduring countless battles side by side, he had also come to regard Gamora as a partner, suppressing any lingering thoughts. Moreover, even if he did entertain such notions, they would be futile, for he was no match for Gamora's prowess. Chapter 57. The peace envoy Gamora observed that neither Star-Lord nor Rocket Raccoon showed any intention of surrendering, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Though she did not voice it, she had come to regard them as comrades and did not wish to turn against them. At that moment, Drax seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere among his teammates and approached with curiosity, inquiring, "What is the matter? What do you mean by surrendering?" Groot also ambled over, calling out, "I am Groot." Both Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon shook their heads, replying in unison, "It's nothing." However, glancing at the hostile gazes surrounding them, Star-Lord suggested, "Gamora, perhaps you should head back. I fear." Before he could finish, Gamora shook her head, asserting, "No need. These individuals would not dare act here." Indeed, although they were in the Mercenary Guild's mission hall, they were on the territory of the Peace Alliance. Any act of aggression would be a blatant affront to the Peace Alliance, and the guards would ensure no one escaped unscathed. With that, Gamora stepped into the mission hall, followed closely by the remaining four. Before long, they submitted their mission and received 25 cosmic credits. Just as they were preparing to leave, Gamora suddenly noticed the latest bounty announcement. If she did not return within 3 months, Thanos would annihilate her home planet, Halsbury. Upon reading this, her body trembled involuntarily. She was not a cold-hearted being like Thanos. She held deep affection and attachment for her home world. "I must return," she declared, making her way to the entrance of the mission hall. However, she found herself surrounded by a throng of people. Though they had not yet acted, their expressions were laden with malice. Clearly, the bounty of 50 million had stirred their greed. Had it not been for the stipulation that she must be taken alive and the necessity of a spaceport to leave, some might have disregarded the Peace Alliance's regulations and acted rashly. Seeing this, Gamora's expression darkened considerably. At that moment, Star-Lord and the other three joined her, gravely asking, "What should we do now?" Rocket Raccoon brandished his energy gun, his demeanor a mix of irreverence and madness as he remarked, "It seems a grand performance is about to unfold." With that, he clicked off the safety. The onlookers immediately brandished their weapons, ranging from ordinary knives and swords to energy machine guns and cannons, a veritable arsenal on display. In response, Gamora swiftly drew the dagger from her thigh. Star-Lord tightened his grip on his energy pistol. Drax unsheathed the short sword at his waist, and Groot wore a solemn expression. In that tense atmosphere, filled with the scent of gunpowder, an urgent sound pierced the air. Wailing police sirens echoed from above. Soon, a dozen ships from the Nova Corps appeared overhead, announcing, "In the territory of the Peace Alliance, any act of aggression is strictly prohibited. Violators will be executed on the spot." A group of mercenaries, upon witnessing the scene, reluctantly sheathed their weapons and began to withdraw slowly. However, even in retreat, they remained unwilling to abandon their pursuits, covertly monitoring Gamora nearby. The allure of 50 million cosmic credits was simply too enticing, and some still harbored a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, the ships hovering above did not depart. Instead, they descended before Gamora. These vessels, measuring 3 meters in height, 10 meters in length, and 4 meters in width, resembled a great bird with inverted wings. This was the Peacekeeper Model 7 of the Peace Alliance, characterized by its pristine white exterior and utilizing a gravitational anti-gravity magnetic system, capable of reaching speeds up to 3,000 kilometers per hour. The craft was equipped with an electromagnetic cannon and 2 Cayman machine guns, along with a state-of-the-art energy shield. Its sole drawback was the excessive integration of advanced technology, resulting in limited energy reserves and insufficient endurance. In full combat mode, it could operate for only 3 hours before depleting its power. Soon, a dozen personnel from the Nova Corps disembarked, led by a woman with golden skin, clad in a sleeveless black combat suit and adorned with a golden helmet featuring a hexagonal red star. "Greetings, Gamora. I am Irani, the Centurion of the Nova Corps," she introduced herself. Upon hearing her name, the Guardians of the Galaxy collectively exhaled in relief. Irani was renowned within the Nova Corps for her benevolence and fairness, suggesting that she would not pose any difficulties for them. Noticing the Guardians' calm demeanor, Irani smiled gently and said, "Our governor wishes to speak with you. Please accompany us." After a moment's contemplation, Gamora nodded in agreement, replying, "Very well." Before long, The 5 of them boarded the Peacekeeper 7 and set off towards a towering edifice. The architectural style of Peace Star was rather peculiar, favoring tall, pointed structures resembling towers, which were remarkably slender. Fortunately, the planet's weather remained consistently stable. A Category 10 hurricane could easily topple such fragile constructions. Minutes later, Irani led the Guardians to the highest and most exquisite tower. It was Gamora's first encounter with such splendid architecture. Within Thanos' domain, all structures were designed for practicality and durability, with the exception of the temple, leaving no room for beauty. This realization intensified her conviction that her father's tyranny must be overturned. As they entered the tower, the opulent interior, adorned with lavish decorations, evoked admiration from the Guardians, even leaving the taciturn Groot with an expression of awe. Soon, Irani guided them to stand 20 meters from a figure clad in a white queenly gown. This individual stood approximately 1.70 meters tall, with alabaster skin, appearing to be in her 50s, her face etched with delicate lines and her hair a cascade of white. Her attire, though entirely white, exuded an aura of purity and sanctity rather than peculiarity. She was none other than Ms. Mela, the governor of the Nova Corps. Irani, with hands clasped in reverence, performed the highest form of salute and announced, Centurion Irani, presenting Gamora for an audience with Ms. Mela. Mela nodded slightly and gazed at Gamora, gently inquiring, "You are Gamora, aren't you?" Gamora returned the nod, cautiously responding, "Greetings, Lady Mela. I am indeed Gamora." Suddenly, Mela's expression shifted dramatically, radiating a formidable aura. "Daughter of Thanos, your father has obliterated our sacred ground. Xandar is the birthplace of the Nova Corps and a vital member of the Peace Alliance. Otherwise, the Kree Empire would not have been so agitated upon learning of Ronan's intent to annihilate Xandar, even seeking out Thanos to implore him to refrain from acting." The other 4 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, save for Gamora, found themselves bending their knees, overwhelmed by the immense pressure of Mela's presence. Having spent considerable time alongside Thanos, Gamora had long acclimated to the celestial aura, let alone that of a being of near-divine caliber. Indeed, Lady Mela is a formidable near-divine entity, one of the 3 high-ranking officials of the Nova Corps. Chapter 58. The Might of Thanos, second update. Regarding the destruction of Xandar, Ronan chose to remain silent upon his return, opting instead to shoulder the blame himself. However, the Kree Empire, in a bid to avoid fighting on 2 fronts, deliberately attributed the annihilation of Xandar to Thanos. This was intended to pacify the Peace Alliance, albeit they were unwittingly correct in their assumption. The Peace Alliance, not wishing to engage in conflict with the Kree Empire, tacitly accepted this narrative. Civilizations capable of surviving in the cosmos are inherently cautious. They would not hastily initiate war over a singular incident, especially when faced with 2 equally formidable powers. Nevertheless, the rapport between the Peace Alliance and the Kree Empire had undoubtedly soured. Should the Kree Empire falter in its war against the Skrull Empire, retribution would be swift and merciless. Mera, believing she possessed the truth, did not genuinely intend to cause difficulty for Gamora. Just as the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy were silently lamenting their unease, Mera suddenly retracted her aura, transforming back into an ordinary woman. "However, given that your father also served Ronan, I shall not impose upon you further." Shaking her head, Mera continued, "The purpose of my visit is to seek your assistance in a matter, and rest assured, I shall reward you with 1 billion peace credits." Naturally, the Nova Corps utilized peace credits, for it would be inconceivable to employ the currency of the commercial alliance. Upon hearing the sum of 1 billion, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon were instantly captivated, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. "What is it?" "We promise to assist you," they exclaimed. "Indeed, I swear by the Guardians of the Galaxy to fulfill this task." Mera, however, disregarded Star-Lord and Rocket's exuberance, and instead turned her gaze towards Gamora, awaiting her response. Gamora, not motivated by greed, inquired with a serious demeanor, "What do you require?" Mera smiled slightly and replied, "I seek one of the Infinity Stones from Thanos. If you procure one for me, I shall grant you 1 billion. Should you acquire 2, I will offer you 20 billion. The legend of the Infinity Stones was known to all powerful and influential figures across the universe. For instance, Ronan was aware of the Power Stone, As the governor of the Nova Corps, there was no reason for him to be uninformed. Mera's desire for the Infinity Stones was, of course, driven by the immense power they bestow. Those who thrive and expand their influence in the cosmos are rarely naive. They invariably seek greater strength to augment their dominion. Upon hearing the mention of the Infinity Stones and Thanos, Star-Lord was immediately beset by a headache. He was oblivious to the fact that Thanos had been present during his acquisition of the orb, and had even commanded his demise. At that time, he had already been slain by Ronan and was unaware of the ensuing events. It was only upon awakening the following day that he discovered himself in a place of safety. Yet the name of Thanos, the cosmic tyrant responsible for slaying Odin and destroying Xander, had spread far and wide, and now they were being asked to retrieve Thanos' stones. Was this not an insurmountable challenge? Rocket Raccoon, devoid of any hesitation, nodded decisively and remarked, "As for the Infinity Stones, leave them to us. However, you are aware that we require a deposit." He then extended his right hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together, forming a gesture universally understood across the cosmos. Mera glanced slightly, turning towards Gamora, and stated, "I shall provide you with 100 million peace coins as a deposit." At her level of status and power, wealth was merely at her fingertips. In contrast, the Infinity Stones, which would enhance her strength, were what she truly sought. Upon hearing the figure of 100 million as a deposit, despite being in peace coins, all her reservations dissipated. She nodded eagerly and proclaimed, "Very well, we accept. Let us depart at once." Rocket Raccoon also nodded, impatiently adding, "Indeed, indeed, let us go now." Mera remained silent, instead casting her gaze upon Gamora. Clearly, to her, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon were insignificant. Her focus was solely on Gamora. Observing that her two companions had agreed and recalling her father's threats, Gamora nodded as well, saying, "All right, but I cannot guarantee the acquisition of the Infinity Stones." At this, Mera immediately broke into a smile and turned to walk away. "No matter, as long as you give it your all. 1 stone, 10 billion. 1 month later, on an unnamed planet within the galaxy, Thanos, donned in golden armor, extended his right hand towards the ground. Massive waves of red energy surged continuously from the planet's core into his grasp. After 3 years of cultivation within a star, he had digested the energy within him and could once again utilize his energy absorption technique. At an average pace of absorbing 1 planet every 10 days, this marked the 3rd planet he had consumed. Just then, a voice from the small blue figure echoed in his ear, "Master, Miss Gamora has returned." Thanos paused momentarily, taken aback. Given Gamora's nature, he had expected her to return at least by the 3rd month. He hadn't anticipated her swift return. Nonetheless, he dismissed the thought and accelerated the absorption process. Once he had drained the planet, he soared towards the Celestial Temple too. The following day, he returned to the temple. It was night on Titan, yet due to light pollution, the starry sky was nearly obscured. Only a solitary purple moon hung forlornly in the heavens. As Thanos' feet touched the ground, he immediately sensed not only Gamora but also 4 unfamiliar presences nearby. However, these energies were feeble, so he paid them little mind. The temple on Titan was modeled after the Temple of Taro, comprising towering structures. Yet, its exterior appeared merely whitewashed, starkly contrasting the opulent towers of the Nova Corps. As Thanos walked, the sound of his footsteps echoed through the temple. After a while, he pushed open the grand doors, revealing a brightly lit hall, and proceeded towards the throne. Beneath the throne lies Gamora, alongside Star-Lord, a towering figure with gray skin, a raccoon barely a meter tall, and a tree-like creature towering over 2 meters. Star-Lord recognized the latter instantly, but upon witnessing this assembly, he quickly deduced the identities of the other 3. At that moment, Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and Drax all felt an overwhelming pressure, far surpassing even that which they had sensed from Mera, 10-fold, or perhaps even 100-fold. The echoing sound of footsteps resonated in their hearts, rendering them breathless. Sweat cascaded down their brows, and their legs quivered uncontrollably. Only Gamora maintained her composure, her expression hidden as she lowered her gaze. Fortunately, Thanos did not unleash his full might nor direct it towards them. Otherwise, standing upright would have been a formidable challenge. After a moment, Thanos settled onto the throne, his gaze icy as he regarded his daughter, and spoke with a chilling tone. "So, you have finally returned. Did you bring back the information I sought?" Chapter 59. The wild star. Upon hearing the inquiry, a flicker of turmoil passed through Gamora's eyes. Under the imposing presence of Thanos, she was on the verge of divulging the coordinates. Yet, recollections of the flourishing vistas and magnificent edifices witnessed on Peace Star quelled that impulse. Thus, she shook her head and spoke. "Father, I have gathered some information regarding the wild star. However, upon unexpectedly encountering your wanted notice, I felt compelled to return immediately. You have misunderstood. I am not a defector. I merely shattered my communicator while seeking clues and, having failed to unearth any information, felt too ashamed to face you." Throughout the month-long journey back, she had meticulously crafted an explanation. As for confronting her father directly to lay bare her thoughts, such an idea had never crossed her mind. After years of interaction, she had come to understand that her father's convictions were unwavering, impervious to any influence or persuasion. If one were to liken a person's steadfastness to iron will, her father epitomized an alloyed resolve, akin to adamantium. Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in Thanos' eyes. Having consumed more salt than Gamora had rice, he naturally found her excuses unconvincing. Nevertheless, he feigned a semblance of reassurance, stating, "Is that so? However, due to your disappearance, I assigned the task of locating the wild star to Nebula. Please share any clues you possess. I shall ensure that she avoids unnecessary detours." Even though he was acutely aware of her deception, he opted not to expose it, hoping to extract some valuable leads. At this, Gamora felt a surge of panic. For reasons unknown, the formidable faade she maintained before others crumbled in her father's presence, leaving her feeling inexplicably guilty. She was indeed privy to the information regarding the wild star, even having the coordinates, yet she dared not speak. She was acutely aware of her father's ambition to collect the 6 Infinity Stones and dominate the universe, imposing a regime devoid of liberty and democracy upon it. Having witnessed the splendor of the outside world, she had no desire for her father to reign over the cosmos, for such dominion would obliterate countless beauties and strip people of their freedom. Yet she found herself at a loss for how to refuse him. After all, it was implausible that after all these years of searching for clues about the wild star, she would possess none. But what if revealing the truth led Nebula to actually uncover it? Would she resort to deceit? That would surely unravel in an instant. As Gamora wrestled with her dilemma, Thanos, lacking patience, rose to his feet, exuding an overwhelming aura that compelled the 5 others present to crouch under the pressure. "My patience is limited. Since Gamora is unwilling to divulge even the slightest clue, I shall not hesitate to be less courteous." With that, he waved his hand, summoning a colossal hand of purple destructive energy that materialized beside Star-Lord, seizing him with relentless force. "Ah!" Star-Lord cried out, enveloped in the energy of annihilation, his voice a harrowing wail of agony. The purple force of destruction relentlessly ravaged his body and spirit, rendering him utterly incapable of enduring such torment. Thanos, gazing at his daughter, bellowed, "Speak of all that you know." At that moment, Rocket Raccoon, Groot and Drax, witnessing Star-Lord's anguished visage, yearned to assist him, yet found themselves unable even to rise, their eyes pleadingly fixed upon Gamora. Their original strategy had been to return, clear up misunderstandings, and remain close to Thanos to seize an opportunity to pilfer the gems. However, their plan faltered at its inception. Thanos was not adhering to any predictable script. The verbal tactics that had proven infallible in the past were rendered moot, leaving no opportunity for their deployment. Moreover, the intelligence-diminishing aura that had often been their ally was conspicuously absent. It must be noted that the previous year, they had successfully vanquished the celestial ego by employing these very techniques. Witty banter coupled with a strategic undermining of the opponent's intellect, forcing a narrative demise upon them. Now, without these formidable assets, the Guardians of the Galaxy were reduced to mere mortals. Gamora, her face a mask of concern for the suffering Star-Lord, felt a profound anguish within her heart. Having shared over 3 years with him, it was impossible for them to remain uninvolved, given their deep understanding of one another. Yet, under Thanos' conditioning, her rationality had long dominated her emotions. Nevertheless, at this moment, feelings ultimately triumphed. Between the Laniakea supercluster and the Hydra supercluster lies a fragmented galaxy, from which the wild star managed to escape. Upon hearing this, Thanos retracted his hand of destruction and strode towards the temple's exit. "Keep a close watch on them," he commanded, and the surrounding Dark Order immediately raised their weapons, encircling him. Gasping for breath after his fall, Star-Lord struggled to regain his composure, even choking on the air. He felt as though death was imminent, suffering immensely as every cell in his body seemed to wither away. After a moment, he regained his breath and surveyed the warriors of the Dark Order surrounding him, realizing that their fate was sealed. Thanos, indeed, was as formidable as Gamora had described. He was beyond their verbal manipulation. Upon exiting the temple hall, Thanos promptly instructed Deep Blue to inform Nebula of the coordinates Gamora had just mentioned. He was astonished to discover that the wild star was situated so far away, having ventured beyond the supercluster. At that moment, a fleeting thought crossed his mind to visit the blue planet and retrieve the space gem. However, being well aware of the circumstances, he quickly shook his head. It appeared that the unknown entity was still attempting to exert influence over him. After dismissing the thought, he returned to his quarters. The room, a mere 300 square feet, was devoid of any ostentatious decoration, featuring only simple furnishings: a large bed, a meditation room, and a bathroom. For one of his stature, such a chamber was hardly befitting. Many of his subordinates had suggested enhancing its grandeur, yet he had consistently declined their proposals. He, who has always harbored a disdain for indulgence, naturally paid little heed to such superficial trifles. Before long, he shed his garments, revealing his robust, violet physique, and proceeded into the bathroom. As he turned on the tap, the water gushed forth with a cacophonous rush, cleansing his weary form. Suddenly, Thanos felt a darkness envelop him, as if he had entered an abyssal realm. The surrounding space was indeterminate, one side shrouded in shadows, seemingly boundless. Were a normal individual to find themselves in such an environment, fear or unease would undoubtedly ensue. However, Thanos remained utterly tranquil, devoid of any inner turmoil, for he was acutely aware of whom he was encountering. Chapter 60. The God of Death, second update. Before Thanos, a figure draped in a black cloak soon emerged. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, the individual was shrouded in darkness, rendering their face indistinguishable, with no clear indication of gender. However, they wielded a scythe over 2 meters in length, and from the bare skin of their arms, it was evident that their complexion was remarkably pale, almost dazzlingly so, smooth and delicate, seemingly not of this world. The slenderness of their arms suggested that this ethereal being was likely female. "Thanos, you have performed admirably in your tasks over the years. I am quite pleased," the woman spoke, removing her hood to reveal an unparalleled and exquisite visage. Her crimson lips were alluring, inciting an irresistible urge to taste their sweetness. The elegantly shaped, alabaster nose resembled a white rosebud poised to bloom at dawn, enticing one to inhale its subtle fragrance. Her black eyes, akin to cosmic black holes, sparkled with no light yet seemed capable of ensnaring souls, plunging them into a state of rapture. Her long, ebony hair cascaded down her back like silken strands, smooth and lustrous. Yet, in the presence of this extraordinary beauty, Thanos averted his gaze, choosing not to linger upon her visage. For this woman was none other than the God of Death, one of the 5 deities of the Marvel Universe. Unlike the death goddess Hela, this incarnation of death represented the very essence of mortality, the sovereign of the underworld, transcending the confines of a singular universe and touching upon the power of cosmic laws. This force had reached a level at least as grand as that of the multiverse, possibly even the omnipotent universe, defying mere categorization. Furthermore, she possessed the ability to alter her appearance at will. Thus, even the most exquisite visage was but a mere illusion. He recalled the first time he beheld her, when she had manifested as a skull. "According to our agreement, you are to grant me power," Thanos stated. Though his true name was Thanos, he had taken on the moniker of the Mad Titan since the destruction of Titan, and now few remembered his original name. The God of Death approached Thanos, her delicate hand gliding over his robust physique as she smiled and remarked, "Do you not desire other rewards? After all, in other universes you have chosen me." At her words, a flicker of revulsion crossed Thanos' eyes. At the multiversal level, there exists a notion of all paths converging into one. This meant that despite the existence of countless multiverses, there was but a single god of death. The thought of her engaging in transactions with innumerable versions of himself across different universes filled him with disdain and disgust. Thus, he shook his head resolutely, declaring, "No, I desire only power." Seeing that she could not entice Thanos, the god of death took a step back, her alluring demeanor and smile fading as she coldly remarked, "How dull." With that, a pure, potent energy of death began to flow into Thanos' body. Although Hela and the General of the Dead both cultivate the power of death, their abilities pale in comparison to that of the god of death, existing on entirely different planes. It is akin to igniting a fire with wood versus harnessing the energy of nuclear fusion. While both generate heat, the fundamental disparity is immense. At this moment, the god of death found herself in a state of resignation. It is imperative to understand that, when juxtaposed with the rewards that cater to one's desires, the power of death is far more precious. Why is it that the Thanos of other universes merely needs to satisfy desires, while this universe's Thanos is so fervently in pursuit of power? Such a predicament is truly vexing. Were it not for the uniqueness of this universe's Thanos, which offered her a glimpse of an opportunity to combat the celestial race, she would have been disinclined to engage in any transaction with him. After a brief interval, the transmission of the death energy was complete. At that moment, Thanos suddenly spoke, "By the way, I have been plagued by a persistent thought urging me to seize the Infinity Stones from Blue Planet, yet I am aware that this notion does not originate from me." Upon hearing this, the god of death narrowed her eyes, and an aura of death swiftly enveloped him. Moments later, she swung her scythe, seemingly severing something, though it appeared to be merely a casual motion that left everything unchanged. The celestial group is indeed relentless, swiftly recognizing your uniqueness. Rest assured, no one will interfere with you now. Thanos sensed something vanish from his mind, yet it felt as though nothing had truly disappeared. This sensation was peculiar, shrouded in mystery. However, he understood that with his current strength, the forces of the multiverse were beyond his comprehension, and he merely nodded in acknowledgement. He discerned an underlying message in her words. The assurance of no current interference does not guarantee future tranquility. It seems that the dynamics between the five deities and the celestial group are not entirely one-sided. It is even possible that the five deities are the ones being suppressed. Unbeknownst to the god of death, her single statement had provoked a multitude of thoughts within Thanos. As she calmly articulated, "Your task now is to exert all your efforts to locate the Soul Stone and proceed to Blue Planet. Remember, your mission is to annihilate half of this universe's life and thwart the emergence of the celestial group." With that, her figure gradually faded into the darkness. Thanos soon found himself back in reality. The sound of rushing water echoed in his ears, as if only a fleeting moment had passed. Yet, feeling the exceptionally pure energy of death coursing within him, he knew that what had transpired was not mere illusion. After a while, he finished his bath and lay upon his bed. Despite the softness of the mattress, sleep eluded him. After an indeterminate period, Thanos suddenly thought, "System, are you there?" There was no response from the system, but he was certain it was present, merely wary of an unknown presence discovering it. Indeed, after several minutes, the mechanical voice of the system resonated in his mind. "Host, I am here. How many points do I currently possess?" The reason he sought the death power of the god of death was certainly not for the purpose of refinement. Even if he were to refine the power of the god of death, it could never become his own energy, as the disparity in their levels was far too great. This was also why the god of death remained unconcerned. She understood that Thanos could not absorb her power. However, the god of death would never have guessed that Thanos did not intend to absorb her power, but rather to exchange it for points within the system. A total of 135,827 points. Would the host like to redeem them? Please present the redemption list. In the next moment, a plethora of options materialized before Thanos' eyes. There were powers such as Tyrant's Might, Bloodline of the God King, Gamma Rays, and the Source of Ice, among many others, some of which even transcended the power framework of the Marvel Universe. This system was not a product of the Marvel Universe, but rather originated from other infinite universes. When the system bound to him, it nearly drew the attention of certain entities within the Marvel Universe, which is why they refrained from contact unless absolutely necessary. Thanos would only summon the system when required, and the system would only manifest when it confirmed the surrounding area was safe. Typically, the system functioned merely as an ordinary interface for him to check his attributes and occasionally dispense rewards. Chapter 61. The Dark Forest, third update. Indeed, this Marvel universe possesses a system akin to that of our own world. Thus, the enigmatic entities residing within it are unlikely to pay excessive heed to an ordinary system. Thanos gazed at the matter before him, exhibiting no hesitation as he opted to enhance his power of destruction. Ding! The host has chosen to expend 100,000 essence points to upgrade the power of destruction. Swiftly, his panel's sole skill, the power of destruction, transformed into the power to annihilate worlds. The destructive force within him underwent a peculiar metamorphosis, shifting from a light purple hue to a deep violet. He perceived that while his energy had diminished, it had become far more refined. However, the experience was not accompanied by significant pain, and the sensation of change was rather subtle. It appeared that the system had attained a level of mastery equivalent to the essence itself, likely on par with that of the god of death. Nonetheless, due to his current weakness, he was unable to make definitive assessments. Once the transaction concluded, the system fell silent once more, resembling an ordinary mechanism. Yet, he understood that the abilities he had acquired from the god of death were likely devoured by the system to a considerable extent. This could be considered a transaction. After all, without the system, he would have been incapable of refining the energy of the god of death. He sensed that his relationship with the system diverged from the typical protagonist dynamic. It was less a father-son bond and more akin to two equals engaged in a trade, albeit with the initiative resting with the system. Reclining upon the soft bed, he savored the newly transformed power of destruction while contemplating the intricate web of causality within the Marvel universe. From the fragmented films and comics of his previous life, he had gleaned the names of certain unknown entities. At the pinnacle resided the one above all, the first celestial, the apex of the Marvel cosmos. Just below were the molecule man, the three ancient godly powers, and the living tribunal surpassers like the OBA existing in a manner akin to rules. A step lower lay the five great deities, the celestial race, and the dimensional demon gods. Even the original form of the Infinity Stones and the goddess of vengeance remained shrouded in uncertainty. He could not ascertain whether she was truly dead or merely employing a cunning ruse for some ulterior motive. Should the goddess of vengeance still draw breath, she would undoubtedly rank at least at the level of the living tribunal, for she embodied the essence of the cosmos. If anyone were to claim that these supreme entities of Marvel were merely benevolent beings, he would find it utterly implausible. Could genuinely good-hearted individuals ascend to such formidable heights? Would they not have been consumed long ago? Thus, the entirety of Marvel's narrative is, without doubt, a gambit among the upper echelons, with individuals like him merely serving as pawns. Moreover, he was certain that he currently stood as a chess piece in the conflict between the god of death and the celestial race. The Celestials required planets to host sentient life to engender more of their kind, while the god of death thrived on death to augment his formidable power. Thus, they were inherently adversarial. Furthermore, the task bestowed upon him by the god of death was to locate the 6 Infinity Stones and erase half of the universe's life. Beyond merely amplifying his strength, this mission served to delay the emergence of the celestial race. Furthermore, it was revealed by the god of death that the celestial beings were the ones interfering with his thoughts. Although the exact identity remains unknown, it is undoubtedly an entity of multiversal significance. However, this grand spectacle must involve more than just the god of death and the celestial beings. When he once sought to eliminate Captain Marvel, an unknown force intervened to save her. After pondering for a while and realizing he lacked further intelligence, he opened his eyes and began to rise. At that moment, the dawn was just breaking, and the sun had yet to fully emerge. As he got up, he was soon approached by someone bearing a sumptuous array of food. Despite having reached a level of power that rendered sustenance unnecessary for survival, he viewed it as an additional means to extract energy, hence he chose to partake in the meal. Upon finishing, the sun had finally ascended the horizon. At this juncture, Gamora, clad in casual attire, approached with 4 others. "Father, I acknowledge my mistakes and seek your forgiveness." The Dark Order did not prohibit their movement, They were merely restricted from leaving the sanctuary. Thus, upon returning to their quarters, Gamora conferred with the others regarding their next course of action. It was a consensus that Thanos had not entirely forsaken Gamora as his daughter. Otherwise, he would not have permitted them to stay, and aside from the sanctuary's boundaries, there were no significant restrictions. They resolved that Gamora should continue to employ her persuasive skills, hoping to sway Thanos. Thus, as she entered, Gamora promptly took responsibility for her actions. Unfortunately, she was oblivious to the two companions behind her, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon, who were eagerly eyeing the Infinity Gauntlet beside Thanos, nearly drooling. Otherwise, they would not have accompanied her. Thanos swallowed a piece of bread and sipped some milk, casting a dispassionate glance at Gamora as he stated, "I shall commence my training. You are to remain in the sanctuary until Nebula retrieves the Soul Stone. Otherwise, you are forbidden to leave." With that, he waved his hand, causing the Infinity Gauntlet to fly into his grasp, and he proceeded to exit. Witnessing this, Gamora, still undeterred, attempted to follow, only to be halted by the soldiers of the Dark Order. As Thanos vanished from view, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon reluctantly averted their gazes, disappointment etched upon their faces. "Damn it, this guy is nothing like the one we encountered before. Indeed, he doesn't even acknowledge us." Groot and Drax looked on in confusion, unaware of the unfolding events. Within the Guardians of the Galaxy, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon were the strategists, while Gamora was the decision-maker. Shortly thereafter, Thanos took his seat in Sanctum 2, embarking towards other planets to continue absorbing the Earth's core. Sitting upon his throne, he suddenly spoke, "Deep Blue, lower the guard of the sanctuary by 1 level. At an appropriate moment, allow Gamora and the others to escape." With that pronouncement, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in his eyes. His deliberate statement regarding their release upon Nebula's acquisition of the Soul Stone was intended to provoke Gamora. The young girl has grown resolute, no longer inclined to heed his commands, yet her temperament remains unchanged. Presently, she is undoubtedly contemplating her escape from the sanctuary, seeking the Soul Gem amidst the nebula. This predicament is precisely what he can exploit. "Indeed, my master." After issuing his instructions, Thanos closed his eyes, delving into the depths of the catastrophic power within him. This destructive force is more refined than mere annihilation, boasting greater potency. It could enable his body to absorb even more abilities. Should the energy prove sufficient, he could elevate himself to a singular cosmic level. In doing so, he would transform from a mere pawn into a piece of considerable significance. It is likely that within the Marvel realm, only by attaining a multiversal status does one earn the right to ascend the chessboard and become a player. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, until a deep blue voice resonated beside him. "Master, General Deathblade requests a communication." He opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of deep purple light shimmering within. "Put it through." Chapter 62. The director of Deep Blue in the next moment, a projection of General Blade, kneeling on one knee, appeared before Thanos. "My lord." Thanos nodded slightly and inquired, "What is it?" General Blade immediately lifted his head and spoke in a hushed tone. "My lord, we have encountered a formidable enemy." Upon hearing this, Thanos scrutinized him closely. He noticed the cracks forming in General Blade's armor, and his once pale face was now tinged with darkness. Even the blade of the Reaper bore scars. It was evident that they had indeed faced a powerful adversary, and judging by his current state, it was likely a result of resurrection from the blade itself. With a grim expression, Thanos asked, "Who is it?" General Blade lowered his head in shame and replied, "We have encountered the dwarves. They refused to surrender and even killed me." At this, Thanos narrowed his eyes and coldly commanded, "Deep Blue, unleash the goddess of death. Annihilate the entire dwarven race." Afterward, he glanced at General Blade, expressing his dissatisfaction. "As for you and the other Black Obsidian generals, return and cultivate diligently. You shall emerge only when your strength reaches the level of a demigod." Upon hearing this, General Blade felt a deep sense of reluctance but dared not retort, ultimately nodding in acquiescence. After terminating the video, Thanos shook his head in exasperation. What a disgrace. In the past, the strength of the Black Obsidian generals had sufficed in their limited domain. However, as his territory expanded, particularly after his ascension in the galaxy, Planetary-level power had become grossly inadequate. He was in urgent need of demigod-level subordinates to safeguard his domain and expand his influence. Yet, those who could attain demigod status were treasures coveted by all major factions. Acquiring them was far from simple. Previously, Ronan had been a promising candidate, but alas, the Kree Empire would never allow it. Moments later, as the Sanctum II approached the nearest life-bearing planet, he initiated the star-absorbing technique, temporarily setting aside other thoughts. Deep down, he was acutely aware that enhancing his own strength was paramount. Only by bolstering his power could he thwart all conspiracies and restore balance to the universe. Within the Sanctum on Titan, Gamora indeed began to exhibit signs of restlessness, just as Thanos had anticipated. This won't do. What if Nebula truly finds the Soul Stone? Star-Lord observed Gamora pacing anxiously and sighed. Could you please stop moving? You're making my eyes dizzy. Groot leisurely chimed in, Groot. Gamora halted her steps, her expression serious as she declared, We must leave this place and find the Soul Stone. Upon hearing this, Rocket Raccoon's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Soul Stone? Isn't that one of the Infinity Stones? Feeling a sense of foreboding, Gamora nonetheless nodded. Yes. Star-Lord then connected the dots, his enthusiasm palpable as he exclaimed, If it's an Infinity Stone, we could exchange it for 1 billion peace coins with Mera. What are we waiting for, team? Rocket Raccoon expressed his excitement, stating, Indeed, do not squander your life. Time is akin to wealth. For him, wealth equated to life, thus wasting time was tantamount to squandering life itself. Observing the fervor of the two, Drax joined in, flailing his arms, proclaiming, I shall annihilate and destroy them. Meanwhile, Groot remained perplexed, simply uttering, I am Groot. After Thanos departed, the oppressive aura dissipated, granting them a sense of relief, and their minds began to awaken. Gamora, recognizing the moment, resolved, Wait here. I shall retrieve our weapons. With that, she strode towards the door. As she reached the threshold, four guards from the Dark Order promptly followed her. Deep Blue had instructed them to ensure Gamora and her companions did not leave the temple, though their movements within the temple were of no concern to the guards. At that moment, the artificial intelligence Deep Blue, overhearing the Guardians of the Galaxy casually discussing their escape, was rendered speechless. Why did they assume there were no surveillance cameras in the room? It seemed this mission of leniency was proving more challenging than anticipated. They needed to facilitate their escape subtly, without arousing suspicion. Alas, this task appeared daunting. Suddenly, the artificial intelligence Deep Blue seemed to acquire emotions akin to sentient beings, beginning to feel vexation. Unbeknownst to the Guardians, their actions had evoked an unprecedented display of human-like emotion from the AI. Gamora effortlessly retrieved the weapons and gear of her group, bewildered by the absence of opposition from the Dark Order. Shortly thereafter, armed and equipped, she returned to the room. A dramatically unexpected scene unfolded as the five boldly brandished their weapons and attempted to charge out of the temple, despite the presence of over 1,000 guards. Deep Blue nearly malfunctioned at this sight. Ultimately, he reluctantly adjusted the accuracy of the Dark Order's guards to a mere 1% of their usual proficiency and severed their network connectivity, forcing them into solitary combat. However, observing the reckless advance of the five, he prohibited the guards from employing heavy weaponry. Thus, a scene reminiscent of the films transpired. The Guardians of the Galaxy fought valiantly, miraculously reaching the temple's exit without a single fatality, suffering only minor injuries. Upon arriving at the exit, they fortuitously encountered a spaceship still in the process of activation. Even more fortuitously, this spacecraft required no system recognition and was fully powered, allowing them to escape effortlessly. Once they soared beyond the planet's atmosphere, the Dark Order finally reacted, dispatching ships to intercept them. However, these vessels appeared outpaced by the Guardians, resulting in a thrilling chase that ultimately allowed the enemies to flee. Any rational individual would recognize the implausibility of such smooth proceedings, sensing an underlying disquiet. However, the five members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, accustomed to a life of ease and triumph, believed their bravery had guaranteed their escape. On the commandeered spacecraft, they began to celebrate their newfound freedom. Aha! We've finally made it. We are the best. The Guardians of the Galaxy, protectors of the universe. We are unparalleled. Drax is the mightiest, ha ha ha. Groot remained silent, while only Gamora offered a faint smile, not sharing in the exuberance of her companions. Her heart was heavy with concern for the Soul Stone, fearing its discovery by Nebula. Unbeknownst to them, the vessel was discreetly transmitting signals to the outside world. The plot echoes the reckless actions in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1. After watching the film, my mind was abuzz. With a mere rating of 6.3, I find myself at a loss for words. The humble author earnestly requests that those still reading offer a nudge for updates, as this is my only means of survival. Should there be any free gifts, I would be immensely grateful. Chapter 63, Confrontation Between Sisters. Chapter 2, 2 months later. After absorbing a colossal planet, Thanos lifted his gaze towards the distant shimmering stars, a sudden thought flickering through his mind. If the purpose of absorbing a planet was to harness its core energy, then surely the energy of a star would be even more potent. Moreover, his body should now be capable of withstanding the energy of a star. In no time, he opened his personal attribute panel.
Physique, 71 642.
4 strength, 59,413. 1 agility, 51438. 5 mental power, 54215. For active skills, Power of Annihilation passive skills. Titan Bloodline, Super Regeneration, Super Physique, Super Strength, Super Agility, Potent Mental Power, Resilient Skin active skills. Ruler, Star Absorption Technique Equipment. Tyrant's Blade, Tyrant's Armor, Infinity Gauntlet, Power Gem. Mind Gem. Through his recent training, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. If he were to confront Odin again, he was confident in his ability to end the battle with a single strike. After all, he possessed various skill enhancements that could not merely be encapsulated by the attribute panel. Just as he prepared to approach the nearby star to attempt the star absorption technique, he received a message from Deep Blue. Master, Miss Gamora seems to have arrived at the periphery of the Lania Chaos Supercluster. Upon seeing this, he was compelled to momentarily suppress his thoughts. He had a gut feeling that someone might intervene in his quest for the Soul Stone, so he needed to proceed to ensure its acquisition. In the next moment he shook his head. Who was this formidable presence that was meddling with him? Or perhaps, offering a warning? Though his mental power had surpassed 50,000, he lacked any prophetic or clairvoyant abilities. How could such an enigmatic sensation arise? But was this unknown entity's reminder benevolent or malevolent? After pondering for a while, Thanos resolved to investigate. After all, if he wished to fulfill Death's task, he must possess all 6 Infinity Stones. In the next instant, he found himself in Sanctuary 2. Deep Blue, let us proceed. Yes, Master. By the way, let us first gather around 10,000. No, 100,000 pairs of couples from the nearby asteroid belt. They will express their gratitude. As you command, Master. 300 million light-years from the Milky Way, Rocket Raccoon piloted the spacecraft towards a solitary star. Ordinarily, celestial bodies in the universe operate in clusters. For instance, 2 stars are typically separated by a distance of approximately 100 light-years, drawn to each other as they orbit a galaxy's black hole. Some stars are even a mere few light-years apart. However, the star before him drifted alone in the cosmos, shrouded in darkness, with no other star within thousands of light-years. It did not orbit a galaxy's black hole but instead flew through the universe in solitude. Due to the considerable distance, Rocket Raccoon, who had been journeying for half a year, could not restrain himself and inquired, Gamora, are you certain that this place before us harbors the Infinity Stones? Gamora, who had been exercising in the cabin, set down her dumbbells, rubbed her green forehead, and replied uncertainly, based on the clues I have gathered over the decades, they should be located in the wilderness star ahead. At that moment, Star-Lord sat nearby, listening to music while admiring the breathtaking scenery, and remarked, don't stop, continue your workout. It must be said that ignoring her green skin, Gamora's beauty surpassed that of most inhabitants of Earth. Her curvaceous figure and pronounced abdominal muscles were strikingly evident, glistening with sweat from her exertions, clinging tightly to her form. Moreover, her form-fitting attire accentuated her physique, making it appear as though she were clad only in skin. Her exquisite face framed by burgundy locks was captivating. Despite having shared intimate moments on several occasions, Each time left Star-Lord longing for more. Gamora disregarded Star-Lord's comments and his lecherous gaze, wiping away her perspiration as she made her way downwards. Star-Lord, his eyes glinting with mischief, promptly followed her, for after 2 months cooped up in this small spacecraft, a bit of excitement was necessary to spice up their monotonous existence. However, just a minute later, Rocket Raccoon suddenly shouted, "Prepare for battle! An unfamiliar spaceship has been detected 1,000 kilometers away." Mere seconds after his declaration, Gamora and Star-Lord rushed up, their faces flushed and impeccably dressed. Drax, too, was bare-chested, hastily grabbing 2 short swords. Only Groot remained leisurely, unmoving. At this juncture, Gamora stepped forward to the co-pilot seat, gazing at the display screen. After a moment, her expression darkened as she said, "This is Nebula's ship. I can't believe she has arrived so swiftly." If there were anyone she wished to avoid, aside from her father, it would be her sister Nebula. Despite their decades-long sisterly bond, although she had resolved to betray her father, she found it impossible to act against her sister. Rocket Raccoon, brimming with excitement, asked, "What shall we do now? Should we go greet her, or should we bombard her?" The prospect of 10 small targets was indeed thrilling. For him to concede was akin to death itself. Thus, there was no alternative but to advance. Before Gamora could contemplate further, Star-Lord boldly declared, "Let's charge in. We only need to disable the engine. No need to kill." This was the most merciful approach Star-Lord could conceive, considering Nebula was Gamora's sister, and taking her life would deeply wound Gamora's heart. Upon hearing this, Gamora nodded in agreement, tacitly accepting the plan. As for what to do in this desolate area, void of support, after disabling the engine, that was no longer her concern. Unfortunately, while they harbored no ill intentions, others did. Before they could close the distance to Nebula's ship, an energy blast was fired at them. Had they been ordinary individuals, they would have activated their shields by now. However, Rocket Raccoon is far from an ordinary individual. With deft precision, he commanded the spacecraft to accelerate with all its might, executing a sharp left turn that narrowly evaded the enemy's attack before launching a counteroffensive. Though the Guardians of the Galaxy may possess peculiar perspectives, their prowess is undeniable. In short order, following a series of exchanges, Nebula's spacecraft was struck in the engine, rendering it powerless. Moments later, Gamora noticed a communication link had appeared on the ship. Once connected, Nebula's blue visage materialized on the projection, bearing an exceptionally displeased expression. "I knew it was you, Gamora. Are you betraying our father?" Gamora, with a grave demeanor, responded, "Sister, do you truly believe father's actions are just? Under his rule, people are devoid of freedom and happiness. Can you not see this?" In that moment, she sought to persuade her sister to join her cause. At Gamora's words, Nebula could not suppress a scornful smile. Freedom and happiness? In this universe, merely surviving is a challenge. Why pursue so much more? Chapter 64. An unexpected visitor. Gamora gazed incredulously at her sister, questioning, "Why do you say such things?" "The pursuit of freedom is the inherent nature of all life. Under our father's rule, you cannot freely seek love. There are no wives to arrange marriages for adults, nor chase after a career as jobs are forcibly assigned. You are even denied the choice of your own gender, forbidden from transitioning, and you cannot decide whether to bear children, as family planning dictates your fate. Even the housing market is tightly controlled, with all properties allocated based on job distribution proximity. Such a brutal regime, and you claim to be happy?" Nebula stared at her sister, who seemed so alien to her, and shook her head in disbelief. How could she have ever thought that Gamora's words held any truth? It felt as though some unseen force had influenced her judgment. Yet, out of loyalty to their father, she quickly regained her composure. Gamora's assertions were utterly absurd. How vast is this universe? Could easily be described as boundless. It is not unusual for it to harbor countless civilizations across billions of planets. Yet, why are only the 3 great empires and 10 alliances renowned? The answer lies in the dark forest theory. Civilizations lacking power, once discovered, do not experience technological advancement or harmonious coexistence. Rather, they face plunder. Resources, land, population, and even entire planets are seized. Indigenous peoples with strength may find themselves enslaved to mine, while the aesthetically pleasing are sold to merchant alliances, and the delectable are kept in captivity, with those deemed useless relegated to fertilizing the land. Let alone the wars between planets. Even among the same species, different civilizations engage in conflict. Nebula had witnessed a native planet where a civilization with slightly fairer skin, due to its marginally higher cultural development, began enslaving other civilizations and plundering their resources and wealth. It is crucial to note that these were all factions of the same planet. Thus, it is evident that mere survival is arduous enough. True happiness can only be contemplated once one ascends to dominance in the cosmos. Just as Nebula prepared to persuade her sister, she suddenly sensed that her words would be futile. She could not sway Gamora. Resigned, she shook her head, abandoning her efforts and sending out a distress signal to the outside world. In the end, the sisters parted ways on bitter terms, with Gamora boarding her spacecraft, continuing her journey toward the Wild Star. Hours later, they entered the Wild Star system. Scanning the area revealed 5 planets within the system, their orbits chaotic, as if several were on the verge of collision, far from the orderly paths of typical planets. This disorder likely stemmed from the gravitational chaos occurring when a star departs from its system. Just as they prepared to land on the first planet, the spacecraft detected another unfamiliar vessel. The ship was entirely gray and white, approximately 1,000 meters long and 150 meters wide, resembling the design of a commercial alliance spacecraft. The commercial alliance, prioritizing trade, crafted ships in such a non-military style to facilitate docking at planetary orbital ports for loading and unloading cargo. Typically, cosmic battleships exhibit a rounded and robust appearance. At this moment, a commercial spacecraft was advancing directly towards them, its intentions evidently focused on their vessel. Upon realizing this, anxiety enveloped the crew. Despite being a commercial ship not bred for warfare, the disparity in size was overwhelming. Their modest 30-meter-long spaceship could not hope to compete. Shortly thereafter, they received an unfamiliar communication request. Star-Lord, Gamora, and Rocket Raccoon exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. Given the evident imbalance, why not engage in a dialogue first? In the next instant, a 3-dimensional projection materialized before them. The figure projected was a humanoid being with pink skin and a mane of white hair, standing approximately 6 feet tall, clad in a form-fitting red suit and trousers, complemented by a blue coat. The musculature was well-defined, yet the signs of age were unmistakable. Upon recognizing the individual, the Guardians of the Galaxy collectively exhaled in relief, for they were acquainted with this entity, having interacted on several occasions. It was the Cosmic Collector, Taneleer Tyvan. Tyvan greeted them with a smile. "Greetings, Guardians of the Galaxy." Star-Lord nodded in return, his expression mirroring Tyvan's cordiality. "Hello, Collector. May I inquire what brings you here this time? Do you require assistance?" The Guardians had collaborated with him previously, earning a substantial profit in the process. However, their knowledge about the Collector was limited. They understood him to be an ancient being of immense wealth, perhaps rivaling the riches of entire nations. His proclivity for acquiring bizarre and rare items was well known, exemplified by his previous high-stakes pursuit of the orb. With a slight smile, Tyvan replied, "Indeed, I do require assistance. I have come to collect the Soul Stone. If you can provide it, I shall offer you 2 billion galactic credits." Prior to his arrival, he had conducted inquiries and learned that the Peacekeepers had quoted 10 billion peace credits for the stone. Thus he doubled the offer and presented it in galactic credits. He believed the Guardians, driven by their insatiable lust for wealth, would not decline such an enticing proposal. As anticipated, upon hearing the figure of 2 billion galactic credits, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon's eyes sparkled with avarice, as if they were about to rush forward in eager submission. Money was their lifeblood, and they possessed an instinctual craving for riches. However, Gamora was different. She was a woman of ambition and ideals. "No, if the Soul Stone falls into your hands, what will happen if Thanos seizes it? We must deliver it to the Peacekeepers." As one of the 10 major alliances in the universe, the Peacekeepers had their own formidable standing. Even Thanos, at present, lacked the strength to confront them head-on. Upon hearing her words, Tyvan's brow furrowed. Not out of indignation or fury, having lived for so many years, he rarely succumbed to anger, but rather due to the unsettling implications of the name Thanos. As one of the venerable elders of the cosmos, despite his modest prowess, nearly 3 billion years of existence has endowed him with profound knowledge of the universe's secrets. Moreover, he possesses a somewhat erratic ability to foresee the future. While his visions may not always be reliable, he is acutely aware of the terror that Thanos embodies. The thought of being pursued by Thanos due to the Soul Stone seems rather trivial. Yet, upon reflecting that gathering all 6 Infinity Stones would render him impervious to Thanos, he swiftly relinquished his concerns. Rest assured, even if Thanos were to come, he would never be able to wrest the Infinity Stones from my grasp. Just as his words hung in the air, a sudden alert echoed through the spacecraft. An unknown spatial jump had been detected, and based on the dimensions of the spatial rift, it was preliminarily assessed that the vessel belonged to a Titan-class spaceship. Shortly thereafter, the spacecraft of the Guardians of the Galaxy issued the same warning. Chapter 65. The Struggles I Endure, Second Update. Upon hearing of the emergence of a spatial rift, a wave of unease washed over Gamora. An instinctive premonition stirred within her, suggesting that the arrival was none other than her father. She knew she must seize the Soul Stone and depart at once. With this thought in mind, she spoke decisively. "Hurry, we have little time left. Let us seek the Soul Stone at once. As for whom it shall go to, we shall decide that later." In response, Talia nodded vigorously and replied, "Indeed, we must first acquire the Soul Stone. My ship has detected life signals from the 3rd planet in the stellar system. I will investigate." He too was gripped by a profound anxiety and wished to avoid further delay, thus instructing his crew to navigate the ship forward. As the 2 vessels activated their spatial glide engines, within mere minutes they traversed billions of kilometers, arriving within 10,000 kilometers of their target planet. However, at that moment, a spatial corridor outside the desolate star was breached, and a colossal, menacing warship materialized. It was none other than Thanos' formidable Titan-class warship, the Sanctum II. Upon witnessing the appearance of the Sanctum II, Talia was instantly jolted, suddenly exclaiming, I just remembered that the gas at home might still be on. Could you retrieve the Soul Stone for me? I will double your reward." Gamora, upon hearing this, retorted, "Didn't you claim to be unafraid of Thanos? Where are you?" Before she could finish, she realized the communication had been abruptly terminated, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. Meanwhile, after severing the call, Talia immediately commanded his crew to initiate a spatial jump to distance themselves from the area. However, moments later, his subordinates regretfully informed him that the nearby space was sealed, and it would take time to open a passage. This revelation drained the color from Talia's face as he shouted, "Then expedite the opening of the spatial corridor. Even if it means sacrificing some engine power, it is of no consequence." He was terrified of death, perhaps even profoundly so. Years ago, due to certain circumstances, he and his wife had offended the god of death, resulting in a curse that forbade their entry into the underworld. Initially, they were elated, for it signified eternal life and an unending lifespan. Yet, merely a few million years later, his wife, unable to bear the torment of endless existence, chose to take her own life. Talia, gripped by a fear of death, did not follow her into the void, instead living alone in this universe. Now, 30 billion years had elapsed. To avoid untimely demise, he frequently relied on his prophetic abilities to avert unforeseen calamities. In truth, he had become the epitome of survival. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had recently experienced a lapse in judgment and opted to come personally. Now, upon witnessing Thanos' arrival, reason regained its dominion, compelling him to act according to his instincts. Upon hearing his superior's orders, his crew exerted all efforts to initiate the spatial jump, but before the corridor could manifest, a purple figure suddenly appeared before the ship. In an instant, a blade was drawn. The next moment, the 1,000-meter-long spacecraft was cleaved in two. Immediately, a flicker of flames ignited, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. Thanos, wielding the blade of destruction, gazed coldly at the obliterated spacecraft, yet he remained vigilant. He sensed that there were still survivors within. In the distance, the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, upon witnessing Thanos' emergence, hastily attempted to pilot their ship away. However, for reasons unknown, the vessel inexplicably malfunctioned and refused to start. Moments later, the smoke and debris from the explosion dissipated, revealing the figure of Tantalus. At that moment, his muscles were taut, displaying a grimace as he regarded Thanos. "Thanos, we have no quarrel. Let me go, shall we?" Though the curse of the god of death granted him immortality, it also stunted his growth in power. After 3 billion years, even a pig would have ascended to a multiversal level. Yet he found himself still languishing at the level of a demigod, with no increase in strength whatsoever. This disparity in power compelled him to utter such candid words. Thanos shook his head and replied coldly, "Not at all. Since you have chosen to engage in the pursuit of the Infinity Stones, you must be prepared to pay the price. There are no free rides in this world. One cannot seek to contend for the Infinity Stones and then retreat unscathed when faced with defeat." He seemed to grasp the nature of the thoughts swirling in his mind. If he were not mistaken, the god of death intended to use him as a means to eliminate Tantalus. Although he was uncertain why the god of death had not directly dispatched Tantalus before, it was evident that the original plan had faltered. Tantalus had not been tormented by endless life. Rather, he thrived, which likely incited the god of death's ire. However, considering Tantalus had survived for 3 billion years, he must possess considerable secrets. This was likely why Thanos refrained from striking immediately, seeking to extract some information. Upon hearing Thanos's words, Tantalus braced himself, his demeanor turning grave as he spoke. "Are you truly willing to engage in mutual destruction? Though my power pales in comparison to yours, I—" Before he could finish, the overwhelming force of annihilation emanating from Thanos surged forth. A dense, deep purple aura enveloped him, causing the surrounding space and light to bend under the immense pressure. Even the guardians of the galaxy, thousands of kilometers away, fell silent, daring not to breathe. Soon, beads of cold sweat appeared on Tantalus's brow, and his body involuntarily began to retreat. This formidable aura exceeded the limits of what he could withstand. Damn it, didn't they say Thanos had only recently ascended to demigod status? What is happening? Despite his 3 billion years of existence and mastery of countless arcane arts, all was futile in the face of absolute power. Do not approach. What must I do to earn my freedom? While longevity does not equate to strength, his experience and intellect were undeniable. Observing Thanos' hesitation to strike, he realized there was still a glimmer of hope for survival. Thanos smiled faintly and retracted his aura of destruction. "I am deeply intrigued by the reason behind your curse from the god of death." Upon hearing this inquiry, Tanya's expression shifted dramatically, and with a mournful tone, she replied, "Is there anything else you could possibly ask me? This matter pertains to the fierce conflicts among the powerful," and she dared not speak of it lightly. Thanos, however, did not press her further but instead posed a different question. "I have heard rumors of a clandestine romance between Eternity and a certain member of the celestial race. Is there any truth to this?" Upon hearing this question, Tanya's countenance grew even graver, and she stammered, "Perhaps I should return to your first question." Thanos offered a slight smile and casually remarked, "It matters not. You may choose to answer either." With that, he seemingly nonchalantly brandished the blade of tyranny a couple of times, as if inspecting the sharpness of his weapon. Observing this, Tanya could only think to herself, "My situation is truly dire." Chapter 66. The Silent Red Skull, third update. After more than an hour had passed, Thanos' countenance lost its previous smile, replaced instead by an expression of grave concern. The depths of the Marvel Universe were far more profound than he had anticipated. The long-standing animosity between the god of death and the celestial race was a matter he could mishandle, potentially leading him into an abyss from which there was no return. Talia observed Thanos' demeanor and cautiously inquired, "Am I free to leave now?" Having heard tales of Thanos' unwavering resolve, she believed her safety was assured. However, upon hearing her words, Thanos merely offered a chilling smile. In the next moment, a flicker of light passed, and his figure materialized behind Talia. With a casual motion, he swung the tyrant's blade, flinging away the blue blood that had collected upon it. "Why?" A trickle of blood appeared at Talia's waist, swiftly dividing her in two. Meeting Thanos' inscrutable gaze, she heard him speak indifferently. "When did I ever promise to spare you?" Realization dawned upon Talia. Indeed, Thanos had never explicitly assured her of her freedom. It had all been her naive assumption that merely answering his queries would suffice for her salvation. Consumed by a profound sense of injustice and helplessness, she was ultimately engulfed by the deep purple force of annihilation. Moments later, her form vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants behind. Thanos then turned his attention toward the Guardians of the Galaxy's ship. After a moment of contemplation, he relinquished the tyrant's blade. With the Soul Stone still beyond his grasp, he needed Gamora to continue the search. His concern regarding her cooperation was non-existent. He possessed ample means to ensure her compliance. Inside the spaceship, the 5 members of the Guardians were overwhelmed with dread as Thanos' gaze fell upon them. They feared that a mere flicker of his displeasure could lead to their demise. Even the typically brash Drax felt the weight of impending death and fell silent. Fortunately, Thanos soon averted his gaze, allowing them a moment of relief. "Gamora, what shall we do now? This wretched ship seems to be locked down." Gamora shook her head, disheartened. "Father must have deliberately allowed us to escape, only to follow us and locate the Soul Stone. Thus, the ship remains under his control." She was not foolish. She recognized that she had fallen into her father's trap. Yet, even with this understanding, she felt at a loss for what to do next. The ship systems were remotely locked, and lacking the ability to survive in the vacuum of space, escape was not an option. At that moment, Rocket Raccoon suddenly smiled, picking up a wrench and screwdriver. "All right, everyone, let us get to work. We'll start by replacing the control motherboard." He was not merely a heavy artillery expert and pilot. He was also skilled in ship repairs. Star-Lord's eyes brightened at this suggestion. "Yes, while Thanos ISNT focused on us, let us swiftly replace the control panel and pilot the ship to safety." Soon, the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy became engrossed in their tasks. Meanwhile, on the other side, Thanos had arrived near the 3rd planet, and with an instinctual awareness, swiftly located a towering canyon peak. This peak soared over 10,000 meters into the sky, surrounded by a desolate landscape devoid of any flora or fauna. However, the remnants of statues and traces indicated that civilization had once thrived here, now reduced to ruin or perhaps vanished entirely. After all, the departure of a star from its galaxy brings unimaginable cosmic radiation and turmoil. It is only natural that some primitive civilizations, unable to escape their planetary confines, met with obliteration, much like the planet that once housed the cosmic sphere. Life and civilization are indeed fragile. Gazing at the dark star above, Thanos resolutely pressed onward. Before long, he arrived at a site resembling an altar, surrounded by towering stone statues. It was then that he beheld a dark silhouette suspended in midair. "Welcome, Thanos, son of Alarsis." At that moment, Thanos had forgotten the context of this encounter, and upon hearing his name, he curiously inquired, "You know me? My curse allows me to know the origins of all who come here." As the figure drew closer, Thanos discerned the features beneath the cloak. A being entirely red, lacking a nose, hair, eyebrows, and even ears. Red Skull? Perhaps reminiscent of someone from Blue Star? Shaking his head, Thanos realized his memories were too hazy. He had forgotten details deemed inconsequential to the narrative. While Red Skull awaited further inquiries, Thanos chose to bypass him and continued onward. Observing this, Red Skull spoke. "Do you not wish to ask how I acquired the Soul Stone?" Thanos disregarded him, instead gazing upward. There, a colossal shadow seemed to obscure the sky, and as a hatch opened, a grotesque assembly of dark cultists descended, escorting pairs of couples. At that moment, a deep blue projection materialized not far in front of Thanos. "Master, we were to receive 100,000 couples. However, only 99,984 arrived. 16 couples tragically took their own lives during the journey." Thanos nodded and replied, "Have they been informed of the circumstances?" "They have been informed, Master. Each will receive a compensation of 1 million Titan coins, along with a Titan citizenship green card. Those who successfully acquire the Soul Stone will receive an additional 100 quotas." Thanos' faction was known as the Titan race, a name rich in cultural significance. Obtaining a green card would grant them citizenship, allowing them to secure jobs and housing on planets governed by Thanos. This indicated that these couples were not subjects under Thanos' rule, but rather individuals captured from yet-to-be-conquered worlds. The Titan coin served as the currency of the Titan race, and 1 million coins would ensure a comfortable life for a family for generations to come. Thanos, with a sense of satisfaction, remarked, "Indeed, it is essential to ensure their voluntary participation. Let us proceed with the plan." Shortly thereafter, pairs of couples approached Thanos, trembling as they gazed upon the imposing figure before them. Having not grown up basking in the radiance of Thanos, they had yet to experience his warmth, and their hearts were filled solely with trepidation. After all, Thanos' appearance was, well, not particularly handsome. However, Thanos remained indifferent to their thoughts and simply stated, "Let us begin." The first couple trembled as they heard these words, yet under the reluctant gaze of his wife, the husband resolutely stepped forward. Then, to the astonishment of Red Skull, he willingly leaped from the precipice. At that moment, Red Skull wished to express something, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Thus, he could only remain silent. Chapter 67. All expenses covered. Chapter 4. The next pair. The next pair. As couples leapt from the precipice, the valley below began to accumulate a grim tableau of bodies. Yet, the Soul Stone remained conspicuously absent. Nevertheless, Thanos exhibited remarkable patience, standing at the cliff's edge without a trace of impatience. After all, there were merely 100,000 couples. If that proved insufficient, he could always summon another 100,000. He was resolute in his belief that such a spectacle would surely resonate with the Soul Stone. However, the cliff seemed to possess an unusual force that rendered flight impossible for those who leapt. Naturally, the couples who had jumped were not capable of flight either, leaving Thanos unaware of the true nature of this enigmatic power. Moments later, he observed that the bodies in the valley had accumulated to such an extent that death was no longer a consequence of the fall. With over 80,000 couples remaining, a collective sigh of relief swept through them. Who would willingly embrace death if they could avoid it? Now that the cliff appeared to be harmless, even a leap would pose no risk. Yet, at that moment, Thanos suddenly brandished the tyrant's blade and swung it with deliberate force. The power of annihilation surged forth, transforming the blade's edge into a devastating strike upon the mountain of corpses. In an instant, the mound disintegrated into dust, vanishing from sight. Next pair. Deep Blue continued. Witnessing this, the remaining couples turned pale, but for the sake of their beloved, they leapt without hesitation. Soon, it seemed that some unseen force could no longer bear the sight. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and flashes of lightning crackled ominously, some even striking at Thanos, as if questioning his unorthodox methods. Yet, at Thanos' level, these lightning strikes felt like mere tickles, and he remained steadfast in his position. Meanwhile, Red Skull's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he sensed the emergence of the Soul Stone. Indeed, the next moment, an orange gem materialized in mid-air, but not before the wife of the husband who had jumped. Instead, it appeared before the wife of another couple. Upon witnessing this, that husband glared furiously. Seeing this unfold, Red Skull's mind raced with turmoil, akin to a stampede of wild horses. "Is this even permissible?" he exclaimed. As the Soul Stone manifested, everyone felt the unsettling sensation of their souls being scrutinized. However, in the following instant, Thanos grasped the Soul Stone in his hand and placed it upon the Infinity Gauntlet. With a resounding chime, he was engulfed by an immense power emanating from the gauntlet, a sensation unlike any he had previously encountered. As the powers of the three stones coalesced, the might of the Infinity Stones became increasingly evident. After a brief cry of realization, he withstood the force, gazing at the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand, sensing that with its power, he could potentially unleash the strength of a singular universe. Deep Blue, we shall return. Our next step. Prepare to attack Blue Star. Yes, Master. On Blue Star, it was still night in Asia, and most people had succumbed to slumber. Within the palace of Kamartaj, the sorcerers, having practiced diligently throughout the day, finally entered into a state of rest. In the largest chamber, Dr. Strange suddenly awoke, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He gasped for breath, wiping the perspiration from his brow. He had just endured a nightmarish vision, one that felt hauntingly real. In this dreadful dream, extraterrestrial beings invaded Earth, leading to the demise of all heroes. The ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of Iron Man, Black Panther, Captain America, Professor X, and countless others. Ordinary citizens, armed with machine guns, surrounded the scene. Ultimately, he remained the sole defender within the sanctum of Kamar-Taj, alongside the other sorcerers, steadfastly holding the line. However, the emergence of a formidable adversary, a being of unimaginable power, resulted in the obliteration of both him and the sanctum. This entity wielded such strength that even the earth and sky trembled at its whim. Such power was not of mortal origin, but rather that of a deity. Overwhelmed by this realization, Dr. Strange could no longer remain idle. He swiftly removed the time stone from around his neck, invoking its abilities to probe future timelines. In an instant, a green luminescence enveloped him, lifting him gently into the air as the power of the time stone coursed around his being. After a brief observation, his complexion grew even paler. For the future he glimpsed mirrored the horrors of his dream. Yet, a profound uncertainty gnawed at him. Previously, he had explored future timelines, yet this devastating scene had never materialized before. This indicated a shift in the fabric of time. Resolute, he utilized the time stone once more to inspect the timeline. Although the details varied slightly, the outcome remained unchanged. All heroes united in a desperate defense against the alien invasion, yet ultimately met with tragic ends. Kamar-Taj was laid to ruin. Unwilling to accept this fate, he continued to wield the time stone, determined to uncover a future where success prevailed. After over an hour of relentless searching, he was compelled to cease his efforts, breathless and ashen-faced, for his mental fortitude had reached its limit. Why was this happening? Were they destined for annihilation? Among the myriad timelines he explored, not a single victory emerged. Each scenario culminated in resounding defeat. In one particularly absurd timeline, the aliens arrived on Earth proclaiming a few demands, which led to widespread human betrayal. He recalled the first declaration, "We only work 5 days a week." A considerable number of ordinary citizens immediately surrendered. The second proclamation, "We work only 8 hours a day." This prompted further defection among the populace. The third, "We enjoy at least 30 days of vacation each year." At this, the majority began to betray their own, some even guiding the invaders to their compatriots. The fourth statement, "We provide meals and lodging, and even assign wives." Except for the wealthy and those in power, nearly all ordinary individuals turned against their own, including some lower-tier superheroes. Tuition, healthcare, retirement, and internet access, all fully subsidized. Even the mere thought of it stirred something within him. How absurd. It must surely be an alien trick, and he must not succumb to temptation. Shaking his head, Dr. Strange took a moment to rest before resuming his use of the time stone to glimpse into the future. Time slipped away unnoticed. Outside, the sky gradually brightened. Suddenly, the crowing of a rooster echoed from outside, jolting Dr. Strange from his reverie as he landed back on his bed. Though his complexion had grown even paler, a smile graced his lips. Amidst countless timelines, he had at last uncovered a means to vanquish his foes. Ignoring his fatigue, he swiftly donned his attire and set out. A month later, Thanos returned to Titan. Nebula promptly escorted the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy to their imprisonment in the dungeon. Within the sanctum, Thanos beheld the revitalized Ebony Maw, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Cull Obsidian, and Supergiant. They knelt, one knee on the ground, in respectful welcome of their master's return. The term revitalized was fitting, for Thanos sensed that they had transcended planetary power, attaining a level just below that of a celestial father. Though they had only recently reached this new echelon, they were already capable of overpowering their former selves. Meanwhile, Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight bowed slightly, eschewing the custom of kneeling. Thanos said nothing, understanding that both were once individuals of significant stature, and it would be unbecoming to demand such a gesture from them. Chapter 68. Journey to Blue Star. Upon witnessing the Black Obsidian 5 finally ascend to the level of Subcelestial Father, Thanos nodded in satisfaction. In the battles to come, they would at least prove their worth. It was unlikely they would meet the same fate as depicted in the films, casually crushed underfoot. Reflecting on the version of the Black Obsidian 5 that had been so drastically weakened in the movies. Oh, but it was more accurately the Black Obsidian 4, for the supergiant was entirely absent. He felt a sense of bemusement. The narrative in Avengers: Infinity War had been a contrived plot orchestrated by the director. The death of Ebony Maw was particularly absurd. A breach in the spacecraft occurred, and while no one else was affected, he alone was drawn in. Moreover, a starfaring vessel possessed merely a single layer of hull with no defensive measures whatsoever. Thus, it was implied that if such a spacecraft sustained even the smallest breach, all aboard would await their demise. It is worth noting that even a standard cargo ship at sea is equipped with several layers of compartmentalization. Should the outer layer be compromised, subsequent barriers would still afford protection. Yet, the aliens insisted on a single-layered hull for their spacecraft, rendering the notion of selling new ships nonsensical without insurance. Then there was Black Dwarf. This behemoth, larger than himself, was ensnared by Hulk after losing his left arm to the anti-Hulk armor, ultimately meeting his end against Wakanda's protective shield. Setting aside the formidable physique of Black Dwarf, which should have rendered him impervious to the friction with Wakanda's shield, one would expect that a single arm, possessing such immense kinetic energy, could easily dispatch an opponent with one blow. Why complicate matters? Furthermore, how could a detached arm provide such potent energy? Was it solely reliant on the director's affection for its power? And then there was Corvus Glaive. He had the blade poised at Wanda's throat, yet he hesitated to strike. No, he chose to be obstinate, refusing to kill her, and when provoked by a taunt, he sheathed his weapon and foolishly charged forward. Ultimately, when Wanda recalled her chaos magic, she effortlessly dispatched him in a single blow. General Proxima Midnight exhibited similar folly. She had the opportunity to plunge her blade into the heart of Vision. With a simple thrust, she could have severed him. Yet she refused to do so, fixating instead on the meticulous manner in which she would extract the blade, as if fearful of exacerbating the enemy's wound. Her cautiousness rivaled that of a surgeon in a hospital. By the time of the events in Avengers Endgame, the Black Obsidian Four met even more humiliating ends. It was likely their tally of victories paled in comparison to that of mere minions. With this thought, Thanos suddenly felt a surge of reluctance to allow the Black Obsidian Five to venture to Blue Star. However, he quickly suppressed this impulse. He was still uncertain of the specific circumstances on Blue Star, and sending his subordinates to scout was a necessary procedure. After all, caution breeds safety. Carelessness can ruin a lifetime. Everyone prepared themselves, and a month later, we shall all journey to Blue Star. Indeed, the Black Obsidian Five, Hela, and Loki nodded in agreement. Although they found it perplexing that Thanos was so cautious regarding a civilization that barely qualified as level 1, they understood that if Thanos acted this way, there must be a rationale behind it. As his subordinates, they dared not question further. Thanos subsequently began to assess the progress of his conquest of the galaxy, alongside recent advancements in scientific research and the welfare of the populace. All matters concerning research and daily life proceeded as usual, with no significant events occurring. However, the conquest of the universe faced delays due to the Black Order's return for intensive training, resulting in a sluggish pace. The only exception was the dwarf planet, which, having been ravaged by Hela, was undergoing resettlement efforts. After a while, Thanos dismissed his followers and made his way to the dungeon. Although termed a dungeon, it resembled a room from which one could not exit. There were no rats or cockroaches, and the environment was not damp at all. In fact, it was rather pleasant. The amenities included a bed, a sofa, chairs, a wardrobe, a television, air conditioning, and more, making it indistinguishable from an ordinary home, barring the inability to leave. As he walked, the sound of his footsteps echoed through the dungeon. The prisoners confined within, upon seeing Thanos, immediately averted their gazes. There were not many offenders in the dungeon. In fact, their numbers were quite scarce. Under Thanos's rule, public spaces lacked any semblance of privacy, with surveillance cameras omnipresent in every street and alley, ensuring comprehensive coverage. Coupled with advanced technological equipment, the possibility of escaping was virtually non-existent. Faced with an almost 100% conviction rate, individuals would naturally weigh the repercussions of their actions before committing crimes. Thus, aside from those desperate enough to risk everything, few chose a life of crime. After a moment, Thanos arrived at Gamera's cell. She resided in a solitary room, sitting on her bed with her arms wrapped around her knees, her head bowed in contemplation. Even upon Thanos's arrival, She maintained her posture, not raising her head, seemingly overwhelmed by despair and opting for self-imposed isolation. Thanos observed her for some time before calling out, "Gamora." For this daughter with whom he had shared over 20 years, a flicker of emotion still lingered in his heart. He yearned for her to return to him, to become his obedient daughter once more, fighting alongside him to contribute to the life of the entire universe. He recalled a time when Gamora was young and obedient, hanging onto his every word without question or excessive curiosity. It was unfathomable that their relationship had devolved to this point of estrangement. After realizing Gamora offered no response, he shook his head, a resolute expression dawning in his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned and departed, having bestowed upon her one final opportunity. If she sought death, he would not bear the burden of guilt. Deep Blue convened the Supreme Court to pronounce the death sentence upon the Guardians of the Galaxy, he declared. In the ensuing period, the Black Order began to mobilize the cosmic fleet with great frequency. The first order of business was relocating the 10 interstellar fortresses, originally established around the wormhole, to the outskirts of the solar system. One by one, the cosmic warships commenced gathering beyond the solar system, with no limit to their numbers. Apart from the forces stationed at the borders, Thanos summoned nearly every available troop at his disposal. In merely a span of 10 days, the number reached approximately 100,000. This was still due to the brief duration of the galactic conquest, as many planets had yet to be subdued. Otherwise, in a century's time, it would not be inconceivable to deploy a fleet of 100 million cosmic warships. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Blue Star appeared utterly oblivious to the impending peril. Life continued as usual. People ate and drank without a care in the world. It was not until over half a month later that NASA, while observing an exoplanetary star, noticed a faint obstruction of light caused by an interstellar fortress, which finally alerted them to something amiss. As the citizens of Blue Star began to pay attention, they discovered an increasing number of dark spots. Consequently, the higher echelons of the United States grew wary. However, accustomed to their hegemony, the Americans showed no intention of sharing this information, opting instead to conduct their own slow investigation. After all, from the American perspective, if they could not decipher the mystery, then it was unlikely that other nations could comprehend it either. Chapter 69. The Dark Grimoire, Second Update. Despite the United States' discovery of the peculiarities beyond the solar system, they found themselves utterly bereft of any viable solutions. The vast distances rendered any intentions futile. Thus, the American leadership engaged in protracted deliberations that stretched into the third day. On this day, Voyager 1, stationed at the fringes of the solar system, transmitted its latest images. That evening, the United States initiated a state of heightened alert and convened a summit of global leaders. Upon discerning the interstellar fortress and cosmic battleships, the Americans finally relinquished their arrogance and biases, choosing instead to confront the alien threat alongside humanity. However, for a species unable to venture beyond their own planet, what means did they possess to resist such an unprecedented adversary? Thus, it was destined to be a conference without resolution. Meanwhile, the northern hemisphere of Blue Planet began to experience a gradual rise in temperature. Yet, within the frigid halls of Comitage, where the cold reigns year-round, everyone remained clad in heavy garments. As the sun slowly ascended the horizon, Dr. Strange, donned in a thick black attire and a flowing crimson cloak, stood upon a raised platform, clutching a tome bound in iron that was 3 fingers thick. The surface of the book bore a circle inscribed with arcane runes, emanating faint yet pure tendrils of magical energy that floated around it. This was the coveted artifact of every sorcerer, the Book of Vishanti. The Book of Vishanti seemed to harbor countless pages, containing the most potent known white magic and defensive spells. However, the incantations inscribed within could never be wielded for aggression, only for protection. Below the platform stood Wanda, Quicksilver, and numerous other sorcerers. As Thanos had not procured the Mind Stone to facilitate Loki's invasion of Blue Planet, Ultron, too, could not come into existence. Without Ultron, the Battle of Sokovia was averted, and Quicksilver would not meet his untimely demise by a bullet. Yet, at this juncture, the narrative diverged entirely from the cinematic rendition. For Wanda now held a similarly thick tome, exuding an aura steeped in darkness. This was the infamous Darkhold. The reason behind Wanda and Quicksilver's association with Doctor Strange stemmed from his initiative to seek them out. Initially, they had been confined within the confines of Hydra's laboratory. But a few days prior, Doctor Strange, accompanied by a cadre of sorcerers, stormed in and liberated them. Thus began their alliance with him, embarking on quests for treasures and allies. The Book of Vishanti and the Darkhold were the fruits of their endeavors over the past days. After a while, Doctor Strange closed his eyes and began to wield the Time Stone. Waves of green energy enveloped him, lifting him into the air as he sought to uncover additional insights from the sole opportunity for victory he had glimpsed previously. The onlookers fell silent, observing Doctor Strange's actions. 14 days prior, he had forewarned them of the unprecedented calamity that awaited Blue Planet, a disaster that could lead to the extinction of humanity. Although initially met with skepticism due to the title of Supreme Sorcerer, the doubts of the onlookers soon transformed into unwavering belief as Doctor Strange fulfilled prophecy after prophecy. This, however, also incited a growing sense of dread among them. Suddenly, a figure emerged in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Moments later, the figure descended before the crowd, revealing a newly shorn Thor. Clad in dragon-scale armor and wielding the Stormbreaker axe, he emanated a formidable aura, exuding a striking handsomeness that overshadowed his previous demeanor. Since acquiring Odin's power, his strength had grown exponentially, even though the pace had slightly diminished upon attaining a godly level of might. Yet, at that moment, his eyes were filled with fury and remorse. He had just returned from the realm of the dwarves, only to discover that he had arrived too late. A wave of regret washed over him, accompanied by self-reproach. Had it not been for his own shortcomings, perhaps the dwarves would not have faced extinction. If only he had arrived sooner, he might have been able to save them. An impulse for destruction surged within him, compelling him to release his pent-up emotions. However, since Odin's demise, he had matured significantly, managing to suppress this tumultuous urge. After a short while, he noticed Doctor Strange manipulating the Time Stone and instinctively concealed his presence. Blending in with the crowd, it must be said that the dual tragedies of losing his parents and witnessing the annihilation of his homeland had indeed catalyzed his swift maturation. At that moment, Wanda approached Thor, softly inquiring, "What troubles you? I sense a darkness within you." Thanks to the suppressive influence of Doctor Strange's Book of Vishanti, the Darkhold had little effect on her. Moreover, having not experienced the death of her brother or the complexities of love with Vision, her heart remained untainted, occupied only by the minor thoughts of avenging her parents by destroying America. Against such trivial concerns, the Darkhold could not corrupt her easily. In response to Wanda's concern, Thor merely smiled, choosing silence over sharing his burdens with the innocent and kind-hearted young woman. At that moment, a portly figure clad in a yellow sorcerer's robe and resembling a jovial Buddha approached. "Mr. Thor, please follow me," he beckoned. Thor glanced at Doctor Strange, who was still engrossed in observing the timeline, then nodded and followed the man towards the palace. After a brief while, the man unlocked several intricate mechanisms, leading Thor deep into the heart of the palace. Upon reaching an imposing door etched with enigmatic runes, he halted and announced, "The master awaits you inside." With that, he departed without a backward glance. As the eldest disciple of Kamartaj and the foremost under Doctor Strange, he could not linger for long. Thor stepped forward, and before he could knock, the door's runes illuminated and slowly swung open. Moments later, a bald woman, the Ancient One, appeared within. At that time, she was not adorned in her customary yellow robe, but rather cloaked in a black garment teeming with dark energy. Upon closer inspection, one can discern a peculiar red mark upon the luminous, pale forehead of the Ancient One. This mark, upon first glance, evokes a sense of darkness and malevolence. Those with fragile wills may find themselves unwittingly ensnared as acolytes of Dormammu. Clearly, the dark energy she has absorbed has reached a critical threshold. It is likely that she will soon be consumed by the shadows. As Thor entered the chamber, an unsettling discomfort washed over him, enveloping his entire being. With a resounding thud, the door was shut. "You have arrived." With that, the Ancient One revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 70. A desperate gamble. Third update. Ancient One had lived for over a millennium, whereas as a true inhabitant of Blue Star, Her lifespan should have reached its limit at a little over a century. Her prolonged existence was solely due to the absorption of power from the dark dimension, specifically from Dormammu. This act was a grave violation of the regulations of Camartage, which was established to fend off the incursions of Dormammu from the dark dimension. Yet, in a time when Blue Star faced dire straits and the 9 realms were in utter chaos, Ancient One felt compelled to take such drastic measures. A millennium later, as Blue Star flourished and the crisis gradually dissipated, Ancient One found herself weary of life. The act of drawing upon the powers of the dark dimension was inherently shrouded in secrecy. Thus, to prevent others from discovering her transgressions, she maintained an icy demeanor, adopting an attitude that kept others at bay. Despite her status as the supreme sorcerer, she was, at her core, merely human, yearning for kinship, friendship, and even love. The solitude and loneliness of 1,000 years led her to contemplate finding an heir to inherit her mantle as the supreme sorcerer, paving the way for her eventual retreat into the shadows. Should her successor prove competent, she envisioned a chance to return to the embrace of Blue Star, fulfilling her master's dying wish. However, the arrival of Thor alerted her to the impending invasion by Thanos, prompting a different course of action. Ancient One resolved to absorb even greater powers from the dark dimension, striving to reach the zenith of her strength to confront her adversaries directly. To this end, she secluded herself in a chamber, sealing herself away to contain the dark energy emanating from her, thereby shielding others from its influence. Only Wong within Camartage was privy to her actions. At that moment, Thor gazed at the Ancient One, suspended in midair and radiating dark energy, and curiously inquired, "What has transpired?" Though he had sensed a faint trace of the dark dimension's energy during previous encounters, it was nothing compared to the current intensity. Ancient One swiftly closed her eyes, repressing the darkness that threatened to overwhelm her. "I am unscathed. I summoned you to inquire about Thanos. Where is he?" Having reached the limits of her absorption of dark powers, she understood that if she did not act soon, she would be consumed by the darkness and become a puppet of Dormammu, heralding disaster for all of Blue Star. Thor pondered briefly before responding. According to other deities, Thanos has established Titan on a planet near Asgard. He should be there. Following the fall of Asgard, the remaining gods of the Alliance, driven by a thirst for vengeance, began their reckless invasion of the galaxy. Although they had yet to confront Thanos directly, intelligence on their movements remained consistent. Struggling to suppress her desires for violence and destruction, Ancient One asked in a low voice, "Can you take me there?" Thor nodded and replied, "Now?" Ancient One opened her eyes, and a surge of dark energy coursed through her being. Instantly, her eyes transformed into pools of darkness. Observing this, Thor tightened his grip on the Stormbreaker, a wave of concern washing over him as he inquired, "Are you all right?" The Ancient One remained silent. After a considerable pause, the dark aura gradually subsided into her body, and her eyes regained their normal hue. "I am fine. Now, please activate the Rainbow Bridge and take me there," she commanded, her voice weary yet resolute. Thor, sensing the weariness in her tone, felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow within his heart. However, he quickly shook off the feeling and replied, "It is possible, but we cannot perform it here." Upon hearing this, the Ancient One extended her arms and, without the use of a suspended ring, executed a swift spin. In the next moment, a dark portal materialized before her. On the other side of the portal lay a snowy mountain range. As Thor and the Ancient One stepped into this realm, a fierce blizzard assaulted them. Yet, with their formidable powers, such natural calamities were easily disregarded. The Ancient One, her expression weary, spoke, "Let us depart now." Thor nodded, raising the Stormbreaker high, and amidst a cacophony of thunder and lightning, the two vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, on Titan, the day of judgment had arrived at the Supreme Court, where the Guardians of the Galaxy were on trial. A crowd gathered in the spectator seats, their curiosity piqued by the 5 individuals on trial. "Are they the ones who opposed Lord Thanos?" One murmured. "Indeed, I never imagined even Lord Thanos' daughter could be lured by the enemy," another remarked. "These alien men are truly wicked. They cohabitate with Miss Gamora without marriage, showing no sense of chastity. Poor Miss Gamora, deceived onto a path of no return. In my opinion, these extraterrestrial men deserve condemnation." They have no honor and indulge in chaos. However, Miss Gamora is innocent. Listening to the gossip from below, Thanos remained impassive on the upper level. The populace needed only to know what he wished to reveal. Any excess knowledge could breed unwarranted thoughts, disrupting societal harmony. Suddenly, Thanos' expression shifted slightly, for he sensed two formidable forces descending upon the planet, one dark, the other divine. Who could these beings be? Their power must surely rival that of celestial beings. In the next instant, he vanished from his spot. Simultaneously, atop a mountain on Titan, the howling winds echoed relentlessly amidst the blizzard. Were it not for the violet moon overhead, the Ancient One might have doubted her presence in this realm. After a moment, she sensed the immense destructive force in the distance and turned to Thor, her eyes resolute, and gravely declared, "My time is limited. I cannot ascertain whether I will succeed." As she spoke, a flicker of sorrow appeared in her eyes, and she continued, "But please inform Dr. Strange that the Time Stone cannot be fully trusted. We are merely pawns in this game." Thor, upon hearing her words, was immediately engulfed in confusion. However, before he could pose a question, the voice that instilled both dread and hatred within him rang out. "Thor, do you dare return? Have you brought allies?" A figure of Thanos materialized in the sky. When he had previously obliterated Asgard, he had been unable to locate Thor, thus comprehending that the latter had escaped via the Bifrost. Yet, he was taken aback by Thor's audacity to confront him alongside another. Clad in his tyrant armor and wielding the tyrant blade, with the infinity gauntlet adorning his left hand, Thanos felt no fear, even in the face of two godlike adversaries. Upon seeing Thanos, Thor was instantly reminded of his parents' demise and the destruction of Nidavellir. The fury within him could no longer be contained. "Thanos, perish!" he roared, gripping his Stormbreaker tightly, his body crackling with electricity as he charged forward. Chapter 71. Doctor Strange as the thunderous Thor, crackling with energy and radiant lightning, soared through the air. The cataclysmic power within Thanos began to surge. Dark purple energy enveloped him like tendrils, as he wielded the blades of tyranny. With a resounding clash, the Stormbreaker and the Tyrant-S cleaver collided, causing the snow atop the mountain to cascade down, while the clouds parted to reveal the stars hanging in the lofty sky. It was evident that Thanos held the upper hand, overpowering Thor with ease. No matter how fiercely Thor exerted himself, he could not budge the blade, instead being driven lower under the immense pressure. In a moment of frustration and defiance, Thor let out a roar of anger, yet no amount of fury could bridge the chasm of strength that lay between them. He remained firmly subdued. At that instant, the dark energy surrounding the Ancient One began to surge, as if she had transformed into a deity of darkness. Even after absorbing the powers of the dark dimension, she still preferred engaging in close combat. The dark force coalesced into a massive blade fan, slashing towards Thanos. Thanos swiftly thrust Thor aside and brandished the Tyrant-S cleaver to parry the onslaught. The ensuing shockwave reverberated through the air as the tremendous dark power shattered, causing the entire mountain to tremble, as if the very crust of the earth quaked beneath them. Realizing that the ongoing battle could lead to the destruction of Titan, Thanos declared, "Let us engage in combat beyond the stars." Without a glance back, he ascended into the sky. The Ancient One, without hesitation, followed suit. For her, the priority was to eliminate Thanos and alleviate the crisis besieging Earth. The fate of Titan was of little concern to her. However, Thor hesitated, feeling that vengeance required inflicting pain and regret upon his foe. The destruction of Titan would only enhance his retribution. Yet, observing Thanos' relentless ascent and sensing an unsettling shift in the situation, he ultimately decided to follow. In a short while, the trio found themselves in the vastness of outer space, where Thanos could unleash his full might. The dual forces of dominion and annihilation activated simultaneously, creating an immense pressure that seemed to warp the light and space around him, fracturing reality itself. Furthermore, he clenched his left fist, and the power gem within the Infinity Gauntlet surged with vibrant purple energy, augmenting his strength. Without needing to consult a status panel, Thanos was acutely aware that his abilities had reached a singularly cosmic level. As he reveled in his newfound power, he felt confident enough to obliterate a smaller star. However, The expressions of the Ancient One and Thor shifted dramatically, their bodies trembling in response to Thanos' overwhelming might. How could his strength be so formidable? Yet soon, Thor's gaze hardened with determination. Today it would be either his demise or Thanos's. Ah, Father, Mother, grant me your protection. Recalling the tender affection of his parents during his childhood, the camaraderie of the three warriors of the Celestial Palace, and the myriad feelings of various goddesses, he seemed to sense a potent force igniting within him, amplifying both his strength and divine power. At that moment, his body shimmered with ethereal blue lightning. His crimson cloak billowed without wind, and even the tempestuous energy surged within his eyes. Go to hell and repent. With a thunderous roar, Thor raised the Stormbreaker and charged forward. Upon witnessing this, Thanos displayed an unusual seriousness in his gaze. Had this foe truly unlocked some hidden power? His abilities had escalated from the mid-tier of the Heavenly Father to a level that approached, if not reached, the pinnacle of strength. Even Odin, in his prime, had not achieved such a dramatic enhancement. In an instant, their weapons clashed once more. The collision of apocalyptic power and divine thunder reverberated outward, unleashing a colossal energy wave that shook satellites and ports within hundreds of kilometers, rendering them utterly incapacitated. Yet, in the next moment, Thanos' left hand surged with the Power Stone's energy, propelling Thor backward with a forceful strike. Blood, golden and divine, erupted from Thor's mouth. The still rational Ancient One, witnessing this, rushed towards Thanos to prevent him from continuing his relentless pursuit. However, she quickly remembered her identity as a sorceress. Her hands began to weave intricate gestures as dark energy surged within her. In a heartbeat, a colossal black dragon head emerged from her back, its size comparable to a house, with discernible scales, fur, and piercing black eyes, appearing almost lifelike. Yet it lacked a body, possessing only a long neck that connected to the Ancient One's back. Soon after, a second, third, and up to the ninth dragon head materialized behind her, each with a fierce expression directed at Thanos. In the next instant, they opened their cavernous mouths, unleashing torrents of black flames, with temperatures soaring to an astonishing 50,000 degrees. Thanos, upon seeing this, swiftly spun the tyrant's blade to shield himself from the onslaught of black fire. Realizing she had successfully distracted Thanos, the Ancient One turned to Thor, urging, "You must leave at once. I fear I may lose control and inadvertently harm you." At this moment, Thor had regained his footing, yet the destructive force within him was immensely uncomfortable, rendering him unable to utilize even half of his capabilities. After hearing the Ancient One's words, he cast a reluctant glance at Thanos before activating the Bifrost and departing. On Titan, the tribunal had initially continued its proceedings following Thanos' departure. However, the sudden and violent tremors necessitated a temporary halt. Just as the guards prepared to return the Guardians of the Galaxy to their cells, a golden portal appeared in midair, through which Doctor Strange, accompanied by Wanda and the Wasp, emerged. With a swift gesture, Doctor Strange conjured several golden whips that ensnared the guards attempting to draw their weapons. Simultaneously, Wanda extended her arms, unleashing chaos magic that obliterated the guards into ashes. At that moment, the Wasp, adorned in green and sporting antennae, joyfully scampered towards Drax upon sighting him. "At last I have found you." Drax, who had once been engulfed in despair, felt a surge of excitement upon the appearance of Mantis. "Mantis, you have finally returned." After they completed their final mission, Mantis had temporarily departed from the team due to unforeseen circumstances. Little did they expect that she would return now, accompanied by allies to rescue them. Rocket Raccoon, seizing the moment, swiftly freed himself from his handcuffs and exclaimed, "Ha ha! Groot, it's our turn to shine." Groot, responding to his call, also managed to escape his restraints, and his roots began to lash out in all directions. Star-Lord and Gamora, witnessing this turn of events, hastily liberated themselves from their shackles and armed themselves with the guards' weapons, preparing for a fierce onslaught. In truth, the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy had always possessed opportunities to escape. However, the looming presence of Thanos had instilled a paralyzing fear that prevented them from doing so. At that moment, Doctor Strange lifted his gaze towards the ceiling, his expression conveying a sense of seeing through walls to the battle taking place beyond. "Friends, we must hurry. Our time is limited." He had not wished to come to Titan to rescue strangers, yet Mantis was unwavering in her determination to save her comrades. Moreover, in the future he glimpsed, Mantis was the key to defeating Thanos, compelling him to take the risk and join the fray. Chapter 72. The Dark Dimension in the Vastness of Space. Thanos twirled the tyrant's blade to fend off the assaults from the Ancient One. Suddenly, he lowered his gaze towards Titan, where he discerned Doctor Strange and his companions, as well as the Guardians of the Galaxy being rescued. However, this was no time to dwell on such matters, for he sensed an impending peril. This threat emanated from the Ancient One before him. The dark power she wielded was growing increasingly formidable and pure, surpassing even the celestial level of the One above all. This was no longer merely her own strength. Moments later, the Ancient One's expression twisted into a sinister snarl as she halted her incantations. The runes adorning her forehead broke their constraints, rapidly spreading across her entire being. Subsequently, her dark energy swelled to an alarming degree, beginning to warp the very fabric of the surrounding space. Thanos beheld a pair of purple eyes slowly materializing in the void. Eyes so malevolent and eerie that they instilled a sense of dread and madness in all who gazed upon them. With the emergence of these eyes, the dark dimension began its encroachment upon this universe. Soon, an overwhelming surge of pure dark energy erupted from the dark dimension, enveloping the entire star system in an instant. Its velocity surpassed even that of light itself. To put this in perspective, the star system housing Titan spans approximately 12 billion kilometers in diameter. Light would take around 11 hours to traverse from one end to the other. Yet, the power emanating from the dark dimension enveloped the entire system in the blink of an eye. Under the shroud of dark energy, Thanos felt an insatiable urge for destruction and slaughter rising within him. This was an alarming sign, the soul being corrupted by darkness. In the next moment, he clenched his left hand. The Infinity Gauntlet soon shimmered with an orange light as the Soul Stone's power activated, forcefully suppressing the dark energy's corruption of his soul. Damned be it, how did Dormammu manifest? The Ancient One had clearly lost her mind, absorbing such a vast amount of energy from the dark dimension. At this juncture, Thanos sensed that all living beings within the star system were instantaneously afflicted. Their eyes turned pitch black, devoid of sclera, and strange symbols emerged upon their foreheads. They then began to attack everything alive around them in a frenzy. The souls of ordinary beings could not withstand even a moment against the corruption of the dark power, transforming them into puppets of Dormammu in an instant. In that moment, slaughter and death became the prevailing themes. Meanwhile, on Titan, Doctor Strange had successfully sent everyone through the portal. As the dark energies sought to breach the portal, he swiftly closed it. This fellow was remarkably quick. It seemed he was already aware of Dormammu's arrival and the potential for it to be thwarted. Otherwise, how could Doctor Strange remain oblivious to the peril Dormammu posed to the universe? Should he arrive, the entire cosmos would likely be drawn into the dark dimension. His decisive action suggested he had foreseen this event and was cognizant that it could be prevented, thus allowing him to proceed with such confidence. Yet, something felt amiss. Dormammu and the dark dimension had transcended this universe. How could they possibly be foreseen by the Time Stone, unless those unknown entities have taken action? With this thought, Thanos' eyes brightened, and he raised his gaze to the Ancient One before him. Now that he was aware of the existence's scrutiny over this matter, he felt a sense of assurance. After all, a chess player requires a chessboard, does he not? If someone intends to shatter the board, would the player remain indifferent? At this moment, the Ancient One had already been used as a coordinate by Dormammu, projecting the power of the dark dimension, which was encroaching upon this universe. After contemplating, he clenched his left hand, utilizing the power of the Soul Stone once more, but this time directed at the Ancient One. The dark dimension was drawing near. If not halted in time, the entire universe could be consumed, with Blue Planet being no exception. Is this the outcome you desire? Knowing that those entities were watching, they would undoubtedly prevent the Ancient One from being entirely corrupted by the dark forces. Otherwise, this game would be impossible to resolve. Indeed, with the Soul Stone's influence, the Ancient One's soul, once thoroughly tainted by darkness, was miraculously partially purified. Soon, The darkness in her eyes receded, revealing a glimmer of clarity. In the next moment, she noticed the encroaching dark forces and the approaching dark dimension, her expression shifting dramatically. As the guardian of Kamartaj, she was acutely aware of Dormammu's formidable strength and the dire consequences of the dark dimension's approach. Thus, she urgently addressed Thanos. "Kill me quickly. Only by killing me can Dormammu lose his coordinate and be unable to approach here." Thanos shook his head, replying, "Dormammu has already locked onto your soul. Killing you would be futile. Although Dormammu has yet to descend, his gaze has already fixed upon this universe through your soul. The Soul Stone can alter souls but cannot annihilate them. That power belongs solely to the multiverse level. Since annihilation of the soul was impossible, killing the Ancient One would be of no avail." Upon hearing this, the Ancient One instinctively grasped Thanos' implication, her urgency mounting as she asked, "What then shall we do?" Thanos smiled faintly, raising his left hand, and said, "I possess the Soul Stone. While it cannot destroy souls, it can alter them. You need only cooperate with me to purify the dark forces upon your soul, and we can nullify Dormammu's lock." Altering the soul, how it would be altered was not for her to decide. It seemed that one chess piece was destined to be removed from the board. The Ancient One, seeing the determination in Thanos, nodded without hesitation, stating, "Then let us begin." For her, the safety of the entire universe was evidently far more significant than her own personal well-being. As for whether he would employ any treachery upon her soul, such concerns were now secondary. Witnessing her resolve, Thanos nodded and promptly activated the power of the Soul Stone within the Infinity Gauntlet. Purple radiance began to flicker. Besides augmenting the user's strength and energy, the Power Stone could also energize the other Infinity Stones. Subsequently, the orange glow of the Soul Stone within the Infinity Gauntlet erupted brilliantly. In the next moment, an enigmatic and profoundly mysterious force began to wash over the soul of the Ancient One, halting the peculiar runes that had been expanding upon her. Initially, she instinctively resisted this power, sensing that some of her memories seemed to be altered, and certain beliefs and thoughts were gradually becoming distorted. However, upon contemplating the existence of life throughout the universe, she chose to relinquish her resistance and even embraced this transformation willingly. With the Ancient One's acceptance, the strange runes upon her body began to slowly fade, while her corrupted soul underwent a process of purification. This scene provoked a furious reaction from the projection of Dormammu, who bellowed in rage, causing the entire star system to tremble. Yet, Dormammu could only roar. There was no intention to take action. Although he had the capability to emerge from the dark dimension and directly descend upon this universe to annihilate Thanos, the Marvel Universe was fraught with peril. The moment he dared to leave the dark dimension, it was likely that some entities would swiftly teach him the true meaning of being a demigod. After all, over the eons, he had devoured numerous realities, making him a target of many beings. As a dimensional deity, he possessed formidable strength within his own realm, even capable of contending with multiversal entities. Moreover, as long as his dimension endured, he would remain immortal. However, once he stepped beyond his dimension, devoid of his power enhancements, multiversal entities could effortlessly overpower him, even extinguishing his existence. This knowledge was something Thanos had long since gleaned from the Collector. Despite being an ancient being of 30 billion years, whose strength was lackluster, he held an abundance of secrets. Therefore, he paid no heed to Dormammu's threats and instead hastened the purification of the darkness that plagued the Ancient One's soul. Chapter 73. The system takes action. As the enigmatic runes adorning the form of the Ancient One gradually faded, her soul began to be purified. Dormammu's grip started to waver, plunging him into a state of increasing desperation as he fervently urged the dark dimension to converge upon this universe. If he could arrive before the lock was lost, it would not matter if the Ancient One's soul were entirely cleansed. With the passage of time, the peculiar runes on the Ancient One diminished, and her once corrupted soul began to recover. Yet, a smile crept upon Dormammu's pixelated visage, for he sensed that this universe was tantalizingly close. With a little more effort, he believed he could engulf this realm within the dark dimension, thereby augmenting its power exponentially. However, in that moment, Dormammu's grin faltered as the dark dimension could no longer approach this universe. he quickly realized that some formidable force had intervened. Shifting his gaze beyond the boundaries of the dark dimension, he beheld a diminutive figure amidst the chaotic universe. The being's skin shimmered with a metallic sheen, reminiscent of iron, and 6 eyes radiated a crimson glow. This was an entity from the celestial group. Although the celestial's height could hardly be deemed small, towering over 100,000 kilometers, compared to the vastness of the dark dimension, it was indeed insignificant, nearly ignorable. At that moment, this celestial extended for arms within the boundless chaos, emanating a powerful divine light that steadfastly obstructed the advance of the dark dimension. "How dare you stand in my way?" Dormammu scoffed, perceiving only a single universe-level celestial. Thus, the darkness within him erupted, surging forth. If it had been a multiverse-level celestial, he would have retreated without hesitation. But against a solitary universe-level celestial, he felt no fear. In the next instant, the dark dimension burst forth like a ruptured vessel, unleashing an onslaught of endless dark energy toward the celestial. Should it make contact, the celestial would either perish or suffer grievous wounds. Yet, in the very next moment, the being inexplicably vanished, as if it had never existed. Dormammu understood that a more potent force had intervened. At that moment, he dared not voice his complaints. He could only continue to sense the Ancient One's once corrupted soul. However, he found himself unable to locate it. Clearly, a superior entity had accelerated the purification of the Ancient One's soul, causing him to lose the coordinates of the previous universe. "No, damned creature!" After a furious roar, Dormammu swiftly sealed the rift to the dark dimension. Adhering to the principle of conservation, he aimed to reclaim the energy he had just expelled. It was no small amount, at least equivalent to that of thousands of stars. Yet, just then, he lost control of that energy, rendering retrieval impossible. "Damn those celestials, and the wretches plotting against me." Dormammu's countenance turned grim, for he knew he had been decisively outmaneuvered. In the real universe, Thanos initially sensed the dark dimension drawing ever closer. Yet a fragment of Ancient One's soul remained unpurified. Suddenly, a mysterious force emerged, instantly cleansing Ancient One's soul and severing the connection to the dark dimension. This revelation confirmed for Thanos that his suspicions were indeed accurate. Certain entities behind Ancient One had intervened. However, his own manipulation of Ancient One's soul was abruptly interrupted. This individual left no room for others to maneuver. Uncertain of Ancient One's current state, he was about to inquire when an enveloping darkness descended. An immensely powerful and extraordinarily pure dark energy surged towards his stellar system. Wasn't the connection to the dark dimension severed? Where did this energy originate? If Dormammu were present, he would recognize this energy as his recent attack, now redirected towards Thanos due to the severed link. Confronted with this unprecedented peril, Thanos' thoughts quickly aligned, piecing together the unfolding events. A clever ploy of using another's weapon against them. An entity was leveraging his hand to thwart Dormammu's arrival, while simultaneously seeking to eliminate him as a pawn. It must be someone engaged in a cosmic chess match with the god of death. Was it the celestial beings or perhaps one of the other 5 primordial deities? Yet, he understood that now was not the time for contemplation. Faced with the impending crisis, he urgently proclaimed, "System, if you do not intervene, I shall perish, and you will face dire consequences as well." As for the god of death, he had never harbored any expectations. Their prior agreement was crystal clear. He would gain a portion of the other's power in exchange for harvesting souls. Furthermore, the god of death had explicitly stated he would not intervene on his behalf. Thus, he was left with no choice but to rely on the system. As for the potential exposure of the system, that concern was now secondary. Time was of the essence. As the dark force penetrated space, approaching Thanos, the system's voice finally resonated. "Ding! Host has acquired the power of 10 million stars." Hearing this, a slight smile graced Thanos' lips. Indeed, his intuition had been correct. The system could not forsake him. In an instant, a colossal energy began to brew within him, causing his aura to ascend dramatically. Yet, at that moment, the dark energy from the alternate dimension enveloped him and the entire stellar vicinity. The heavens roared. Titan and its moons, indeed the entirety of the stellar system, were assimilated and ultimately obliterated by this dark energy. Amidst this darkness, a brilliant white light pierced through the void, enveloping the entire stellar system. Thanos stood as a colossal beacon in the cosmos, while Ancient One bowed his head in silent presence beside him. Subsequently, this immense stellar energy shattered the surrounding dark force, causing it to dissipate. In the end, the radiance once again dispelled the darkness, restoring tranquility to the universe. However, at that moment, the power of 10 million stars within Thanos also vanished. Observing the power of 1,000,000 stars gradually cooling, he nodded in satisfaction. The strength just exhibited undoubtedly reached a multiversal caliber. This system is typically quite stingy and miserly. However, he had finally managed to extract something from it. Although it was merely the power of 1,000,000 stars requiring over 8 years to cool down, it would serve as a formidable trump card in the future. To be candid, had the system not intervened moments ago, he would have had no choice but to curl up defensively to protect himself. This dark energy, despite its formidable nature, was far too scattered and lacked a controlling force, rendering it incapable of truly annihilating him, the wielder of the power gem. Nevertheless, it was likely that the Ancient One would meet her demise. No, that entity would probably whisk her away. Moments later, he cast his gaze downward at the Titan star, now half corroded, and the distant stars that had already extinguished, shaking his head lightly. Fortunately, the Black Order, Nebula, Hela, and Laufey were already en route to Blue Star. Otherwise, his losses would have been substantial. The individual behind the Ancient One was certainly calculating with precision. Yet, he could not have anticipated that he still possessed a hidden ace. Furthermore, with this thought, he turned to the Ancient One, who was bowing her head. "How do you feel now?" Chapter 74. The gathering of heroes with his head bowed, the Ancient One appeared reluctant to meet Thanos' gaze, merely stating in a cold tone, "My lord, I feel exceedingly unwell. My mind is in disarray." Thanos, upon observing this, immediately deduced that the disturbance stemmed from an external force manipulating the Ancient One. While purging the dark energy from her soul, he had inadvertently altered her soul's memories. Although she addressed him as "my lord," the reverence was conspicuously absent. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Share your experiences with me." Altering one's soul memories is a meticulous endeavor. It is not merely a matter of commanding subservience. A clash of ideals and experiences could lead to soul turmoil and eventual collapse. Previously, he had only made slight modifications to the Ancient One's soul memories, allowing her to perceive the inherent nature of the universe, thus aligning her beliefs with his own and drawing her into his fold. The Ancient One furrowed her brow and spoke hesitantly, "I remember. 1,000 years ago, I fought against Asgard. And then I discovered the essence of this universe." Though her recollections were fragmented, they bore a striking resemblance to the modifications Thanos had made. Yet, within her heart, the fervent desire to protect the blue planet remained unyielding. Upon hearing her words, Thanos began to deliberate. The entity behind the Ancient One was likely one of the Celestials, as only they would possess such a vested interest in the blue planet, particularly with a nascent celestial poised to emerge there. With this realization, Thanos decided to lead the Ancient One to other planets, assigning her the task of conquering the galaxy. Given her profound attachment to the blue planet, it was prudent to keep her away from its conquest to avoid unforeseen complications. Time swiftly passed, and 10 days later, Thanos, aboard the Sanctuary 2 and clad in his repaired armor and wielding the Tyrant's blade, arrived at the fringes of the solar system. It was here that he suddenly grasped why the Celestial behind the Ancient One had sought to calculate his moves against Dormammu. 10 small interstellar fortresses, each akin to half a moon in size, accompanied by thousands of large warships, tens of thousands of medium-sized vessels, and millions of smaller craft, altogether numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Over 1,000,000 warships were amassed to assault a blue planet that had yet to achieve even a level 1 civilization. It was astounding that the Celestial could remain so composed. Yet, the fact that these beings had not taken direct action suggested they were bound by certain constraints. Recalling his battle with Odin, whose aftershocks could obliterate multiple planets, Thanos suddenly comprehended the underlying truth. If the player in a game were to join the fray, the opposing player would inevitably retaliate. In such a scenario, both players would clash, and the game board would surely be shattered. To safeguard the board, the player must refrain from direct involvement, thus resorting to calculating moves against Dormammu instead. As long as one perishes, Hela and Laufey are certain to begin their quarrel, and the Black Order will vie for power. At that point, the crisis on Blue Star will naturally be resolved. When the time is ripe, a new deity will emerge, completing the cycle. However, it is unfortunate that the adversary had not anticipated that he possessed a system. Even the Ancient One has been brought under his command. After a while, Thanos received 8 incoming call requests. Upon connecting, the figures of the Black Order, Nebula, Hela, and Laufey swiftly materialized. The Black Order and Nebula remained respectfully kneeling on one knee, while Hela and Laufey merely inclined their bodies in greeting. Thanos did not engage in superfluous dialogue with them, instead gesturing for them to commence their assault. Having been calculated by the deity once, he wished to avoid prolonging matters unnecessarily and thus shorten the total assault duration. Under Thanos' command, 10 interstellar fortresses first traversed the Kuiper belt of the solar system, entering the stellar system. Following closely were 1,000,000 cosmic warships. Meanwhile, among the high-ranking officials of humanity on Blue Star, the Harper telescope quickly revealed this situation. Consequently, an emergency coalition was hastily formed, preparing to make a final stand with global strength. In America, the sun was setting on the horizon. People were liberated from their daily toil, beginning their commutes home, dining, and seizing rare moments of leisure. The streets gradually grew quiet. However, within the headquarters of unyielding in New York, an extraordinary commotion prevailed. The Illuminati, the Brotherhood, the X-Men, the Round Table Knights, the Spear Bureau, Wakanda, Camartage, Atlantis, the Guardians of the Galaxy, and even the Nova Corps had sent representatives. The number of attendees reached several hundred. It could be said that all the notable factions on Blue Star, including those from beyond, had congregated at the SHIELD headquarters. The reason for this choice was clear. SHIELD possessed the Tesseract. At that moment, Doctor Strange suddenly opened his eyes and solemnly declared, "Thanos is coming." Upon hearing this, the heroes stirred restlessly. Finally, the moment had arrived. Let me be the one to deliver a decisive blow. Frankly, I have never witnessed such a multitude of superheroes united against a single antagonist. Indeed, had it not been for Doctor Strange's summons, I would have been oblivious to the existence of so many superheroes. Once the battle concludes, where shall we celebrate? Although Doctor Strange repeatedly emphasized Thanos' formidable strength, the superheroes who had never ventured beyond Blue Star were unaware of what it meant to be a cosmic overlord. Upon witnessing the presence of so many superheroes and military support, they regarded this endeavor as merely a formality. Yet, this cannot be entirely blamed on them. After all, most of these superheroes were once ordinary individuals. Upon acquiring their powers, they became convinced of their invincibility, particularly those who were mutants, focused solely on how to control their strength rather than how to augment it. Their limited perspective hindered their imagination regarding true power. Among this assembly of superheroes, only a few from the Guardians of the Galaxy and Nova Corps, along with some concerned souls, displayed expressions of unease. At this moment, the helmet-clad Magneto soared beside Professor X, gazing at his old friend seated in a wheelchair, a rare smile gracing his face. "Our only chance for survival as mutants lies before us," he declared. The Council had promised Magneto that should he lead the Brotherhood in vanquishing Thanos, they would endorse the legislation granting legitimacy to mutant identity. To this end, they had even released him from prison, which led him to believe that this was indeed the sole opportunity for mutant survival. However, Professor X, observing the white hair of his old companion, wore a grave expression and expressed his concerns. "I fear the situation is not as straightforward as it seems." Having joined the Illuminati, he was aware of certain high-level information that made the circumstances far more complex than Magneto perceived. At that moment, Black Bolt, clad in a black leather outfit and adorned with a forked headpiece, approached and gently patted his friend's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. Following closely, Tony, encased in towering 3-meter-high battle armor, strode over. "Hey guys, what do you think of my anti-Thanos armor? One punch and I'll obliterate that so-called Thanos." Nearby, Dr. Banner approached with envy, remarking, "I believe this gear would suit me better." Tony, upon hearing this, instantly wore an awkward expression. In truth, This armor was originally designated as the Anti-Hulk armor, but in light of Thanos' emergence, it had been hastily renamed the Anti-Thanos armor. Just then, a vibrant figure suddenly streaked across the sky. Chapter 75. The power of the dual stars accompanied by a haunting sound of wind. An individual swiftly descended amidst the crowd. Dr. Strange, upon recognizing the newcomer, promptly approached. Captain Marvel, I've been awaiting your arrival. Are you prepared? The individual in question was none other than Captain Marvel, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Thanos. However, at this moment, she radiated a kaleidoscope of shimmering lights and intense energy fluctuations, causing the expressions of all surrounding superheroes to shift dramatically. They had never witnessed such an extravagant entrance from a superhero before. Not far away, Tony began to contemplate whether to incorporate some light effects into his armor to enhance his presence. Captain Marvel surveyed the crowd, her brow furrowing in discontent. Is this the extent of our allies? Are they merely here to meet their demise? As a survivor from Thanos' grasp, she was acutely aware of his formidable strength. It was one thing for these superheroes to flaunt their power on Earth, but a gathering of individuals who had yet to reach even the level of a celestial being dared to confront Thanos in the cosmos. And what was a mere mortal doing among them? Dr. Strange, clutching the Book of Vishanti, shook his head in resignation. There are simply too many weaklings. With Thanos commanding a multitude of interstellar warships, if they do not seek assistance, they may never even encounter him. At that moment, a fiery figure clad in leather approached, a skeletal entity engulfed in flames. Let us commence quickly. If we linger any longer, I fear I might be compelled to judge these fools. Dr. Strange felt a headache coming on as he regarded the Ghost Rider. This being possessed a power known as the Eye of Judgment, capable of purifying sinful souls. However, it often indiscriminately affected both friend and foe. Upon his arrival, several superheroes had already faced purification, compelling Dr. Strange to arrange a separate chamber for the Ghost Rider. Let us begin at once, he declared. Captain Marvel watched the Ghost Rider with keen curiosity. Throughout the years, she had yet to encounter such a magical entity. The Ghost Rider, noticing someone making eye contact with him, turned his gaze toward her. His passive ability, the Eye of Judgment, activated immediately. Yet, unfortunately for him, when confronted with Captain Marvel, the eye quickly retracted after a brief observation. Despite her pride and arrogance, Captain Marvel had never felt she had erred or committed any wrongdoing. Thus, the Eye of Judgment had no effect on her. This left the Ghost Rider astounded. Since signing a pact with Mephisto decades ago, he had rarely encountered anyone who eluded the Eye's judgment. Aside from Captain America, this luminous lady was the second individual to escape its sanction. Even Dr. Strange, had it not been for the protection of the Book of Vishanti, would have likely faced purification as well. At this juncture, under Dr. Strange's summons, the surrounding heroes began to gather. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to open the portal. Please prepare yourselves. Just then, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Look, what is that appearing in the sky? Wow, what is that? It's truly magnificent. Is this the Aurora Borealis? How stunning it is. The sky is adorned with beams of light, resembling shooting stars, in a multitude of colors, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Yet, Dr. Strange merely cast a fleeting glance before turning his attention to Black Panther. T'Challa observed the sight from Wakanda. T'Challa, also known as Black Panther, nodded promptly and raised his hand, saying, "Shuri, activate the protective shield." Far away in Wakanda, upon receiving his brother's command, Shuri immediately commenced operations at the supercomputer. Soon, a colossal transparent energy shield materialized above Wakanda. However, this shield only spanned approximately 1,000 kilometers, covering merely a fraction of the blue planet. Following Dr. Strange's orders, the sorcerers of Kamartaj swiftly began their incantations. Yellow shields were cast upon Wakanda's energy barrier, causing it to expand instantaneously, surpassing a diameter of 10,000 kilometers and enveloping one side of the blue planet. Moments later, distant lights descended upon this shield, igniting a flurry of shimmering brilliance. In an instant, the dark side of the blue planet was illuminated as brightly as day. All individuals in the Americas, whether awake or asleep, were captivated by this unexpected radiance. Doctor Strange, having witnessed countless such scenes within the Time Stone, clapped his hands and declared, "Esteemed superheroes, our time is limited. The lights above are attacks initiated by Thanos' minions. They are currently positioned 800 million kilometers away, employing a device known as an interstellar fortress, utilizing antiparticle ray cannons and warp lightspeed artillery. If we do not intervene promptly, in 2 hours, both Wakanda and Kamartaj will be depleted, leaving the blue planet defenseless. Therefore, we must act now to thwart them." With that, Doctor Strange turned his gaze towards Nick Fury, the one-eyed leader. Nick nodded and promptly instructed his agents from S.H.I.L.D. to bring forth the Tesseract. Doctor Strange grasped the Tesseract in one hand while gesturing with the other. In the next moment, a vast golden portal was unveiled. On the other side of the portal lay the vacuum of space, with a massive asteroid not far off. Clearly visible upon the asteroid were numerous turrets and various bases. Evidently, this was Thanos' interstellar fortress. Before Doctor Strange could utter a word, Captain Marvel, radiating with light, soared into the portal first. Following her were heroes such as Black Adam, Magneto, Tony Stark, Black Panther, and Falcon, who donned oxygen masks and hurriedly entered the fray. The superheroes summoned by Doctor Strange for this mission all possessed at least Superman-level abilities, thus rendering spacesuits unnecessary. 800 million kilometers from the blue planet, there exists a planet over 1,000 times larger than Earth, Jupiter. At this moment, surrounding Jupiter, in addition to 79 moons, there were 10 interstellar fortresses and over 1 million spaceships. 1 million cosmic battleships may sound like an immense number. However, in the vast expanse of the universe, it is but a trivial fraction. Even when combined, they scarcely equate to the size of a single planet. The only notable vessels are a mere 10 interstellar fortresses. At this moment, Thanos was within Sanctuary 2, meditating with his eyes closed. Soon, however, he became aware of a portal manifesting on a nearby interstellar fortress. A vibrant array of colors emerged, swiftly transforming into flames of crimson, reminiscent of a burning star. Sensing a familiar aura, Thanos abruptly opened his eyes. It was Captain Marvel, and notably in her binary form. This indicated that the last time she was rescued, it must have been by the Celestials. Yet, the identity of the Celestial responsible for her dual awakening remained uncertain. The true extent of Captain Marvel's power in her binary state was still a mystery. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the tremendous support from all, as this book has achieved a commendable rating of 8.3 stars. I am genuinely satisfied. Chapter 76. Listen to me. Thank you. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The astonishing Captain Marvel, now infused with the dual star condition, seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Clenching her fists, she unleashed a formidable crimson energy shockwave that instantaneously struck an interstellar fortress. The fortress promptly activated its protective shield to withstand the assault. However, Captain Marvel's energy had evidently escalated to an unprecedented level. Soon, her attack penetrated the fortress's defenses, making direct contact with the target. A resounding explosion echoed, reverberating through the air, as the fortress teetered on the brink of destruction. Suddenly, a sleek black sword shot forth. Without hesitation, Captain Marvel separated her hands, directing one towards the black blade. Yet, she had clearly underestimated the situation, as more black swords swiftly emerged around her. Realizing the predicament, she abandoned her assault on the fortress and focused both hands on the encroaching blades. Just then, an overwhelming ultrasonic wave materialized, shattering all the black swords in its path. Not far away, the Black Bat King gaped, harnessing his superpower to unleash the ultrasonic wave. It was a baffling spectacle, defying the laws of physics, as it manifested in the vacuum of space. This bizarre scene darkened Hela's expression as she approached. The power exhibited was at least celestial in caliber. From whence did it originate? Were these individuals from Blue Star? During her previous conquests of Blue Star, she had not encountered such formidable foes. Recalling her encounters before being sealed in the underworld by Odin, only a bald warrior had left an impression upon her. The others had seemed inconsequential. Yet, a millennium later, Blue Star had seemingly birthed an abundance of powerful beings. Meanwhile, a steady stream of superheroes continued to emerge from the portal: Iron Man, Ghost Rider, Magneto, Professor X, Black Panther, Ant-Man, Captain America, and others. Witnessing this, Hela began to retreat. At that moment, Lao Fei and the Black Obsidian Five finally made their delayed entrance. Shortly thereafter, the towering purple figure of Thanos appeared before everyone. A wave of relief washed over Hela at the sight of him. For reasons unknown, his presence had begun to instill a sense of security within her. Thanos, however, paid no heed to Hela's unusual demeanor, instead casting a cold glance towards the portal. He had not anticipated such an array of surprises prepared by the Celestials. Not only had Captain Marvel been summoned, but nearly every notable superhero had also made an appearance. Although their powers were not at their peak, they were far from weak. The heroes of Blue Star, upon witnessing Thanos, shed their previous bravado and settled into a more subdued demeanor. The overwhelming and domineering aura emanating from him had dispelled any sense of ease. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Strange emerged from the portal alongside Scarlet Witch, Mantis, Star-Lord, Gamora, Ghost Rider, and others. Upon seeing Thanos, Dr. Strange immediately raised the Book of Vishanti, causing a series of golden runes to manifest around the assembled heroes, shielding them from the effects of the vacuum environment. At that moment, Black Bolt crossed over the assembly of heroes, arms crossed, gazing haughtily at Thanos. However, due to his superpower, he remained silent. Observing this, Mr. Fantastic immediately interjected, "Thanos, this is Mr. Black Bolt. With but a whisper, he could reduce you to ashes. If you retreat now, we may spare you." Given their proximity to the interstellar fortress, a tenuous atmosphere allowed sound to carry. Thanos narrowed his eyes at the words. Indeed, Black Bolt's previous assault had reached a level akin to that of a celestial being, yet his power appeared to be of the most modest kind. Could he possess some hidden trump card? Gazing at the confidently assured Black Bolt and the seemingly invincible Dr. Strange, who was continuously conjuring spells, Thanos began to suspect that Black Bolt might be the ace up the god sleeve against him. No, he must exert his full strength. With this thought, he clenched his left hand, the power stone pulsing, its purple radiance flickering to life, followed by the activation of the Annihilation Force and the State of Dominion. His power surged instantaneously to a cosmic level. In the next moment, he found himself before Black Bolt, raising his blade of tyranny high. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a flurry of over 100 strikes. Yet, to his astonishment, Black Bolt appeared indifferent to evading his onslaught, remaining utterly still as Thanos' blows rained down upon him. Was it possible that Black Bolt, in addition to his supersonic abilities, possessed cellular regeneration? No, to be safe, he must obliterate the very cells themselves. In the next heartbeat, the overwhelming force of annihilation surged within him, enveloping Black Bolt entirely. In less than half a second, Black Bolt vanished from the universe, as if he had never existed. Feeling the complete absence of the opponent's presence, Thanos furrowed his brow. Was this truly so effortless? Or did Black Bolt possess some unknown safeguard? Meanwhile, Mr. Fantastic stood in stunned silence. What had just transpired? How had Thanos appeared before him? And why had Black Bolt vanished? As Mr. Fantastic remained bewildered, a fiery chain suddenly shot forth from behind, wrapping around Thanos' arm. Witnessing this, Mr. Fantastic exclaimed in excitement, "Thanos, this is the power of the Ghost Rider. He can purify all wicked souls. Surrender now." In his eyes, Thanos was the most malevolent being in existence. Once the Ghost Rider unleashed his ability, escape would be impossible. With Thanos' demise, dealing with the remaining minions would be a mere formality. Upon hearing this, Thanos cast a peculiar glance at Mr. Fantastic. Then the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand emitted an orange glow. The Soul Stone activated. From a distance, the Ghost Rider remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Thanos. Soon, a formidable surge of soul energy began to rush forth. At this moment, he felt a sense of pride. Once judged as a wicked soul by the fires of hell, no matter the opponent's strength, their fate would be sealed. However, after a brief wait, the anticipated phenomenon of the enemy igniting did not occur. Thanos simply regarded him with curiosity. How could this be? Had Thanos truly passed through the fires of hell? At that moment, Thanos forcefully yanked, instantly pulling the Ghost Rider before him. With a resounding crack, the skull of the Ghost Rider was brutally snapped. Witnessing this scene, Dr. Strange finally came to his senses. "You deserve to die 1,000 deaths," he shouted, clenching his fists as he reached out. Indeed, he extended his arms, for his superpower allowed his entire body to become elastic, enabling his limbs to stretch like rubber. As Thanos perceived Dr. Strange's assault, he swiftly dodged and appeared before his adversary. Then, raising his blade, he aimed to strike. However, midway through his cut, an idea struck him, and he altered his attack to a forceful shove, sending his opponent flying. Chapter 77. Because of you, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. A game of chess cannot be played by a solitary player. Yet, throughout the encounter, Thanos observed only the celestial being relentlessly making moves, orchestrating everything, while the goddess of death remained unseen in her actions. Had she truly forsaken him? That seemed implausible. If she had genuinely abandoned him, why had she sought him out recently to bestow upon him energy? Was she overwhelmed by the abundance of power? The only plausible explanation was that the goddess of death was enacting a grand scheme, one that he had yet to uncover. The rubbery figure before him was exceedingly peculiar, incessantly extolling the abilities of others, as if fearful of his own ignorance. If his conjecture was correct, this individual was likely a contingency plan devised by the goddess of death. To his astonishment, she had positioned her pawn within the ranks of the celestial beings. Such meticulous calculation. It was these thoughts that restrained him from hastily eliminating Mr. Fantastic. Meanwhile, Dr. Strange, casting spells from the rear, watched in astonishment as Mr. Fantastic was flung away. He was perplexed, for within the time stone, he had witnessed Mr. Fantastic's demise, not merely being tossed aside. This recalled to him the words Ancient One had instructed Thor to convey. Nevertheless, he swiftly shook his head. Now was not the moment for such contemplations. Focusing entirely on confronting Thanos was of utmost importance. Soon, he was entwining his fingers in an intricate gesture, casting another collective spell. Shields enveloped the superheroes. At that moment, witnessing Black Bolt and Ghost Rider being swiftly dispatched left the heroes in shock, particularly Professor X and Captain America. They were acutely aware of Black Bolt's formidable prowess. It was no exaggeration to assert that his strength ranked among the elite on Earth. The fact that he had been eliminated without a trace of resistance was astonishing. As Thanos perceived the superheroes of Earth seemingly subdued by his presence, he commanded the surrounding cosmic warships to initiate their assault. He was not engaged in a solitary battle. He commanded an army of over 1,000,000. In the next instant, the fleet ignited their laser cannons and unleashed their assault. However, due to Dr. Strange's defensive enchantment, the superheroes, despite being struck by the lasers, emerged relatively unscathed. Captain Marvel, observing the situation, charged toward the nearest warship, evidently shaken by Thanos, hesitant to confront him directly. Meanwhile, Dr. Strange continued his intricate gestures, conjuring spell after spell, and declared, "Heroes, it is time for us to confront Thanos in a battle to the death." The heroes, upon hearing his words, surged forward with fervor. For Earth, for justice, for Wakanda, justice would prevail, and evil would falter. Hulk, destruction. Thanos, witnessing the throng of lesser beings rushing toward him, merely raised his left hand and waved dismissively. The Ebony Maw and Hela, positioned behind him, immediately charged forth. Though their numbers paled in comparison, the quality of their strength was in an entirely different league. Hyla and Lofi possess undeniable god-tier strength, far surpassing the likes of Black Bat King, who is but a mere pretender. Were it not for Dr. Strange's protective shield, they could easily dispatch their foes in an instant. Even the Obsidian Five find themselves overwhelmed by their might. It must be noted, however, that the superheroes of Blue Star exhibit a significant flaw. Their abilities are severely specialized. Take, for instance, the deceased Black Bat King. When he unleashed his ultrasonic waves with full force, his offensive capabilities indeed reached divine levels, capable of annihilating an entire planet. Yet his own strength, physique, and agility were woefully inadequate. He failed to react when Thanos appeared before him, his defenses crumbling like tofu, rendered utterly defenseless. This specialization is a common deficiency among Blue Star's superheroes. Few possess a well-rounded development. Consider the Hulk, currently charging towards Thanos. While his raw strength has undeniably attained a godlike level, His speed and mental acuity are alarmingly deficient. In an instant, the Mind Stone on Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet flickered, and the Hulk was promptly ensnared, turning against his own allies. This predicament arises because the powers of these superheroes are rarely the result of rigorous training. They often stem from various encounters and mutations. Take the Hulk as a prime example. His strength emanates entirely from a singular experiment. Although he possesses the ability to grow stronger with anger, this comes at the cost of the Hulk persona's emergence, rendering him uncontrollable upon transformation. He boasts tremendous power yet remains confined to leaping about within the planetary confines, incapable of flight. At that moment, Doctor Strange, observing the Hulk's loss of control from a distance, swiftly gestured with his fingers, conjuring a magical prison that ensnared the Hulk, stripping him of his leverage and leaving him flailing helplessly in the void. Amidst the chaos of battle, a series of fireworks erupted in the distance. Captain Marvel, transformed into a projectile, obliterated numerous cosmic warships and targeted another interstellar fortress, crashing headlong into it. Seeing this, Thanos prepared to intervene, aware that if left unchecked, this formidable adversary might decimate his forces single-handedly. Suddenly, a barrage of mini-missiles hurtled towards him. With thunderous explosions, Thanos emerged unscathed. From afar, Iron Man, witnessing the scene, soared towards him in his anti-Thanos armor, commanding, "Stop right there." Thanos merely glanced back, his expression indifferent, before the Mind Stone in his left hand glimmered once more. In an instant, Iron Man's eyes glowed blue, and he turned away, exclaiming, "Join the glorious evolution." In the next moment, he unleashed a torrent of firepower upon his former allies, causing chaos among them. However, Professor X swiftly intervened, placing his hands on his temples and penetrating Iron Man's mental realm to sever Thanos' control. Subsequently, he freed the Hulk from his bondage as well. As he gazed at Thanos, his mental prowess surged once more. Yet, it met an impenetrable barrier akin to striking steel, rendering it unable to penetrate the depths of Thanos' psyche. At that moment, Thanos suddenly smiled and relinquished his mental domain. Soon, he and Professor X engaged in a battle of minds. Professor X found himself within an endless void, enveloped in darkness. Before him loomed the formidable figure of Thanos, adorned with the Infinity Stones and radiating an orange glow. "Do not!" he bellowed, and Professor X's expression swiftly shifted, oscillating between hues of blue and purple. Gradually, however, he began to calm, his gaze towards Thanos imbued with profound admiration. Thanos was utilizing the power of the Soul Stone to alter his opponent at a fundamental level. This transformation was unparalleled by mere mental control. It was more taxing and lacked the immediacy of mental manipulation. Although a considerable amount of time had transpired within the mental realm, merely a second had elapsed in reality. Before long, Thanos withdrew from the mental plane and soared towards Captain Marvel. Yet, Professor X suddenly wore a sly smile. However, before he could make a move, Doctor Strange had ceased casting spells for the assembled heroes and turned to Professor X, swiftly forming new sigils with his hands. Consequently, Professor X promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. It was evident that within the confines of the Time Stone, Doctor Strange had foreseen this very scenario. Chapter 78. The Fish is Hooked. Thanos gazed at Doctor Strange, who was situated several kilometers away, and an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Doctor Strange was the most pivotal piece chosen by the celestial beings. Eliminating him would swiftly resolve everything. With this thought, he narrowed his eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, tightened his grip on the tyrant's cleaver and charged forward. At that instant, a torrent of metal surged toward him from nearby. Faced with this unforeseen assault, he halted his advance and swung his blade. A thunderous crash echoed as the metallic wave was immediately shattered. However, the dispersed fragments quickly reformed and continued their relentless advance. Though the damage inflicted was negligible, the incessant barrage was a vexation, obscuring his line of sight. Thanos understood that this was undoubtedly the manifestation of an enemy's superpower. Only by vanquishing the wielder of this ability could he put an end to the metallic onslaught. If memory served him right, there was indeed a character in the Marvel Universe capable of manipulating magnetic fields. But who could it be? Meanwhile, approximately 7 to 8 kilometers away, Magneto concealed himself among the crowd, exerting his full power to direct the nearby torrent of metal towards his adversary. Initially, he intended to control Thanos' armor and weaponry. However, the energy radiating from Thanos was overwhelmingly potent, rendering his attempts to influence the magnetic field futile, forcing him to manipulate the distant metals instead. At this moment, Mr. Fantastic had returned, having swiftly recovered from Thanos' earlier mercy, his body having reverted to its elastic form. Observing Thanos ensnared by the metallic wave, he felt a surge of triumph. "Thanos, surrender yourself. This is Magneto, master of magnetic fields and controller of all metals." Upon hearing these words, Thanos turned to regard Mr. Fantastic with an expression of appreciation, then vanished from sight. He suddenly recalled Magneto, the old man with a mane of white hair and a helmet. In the next instant, Thanos reappeared before Magneto, his tyrant's cleaver descending mercilessly. Magneto's aged visage was momentarily blank with confusion. Caught off guard by Thanos' assault, he had no time to react. Only the protective shield conjured by Doctor Strange flickered momentarily, yet in the following second, Thanos' weapon breached the shield and severed his head. Instantly, the immense internal and external pressure caused Magneto's blood to erupt as if it were flowing freely. His head, now suspended in the vacuum, faced Mr. Fantastic, bearing a gaze filled with bewilderment, as if questioning why he was targeted. After dispatching Magneto, Thanos surveyed the peculiar enemies nearby, particularly one adorned with wings, and with casual strokes of his blade he dispatched them all. Just then, a crimson beam of light shot towards him. However, upon striking him, it inflicted no harm, merely imparting a sense of warmth. Turning his gaze, he discovered it was a short-haired Caucasian man. The beam of laser emanated from the eyes of the adversary. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful young woman with flowing red hair. However, it was evident that her mental state was precarious, hinting at something amiss. In an instant, she surged forward to the side of the luminous-eyed man, swiftly dispatching him with a few precise strikes, severing him into several pieces. Upon witnessing the brutal demise of one of her boyfriends, Chin's face contorted in disbelief. A piercing scream erupted from her lips, and with it, an overwhelming surge of Phoenix power began to well up. Her eyes transformed into a deep crimson, and the veins on her body became distinctly prominent. Throughout her life, she had never witnessed such a multitude of deaths as she had today. The psychological toll was immense. Since her arrival in the cosmic vacuum to battle Thanos, her mental stability had been in a constant state of turmoil. The sight of her boyfriend's death sent her into a complete breakdown. Thus, her first persona began to gain dominance. Yes, it was indeed the primary persona. Chin had awakened her Phoenix power in her youth, but due to her inability to control it, she caused significant devastation to her parents and even the entire town. Consequently, she bore immense guilt and remorse. It was during this tumultuous time that the young Professor X found her and assisted in sealing her Phoenix powers, along with her primary persona and the tragic memories of her past. For years, only her secondary persona had surfaced. Now, with Professor X's soul distorted by Thanos, the seal had weakened. Coupled with the deaths of her comrades and the gruesome dismemberment of her boyfriend, her primary persona re-emerged. Soon, the Phoenix power surged through her, manifesting as tendrils radiating a brilliant red light, akin to angelic wings fluttering behind her. Thanos, upon witnessing the Phoenix power, recalled the extensive data he had previously encountered. The Phoenix Force possessed nearly limitless energy, capable of exponentially augmenting the host's abilities, rendering them immortal. It could even manipulate subatomic particles, effortlessly obliterating any spatial dimensions and timelines, as well as resurrecting or annihilating everything within the universe, including the universe itself. While the destruction of a universe might not be deemed overly formidable within the Marvel realm, it nonetheless underscored the immense potential of the Phoenix Force. Observing that the host of this power did not immediately attack him, but instead directed animosity towards all, Thanos suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He cast a glance towards Doctor Strange in the distance, clenched his left hand, and saw the orange soul stone on the Infinity Gauntlet begin to flicker. Dr. Strange, situated over 10 kilometers away, immediately sensed Thanos' movement and excitedly exclaimed, "This is our only chance. Everyone, attack together." In the timeline he had seen, Thanos would take 2 seconds to control Qin. These 2 seconds were pivotal to their victory or defeat. Having said that, he swiftly traced a circle before him, and a portal was instantly opened. "Mantis!" he shouted, and upon understanding the implication, Mantis dashed into the portal. Immediately, a portal materialized above Thanos. At that moment, a faint smile crept across his lips, and he swiftly turned to seize the neck of the Mantis. Without a moment's hesitation, he tightened his grip. With a sickening pop, Mantis's brain exploded like a watermelon. Although 5 centuries had dulled his memory of most events, he distinctly recalled the iconic moment when Star-Lord delivered a punch during the Battle of Infinity War. This narrative hinged critically on Mantis and Doctor Strange, one capable of hypnotizing celestial beings, and the other wielding the Time Stone which could reverse time. Aware of the storyline, Thanos could not have been unprepared, especially knowing that Doctor Strange intended to rescue Star-Lord with Mantis's assistance. When confronting Professor X, he could have easily controlled him with the Mind Stone. However, he deliberately opted for the Soul Stone to afford Doctor Strange a chance. To his surprise, the opponent did not fall for his ruse, prompting him to continue enticing the host of the Phoenix Force. Unexpectedly, the bait was taken. Chapter 79. The collapse of the plot in the distance. Doctor Strange observed the unfolding events with mounting dread, realizing that they deviated entirely from the established timeline. A chill coursed through his limbs, and he could not suppress a tremor. In the timeline, he had distinctly witnessed the Wasp subduing Thanos, after which the others rushed forward to seize the Infinity Gauntlet, allowing Wanda to take the lead in their concerted effort to vanquish the foe. Although many occurrences had initially strayed from his foresight, the overall trajectory had remained intact. To his utter astonishment, the plan had scarcely begun before it met its premature end. Without the Wasp's control, they were powerless to disarm Thanos. How could they contend with such a formidable adversary? At that moment, the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy gazed in disbelief at the lifeless body of the Wasp, their longtime companion who had saved their lives on multiple occasions. The reality of her demise struck them hard, particularly for Gamora. Witnessing her merciless father continue his slaughter felt profoundly alien. She recalled that, although her father had always been domineering and resolute, he had once relished training rather than indulging in such bloodlust. To claim she did not love him would be a falsehood. The bond forged over decades of nurturing and shared experiences could not simply be severed. Soon, she soared toward Thanos, tears streaming down her face as she vehemently rebuked him. "Father, is this what you desire? Endless carnage and destruction? Why can we not coexist in peace?" At that very moment, Thanos seized a diminutive assailant attempting to ambush him. Clad in sleek black armor resembling a small wildcat, this adversary, though not particularly formidable, wielded vibranium armor capable of absorbing energy. Upon hearing Gamora's anguished words, Thanos tightened his grip, extinguishing the life of the would-be attacker before turning his gaze toward his daughter. Coexistence? They will learn to submit or perish, and only then will there be peace. In truth, Thanos had never contemplated a peaceful resolution for Earth. Otherwise, he would not have initiated an unprovoked long-range assault on the planet. Gamora, struggling to comprehend, implored, "Father, you were never like this. What has caused this transformation?" At that moment, a group of bald women clad in red uniforms, witnessing their king's demise at the hands of Thanos, erupted in fury. They brandished their spears and charged forth, shouting, "For Wakanda! For our king!" Thanos swiftly dispatched them with lethal strikes, shattering their magical shields, and then declared, "Do you truly understand what my ideals are?" With that, he lost all interest in continuing the conversation with his daughter. After sending another adversary flying, he ascended toward Doctor Strange in the distance. The elimination of this foe would signify a significant step toward the culmination of his ambitions. However, the myriad heroes of Earth were resolute, and soon, yet another figure stood in his path. Clad in a crimson coat and wielding twin katanas, this newcomer was not one to be underestimated. "So, you are Thanos? I advise you to return whence you came. Otherwise, should I take action, your role will be rendered obsolete. You must understand that I am." Before the opponent could finish, Thanos impatiently swung his blade, severing the adversary's head. He realized he might have overestimated the superheroes of the Blue Planet. Many were merely present without any true prowess. Just as he prepared to advance, the previous voice echoed once more. You have caused me pain, and now I am angry. Astonishingly, the individual who had just lost his head pressed his hands against his neck, swiftly healing the grievous wound. From a distance, Dr. Strange exhaled with relief, grateful that Deadpool had not faltered. In the future he envisioned, Deadpool, with his immortal traits, had managed to entangle Thanos, granting them time to obliterate the enemy's interstellar fortress and cosmic warships. However, at that moment Mr. Fantastic spoke again. Thanos, this is Mr. Deadpool, his abilities. Before he could finish, he suddenly realized he was unable to speak. Turning his head, he found Dr. Strange glaring at him, his hands shimmering with magical energy. This left Mr. Fantastic feeling quite distressed. Aware of his limitations, he merely wished to uplift the spirits of his comrades. Yet why was he silenced? On the battlefield, upon hearing the name Deadpool, Thanos instantly recalled who stood before him. Allegedly, in the unacknowledged comics, this individual had cut through the entire Marvel universe, even confronting the author himself. Possessing an almost indestructible regenerative ability, he could resurrect as long as a single cell or molecule remained. Yet, it was evident that this particular individual lacked such formidable strength. Moreover, there was another rumor regarding his rivalry for the favor of the goddess of death. However, he was no longer a sycophant, rendering such matters irrelevant. Recognizing who it was simplified the situation. The power of annihilation surged through him once more, enveloping his tyrannical blade, and he struck decisively. Empowered by this force, Deadpool was swiftly reduced to mere fragments, obliterated at the cellular level. Indeed, Deadpool could no longer utter a word. He then soared towards Dr. Strange, resolved not to hold back any longer. Since realizing that the chess player could not intervene, he felt no reservations. When he faced Captain Marvel, he had the opportunity to eliminate her but refrained due to the fear of unknown entities. Yet, now that he understood those beings could not act freely, he had nothing to fear. He would proceed without hesitation. At this moment, the surrounding battlefield began to crystallize. The Black Order, confronted by the numerous superheroes, although forced into a defensive stance, would not be defeated easily. They could still eliminate a few careless foes. This was primarily due to the insufferable magical shield, which allowed many superheroes to disregard attacks of relatively low intensity. Lao Fei, wielding the icebound chest, relentlessly encased the surrounding superheroes in frost. Even with their magical shields activated, they struggled to withstand the might of the icebound chest. Hela's combat exuded an elegant aura. She moved as if engaged in a graceful dance, unleashing numerous dark blades with each twist of her form. Although her adversaries bore magical shields, a simultaneous strike of more than 5 dark blades could breach their defenses, resulting in the swift demise of the target. In the distance, the cosmic warships had achieved little, reduced to mere targets for the heroes of Blue Star to obliterate. With both sides' elite combatants intermingled, these warships dared not fire indiscriminately. At that moment, a massive burst of flames erupted in the distance, revealing Captain Marvel, radiating a brilliant crimson light as she soared forth. She had just annihilated an interstellar fortress and was poised to embark on her next conquest. Chapter 80. The darkened Dr. Strange gazed at the approaching Thanos, despair evident in his eyes. Within the Time Stone, Deadpool was not so easily vanquished. Indeed, the Ancient One was correct. Time is utterly unreliable. However, it was far too late to ponder such truths now. If Thanos could not be halted, the universe would inevitably face annihilation. Only one final opportunity remained. With this thought, he turned to Wanda, who held the Darkhold, a fleeting determination flashing in his gaze. In the countless timelines he had witnessed, he had discerned another potential path to victory: to seize the Darkhold, thus plunging into darkness and irrevocable damnation. The reason for this irrevocability was clear. He foresaw himself harnessing the immense energies from the Darkhold to slay Thanos, only to become a second Thanos, embarking on a path of destruction. Consequently, upon acquiring the Darkhold, he had decisively entrusted it to Wanda, fearing even to touch it, lest he succumb to its temptations. Yet now, he found himself compelled to wield the Darkhold. This was the sole means to defeat Thanos and save the cosmos. For the peace of the universe and all its inhabitants, he must sacrifice himself. With this resolve, Doctor Strange's eyes gleamed with determination as he extended his hand. In a flash of light, a magical whip materialized, striking Wanda. A delicate, anguished cry erupted from her lips. Clutching her injured shoulder, tears welling in her eyes, she looked at Doctor Strange in bewilderment. She had been exceedingly tense upon seeing Thanos approach, leaving her utterly unprepared for Strange's sudden assault. Were they not allies united against Thanos? Why would Doctor Strange harm her? At that moment, she entirely forgot her mastery of chaos magic, not even considering retaliation. Having recently emerged from the Hydra base, she was as innocent as a blank slate, untouched by the events of the Avengers, Age of Ultron. I'm sorry, but this is the only way to save the world, Strange thought. He harbored no intentions of killing Wanda. He merely intended to seize the Darkhold and depart. However, at that instant, a surge of deep purple energy struck, forcing him to halt his teleportation and hastily activate his protective shield. With a thunderous roar, the cataclysmic force collided with the golden shield, emitting a blinding radiance. Thanos had noticed Doctor Strange's attempt to flee and unleashed an energy assault. His annihilative power was evidently superior to Strange's magic. Even with the Book of Vishanti at his disposal, the shield was swiftly shattered. Nonetheless, the sorcerers surrounding Strange promptly erected a second barrier, buying him precious time. Just as Thanos prepared to press the attack and eliminate his adversary, a woman clad in a red and blue bodysuit, wielding a circular shield, suddenly appeared. The opponent firmly gripped the shield, astonishingly withstanding his energy onslaught, and proclaimed loudly, "Thanos, I can fight you." Yet before she could finish her declaration, she noticed Thanos bypassing her, his blade slicing through the air. In an instant, her vision began to blur. In her final glance, she seemingly beheld her own lower half. Thanos, however, did not engage in idle chatter with these unknown minions. After effortlessly dispatching them, he aimed to continue towards Doctor Strange, only to discover that the latter had activated a portal, preparing to escape. After all, the Darkhold was not an artifact that would instantly amplify one's power. It required the study of its dark magic to truly become formidable. Thus, he intended to retreat to a desolate place to master the dark arts and ultimately defeat Thanos, saving the world. Upon witnessing Thanos approaching, he cast a spell, propelling Wanda towards him to buy himself some time. "I'm sorry, this is for the universe." With that, he plunged into the portal without looking back. "Don't! Help!" As the red-haired woman flew towards him, her face a mask of terror, Thanos hesitated, his blade poised to strike. In her eyes, he perceived not only fear but also helplessness, sorrow, and confusion. An intricate tapestry of emotions devoid of hatred or malice. She was, after all, a woman untouched by the complexities of society, her heart still pure. Consequently, he reached out and seized her by the neck. "Ah, please don't kill me." "Wah!" Wanda was engulfed in panic. It was well known from Doctor Strange's descriptions that Thanos was a being who required the consumption of humans to rest, one who relished the annihilation of entire planets for sport, among other heinous acts. Now, having fallen into his clutches, she wondered if he might devour her beautiful head in one bite. Perhaps starting from below would minimize the pain. As Wanda spiraled into her anxious thoughts, a deep and powerful voice resonated beside her. "Mortal, what is your name?" Instinctively, she replied in a faint whisper, "Wanda." "Oh." Upon hearing her name, Thanos, like a child lifting a chick, hoisted Wanda before his gaze, inspecting her with curiosity. He recalled the narrative of Doctor Strange too. This little one would one day wield the Darkhold, traversing the multiverse to obliterate the Illuminati. Yet, regardless of how he looked at it, the ruthless Scarlet Witch and the timid girl before him seemed worlds apart. It was evident that she was not the Wanda of this universe. At that moment, Wanda, her eyes brimming with tears, spoke in a voice filled with vulnerability and fear. Mr. Thanos, if you intend to eat me, could you allow me a moment to clean myself first? I fear I might be dirty." Hearing this, a rare smile flickered across Thanos's fearsome purple visage. "Little one, war is not suited for you." With that, he released her, abandoning any thoughts of violence. At that moment, a woman adorned in a black, form-fitting combat suit, accompanied by several subordinates, soared through the air. "Captain Carter." Witnessing the shattered shield and the dismembered Captain Carter left them utterly astounded. "Captain Daisy, what shall we do now? Many have perished, and Professor X has lost his sanity. Have we failed? Even Dr. Strange has fled." Before more words could be exchanged, Daisy's subordinates noticed that Thanos had turned his attention toward them, instilling a profound terror within them. After a brief yet brutal period of slaughter, it was evident that all present were intimidated by the overwhelming might of their adversaries. To say that slaying superheroes was akin to butchering chickens would not be an exaggeration. The once formidable and imposing superheroes, who typically flaunted their prowess, now dared not confront Thanos, choosing instead to linger on the periphery, seeking to provoke the Ebony Maw. Just as the numerous superheroes succumbed to despair, a series of intense beams of light suddenly emerged in the distance. These rays struck Thanos' forces, resulting in a cascade of explosions. Boom! Thanos turned to behold a fleet of peculiar cosmic warships, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, advancing toward them. Leading the charge was none other than Thor, wielding the Stormbreaker. Chapter 81. The Alliance of Gods. Thanos. "I have returned." With a thunderous roar, Thor brandished the Stormbreaker, charging forth at an almost blinding speed. Thanos finally encountered a worthy adversary and summoned the apocalyptic power within him. After dispatching several foes, he had realized the battle was beneath him and had not exerted his full strength. He then activated his ruler mode, followed by the power of the Infinity Gauntlet's gems. With a resounding crash, the Stormbreaker collided once more with the Tyrant's blade. The ensuing shockwave instantly thrust the surrounding superheroes and Thanos' minions aside. Even the nearby interstellar fortress showed signs of a fissure. Thanos sensed that while Thor's strength had indeed increased, it still paled in comparison to his own. Thus, he swiftly maneuvered the Tyrant's blade, delivering a retaliatory strike. With a sharp sound, despite Thor's desperate attempt to retreat, a gash was inflicted upon his waist, golden blood spilling forth. Following a furious cry, Thor's entire being crackled with electric energy as he swung his axe down once more. Yet, his combat finesse was evidently inferior to Odin's. Thanos merely sidestepped the oncoming attack, then effortlessly slashed Thor again with the Tyrant's blade. Under normal circumstances, a mere mortal would have retreated by now. However, Thor, blinded by rage, lifted the Stormbreaker once more. Within mere seconds, he was already battered and bloodied, golden ichor flowing profusely, his movements slowing. At that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Thanos' eyes. The Mind Stone within the Infinity Gauntlet began to emit a sinister yellow glow. In an instant, Thor found himself momentarily entranced, drawn into the realm of the mind. Yet, his armor soon flickered to life, pulling him back from the mental abyss. However, Thanos' Tyrant's blade was already descending mercilessly. The sound of the blade severing Thor's right hand, which clutched the Stormbreaker, echoed through the cosmos. Thor's anguished scream soon reverberated across the universe. Yet, Thanos showed no signs of mercy, directing the Tyrant's blade toward Thor's neck. He pondered how long he had been entangled with this Thor, from the moment he arrived in the galaxy until now, spanning several years and numerous battles. Each time, his opponent had been whisked away by others, exhausting his patience. Just then, a roar erupted from afar. "Stop!" Accompanying the command was a bolt of golden lightning hurtling toward Thanos. This lightning traveled faster than the speed of light, covering the 20,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye, poised to strike should Thanos persist in his assault. Typically, Thanos would have halted his attack to brace against the incoming threat. However, a ruthless glint briefly flickered in Thanos' eyes as he unleashed the full force of his apocalyptic power, continuing his assault. The sound of Thor's anguished scream was abruptly silenced, the immense pressure causing golden blood to spurt from his severed head. In the next instant, Thanos found himself under attack from his adversary. A bolt of lightning pierced through his being, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. A mere ordinary lightning strike would hardly suffice to merely tickle him, yet this particular surge elicited a sensation of numbness and soreness throughout his entire body. Strangely enough, it felt rather pleasant, indeed far more potent than typical lightning. It is important to note that his greatest asset was not his strength or combat prowess, but rather his physical constitution, one that rivaled the resilience of a star. At that moment, A voice echoed from afar, filled with exasperation. "Are you seeking death?" Soon after, a multitude of lightning bolts materialized, each one aimed directly at Thanos. Yet, in response to these onslaughts, Thanos did not flinch or evade. He allowed himself to be struck. After a while, he comfortably squinted his eyes, seemingly relishing the release of tension from his muscles, which had been taught from rigorous training, sweeping away his fatigue. No, he mused, he could not simply kill this individual. He needed to capture him to receive such invigorating strikes daily. Turning to observe, he finally discerned the newcomer, a middle-aged Caucasian man with shoulder-length brown curls. Clad in resplendent golden armor with a substantial paunch, adorned with a flowing white skirt, he wielded a divine artifact resembling lightning. It appeared to be Zeus, the king of the pantheon. Thanos was well aware of this deity. After all, his former domain, the Panlong star system, belonged to the alliance of gods. It was no wonder that Thor had not been seen in battle. He had ventured to seek reinforcements from the alliance. At that moment, seeing Thanos being struck repeatedly by his attacks, Zeus felt an overwhelming sense of delight. "Ha! Thanos, if you lay down your weapons and surrender, relinquishing all your territories, I shall spare your life." His artifact, named Thunder, possessed not only the trait of assured hits but also the ability to incapacitate. Any enemy struck, regardless of their capacity to endure damage, would find themselves paralyzed and unable to move. Utilizing this ability, he had ensnared countless foes and secured numerous victories. Upon hearing Zeus's words, Thanos could only shake his head in resignation. In the next instant, he traversed over 10,000 kilometers, appearing before Zeus. This abrupt movement caused Zeus to halt in his tracks, having assumed that Thanos had been rendered immobile by thunder, never anticipating he could close the distance so swiftly. Nevertheless, as the king of the gods, Zeus possessed ample combat experience and quickly employed the teleportation capacity of thunder, vanishing from his original position. When he reappeared, he found himself among his fleet, 10,000 kilometers away. Yet, in the following second, he was once again taken aback, for Thanos remained before him, and his surrounding forces had inexplicably vanished. How is this possible? To comprehend the extraordinary teleportation ability he wielded, one must ponder how the adversary could possibly match his swiftness. Zeus scarcely had time to react before he beheld the opponent brandishing a grotesque great sword, which was then swung down with ferocity. In the next heartbeat, he sensed the vanishing of his consciousness. Yet, swiftly, the golden armor adorning his form flickered, restoring his awareness in an instant. Upon regaining his senses, Zeus promptly examined his body. He had not been cleaved in twain. Thankfully realizing he was still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he soon discerned that Thanos had approached him. Simultaneously, the yellow radiance upon the infinity gauntlet pulsated incessantly, evoking memories of the Mind Stone, which possessed the power to manipulate and fabricate illusions. Was that the phantasm he had just experienced? Without further contemplation, Thanos, wielding the tyrant's blade, soared before him and struck again. Before long, the light upon his armor shimmered once more, and Zeus regained his consciousness yet again. This time, however, he felt an overwhelming fatigue pervading his spirit, and the golden glow of his armor had notably dimmed. At that moment, Thanos reappeared at his side, his weapon poised to strike anew. Chapter 82. In the name of love, the Alliance of Gods, one of the 10 most formidable coalitions in the universe, possesses remarkable attributes. They are endowed with unparalleled divine technology and civilization. For instance, the planetary annihilation cannon of Asgard and the Rainbow Bridge exemplify such divine advancements. At this moment, Thanos' forces were being relentlessly repelled by the fleet of the Alliance of Gods. While this setback could partly be attributed to a surprise attack, it nonetheless underscored that the technological prowess of the Alliance was on par with other civilizations. Currently, Zeus had retreated into the safety of his fleet, and Thanos was not reckless enough to charge in blindly, for the hundreds of thousands of cosmic warships were no mere decorations. Consequently, he resorted to harnessing the energy of the Mind Stone, attempting to eliminate Zeus on a mental level. To his astonishment, Zeus's armor not only provided formidable physical defense, but also exhibited considerable resistance to mental assaults, allowing him to endure repeated attempts at psychic annihilation. It appeared that Thanos would not be able to vanquish his opponent in the short term. As Thanos pondered his strategy against the fleet of the Alliance of Gods, a brilliant light flared behind him. Turning around, he realized that Captain Marvel had already obliterated the second war fortress and was en route to the third. Including this interstellar bastion, 3 had already fallen in this conflict. This was intolerable. He could not allow further destruction to occur. Resolving to abandon his pursuit of Zeus, he set his sights on Captain Marvel. Upon noticing Thanos charging toward her, Captain Marvel felt a surge of trepidation. The shadow of their previous encounter loomed large, as a single punch had nearly cost her life. However, reflecting on the extraordinary experiences she had encountered over the past few years, alongside her significantly augmented powers, instilled her with great confidence. She had transformed into a binary form, wielding the most potent forces in the cosmos. Thus, she soon mustered her courage and propelled herself at full speed toward the vast unknown of the universe. It would be foolish to confront Thanos directly. Had she not witnessed how the numerous superheroes were cut down with ease, even Thor was reduced to mere pulp with a few strikes? Although she was arrogant, proud, and self-assured, she still possessed a modicum of rational thought. Why not engage in guerrilla tactics within the Milky Way instead of courting danger? Surely, living to fight another day was preferable. Thanos, observing Captain Marvel escape at near-light speed, could only shake his head in disdain. He quickly turned his attention to the remaining superheroes. After relentless combat, the original assembly of over 100 superheroes had dwindled to a mere 40. Among them were the Guardians of the Galaxy, consisting of 5 members: Mr. Fantastic, Wanda, Iron Man, the Hulk, Professor X, and a rampaging Jean Grey unleashing indiscriminate attacks. Additionally, a motley crew of lesser-known mutants, sorcerers from Kamartaj, knights from the Round Table, warriors from Atlantis, agents of S.H.I.A.L.D., and soldiers from the Nova Corps rounded out the remaining 30. It could be said that this war had nearly ensnared the majority of Blue Star's premier superheroes. With his hands now free, Thanos swiftly advanced toward these remaining champions. Sensing the dire situation, Star-Lord quickly spoke up, urging everyone, "It would be wise for us to retreat." Rocket Raccoon gazed intently at the machine gun in his hands, nodding in agreement as he exclaimed, "Indeed, run." Even the typically obstinate Drax and the taciturn Groot nodded in unison. Consequently, the Guardians of the Galaxy, alongside the Nova Corps, swiftly vacated the battlefield, resolutely preparing to flee the solar system. Observing this, Thanos immediately soared towards Star-Lord and his companions. After all, this man had abducted his daughter and sought to eliminate his own son-in-law. It was difficult to quell the fury in his heart without exacting vengeance. At that moment, however, Gamora stepped before him, arms outstretched, her face a mask of pleading as she implored, "Father, please, cease this madness. You have already claimed enough lives." In that instant, she had succumbed to despair regarding her father's obstinacy and recognized her inability to sway his hardened heart. Thus, she resolved to remain behind, intending to sacrifice herself to provide her comrades with a chance to escape. If they could find safety, perhaps it would ease her father's burden of sin, even if just slightly. She believed her actions were for the sake of the universe and to alleviate some of the bloodshed her father bore. Even in death, there would be honor in her choice. Yet, what awaited her was her father's frigid gaze and the sharp edge of his blade. Resigned, she closed her eyes, tears streaming from them, suspended in the vacuum of space. She hoped that Star-Lord and the others would manage to escape, and that her father might come to understand her intentions. No, at that moment, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from behind her, the voice of Star-Lord. Yet, in the vastness of space, the sound felt surreal. Although the nearby war fortress provided a modicum of atmosphere, it failed to effectively transmit sound. Upon hearing Star-Lord's voice, Gamora trembled. Surely he was in agony, but if she did not stay behind, none would escape. Thanos, gazing at his daughter, felt a chilling resolve within, tempered by a flicker of paternal love. He had shown her all the mercy he could muster. He understood that Gamora had been influenced by the puppet master, leading to her altered thoughts and beliefs. He had even sought to restore her to her former self using the Soul Stone. But the puppet master's power surpassed that of the stone, resulting in his failure. "Gamora, I hope that in death, You can reclaim your true self and break free from this control. In the next instant, a cold light flashed. Gamera's body began to disintegrate into dust, fading into the cosmos. In her final moments, she finally displayed an expression of liberation. Thanos, with an unwilling heart, turned his gaze away from his daughter, directing his attention towards the retreating Star-Lord, and struck once more with his blade. In an instant, a deep purple force of annihilation transformed into a deadly edge. After this act, Thanos ceased to focus on the outcome of the battle and declared loudly, "Obsidian 5, heed my command." Upon hearing this, the Obsidian 5 immediately flew before Thanos, kneeling on one knee in the void. "What is your command, my lord?" Thanos pivoted his blade, pointing towards the distant army of the Alliance of Gods, and instructed, "You shall lead your forces to repel the Alliance of Gods." The 5 black obsidian warriors nodded in unison, resolutely declaring, "We shall complete our mission at all costs." Satisfied, Thanos acknowledged them with a nod before turning away and soaring towards Blue Star. The Time Stone remained with Doctor Strange, likely unattainable for the time being. However, the Space Stone could not be allowed to escape. The Infinity Stones constituted the crux of his assault on Blue Star. Star-Lord and Captain Marvel were merely obstacles in his path. With their decision to retreat, his immediate focus shifted to locating the Space Stone rather than pursuing them, for that would be a misallocation of priorities. Just as he prepared to depart, he suddenly beheld the rampaging air of the Phoenix Force, whose explosive power was intensifying and threatening his fleet. Consequently, he raised his left hand once more, the yellow light flickering. With the Mind Stone's influence, the adversary swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness. This exemplified the vulnerability of Blue Star's superheroes. A sudden surge in power resulted in an inability to maintain balance across their other attributes, thereby creating a significant flaw. Although the Phoenix Force heir possessed considerable mental strength, her consciousness was in disarray, rendering her incapable of controlling herself or her formidable power. Thus, he easily subdued her. In the next moment, he grasped her waist, intending to transport her to Blue Star. The reason he spared her life was that he contemplated a method to harness the Phoenix Force for his own training, thus opting to grant her a reprieve for the time being. Chapter 83. I have arrived in the vicinity of Jupiter within the solar system. A realm once shrouded in the abyss of darkness has transformed into an unprecedented spectacle of activity. Over 1 million interstellar warships engage in relentless exchanges of fire, illuminating the void with brilliant flashes of light. Each burst signifies the obliteration of yet another vessel. Amidst the coalition of deities, Zeus stands, drenched in perspiration, his eyes tightly shut, his body trembling slightly. After a moment, he suddenly opens his bloodshot eyes, and with a few deep breaths, he realizes that Thanos has not reappeared, alleviating his sense of dread. At this juncture, his subordinates, witnessing their king regain composure, hasten to gather around him. "Your Majesty, what are our next steps? Thanos' fleet has begun to retaliate, and we have suffered considerable losses. Furthermore, Hela is a veritable harbinger of destruction, having annihilated hundreds of warships. Thor is dead. Please, Your Majesty, convey your next command." Previously, Zeus's demeanor had been alarmingly distressing, instilling fear that kept them at bay. Upon hearing the chaotic murmurs among his followers, he bellowed, "Silence!" The gods promptly fell quiet. Although Zeus's indulgent nature may render him less than reliable, his formidable son commands their respect, compelling them to refrain from defiance. After a brief interval, Zeus finally emerged from his trepidation and inquired, "What is the current state of the battlefield?" "My lord," one of the gods replied, "for reasons unknown, Thanos has abruptly vacated the battlefield. The enemy forces are now commanded by the Black Order, with Hela and Laufey at the forefront, and our losses are substantial. Our forces are already outnumbered, and we lack capable adversaries to contend with Hela and Laufey." "Indeed, my lord, our losses are considerable," another added. Upon hearing this, Zeus sighed deeply, lamenting, "Alas, if only my son, Hercules, were present. These brigands would not dare to be so audacious." While he lamented his son's absence as a pretext for their defeat, his underlying intent was clear. He yearned to retreat. After all, he held no significant interests in the Milky Way. His assistance to Thor was merely a means to consolidate the remnants of the Asgardian pantheon while gauging Thanos' true strength. With Thor now deceased and Thanos proving unexpectedly formidable, engaging in a grand confrontation seemed unwarranted. Yet, as the king of the pantheon, retreating in disgrace would be a bitter pill to swallow, prompting him to seek an avenue for a dignified exit. The other gods quickly grasped his sentiment and began to counsel him. "My lord, with the absence of the mighty Hercules, perhaps we should withdraw for the time being. Once he arrives, we can deal with Thanos at a more opportune moment. Indeed, Thanos is merely a brutish foe, unworthy of our relentless struggle. Yes, the planets under Thanos' dominion are in utter disarray. We can easily incite dissent among the indigenous factions, thereby causing chaos within his ranks, allowing us to methodically regain our footing. The idea is quite astute. There is no need to engage in a futile struggle with a brute. We can gradually undermine the foundation of our adversary." Upon hearing the words of his subordinates, Zeus nodded in satisfaction, yet he remarked, "You are indeed correct, my esteemed colleagues. However, departing in this manner may lead Thanos to believe we are afraid of him. Therefore, let us first annihilate the enemy's vanguard and impart a lesson to Thanos." With that, he raised his head with a smile, resembling a proud rooster that has already claimed victory. His subordinates immediately began to flatter him, eager to curry favor. In his delight, Zeus grasped the hand of the goddess beside him, embodying the spirit of the Olympian deities to the fullest. Meanwhile, in the realm of Blue Star, Thanos, accompanied by the inheritor of the Phoenix Force, arrived above the skies of America. It was the dead of night with a temperate climate, indicative of summer. The lights of civilization illuminated the dark expanse below. Yet, no matter how brilliant the lights, they could not illuminate the hearts of the people. Thanos, with his formidable psychic prowess, distinctly sensed the darkness concealed beneath this brightness. Armed robbery, racial discrimination, gang violence, and human trafficking were but a few of the transgressions occurring incessantly on this land. However, this state of affairs was soon to conclude, as a world of peace was on the horizon, for he had arrived. Upon detecting the immense spatial energy, he swiftly descended upon the territory of unyielding, where he beheld the Tesseract in a state of lockdown. This indicated that Dr. Strange had not fled back to Blue Star, for he would not have left without the Space Stone. This realization caused Thanos some vexation, as the Time Stone possessed by Dr. Strange could foresee the future. Capturing him would be nearly impossible unless he willingly exposed himself. At that moment, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and several lesser superheroes were stationed beside the Tesseract, accompanied by 12 unyielding agents. Due to their insufficient abilities, they were unable to survive in the vacuum of space and thus remained on home ground, awaiting a signal from Dr. Strange to open a portal for the returning heroes. However, it was evident that they would not receive such a signal. As Thanos' towering purple figure descended slowly, Hawkeye was the first to sense something amiss. "Who are you?" "This is SHIELD territory. Outsiders are prohibited from entering." With that, he swiftly drew his bow, aiming at the intruder. Black Widow immediately activated the alarm system, retrieving 2 pistols from her thighs, aimed at the foe. The remaining 12 SHIELD agents raised their machine guns, disengaging the safety. Thanos remained silent, extending his left hand, which emitted a gentle flash of yellow light. In the next moment, the 12 SHIELD agents found their eyes glowing blue, and their weapons pivoted to aim at Hawkeye and Black Widow. The sound of gunfire erupted in a relentless barrage. Hawkeye and Black Widow were evidently unprepared for the enemy's decisive action, as they were swiftly transformed into a veritable sieve, lifeless and beyond saving. At the level of power possessed by Thanos, any being that could be crushed with a mere finger clearly held no value for communication. Without even pausing his stride, he soared directly towards the Tesseract. Meanwhile, the controlled agents of SHIELD knelt on one knee in submission. Suddenly, a shoulder-mounted missile was launched towards Thanos. With a thunderous roar, a massive cloud of dust was kicked up. The assailant was none other than Nick, the one-eyed, bald head of After discarding the shoulder-mounted missile launcher, he swiftly drew his machine gun. However, before he could fire the controlled agents immediately turned their weapons upon him. The sound of gunfire erupted, quickly followed by an explosive response. More agents emerged, opening fire on their 12 controlled comrades. After eliminating their allies, they gazed gravely towards the source of the explosion. Moments later, the dust began to settle, revealing the silhouette of Thanos, untouched and unscathed. Upon witnessing this, Nick squinted his remaining eye in disbelief. With a wave of his hand, his soldiers resumed their assault on the enemy. The gunfire resumed, echoing through the chaos. Chapter 84. I beheld the formidable weaponry wielded by the agents of Classic American assault rifles, the M4 carbine. The M4 carbine boasts a caliber of 5.56 millimeters, capable of holding 30 rounds, with an effective range of 600 meters. I mention this because the soldiers utilizing these weapons were acutely aware of their potency. Even the most ordinary of superheroes could scarcely withstand such a barrage of bullets. Yet, the towering figure before me, clad in purple, seemed to disregard their gunfire entirely, casually lifting the tesseract into his palm, only to crush it effortlessly. This scene ignited a profound sense of unease within Nick. Though he had never encountered Thanos, the name had been circulating frequently of late. Whether it was Doctor Strange, Captain Marvel, or the Guardians of the Galaxy, anyone who had crossed paths with Thanos described him as a demon of this world, utterly irredeemable. Yet, they also spoke of his immense, unparalleled power, an emperor of the cosmos. The purple skin, the towering stature, and that chin reminiscent of a coconut. This being before me could only be Thanos. Upon realizing the identity of this adversary, Nick's trepidation deepened. With Thanos now present, the fate of the departing superheroes was all too predictable. Annihilation or retreat. Both outcomes were intolerable to him, for they signified an unequivocal defeat for the Blue Planet. Contemplating this, a myriad of thoughts and calculations coursed through Nick's mind. As the director of even in the direst of circumstances, he would not relinquish the pursuit of hope. At that moment, Thanos released the woman he had been holding in his right hand and placed the blue glowing space stone onto the Infinity Gauntlet. Instantly, an immense and pure wave of spatial energy surged through him, manifesting as blue energy tendrils, each the size of a pinky finger, swirling around his form. With a powerful roar, he gradually acclimated to the might of the Infinity Stone. Observing the 4 stones embedded in the gauntlet, Thanos nodded in satisfaction. Soon, he would possess the final 2. Meanwhile, the agents had ceased their firing, rendered speechless as they beheld the purple titan nearby. They were stunned by the previously unleashed energy and were now engulfed by fear and despair, trembling in its wake. Had they not received rigorous training, they might have collapsed to the ground. How could such a powerful being exist in this world? Even deities could scarcely compare. At that juncture, Thanos seized the inheritor of the Phoenix Force and, casting a glance at the surrounding humans, simply waved his hand. Instantly, the force of annihilation surged forth, sweeping away everything in its path. No! In a cry of defiance, Nick and all that surrounded him were reduced to nothingness. He had already devised a plan to feign submission to the enemy, seeking an opportunity to strike back or to overthrow the alien dominion. Yet, he had never anticipated that the foe would engage without a moment's hesitation, delivering his demise outright. Regardless of his internal calculations, all dissipated in the face of absolute strength. After dispatching the minions around him, Thanos raised his left hand, a flicker of blue light illuminating the space. In the next moment, a circle of black vortexes appeared behind him, drawing him in. When his vision cleared, he found himself aboard Sanctuary 2. He had always believed in eradicating his foes entirely, except when faced with the unknown. Observing the space stone on his Infinity Gauntlet, he realized its extraordinary utility. As long as he knew the location within the cosmos, He could teleport there instantaneously, disregarding the vastness of space and saving precious time on travel. The reason he refrained from continuing his search for the Reality Stone on Earth, instead opting to assist his forces in space, was due to the necessity of advanced technology to locate the Reality Stone. After all, it resided in a different dimension on Earth, and without mastering the spatial capabilities of the Space Stone, he would be unable to locate it. At that moment, the intelligence system, with its deep blue voice, chimed in, "Master, all surviving prisoners have been detained. How shall we proceed?" Prisoners? It soon dawned on Thanos that these must be the superheroes who had attempted to thwart him. Curious about who remained alive, he spoke, and immediately, a projection shifted to reveal 5 captured superheroes. Originally, there had been over 40 surviving heroes, but with Doctor Strange's departure, the spells he had cast became ineffective. Consequently, all those with lesser powers succumbed to asphyxiation in the vacuum of space. For instance, the mentally formidable Professor X, unable to adapt to the vacuum without the protection of magic, quickly followed his old friend into oblivion. This revealed the extent of the hero's limitations. The remaining 5 were Mr. Fantastic, Iron Man, Wanda, the Hulk, and a flaming skull, none other than the Ghost Rider. Although Thanos had decapitated the Ghost Rider, his formidable vitality ensured he was not dead. Provided he found a suitable body to which he could reattach his head, he could be resurrected almost instantly. Observing this, Thanos gained a renewed understanding of the power of the dimensional sorcerer. "Bring that rubber man and the skull to me." "Yes, Master." Following the command, his subordinates soon escorted Mr. Fantastic, holding the Ghost Rider's skull. Upon seeing Mr. Fantastic bound with electromagnetic locks, Thanos furrowed his brow. "Who told you to bind him? Release him at once." The Dark Cult warriors promptly complied, unlocking all of Mr. Fantastic's restraints. The reason for his binding was due to his unusually pliable body, which made it easy for him to escape. Thus, they had secured him with multiple restraints to prevent any attempt at evasion. This left Mr. Fantastic rather perplexed. He had mentally prepared himself for sacrifice. Should Thanos choose to kill him, he would not utter a word, demonstrating that the inhabitants of Earth were not weak-willed. However, to his astonishment, Thanos had ordered him unbound and showed no inclination to inflict punishment. At that moment, Thanos continued to speak. "Rubber Man, what is your name?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Mr. Fantastic felt perplexed yet responded succinctly, "I am Reed Richards, known as Mr. Fantastic, a member of the Illuminati and one of the Fantastic Four." "I absolutely." Just as he was about to declare his unwavering defiance, Thanos interrupted him. "There is no need to elaborate on your superpowers and identity. I have no interest. Since you have chosen to join us, let us discuss your abilities." Having witnessed the war, Thanos had become utterly dismissive of the capabilities of Earth's superhumans and had no desire to hear further introductions. Mr. Fantastic, sensing the shift in conversation, grew even more bewildered. Discuss his abilities? For what purpose? Did extraterrestrials inquire about a foe's talents before executing them, only to inscribe on their gravestones, "Here lies so and so, who perished in such and such year, possessing such and such abilities"? The peculiarities of these aliens were truly baffling. After a moment of contemplation, he replied straightforwardly, "I am exceptionally intelligent, regarded as one of the 4 smartest individuals on Earth." Upon uttering this, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had initially considered mentioning his expertise in physics and his proficiency in corporate sabotage, but upon reflection, he realized that his knowledge of physics would likely pale in comparison to that of interstellar beings. Furthermore, boasting about having wooed his friend's girlfriend and subsequently usurped his friend's company was hardly commendable. Thus, he settled for merely claiming to be the smartest person on Earth, hoping that when his adversary erected his gravestone, it would bear some commendable words, making his demise feel worthwhile. 8. 7 points now. Oh, how moving. Dear readers, you are truly remarkable. I love you all. I shall undoubtedly increase the updates, more and more, to repay your immense affection. Chapter 85. I have done my best. Second update. Upon hearing the claim that he was one of the 4 most intelligent individuals, Thanos' eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although his subordinates possessed formidable strength, their intellectual capacity left much to be desired. Among the Black Obsidian 5, General Deathblade and Ebony Maw were considered the most astute, yet they hardly met his expectations. While none could be deemed foolish, each harbored their own agendas, which ultimately hindered their grasp of the broader situation. If this mysterious gentleman truly possessed such brilliance, serving as a strategist would be a commendable role. With this thought in mind, he promptly commanded, Deep Blue, activate the battle simulation projection against the Alliance of Gods. His return was primarily to address the conflict with the Alliance, not to experiment with the abilities of the Space Stone. The next moment, a three-dimensional representation of the solar system materialized in the command room. As the model expanded, it became evident that Thanos' fleet and the Alliance of Gods were positioned at opposite ends of Jupiter, both factions vying for advantageous positions and resources around the planet. Despite the vast energy reserves aboard their warships, the intensity of the ongoing conflict resulted in notable energy depletion. For instance, after enduring hundreds of attacks, the energy levels of a frigate were nearly exhausted, necessitating a retreat behind one of Jupiter's moons to replenish energy or to absorb water resources from the satellites for a swift recharge. Similarly, other vessels required time to restore their energy after continuous assaults. Thus, Jupiter's 79 moons became the focal point of contention between the two forces. Initially, the Alliance had successfully launched a surprise attack on Thanos' troops, seizing advantageous positions by leveraging Jupiter's cover. However, upon regrouping under the leadership of the Black Obsidian 5, the battle escalated into a fierce exchange, rendering it impossible to determine a clear victor in the short term. This, however, also underscored the limitations of the Black Obsidian 5. Despite having a greater number of troops and superior elite combat power, they were merely achieving a stalemate. Turning to the mysterious gentleman, Thanos inquired, How do you propose we approach this war moving forward? The unexpected question left the gentleman momentarily speechless. What did Thanos mean by asking how to fight? Did he believe that the gentleman had already surrendered, thus seeking his counsel? Absolutely not. He would never provide Thanos with strategies to defeat their adversaries. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my ally. He could never betray those who fought alongside him. Most importantly, he was utterly unfamiliar with the intricacies of cosmic warfare. Gazing at the battlefield simulation left him utterly confounded. He had boasted of his intelligence in research and some unseen tactics, but when it came to interstellar conflict, he had never even witnessed it, let alone understood it. Just as the words of rejection began to form on his lips, he halted abruptly. While he may not grasp the nuances of cosmic warfare, Thanos remained blissfully unaware of his ignorance. Perhaps, if he offered some suggestions that led to Thanos' defeat, it might ultimately save Blue Star. Upon contemplating this, Mr. Miracle immediately commenced to pace around the virtual battlefield. After a brief interval, he pointed to a specific point where the two opposing forces clashed and remarked, I believe we should retreat from here to lure the enemy into an ambush. Little did he understand the true essence of retreat or the strategic art of enticing the enemy. He had merely observed the sand table for a while, noting that both sides were engaged in a struggle for satellite dominance, and that the location he indicated was on the verge of being seized by Thanos' forces. Thus, he merely wished for Thanos' subordinates to relinquish their claim to the territory. Upon hearing this, Thanos began to scrutinize the situation closely. After a moment of observation, he quickly discerned the underlying intricacies concerning the satellite. It appeared as though the Alliance of Gods was gradually retreating, unable to withstand his forces. However, several satellites were already orbiting in proximity. Should enemy forces be concealed behind these satellites, an impulsive attack could very well lead to a counter-ambush, resulting in their annihilation. Realizing this, Thanos cast a thoughtful gaze at Mr. Miracle, genuinely surprised by the latter's perceptive abilities. Indeed, he was deserving of the title of the most astute individual from Blue Star. Deep Blue, command the troops in that sector to withdraw. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, aboard Zeus's flagship, the God King was also observing the war's sand table projection. The surrounding subordinates gazed at the aerial display, their excitement palpable. Truly, the God King was a master of foresight. A mere feint had indeed ensnared the enemy. Now, as the two nearby satellites drew closer, their arranged fleet would soon encircle the adversary, allowing over 30,000 ships to secure a decisive victory. While Thanos possesses commendable strength, when it comes to strategy, We must heed the wisdom of our God King. Amidst a chorus of flattery, Zeus's countenance radiated with delight, as if victory were already at hand. Should they indeed eradicate this contingent of the enemy, the original plan to merely inflict damage on Thanos and retreat might require reconsideration. After all, no matter how formidable Thanos' prowess, could he truly contend with an onslaught of hundreds of thousands of warships? As the satellites gradually approached, the concealed forces behind them were poised to advance. Suddenly, however, Thanos' fleet inexplicably began to retreat without warning. This unforeseen turn of events rendered their hard-earned opportunity for naught. How could this happen? With Zeus's query, silence enveloped the room as his subordinates fell quiet. At that moment, a striking goddess could no longer contain herself and remarked, "It seems there are indeed formidable talents among the enemy." Upon hearing her words, Zeus was instantly filled with agitation. These wretched beings command the troops to pursue relentlessly. We must annihilate the enemy. Even if we cannot eradicate them, we must seize the satellites. The surrounding individuals instinctively sought to dissuade Zeus from his command. The enemy's fleet had just retreated unscathed. Should their forces recklessly pursue, they might be met with a devastating counterattack, leading to significant losses. Yet, witnessing Zeus's fury, none among the gods dared to voice a warning, for the enemy may not necessarily turn back. Moreover, as long as the satellite is seized and the resources replenished, even if the previous encirclement fails, the losses can be minimized. Meanwhile, aboard the Sanctuary 2, Thanos gazed at the projection of the tactical map, and a smile crept across his face as he observed the enemy fleet emerging unexpectedly. Indeed, he had not anticipated that you would see through the enemy's ambush. Upon hearing this compliment, Mr. Fantastic felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Damn it, his fleet was on the verge of capturing the satellite. How had it transformed into a scheme to lure them into a trap? If only he had kept his mouth shut earlier, that fleet could have been sent away, thus depriving Thanos of a portion of his forces. At that moment, Thanos inquired, "Mr. Fantastic, what should we do now? Shall we continue our retreat?" Although he recognized the opponent's acumen and intelligence, he wished to further assess the situation. Upon hearing this, Mr. Fantastic quickly grasped the implication and fervently shook his head, exclaiming, No, we must strike back immediately. It is imperative that we eliminate this fleet." Thanos, upon hearing this, began to scrutinize the tactical map intently. After a moment, his eyes lit up. Yes, striking back was the solution. Hela had already arrived with her forces in the vicinity, and if reinforcements were dispatched, a counter-encirclement could be established. Chapter 86. I Am Wronged, Third Update. Today, the solar system is undeniably the most vibrant it has ever been. Over 1 million cosmic warships have converged around Jupiter to engage in a fierce battle for satellite resources. Near Jupiter's largest moon, Callisto, a brutal space conflict is unfolding. This moon, approximately 1/3 the diameter of Earth, possesses a vast reservoir of water, a resource of immeasurable value to cosmic warships. Regardless of their type, any warship lacking energy can swiftly replenish its power by extracting water. At this moment, more than 50,000 warships from the Alliance of the Gods have seized the majority of the moon's territory and are relentlessly assaulting enemy vessels. Soon after, both sides distanced themselves from Callisto, but just then, the 30,000 warships that had been pursued suddenly turned back. A new fleet appeared nearby, led by Hela, soaring through the skies with her sword. Clad in a form-fitting dark green battle suit that accentuates her exquisite figure, Hela dons a helmet reminiscent of spider claws, exuding an air of majesty and valor. Upon receiving Thanos' latest command, she promptly steered her fleet into battle. One by one, dark swords materialized from her hands, launching towards the enemy fleet. Soon, fiery explosions erupted across the battlefield. The might of a heavenly father is a devastating blow to such warships, as their shields are utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. With Hela and her fleet joining the fray, the coalition of the Alliance of the Gods quickly found themselves in retreat, suffering significant losses and ultimately fleeing in disarray. Aboard Zeus's flagship, his countenance darkened further. Damn Hela, have you forgotten how Asgard was destroyed? How could you collude with that purple potato devil? Thanos, is no ordinary man sufficient for your desires? The other gods around him fell silent, acutely aware of Zeus's volatile temperament. In the realm of Olympus, who would dare provoke his wrath? After a brief silence, seeing no one speak, Zeus growled, "Retreat. We must withdraw immediately." Though they had not yet suffered defeat, excessive losses would diminish his authority within the alliance of the gods, a reality he could not afford to accept. Upon hearing this, the gods collectively exhaled in relief. They were finally able to return, as this battle had proven exceedingly arduous. However, Zeus continued, "Before we retreat, I must prepare a grand gift for Thanos." With that, a sinister smile crept across his face. The longevity of the alliance of the gods in this universe for millions of years is attributed to their extraordinary qualities. Beyond their formidable individual power, they possess various divine arts and artifacts. Among these is a one-time use artifact known as the Skull of Typhon, conceived for cosmic warfare. Typhon, known as the Storm Titan, is the offspring of Gaia, the mother of Earth. Possessing the head of 100 dragons, a tongue as dark as the abyss, eyes that breathe fire, a body taller than the heavens, enveloped in feathers and adorned with a pair of magnificent wings. It was due to the possession of the 100 dragon heads that, after Zeus vanquished the ancient Titans, he fashioned a self-destructive artifact from the head of Typhon. Each head, upon explosion, could unleash the unparalleled might of the Father of the Heavens. This time, coming to aid Thor, he brought with him 10 heads of Typhon, preparing to deliver a surprise to Thanos. Should the heads inflict substantial casualties upon Thanos' forces, perhaps he might seize an opportunity for a counterattack. After a while, 10 objects, each a kilometer in diameter and cloaked to resemble meteors, were released from the main ship. Meanwhile, within Temple 2, as the forces of the Alliance of Gods began their gradual retreat, Thanos' minions recaptured all of Jupiter's moons. At this moment, Mr. Fantastic felt utterly despondent. He had initially planned to send Thanos' forces retreating, but unexpectedly, another contingent had arrived to support them. This turned the enemy's pursuit into a trap that lured them deeper. Mr. Fantastic even began to doubt whether his words had been cursed. Thus, he resolved to remain silent, vowing never to offer another suggestion. Observing Zeus's fleet in retreat, Thanos inquired once more, "What now? Shall we continue the pursuit?" Mr. Fantastic gazed at the beleaguered alliance of gods, feeling disappointment yet hoping they might escape. After all, the blue planet would still depend on the alliance for salvation in the future. However, recalling the earlier lesson, he refrained from speaking, fearful that his words might manifest into reality. Seeing Mr. Fantastic's silence, Thanos presumed that his opponent had lost interest in such a simple decision. Hence, he remarked, "Indeed, it is not wise to let the alliance of gods escape unscathed. They will return. If Doctor Strange allies with them in the future, acquiring the remaining time stones would become exceedingly difficult." Just as he was about to issue a command, Mr. Fantastic interjected, "No, we cannot pursue them now. Who knows what contingencies the alliance of gods may have. We must not allow Thanos' forces to chase after them. Otherwise, the last hope for the blue planet may vanish. The alliance of gods, all I can do for you is this much. I hope that, after you vanquish Thanos, you will treat the people of the blue planet well and not forget their contributions." With this thought, Mr. Fantastic revealed a resolute gaze. He must not let Thanos perceive his uncertainty. Failure was not an option. Thanos, upon hearing this, stroked his chin thoughtfully, then gazed at the virtual sand table suspended in the air. After a moment, he nodded and declared, "Indeed, we have won. There is no need to pursue relentlessly. Let us first locate the reality stone." With that, he commanded his subordinates to halt their pursuit and remain on standby. In his mind, the Infinity Stones remained the paramount objective. Meanwhile, on the side of the Alliance of Gods, after fleeing through the cosmos for a while, Zeus found it perplexing that the enemy had not pursued them, which plunged him into a state of vexation. It is imperative to recognize that the camouflage of Typhon's cranium is limited. Should it remain unignited for too long, the deceptive stones will inevitably shed their disguise. At that juncture, it would be tantamount to unwittingly presenting 10 artifacts to Thanos. As a divine relic of the Pantheon Alliance, the intricate details surrounding Typhon's cranium are shrouded in utmost secrecy. Should the adversary become privy to such a potent artifact, it would diminish their tactical options in future confrontations, and there exists the unsettling possibility that they could wield these 10 craniums against us. In this moment, the goddess beside him, filled with frustration, inquired, "Who is it that possesses such caution? We have escaped so convincingly, yet they remain untrapped. To my knowledge, the Obsidian Five are notoriously aggressive, rendering such meticulousness improbable. Has Thanos acquired a new strategist?" Zeus, shaking his head in perplexity, replied, "I am uncertain. It appears we must enhance our intelligence efforts for the next encounter. I did not anticipate the failure of our plans on 2 occasions. Though it is disheartening, I cannot help but admire the individual who has discerned my schemes twice in succession." After a moment of contemplation, Zeus resolved to dispatch a small contingent to retrieve the 10 craniums. These treasures are invaluable and must not be squandered. Although the rationale behind Thanos' newfound caution eludes him, the assumption is that their small force's return would likely go unnoticed. With this conviction, a fleet of 100 cosmic warships swiftly detached from the main body and set course for the rear. Chapter 87. The Power of the Phoenix Within the Confines of Sanctuary 2, Thanos, having confirmed that Mr. Fantastic was indeed a pawn of the Death Goddess, allowed him to move about freely. He was acutely aware that the other held ulterior motives, not genuinely seeking to surrender. Yet, beings of such caliber wielded an unparalleled terror. Their manipulation of the human psyche surpassed even the most cunning of hell's succubi. The brilliance of the strategist lay in their ability to obscure their presence, ensuring that the pieces on the board remained oblivious to the fact that their thoughts were not their own. Instead, they would amplify or diminish certain emotions within the pieces to achieve their ends. Take Gamora, for instance. Though her heart bore goodness, it was not benevolent enough to entertain the notion of patricide. However, through orchestrated experiences and the allure of love, the strategist gradually magnified her innate kindness, leading her to the insidious thought of filicide. It was for this reason that Thanos found himself compelled to strike with brutality. There was no salvation to be found. Mr. Fantastic, too, was ensnared in this web of self-deception and hubris. The goddess of death capitalized on his arrogance, subtly guiding him, and before he knew it, he had become her pawn. Even if these pieces sensed something amiss and sought to break free from the control, they would swiftly descend into confusion. They could not discern whether their next thought was a product of their own mind or that of the strategist's machinations. Every action they took raised the question: was it their own desire or the strategist's will? Ultimately, they found themselves ensnared in a vicious cycle. Am I truly myself? Does the world genuinely exist? Where does the universe originate and where does it end? This trifecta of inquiries would lead these pawns to unwittingly succumb to their own manipulation. Only those with the most resolute will could remain unperturbed and make choices aligned with their true selves. Even if the strategist sought to manipulate them, they would falter in the face of such unwavering resolve. Thus, the goddess of death emerged to broker a deal with him. At this moment, the war appeared to have reached a temporary cessation. Thanos gazed upon the decapitated head of the Ghost Rider, lifting it before his eyes to scrutinize. He sought to unravel the mysteries of the dimensional demon's power and discern its peculiarities, opting not to employ the Soul Stone for protection. Soon, the head of the Ghost Rider ignited with hellfire, unleashing its passive ability, Judgment, upon him. Yet, after a brief observation, nothing transpired, prompting Thanos to shake his head in mild exasperation. He had not anticipated that he would be among the rarest of altruists, entirely impervious to the judgment of the other. It seemed he truly was the universe's most magnificent and benevolent sovereign. Casually tossing the skull to his subordinates, he instructed the Dark Order to safeguard it, a testament to his own virtue for future reference. After all, this was a dimensional demon, an official certification of goodness endorsed by Mephisto. Who would dare contest it? Those who disagreed with this perspective were encouraged to first secure Mephisto's good person certification before engaging in any debate. Just as Thanos prepared to depart, a deep blue voice suddenly resonated. "Master, I have detected that Zeus has dispatched 100 cosmic warships." Upon hearing that there are merely 100, Thanos remarked with a hint of boredom, "Only 100? Let Hela handle it." With that, he lifted the Phoenix Force's successor beside him. He harbored a somewhat immature notion of utilizing this entity for cultivation. However, The power of the Phoenix Force's successor was still too feeble and required absorption from a star to bolster its strength. After all, the Phoenix Force is renowned throughout the cosmos as a stellar extinguisher, adept at absorbing stellar energy to enhance its might. As long as there were stars available for absorption, its power would escalate rapidly, enabling him to experiment with his ideas. He contemplated allowing the Dark Knight Proxima to dominate Blue Star. Upon concluding his thoughts, the blue glow of the Infinity Gauntlet flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his location, reappearing at an altitude of 1,000 kilometers from the Sun. The Sun, a relatively young star at approximately 4.5 billion years old, boasts a diameter of around 139 million kilometers and a surface temperature of about 500 degrees Celsius, with a gravitational force approximately 27 times that of ordinary gravity. As the Phoenix Force's successor approached the Sun, she promptly blinked her eyes open in a daze. Soon after, her passive ability activated, and she began to absorb the Sun's energy. Streams of solar fire erupted from the Sun's surface, only to be drawn into her being. Observing how swiftly she acclimated to the solar flames, Thanos immediately propelled himself toward the Sun, drawing closer. In truth, he had long desired to absorb stellar energy. The skill bestowed by the system, the stellar absorption technique, did not provide explicit details. It was unclear whether it could absorb stars as well as planets, given that both are classified as celestial bodies, with no stipulation against stellar absorption. Yet, he was uncertain if his body could withstand such an endeavor and refrained from recklessly experimenting on himself. Thus, he had never acted upon this desire. Now, with the emergence of the Phoenix Force's successor, utilizing her as a subject for experimentation presented itself as the optimal solution. Before long, the aura of the Phoenix Force's successor surged dramatically, swiftly reaching the level of a demiurge, yet she did not cease her ascent, continuing to climb higher. After several minutes, her presence resonated with that of a celestial. Witnessing this, Thanos felt a pang of envy. The inheritors of these ancient powers could be described as the chosen ones. They required no arduous training, no indomitable will, nor any extraordinary fortuitous encounters. Once the time was ripe, their strength would increase incessantly, rendering the painstaking efforts of others over centuries insignificant in comparison to their effortless elevation. However, despite his envy, he had no desire to become like them. Over the past 500 years in the Marvel Universe, he had come to understand one fundamental truth. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The Phoenix Force's successor, seemingly effortlessly wielding enviable power, paid the price of losing her identity, ultimately becoming a vessel for the ancient Phoenix. This was a fate that the Game Master could not tolerate, for such beings were disruptors of the established order, exemplified by the Phoenix Force's successor in his grasp. A successor of multiverse power was unexpectedly sealed by a mere human, lacking even the strength of a celestial father. If there were not some unknown entity covertly intervening behind the scenes, it would be utterly unbelievable. After more than an hour, the aura of the Phoenix Power successor reached the mid-tier level of celestial father strength. At this moment, Thanos sensed that the situation was becoming precarious. Should the Phoenix Power successor's strength continue to ascend, it would likely be beyond his control. Contemplating this, a flash of blue light emanated from Thanos' left hand as he activated the Space Stone. In an instant, he was transported to a secluded area at the edge of the solar system, where sunlight dared not penetrate. He then extended his hand towards the Phoenix Power successor and invoked the star absorption technique. Instantaneously, a colossal force of stellar energy surged forth from the successor's body, merging with his own. This power was so immense and pure that it tightened every muscle within him, and the power of annihilation began to surge, striving to resist the corrosive effects of the stellar energy. Is the strength of a star truly this formidable? In comparison to a planet's core, it was as if they belonged to entirely different realms. If the planet's core could be likened to water at 60 degrees, merely warm, then the power of a star resembled molten lava at 1,000 degrees. Thankfully, he had refrained from recklessly absorbing stellar energy earlier. Otherwise, he would have likely been scorched to a crisp, reduced to a mere dried purple sweet potato. Alas, seeing the score of 8 this morning has moved me immensely. There is little more to say. The author is now filled with inspiration, having begun to write fervently so early in the day. An additional update is assured. Indeed, the author aspires to deliver a daily 10,000-word reward for the immense support of all esteemed readers. Chapter 88. The reunion scene. As Thanos activated his formidable power, the essence of the Phoenix Force Inheritor began to gradually wane. It swiftly transitioned from the mid-Celestial Father stage to the early Celestial Father stage, ultimately becoming a sub-Celestial Father. At this juncture, he discerned an essential truth. The inheritor of the Phoenix Force could not immediately assimilate the energy of a star. Otherwise, such energy would not be so easily absorbed. It is likely that the stellar energy consumed by the Phoenix Force was merely being temporarily stored within the body, simultaneously nurturing the host and enhancing their overall strength while also being available for use in combat. This duality allowed for both explosive power in battle and the gradual enhancement of the host's capabilities. Regrettably, he had encountered him. After a brief interval, sensing the Phoenix Force Inheritor's strength plummeting to the sub-Celestial Father level, he swiftly employed the Space Stone once more, transporting himself to the sun. Thus commenced a relentless cycle of absorption and being absorbed, and soon a week had elapsed. Upon realizing that his body had almost reached its limits, he understood that a period of recuperation was necessary for his body to assimilate the energy. Consequently, he returned to Sanctuary 2. He unceremoniously cast the now lifeless Phoenix Force Inheritor onto the ground and commanded, "Ensure she is watched closely. Under no circumstances must she escape or perish." "Yes, Master," came the prompt reply. As Deep Blue's words echoed, dark cult warriors swiftly arrived to remove the woman from the floor. Just as Thanos intended to check on the progress on Blue Star, a delicate voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. "Mr. Thanos, thank you for saving me." Turning around, he discovered that the speaker was none other than Wanda, the one he had spared. She was clad in a form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her alluring figure to perfection. Her beautiful visage and pitiful gaze evoked an instinctual desire to protect. However, it was clear that Wanda had misunderstood the situation, believing she had been rescued. "Why are you still here? Shouldn't you have returned to Blue Star with Mr. Fantastic and the others?" Upon hearing this, Wanda immediately shook her head, her face clouded with sorrow. "I cannot go back. Blue Star is far too terrifying. It is a constant cycle of war and experimentation, filled with wicked individuals." This revelation prompted Thanos to recall her tumultuous childhood. In the film, her formative years were fraught with chaos and experimentation. Had it not been for Quicksilver's companionship, it is likely that Wanda would have succumbed to madness long ago. In this universe, Wanda's fate was even more tragic than he had imagined, particularly due to the presence of Doctor Strange. After being rescued by him, Wanda became utterly obedient to Doctor Strange, believing she had encountered a benevolent soul and could finally reclaim a semblance of normalcy. However, she had not anticipated that reality would prove otherwise. Doctor Strange ultimately betrayed her, even delivering her to Thanos, merely to buy time for his own escape. Such a harrowing existence led her to contemplate evasion of all circumstances. Thus, when Mr. Fantastic invited her to return to Blue Star a week prior, she had resolutely declined. At that moment, a new thought ignited within Thanos' mind. In this future, the Scarlet Witch, if properly guided, could potentially become a formidable ally. Thus, he spoke, "Become my daughter, and with my protection, no one shall ever dare to bully you again." The mere thought of the future Scarlet Witch tearing apart Doctor Strange was indeed quite appealing. Upon hearing these words, Wanda immediately nodded with excitement, but soon her confidence waned as she asked, "Really? Can I?" Her tumultuous childhood had cultivated feelings of inferiority and loneliness, making it hard for her to believe that someone would genuinely want to be her father and protect her. Even her brother, Quicksilver, had merely been a companion in the lab, offering words of encouragement to survive, as no one knew if they would see another day, let alone be protected. Thanos nodded and declared, "Deep Blue, from this moment on, Wanda shall be my daughter, with all the privileges afforded to Nebula." He was not one to dither. Once a decision was made, he acted swiftly. "Yes, my lord," Wanda responded, her eyes brimming with emotion, and soon tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Father!" She cried out joyfully, rushing forward to embrace Thanos, burying her head in his embrace as tears streamed down her face. Thanos gently patted her head, remaining silent. What a pitiable child she was. After a considerable time, Wanda gradually calmed down and stepped into her new role. Father, what shall we do now? Seeing the newfound confidence in Wanda, Thanos smiled slightly and replied, Now, we shall pay a visit to Blue Planet and see if they have been shirking their duties. With that, he once again wielded the space stone to open a portal. On Blue Planet, for its inhabitants, the past 7 days had undoubtedly been the most arduous. The brief yet intense conflict between the alliance of gods and Thanos had unfolded, yet some stargazers on Blue Planet had caught wind of the cosmic battle occurring 800 million kilometers away. After all, the explosions of the cosmic warships resembled dazzling fireworks, impossible to overlook. However, before the news could gain traction, the Dark Knight Proxima, accompanied by the fleet of warships, descended upon Blue Planet with great pomp. The inhabitants of Blue Planet, naturally, would not submit meekly to domination. Thus, various uprisings and acts of resistance had never ceased. In accordance with Thanos' past methods, the annihilation of the populace followed by colonization would have been expected. Yet, Mr. Fantastic intervened, preventing Dark Knight Proxima from proceeding with such ruthless measures. The reasoning was straightforward. As a denizen of Blue Planet himself, he could not allow the annihilation of his own people. In a warship stationed in the near-Earth orbit of Blue Planet, a heated debate ensued between the two factions on how to govern the planet. On one side stood Mr. Fantastic and the remaining members of the Fantastic Four, along with other Blue Planet capitulators. The Thing, Human Torch, and Invisible Woman were among the few surviving superheroes, as Mr. Fantastic had not permitted them to partake in the cosmic battle. On the right side stands the Dark Knights Proxima, General Deathblade, Nebula, and Loki, among 4 others. I vehemently oppose the extermination of the Blue Star inhabitants. Slaughter can never yield enduring dominion, only engendering further animosity. This rallying cry is championed by Mr. Miracle. Although he ardently wishes to demonstrate his resilience and refuses to surrender, he now finds himself prioritizing the future of the Blue Star. As long as he can secure a semblance of survival for his compatriots, what does it matter if he softens his stance? Furthermore, he is intrinsically a rubber man. His bones cannot harden even if he desired them to. Chapter 89, Life and Death, Third Update. Hearing the words of the Sorcerer Supreme, General Deathblade merely smiled coldly and remarked, if I recall correctly, it seems you too have slaughtered other races, subsequently proliferating upon this land. Upon hearing this, those on the left fell silent. They were acutely aware of the misdeeds committed by their ancestors. Now, being confronted with this truth, they found themselves at a loss for words. Yet the specter of genocide now loomed over them, prompting them to defend their position, albeit weakly. The Invisible Woman pondered for a moment, then donned a righteous expression and declared, that occurred in a time of barbarism. We are civilized now, cognizant of the error in such actions. Thus we must cease the slaughter. Loki, who had been idly toying with his ice staff, could not help but interject. If you recognize your wrongs, why do you not return the land to its rightful owners? If memory serves, there are still some remnants of those people alive, and their numbers dwindle each year. After the war, Loki was supposed to return with Laufey. However, on the planet dominated by the frost giants, the environment was perpetually icy, devoid of any entertainment or activities, rendering life unbearably monotonous. Therefore, upon hearing of Thanos' intent to rule Blue Star, he eagerly sought to accompany him. After all, having spent the majority of his life in Asgard, he could hardly endure the ascetic existence imposed by the frost giants. Following a heartfelt lesson in paternal love, Laufey concluded that keeping his son confined was not a viable solution, thus permitting him to join. In response to Loki's remarks, an awkward silence enveloped the group. Indeed, while they professed a desire for humanity and freedom, they had secretly enacted a policy of genocide against the original inhabitants of this land. This had been conducted covertly, all the while maintaining the facade that they were invited by the locals. They even established a Thanksgiving to express gratitude for the self-sacrifice of those indigenous peoples, who had cleared vast expanses of land for them. Regardless of others' beliefs, the Americans were convinced of this narrative. Faced with a disadvantageous situation, the Sorcerer Supreme attempted to change the subject. The inhabitants of Blue Star do not reject the authority of their superiors. It is merely a small fraction that has grown accustomed to a life of freedom. A gentle persuasion is all that is required. Freedom in America, gunfights every day, was a slogan of the Americans themselves. If they treated their own rulers in such a manner, one could only imagine their stance towards extraterrestrials. Thus, America was the region of most severe resistance. Should extermination tactics be employed, it was likely that America would face total annihilation. At this juncture, Nightstar interjected, visibly displeased. There is no need for persuasion. The master has entrusted this task to me, and I cannot allow him to wait too long. Tomorrow, if any refuse to submit, they shall be eradicated. General Deathblade instantly nodded in agreement. Indeed, how could we keep the master waiting? Tomorrow, should there be any dissenters, I shall personally lead the Dark Brotherhood to implement the extermination plan. The inhabitants of Blue Star wished to voice their thoughts, yet upon witnessing General Deathblade brandishing his weapon, his pallid visage brimming with malevolence and an aura of death enveloping him, they fell into a hushed fear. At that moment, Nebula, who had remained silent, unexpectedly rose to her feet. General Deathblade, she declared, I believe that since Father has allowed Mr. Strange to remain, there must be a deeper significance to it. There is no need to hastily dominate Blue Star. Clad in a fitted combat suit that accentuated her figure, she bore a countenance of compassion. Ever since her sister's demise, a profound sorrow had settled within her heart, accompanied by the resolve to thwart her father's relentless slaughter. She perceived his actions as misguided, recognizing that endless bloodshed would yield only boundless hatred, detrimental to lasting dominion. Thus, upon hearing General Deathblade's intent to massacre the inhabitants of Blue Star, she immediately voiced her opposition. General Deathblade, taken aback by Nebula's words, found himself at a loss for a response. After all, she was the daughter of an esteemed figure. Despite her lack of martial prowess, her lineage rendered him reluctant to retort. If General Deathblade refrained from rebuking her, then Nightstar and Loki would certainly follow suit. As the people of Blue Star gazed at Nebula with gratitude, believing salvation was at hand, a robust voice suddenly resounded, "Leave the affairs of Blue Star to Nightstar." Upon hearing this voice, Loki, General Deathblade, and Nightstar promptly rose and knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "We greet you, my lord." While it was expected for the two subordinates to kneel, Thanos was surprised to witness Loki do so without hesitation. It appeared that, during his time with Ralphie, Loki had matured significantly, demonstrating an understanding of basic respect. The people of Blue Star, recognizing the identity of the newcomer, quickly followed suit and knelt. Only Nebula remained standing. Upon seeing Wanda, a pang of jealousy surged within her, prompting her to approach Thanos and, in a playful tone, inquire, "Father, what brings you here?" Afterward, she cast a provocative glance at Wanda. Unfortunately, Wanda failed to grasp Nebula's intent and merely returned a polite smile. Observing Nebula's demeanor, Thanos affectionately ruffled her hair and remarked, "I have come with tasks to assign to you. Why have you yet to conquer Blue Star?" He held genuine affection for his daughter, as decades of paternal bonds fostered a sense of emotional connection. Nightstar and General Deathblade, upon hearing this, lowered their heads in remorse, stating, "We sincerely apologize, my lord. We shall commence the slaughter immediately." At that moment, a white-haired American official, dressed in a suit, could no longer contain himself and interjected, "My lord, some of our people have yet to grasp the situation and we—" Before he could finish, Thanos furrowed his brow and waved his hand dismissively. A tremendous force of annihilation surged forth, swiftly sweeping over the official. "Did I grant you permission to speak? Do you not comprehend basic decorum?" he retorted, his displeasure evident at the interruption during his discourse. Moreover, he was but a mere mortal inferior even to an ant. In the next moment, this American official was reduced to dust, gradually vanishing from sight. The other Blue Star inhabitants, witnessing this spectacle, were instantly overwhelmed with fear, their foreheads beaded with sweat as they bowed their heads in silence. They had initially presumed that their counterpart belonged to a superior civilization, perhaps even open to communication. However, the current circumstances starkly illuminated the harsh reality of the universe. Much like their past atrocities against indigenous peoples, the defeated have no rights to dialogue. Among them, a few cast furtive glances at the enigmatic figure, hoping he might utter a few words. After all, in their eyes, the downfall of numerous heroes was undoubtedly a result of this figure's betrayal. Surely, in the presence of Thanos, he would possess some measure of influence. Yet, to their dismay, the enigmatic figure merely kept his gaze lowered, too fearful to look up, let alone step forward. Chapter 90. The weakness of human nature. Just as the inhabitants of Blue Star were engulfed in despair, Nebula unexpectedly stepped forward. Grasping Thanos' hand, her azure visage bore the weight of disappointment as she implored, "Father, there is no need for such brutality. We should grant the Blue Star people a moment to submit to us gradually. Thus our reign could endure longer." Upon hearing Nebula's words, Thanos narrowed his eyes and gazed intently at her. In response, Nebula met her father's stare defiantly, convinced that her intentions were solely for his benefit, leaving no room for doubt. After a moment of silence, Thanos finally inquired, "Is this your own thought, or has someone influenced you?" At that moment, he began to suspect whether the Celestials, recognizing the irreversible nature of the situation, were attempting to exploit Nebula as a means to effect change. Nebula, bewildered, looked up at her father and replied, "What do you mean by someone else? This is entirely my own perspective. After all, the universe is vast. If we continue our path of destruction, eventually, the entire cosmos will unite against us. Our only viable option for lasting dominion lies in gentle persuasion, allowing others to submit to us in time." Thanos shook his head and declared, "I will take you to a place." Without waiting for Nebula's questions, he seized her arm and, alongside Wanda, vanished from their location. He sought to challenge and reshape his daughter's worldview. In the next instant, Thanos transported Nebula and Wanda to a forested area. It was nighttime, and devoid of light pollution, the moon and stars shone brilliantly. Above them loomed a colossal cosmic warship, confirming their continued presence on Blue Star. However, Thanos had not brought them here to admire the celestial wonders, but rather to witness a nearby village engulfed in flames. "Observe quietly. Do not speak," he instructed. As his words faded, a group of dark-skinned individuals emerged, wielding buckets, embarking on a mission to extinguish the fire. Despite casting anxious glances skyward at the hovering warship, the villagers united in their efforts, gradually extinguishing the blaze. A few brave souls ventured inside, rescuing those trapped within the structure. Soon, jubilant cheers erupted, as it was evident that the rescued individuals were alive. Witnessing this, Nebula's conviction deepened. "Father, the strength of the people is boundless. We must unite all forces to achieve lasting dominion over the universe." Wanda observed the flames and the rescued individuals, her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Thanos smiled faintly and urged, "Continue to watch." Before long, the air was filled with the sounds of sirens blaring. As fire trucks and ambulances arrived, the gathered crowd grew tense. A group of individuals clad in crimson firefighting gear disembarked and began chastising the onlookers. Their ire stemmed from the unauthorized firefighting efforts of ordinary citizens who lacked the necessary permits, and for having summoned emergency services without a legitimate crisis, incurring potential fines. Upon the arrival of the paramedics, their initial inquiry was not regarding the safety of the individuals present, but rather a demand for payment. In response to this unsettling situation, the crowd began to express their discontent vocally. However, their murmurs subsided upon the arrival of the police. Ultimately, a collective contribution emerged, each person contributing a small sum, allowing them to avert a disaster at the cost of their finances. After receiving the payment, the fire truck and ambulance departed. Grumbling, without casting a glance at the fire or the injured, the few who had been rescued remained sprawled on the ground, while the once enthusiastic and united group of firefighters began to disperse, lacking their previous fervor. Witnessing this, Nebula's expression turned incredulous as she remarked, "How could this be?" Wanda maintained a contemplative demeanor. Thanos, with a tone of earnestness, stated, "Humanity is prone to change. Even the most impeccable systems lose their significance when their enforcers become corrupt, leading to a decay of their very foundations, which accelerates the decline into malevolence." With that, he raised his left hand, and the space stone shimmered once more. In the blink of an eye, he transported himself and his two daughters to a different location. This new place was bathed in daylight, surrounded by low and dilapidated buildings, with filthy streets indicating a state of poverty. Not far ahead, a group of pale and emaciated individuals lay on the ground. Their eyes were vacant, their limbs twitching erratically, some erupting into fits of maniacal laughter or anguished wails, resembling the tormented souls possessed by demons. Suddenly, a vehicle approached, prompting the individuals on the ground to weakly rise, clutching whatever money they possessed, and stagger toward the automobile. Shortly thereafter, several individuals emerged from the vehicle, each wielding test tubes. Following a transaction of funds, the people received the test tubes, their faces lighting up with joy. However, those lacking money could only gaze enviously and frantically at those who had obtained the vials. Once the vehicle departed, the desperate individuals could no longer withstand their suffering. They surged forward, attempting to seize the test tubes. Chaos ensued as bloodshed erupted. Nebula, witnessing the turmoil, instinctively wished to intervene but was restrained by Thanos. This is a systemic issue. Such occurrences transpire daily in this nation. How much can you truly prevent? He implored. Nebula, in disbelief, retorted, "It cannot be. Why would they choose such a path of degradation? The future is in their hands. Why not pursue a better existence?" Having witnessed Thanos' regime, she had seen industrious individuals at work, devoid of crime, moral decay, or corruption. Even during their quests for the Infinity Stones across the cosmos, they had ventured only to advanced civilizations. Thus, she remained oblivious to the darker facets of humanity, unaware of the depths to which intelligent beings could fall in the absence of constraints, or perhaps the absence of limits altogether. Seeing that his daughter still failed to grasp the gravity of his insights, Thanos shook his head and utilized the space stone once again, transporting them to yet another locale. This place was shrouded in night, yet it was alive with illumination, bustling with activity and vibrancy. As Nebula gazed upon her surroundings, the discomfort that had previously burdened her heart began to dissipate. The atmosphere here was imbued with a sense of civilization, and the prosperity of the people was evident, a stark contrast to the previous two places she had encountered. After observing for a while, she noted that, despite the crowd, the individuals maintained a commendable level of courtesy and civility, which brought her a sense of relief. The prior locations were undoubtedly plagued by poverty, leading to corruption and chaos. This place, however, was markedly different. The inhabitants lived in harmony and stability, each adorned with smiles. Before she could finish her thoughts, a massive elephant charged into the throng, trampling over the people. "Help! Run for your lives! It's coming again! Oh no! My leg!" Witnessing the chaos unfold, Nebula felt an urge to intervene once more, yet she was restrained by Thanos. In a short while, the elephant left behind a trail of injured individuals before galloping away into the distance. Yet, the crowd remained silent, their anger stifled by the fear of the elephant's owner, a figure they deemed far too formidable to confront. Observing the wails of the wounded on the ground, Nebula could not help but exclaim, "Father, why do we not stop that elephant? We could have prevented all of this." By midday, she had received 3 unfavorable reviews in succession, filling her with a sense of despondency and unhappiness. Chapter 91. The conservation of energy. Thanos gazed upon the wailing populace below and the arrogant elephant tamer, shaking his head in resignation. The overpopulation of this nation, coupled with its scarce land and insufficient resources, inevitably birthed conflict. He recalled his birthplace, Titan, a planet of unparalleled beauty, once a utopia where its inhabitants enjoyed abundant resources and harmonious lives. With the advancements in technology, diseases were eradicated, and robots replaced human labor, liberating people from toil. Life revolved around the mere contemplation of tomorrow's pleasures. However, as the adage goes, born in anxiety, perishing in comfort. The blissful existence on Titan dulled the people's ambition for further technological progress and obscured their vision of the future. Only Thanos perceived the brewing devastation beneath this idyllic surface. He understood profoundly that the energy of the universe is conserved. It neither vanishes into thin air nor appears from nothingness. As Titan's population burgeoned, the available resources dwindled, leading to the obliteration of all that was beautiful. The populace revealed their grotesque nature, competing fiercely for food, water, clothing, shelter, and vehicles. Some even resorted to slaughtering entire families out of desperation for a mere morsel of bread. In this dire scarcity, he proposed the annihilation of half the population, an entirely random and just act. By having the populace, the resource crisis on Titan could be alleviated, allowing the remaining individuals to continue their pursuit of happiness. Yet, the outcome was predictable. His proposal was unequivocally rejected, and he was subsequently convicted of crimes against quality control and humanity, leading to his exile. Ultimately, Titan succumbed to war, ravaged by its resource inadequacies. The current state of Blue Planet mirrors that of Titan in its nascent days. In certain regions, overpopulation has led to a situation where human lives are deemed less valuable than those of animals. This explains why the elephant can trample upon the people without fear of dissent. Human life is as insubstantial as paper. If resources are not judiciously managed and population growth remains unchecked, the ensuing conflicts will only escalate, culminating in war and self-destruction. In the next moment, the azure glow of the Infinity Gauntlet flickered once more as Thanos, accompanied by Nebula and Wanda, ascended into the cosmos. Gazing down at the resplendent blue orb, he articulated his concerns. Behold this planet, so breathtakingly beautiful. It tirelessly withstands cosmic radiation, the sun's intense heat and magnetic fields, as well as countless meteors, nurturing life within its embrace and safeguarding all living beings. Yet, this planet is finite. Its resources are exceedingly limited, and so too is the protection it can offer. If the day comes when the population exceeds the planet's capacity to sustain it, annihilation will ensue. In truth, he knew that such a day need not be awaited. Should the population of Blue Planet swell any further, the deity Tiamat would emerge, and with it, the demise of this world. However, regarding the celestial deity Tiamat, apart from him, only a handful of the eternal race guarding Blue Star are privy to this knowledge, hence his unspoken thoughts. After all, at the level of a celestial deity, the average individual is utterly incapable of comprehension. Expressing such thoughts would only serve to invite unnecessary turmoil. Nebula, upon hearing her father's words, gazed longingly at Blue Star. Yet, do we not possess technology and resources? We could easily provide them with an inexhaustible supply, thereby eliminating any potential conflicts. At this, Wanda, a native of Blue Star, furrowed her brow. Why should we grant them our technology and resources? Are our advancements and resources conjured from thin air? They seek to enjoy everything without any contribution? At this moment, she had fully immersed herself in the role of Thanos' daughter, ardently defending her father. Simultaneously, she recalled her biological parents, who perished due to war, dying in a manner less dignified than a dog, with no burial place, their bodies left to rot in the wilderness. Furthermore, she and her brother had been imprisoned in a laboratory for over a decade. The relentless torment over the years had fostered within her a profound disdain for America and humanity at large. Thus, she found Nebula's words particularly distasteful. Why should they enjoy everything for free while she endures so much suffering? Is this fair? It is precisely Wanda's tragic childhood that ultimately transforms her into the Scarlet Witch, instilling within her a deep yearning for familial bonds. Thanos, observing Nebula's demeanor, instantly comprehended the profound impact the celestial beings had on her. Realizing he had discovered this too late, he surmised that it would be exceedingly difficult to alter her worldview. He also understood the Celestials' objective, to expedite the proliferation of Blue Star's population, reaching a threshold suitable for Tiamat's hatching. In this grand scheme, the Celestials would have regained some footing. However, now that he was aware of Tiamat's existence, how could he fall into their trap? Contemplating this, a resolute glimmer filled his eyes as he coldly declared, "This universe, much like a planet, is gradually heading towards annihilation, and my mission is to maintain cosmic balance, to prevent the demise of the universe. For this I would willingly sacrifice everything. Nebula, from this moment forth, you shall return to Titan and remain in confinement until you come to your senses." With that, he extended his left hand, a flash of blue light illuminating the space. In the next instant, the space stone activated, a wormhole appearing behind Nebula, pulling her back to Titan. Immediately thereafter, Thanos commanded Deep Blue to imprison Nebula within the sanctuary, forbidding her from leaving or contacting anyone. He did not wish for her fate to mirror that of Gamora. Only by confining her could she either gradually awaken to the truth or, Once he had dominion over the universe, the Celestials would be powerless to intervene, allowing him to release her thereafter. After executing all these orders, he regarded Wanda with admiration. Compared to Gamora and Nebula, the understanding Wanda resembled a true daughter to him. With this thought, he reached out to stroke her flowing red hair, then said, "Come, let us return." Wanda obediently nodded. Soon, Thanos returned with Wanda to the spaceship where General Corvus Glaive and Mr. Fantastic, among others, were still present, unwilling to leave until a decision regarding Blue Planet had been reached. Upon Thanos' reappearance, everyone immediately knelt before him, addressing him as Master. Mr. Fantastic and the officials of Blue Planet grew increasingly anxious upon realizing that Nebula had not returned. Thanos nodded and took his seat at the head of the table. Observing the varied expressions of those before him, he finally spoke. "I grant you 24 hours. If, after this period, anyone dares to resist my rule, they shall face annihilation without mercy." He was also in pursuit of the Reality Stone and had no time to indulge in the games of governance. Were it not for the fear of provoking the Celestials again, potentially leading to a confrontation with the dimensional demon, he might have even considered a mass relocation of populations. Upon hearing his decree, the officials of Blue Planet trembled, yet none dared to voice dissent. After all, the consequences faced by the previous dissenter were vividly etched in their minds. Moreover, they had come to understand that, as a cosmic overlord, Thanos' restraint in not exterminating them outright was an act of unparalleled mercy, leaving them with no grounds for further demands. After a moment, observing the silence of the assembly, Thanos nodded and stated, "Wanda, you shall oversee the assimilation of the Blue Planet's inhabitants. Any sign of rebellion must be dealt with decisively." As a native of Blue Planet, Wanda was best suited to comprehend its circumstances. This assignment would not only serve her father's interests but also provide her an opportunity to repay kindness and settle scores. Upon hearing her father's words, Wanda turned to the American officials with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. "Yes, my father." Chapter 92. The Smiling Wanda, Part 3. Upon hearing Thanos' words, the Fantastic Four and the officials of Blue Star felt a surge of joy. In their eyes, Wanda was, after all, a citizen of Blue Star. Since Thanos had entrusted her with the arrangements, they hoped that, considering their shared heritage, Wanda would show them some preferential treatment. However, the American officials present noticed the glimmer of excitement in Wanda's gaze directed towards them. Although they found it somewhat peculiar, they did not dwell on it. Some even speculated that Wanda might be American and would therefore extend them more favor. Wanda, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of the Blue Star officials, suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Father, what shall we do with those who have surrendered?" In response to Wanda's question, Thanos replied nonchalantly, "You need not worry about that. Deep Blue will handle it." As a ruler of countless planets, he possessed a well-established and scientific governing process. These arrangements were facilitated by Deep Blue, and there was no need for concern regarding errors. After all, Deep Blue was the highest form of artificial intelligence, virtually infallible. Once he sensed that there were no further inquiries from the assembly, he clenched his left hand. In the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself before a star. Without hesitation, he plunged into the star, continuing his cultivation. He had absorbed an excess of energy from the Phoenix Force air and needed to digest it promptly. Maintaining the balance of the universe was his destiny, yet enhancing his strength was his greatest passion. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, Loki, upon witnessing Thanos' departure, smirked slightly and followed suit, eager to indulge in leisure after years of restraint. Wanda, disregarding Loki, turned her attention to the officials of Blue Star and sweetly inquired, "Do you have any questions regarding Father's words?" With that, she gazed expectantly at the American officials, as if inviting their inquiries. The American officials, upon seeing this, felt a surge of elation, believing that Wanda's apparent favoritism was a sign of her being one of them. One young official, dressed in a black suit and convinced of his own charm, stood up with a self-satisfied smile and began, "Miss Wanda, may I ask if you are American?" Wanda responded with a shy smile. At this point, "Does it even matter if one is American? We are all subjects of Father now." The young official, witnessing Wanda's smile, felt a swell of pride. Her demeanor suggested a lack of romantic experience, and he thought that if he could win her heart, ruling Blue Star would be within his grasp. Grateful for the alien invasion that had afforded him this opportunity, he exclaimed, "Yes, indeed, we are all subjects of Lord Thanos now. Forgive my boldness, but may I ask, Miss Wanda, do you have a boyfriend?" Upon hearing the question, Wanda immediately blushed and lowered her head, seemingly shy as she said, "How rude. What kind of question is that? Let us discuss something serious. Do you have any doubts regarding my father's words?" Nearby, General Deathblade and the Star of the Dark Knight noticed Wanda's demeanor and furrowed their brows. They were acutely aware of their master's temperament. Even though Wanda was his daughter, once a decision was made, it was immutable. It appeared that Wanda sought the approval of Blue Star, which put them in a difficult position. Although their master had entrusted everything to Wanda, they bore a certain responsibility as her aides. At that moment, a young official, convinced that he had captivated Wanda, spoke up, "I apologize, Miss Wanda. Might I request a few more days? After all, 24 hours is rather too tight." Upon hearing this, Wanda nodded in agreement and replied, "Yes, indeed. 24 hours is a bit rushed. Does anyone else feel the same way?" She then turned her gaze to the other officials. It seemed she endorsed the young official's sentiments. Seeing this, the other officials felt a wave of relief and quickly expressed their grievances. "Indeed, Miss Wanda, with only 24 hours, we scarcely have enough time to issue a global announcement, let alone persuade others to surrender. If you could grant us a little more time, we would be immensely grateful. We implore you, Miss Wanda, to show us some leniency. We will complete all necessary preparations promptly." As the officials continued to voice their concerns, Wanda merely smiled and nodded, seemingly in agreement with their words. This made the other officials believe that Wanda was easily swayed, prompting even more to plead their case. Even the Human Torch of the Fantastic Four felt compelled to step forward, but he was restrained by Mr. Fantastic. "Don't go. Something feels amiss," he cautioned. Although he had only met Wanda a few times and perceived her as a shy and insecure young girl, her current demeanor was entirely different, instilling a sense of unease within him. Upon hearing his brother-in-law's warning, the Human Torch considered it and chose to halt his advance. At that moment, Wanda, resembling an obedient young girl, kept nodding and cheerfully asked, "Everyone makes valid points. Does anyone else have any objections?" After speaking, she looked expectantly at the other officials from Blue Star. Her demeanor was reminiscent of a young girl seeking praise from her elders, evoking a sense of endearment. By now, over 20 officials had gathered around her, all relatively youthful. The older officials, with graying hair and more experience, remained stationary, exhibiting a level of caution. They did not easily express their opinions despite Wanda's innocent and charming appearance. After a while, observing that there were no further objections from the officials, Wanda's expression suddenly shifted to a stern demeanor as she darkly proclaimed, "Since you oppose my father's views, your existence is no longer necessary." With that, her hands emanated a crimson chaotic energy, her garments billowing without wind, and her body gradually levitated. As the gathered officials sensed the impending danger and attempted to flee, it was already too late. A torrent of dark red chaotic energy surged forth, engulfing them all. "Ah! Help! No, please! I beg you! Spare me!" At that moment, the young official was consumed by profound regret, lamenting how he had been deceived by this demon in human guise. He sought to escape, but after merely 2 steps, he was drawn into the chaotic magic. Witnessing his body disintegrate piece by piece, he was overwhelmed with remorse. If there were to be a next life, he vowed to remember never to provoke a seemingly pure woman, for they might very well be demons in disguise. Soon, those surrounding Wanda were reduced to dust, vanishing from existence. After completing this grim spectacle, she regained her composure, assuming an innocent demeanor, and smiled sweetly at the remaining officials. "Pray tell, does anyone else have an objection?" Chapter 93. Absorbing demonic creatures. The Zeus Galaxy, named after the chief deity of the pantheon, is a modestly sized galaxy with a diameter of approximately 4 billion stars. Despite its relatively small expanse, it possesses a unique characteristic. The planets within are generally of considerable size. The substantial dimensions of these celestial bodies naturally result in heightened gravity and atmospheric pressure. Consequently, The life forms inhabiting the planets of Zeus are either of impressive stature or possess formidable strength, giving rise to the divine race. According to official statistics from the Pantheon, the average height of the divine beings exceeds 3 meters, surpassing even that of the Titans. It is important to note that this data pertains solely to the divine race, excluding the ordinary mortals governed by them. Although the Olympian gods are individually powerful and possess long lifespans, their reproductive capabilities are notably limited, certain divine beings being exceptions. The demographic tally reveals that the total population of the divine race is approximately 230 billion. While this figure appears vast, it translates to only a few tens of thousands of divine beings on each life-sustaining planet within the galaxy, barely sufficient to maintain dominion over them. This demographic reality has fostered an atmosphere of rampant promiscuity among the Olympians, aimed at increasing population numbers and solidifying their rule. As time swiftly elapsed, a fortnight had passed. Zeus, having lost 10 heads of Typhon, returned to his galaxy in a state of disarray. At the periphery of the Zeus galaxy, he encountered his son, the mighty Heracles, who had come to offer support. "Father, how goes the battle with Thor?" Heracles inquired, towering at over 2 meters with a fierce visage and a physique brimming with muscle. Although he lacked the towering stature of the divine race, he possessed the mightiest strength among them, owing to his half-blood lineage. Zeus, feeling the dire circumstances, reflected on his past attempts to unite with mortals, which led to the birth of Heracles. Regrettably, the interspecies unions often resulted in numerous deformed offspring, many of whom did not survive beyond a day, prompting the cessation of such endeavors. Alas, Thor has been slain. That Thanos is more despicable and malevolent than one could imagine, Zeus lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Heracles, upon hearing his father's words, exclaimed vehemently, "What? Thor has been killed? I shall immediately go forth and sever Thanos' head to avenge my brother." Zeus, sensing the urgency of the situation, quickly interjected, "Hold on. Let us return and deliberate further. Our brief encounter with Thanos in the Milky Way has revealed his formidable power, and I do not wish to provoke further conflict without the support of other chief deities." Just as Heracles was about to respond, a voice pierced the air. "My lord, several planets have suddenly lost contact." Upon hearing this, Zeus regarded his subordinate with admiration and declared, "Let us investigate the matter at hand." On an unnamed life-sustaining planet within the Zeus galaxy, at this moment, an impenetrable darkness enveloped the surroundings, as if ominous clouds shrouded the entire sky. From an external vantage point, the planet appeared to be consumed by an abyss of shadows. Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed before. However, upon entering the planet's interior, one could observe a stark transformation. Vitality had utterly vanished. Corpses lay strewn across the land, trees stood withered, oceans lay parched, and volcanoes erupted amidst a chaotic electromagnetic field. It was a veritable tableau of apocalyptic despair. The sole survivor amidst this desolation was the enigmatic Dr. Strange, suspended in mid-air, his visage adorned with a smoky visage. Draped in a crimson cloak, with the dark grimoire in his left hand and the book of Vishanti in his right, torrents of formidable dark energy surged forth from his being. Moments later, the already ravaged earth cracked anew, revealing a colossal rune 10 kilometers in diameter. This rune emanated a blinding crimson radiance, reminiscent of a harbinger from the netherworld, instilling a sense of trepidation in all who beheld it. Soon, this vivid scarlet rune levitated into the air, followed by a resounding roar. As the rune dissipated, a 3-kilometer-tall, 9-headed dragon emerged from the ground. The sheer magnitude of this creature produced a thunderous resonance with each movement, embodying the legendary 9-headed dragon chronicled within the dark grimoire. Before the dragon could inquire about the summoner's intent, Dr. Strange opened his arms wide and gaped his mouth. With a deafening roar, the 9-headed dragon sensed an imminent peril, emitting a cry of terror. Yet, before it could take action, its form transformed into wisps of black mist, drawn inexorably into Dr. Strange's grasp. From its mouth, nostrils, eyes, and ears, every orifice surrendered energy to the sorcerer. As seconds slipped by, the 9-headed dragon was entirely absorbed, leaving not a single hair behind, as if it had never existed. In its place remained a vast, gaping pit, a testament to the immutable law of conservation of energy. even under the sway of dark magic. Summoning such a colossal entity necessitated an equivalent expenditure of matter. With a gentle exhalation, Dr. Strange felt the immense energy coursing within him and allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. However, recalling the imposing figure of Thanos, he swiftly shook his head. Not enough. He was still far from matching Thanos's might and yearned to absorb more. With that, he turned the pages of the dark grimoire, intent on seeking new creatures to devour. The tome contained the most expedient means to augment one's power, the absorption of magical beasts. Yet, this came with a caveat. One's consciousness could be influenced by the very creatures consumed. Should one fail to resist this influence, the absorber would be assimilated, transformed into a mindless harbinger of slaughter. However, Dr. Strange discovered that he possessed an extraordinary willpower, impervious to the creature's effects, facilitating his rapid ascension in strength. By now, he had lost count of the number of magical beings he had absorbed, though it surely exceeded 1,000. This further convinced him that he was indeed the destined savior of the universe. After a short while, he encountered a more formidable creature. However, just as he was about to summon another, he abruptly realized that this planet had been completely drained of its resources, rendering further summoning impossible. It seemed he would need to seek out another planet. Thanos, it is your transgressions that have led to the desolation of these worlds. With a heart heavy with sorrow, he gazed upon the shattered planet before him, then opened a portal to journey onward, continuing his summoning and absorption. The rating had reached an impressive 8.9. His companions had truly rallied in support, leaving him deeply moved. Yet, it became evident that the 3 detractors from yesterday had indeed left negative reviews on purpose, likely due to insufficient reading time that hindered their ability to influence the rating. Chapter 94. Enhancement of power. Within the depths of an unnamed star in the galaxy lies a vast celestial body, measuring approximately 30 million kilometers in diameter, with a surface temperature soaring around 38,000 degrees. While it may not rank as the largest in the cosmos, aside from the expanding ancient stars, the size is indeed formidable. At this moment, approximately 30 kilometers beneath the surface of this star, Thanos is steadfastly resisting the immense pressure and temperature surrounding him, diligently assimilating the energy within his being. At such depths, although still within the star's surface, both the temperature and pressure have escalated to terrifying levels. It is estimated that even the Sanctuary 2 spacecraft would not endure for a mere second in these conditions. Nevertheless, the training has proven exceptionally effective. Within just 14 days, he has nearly depleted the energy absorbed from the Phoenix Force S air. Consequently, he ascends from the star, purging the nuclear materials from his physique before accessing his attributes panel. Constitution, 101, 293. 2 Strength, 83, 518. 9 Agility, 73, 541. 8 Mental Power, 69, 247. 6 Active Skills. Cataclysmic Power. Passive Skills: Titan Bloodline, Super Recovery, Super Constitution, Super Strength, Super Agility, Potent Mental Power, Resilient Skin. Active Skills: Sovereign, Star Absorption Technique, Power of a Million Stars, Cooling, Equipment, Tyrant's Blade, Tyrant Armor, Infinity Gauntlet, Power Stone, Mind Stone, Soul Stone, Space Stone. Seeing his attributes surpass the 100,000 mark, he nodded in satisfaction. According to his calculations, he should be classified as a singular universe-level entity. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingers. After all, a singular universe-level individual possesses the capability to obliterate entire star systems with a mere punch. His current power, however, falls short of such prowess. It seems his classification system is flawed, lacking some crucial data. Shaking his head, he promptly activated the Space Stone. In the next instant, he found himself back on Blue Star. With a swift mental scan, he quickly located Wanda's whereabouts and raised his left hand once more. In the vast expanse of Africa, although human societies and cities exist, much of the region remains in a primitive state. Towering skyscrapers are absent, as are sprawling highways and factories belching smoke, alongside thriving urban centers. Instead, vast stretches of verdant primordial forests and savannas dominate the landscape, teeming with wildlife that roams freely. However, there exists one notable exception: Wakanda. The Wakandans, having harnessed vibranium that fell from the heavens millennia ago, embarked on a path of advanced technology. Their prowess in technology surpasses that of the most developed nations on Blue Star by roughly a century. It is through Wakanda's vibranium technology that Doctor Strange was able to withstand the onslaught of Thanos' anti-particle ray cannons and warp-speed photon projectiles. Yet, this technologically advanced nation remains embroiled in internal discord, leading to centuries of unrelenting conflict. Additionally, in an effort to conceal the existence of vibranium, they have long adhered to a policy of isolationism. In order to prevent the discovery of vibranium by outsiders, they even established large-scale camouflage positions. From the outside, Wakanda appeared as an untouched jungle. Unfortunately, such a developed nation has now become a relic of the past. The once thriving land of Wakanda is now laid bare, revealing a wasteland. Everywhere, smoking buildings, fragmented corpses, and destroyed aircraft litter the landscape. The cause of this devastation lies in the massive cosmic warships looming in the sky. These colossal vessels are numerous, completely saturating the heavens above. They emit dazzling beams of light, followed by relentless energy attacks that rain destruction upon the land. Boom! Meanwhile, Wanda, clad in a crimson bodysuit, emanates a chaotic red energy from her hands as she hovers in midair, coldly observing the last bastion of resistance below. This is the final stronghold of Wakanda, the heart of the nation. Observing the cosmic warship's futile attempts to breach the stronghold, she resolves to take matters into her own hands. Moments later, she descends before the main city, her chaotic magic swirling around her. She thrusts her hands into the transparent protective shield, exerting tremendous force to pry it open. With a surge of magical energy, she swiftly rends a gaping hole in the shield. The inhabitants of the main city of Wakanda are left in a state of disbelief. This protective barrier, which interconnected the entire vibranium mine, possesses an unfathomable amount of energy. It had previously withstood attacks from interstellar fortresses, indicating its formidable strength. Yet, regardless of the thoughts of the Wakandan people, it is all rendered moot. As the shield is torn apart, Wanda begins to unleash chaotic magical attacks with fervor. The cosmic warships above follow suit, commencing a merciless slaughter. Before long, Wakanda is utterly erased from the blue planet. Wanda gazes upon the ruins below, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. With the fall of Kamar-Taj, the last opposing force on the blue planet has vanished. Although much time was wasted, she has finally fulfilled her father's mission. At that moment, a towering figure of Thanos suddenly appears beside Wanda. "How have you fared lately?" Upon hearing his voice, Wanda's face lights up with an innocent smile, resembling a little girl as she leaps into her father's embrace. "Father, you have finally returned. I have completed the task you entrusted to me." Thanos, noticing her proud expression, offers a faint smile and reaches out to caress her cheek. "Well done, my daughter. It seems you deserve a fitting reward. Speak, what would you like?" Having scanned the globe with his mental prowess, he is well aware that she has accomplished her task. Thus, he inquires about her enjoyment rather than the task itself. To his surprise, Wanda is overly concerned about the mission, indicating that his intention to nurture his daughter is indeed viable. Hearing his words, Wanda's cheeks flush with embarrassment as she lowers her gaze. "Father," she inquired, "might my brother also become your son?" Upon uttering these words, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. She harbored profound affection for her soul brother and yearned for him to be acknowledged as her father's son. The mention of her brother stirred memories in Thanos of the fallen Quicksilver, whose life was tragically snuffed out by a bullet. He pondered the possibilities. With appropriate training, could Quicksilver not achieve speeds surpassing light, akin to the Flash, and perhaps even bend the fabric of time itself? "No problem. Where is he?" Thanos demanded. "My brother is aboard the flagship," Wanda joyfully replied. "Come, let us go see." With that, Thanos clenched his left fist tightly. Chapter 95. The Eternal Clan in the near-Earth orbit of the Blue Planet, a colossal mothership, resembling a coffin, measured 10 kilometers in length and 5 kilometers in width and height, loomed silently. This vessel was a gift prepared by Thanos for Wanda. Half an hour later, in the control room of the mothership, Wanda swiftly brought her brother, Quicksilver, before Thanos. The Mad Titan regarded them with a calm demeanor. He appeared to be in his 20s, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a full head of silver hair and clad in a tight blue suit. Despite his tranquil gaze, Quicksilver felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him, a pressure stemming from an insurmountable disparity in their life forms. Even without any overt display of power, mere mortals could not escape this sensation in his presence. Noticing her brother's hesitance, Wanda nudged him. "Aren't you going to greet our father?" Quicksilver quickly snapped to attention, though his nervousness rendered him stiff as he nodded awkwardly. "Father, greetings." In contrast to the youthful Wanda, Quicksilver was clearly struggling to maintain his composure. After all, how many could remain calm before a cosmic overlord? Thanos merely smiled faintly and remarked, "From this day forth, you shall be my son. Remember, the balance of the universe is our mission." Upon uttering these words, curiosity sparked within him. If Quicksilver's speed truly surpassed that of light, could he indeed reverse the flow of time? Would agents from the Time Variance Authority make an appearance? However, it was likely they would refrain from intervening, especially considering Thanos' formidable presence. Hadn't they witnessed the Avengers traversing alternate universes in search of the Infinity Stones, recklessly disrupting the timelines of other realms without any sign of the TVA? It was evident that some unknown force was suppressing them. Furthermore, according to Marvel's lore, the Infinity Stones from other universes could not be utilized in this one, yet Avengers Endgame had once again contravened this principle. Such occurrences hinted at the involvement of mysterious entities or perhaps even the Celestials interfering. Thus, it could be concluded that the Time Variance Authority was merely an organization that preyed on the weak while fearing the strong. Hearing Thanos' words made Quicksilver increasingly anxious, leaving him at a loss for words. However, after another nudge from Wanda, he eagerly nodded. "I will not disappoint you, father." Noticing Quicksilver's discomfort, Thanos simply waved his hand, allowing the siblings to depart. He then addressed the void, Deep Blue, assessed the state of governance over the blue planet. As his command resonated, a vast three-dimensional projection materialized in the air. Within this projection, an intricate model of the blue planet emerged, meticulously detailing the governance status of each region. Areas marked with signs of fierce resistance, armed confrontations, or, conversely, regions where the populace welcomed their rule with enthusiasm were clearly indicated. From the data presented, it appeared that the majority of regions were remarkably tranquil, even joyfully accepting their governance. Despite Thanos' stringent management, the inhabitants experienced little to no pressure in their daily lives. From birth to adulthood, children are afforded the opportunity to work, with all expenses covered by the state. Upon reaching maturity, they can seek employment independently. Should they be unsuccessful, the government will allocate positions for them. Housing is conveniently arranged nearby, and spouses may be sought autonomously, with state assistance available if necessary. This meticulous orchestration continues until the end of life, providing a profound blessing for the majority of individuals on Blue Star who struggle to make ends meet. There are even those who report any dissenters. Under the overwhelming intimidation of the cosmic battleships, the populace remains largely passive, with grassroots resistance barely registering on the scale of impact. The most fervent opposition, however, originates from a select few affluent regions, where the existing welfare benefits are already substantial. The inability to partake in activities such as live-action gaming is difficult for them to accept under such governance. Yet, should significant unrest erupt, Wanda would simply dispatch a cosmic battleship, obliterating entire cities with a single strike, rendering rebellion moot. After observing for a while, he felt no immediate concerns and began to investigate any anomalous spatial fluctuations. Deep Blue, initiate a scan for interdimensional anomalies during this period. Prior to his departure, he had instructed Deep Blue to scan all alternate dimensions on Blue Star. With the passage of several days, comprehensive data should now be available. According to Marvel lore, the Reality Stone presently exists in the form of etheric particles, concealed within a certain alternate space on Blue Star. This alternate dimension manifests fluctuations only once every millennium, at which point a portal opens. For ordinary individuals, this represents their sole opportunity to acquire the Reality Stone. However, he is not an ordinary person. Possessing the Space Stone allows him to bypass the necessity of a physical entrance, as he can teleport directly to the location of the alternate space. As his words concluded, Deep Blue initiated a new projection. Upon its emergence, He furrowed his brow in disbelief, for the projection revealed the presence of over 30 alternate dimensions densely clustered on Blue Star. This was simply astonishing. The primary origins of alternate dimensions are powerful beings who have separated from the reality for various reasons. Some to evade enemies, others to establish territories, and still others to seal away certain entities. The reasons are as diverse as the individuals themselves. Although alternate dimensions cannot compare to dimensional spaces, an increase in the number of spatial separations in the real world inevitably heightens its impact. Typically, life-bearing planets host only 2 or 3 alternate dimensions. Occasionally, there may be 4 or 5. Blue Star, truly deserving of its status as a protagonist planet, boasts over 30 alternate dimensions, indicative of the multitude of powerful beings it has birthed. Just as Thanos prepared to investigate these alternate dimensions, Deep Blue's voice resonated unexpectedly. "Master, Miss Wanda is in trouble." Upon hearing this, he immediately frowned. Hadn't Wanda just been aboard the spaceship? Where could she have gone? Moreover, nearly all the superheroes on Blue Star had been eliminated by him. How could she possibly find herself in peril? Deep Blue, activate the projection. Soon, Deep Blue began to project Wanda's current situation. It turned out that while he was communicating with Deep Blue, several superheroes had emerged on Blue Star, annihilating a cosmic battleship. Consequently, Wanda, accompanied by Quicksilver, rushed to assess the circumstances. However, their predicament was dire, as they were utterly overpowered by their adversaries. Upon witnessing the arrival of these newfound superheroes, Thanos merely offered a cold smile. He had not anticipated the appearance of the Celestials' lackeys, the Eternals. Upon closer reflection, he realized that he shared a considerable history with the Eternals. His own lineage, when traced back, was officially named the Eternal Titan race. To ensure the safe propagation of life on their planets, the Celestials had initially selected the Titan race for experimentation and enhancement, bestowing upon them the duty of planetary guardianship. In those times, they were known as the Eternal Titans. However, upon uncovering the truth about the Celestials, the Eternal Titans chose to defect, and in an effort to sever ties with their past, reverted to their original name, the Titan race. Chapter 96. One strike, one down in North America. Daylight now envelopes the land. As one of the regions with the most fervent resistance against oppression globally, North America has largely succumbed to desolation. The landscape is a tapestry of flames and ashes, punctuated by the remnants of shattered edifices. Scattered debris from aircraft and tanks serves as testament to the fierce battles that have transpired here. The presence of the cosmic battleships hovering above underscores the outcome of this struggle, revealing the stark disparity in technological prowess. The advanced technology of the Blue Planet is no match for these interstellar foes, akin to the difference between an ant and an elephant, leaving no room for resistance. Yet today, combat erupts once more. A man clad in a blue, form-fitting combat suit, draped in a crimson cloak, extends his arms forward as he charges toward a cosmic battleship. Despite the immediate activation of its protective shield, he breaches it effortlessly and plunges into the vessel. This is swiftly followed by a thunderous explosion, illuminating the scene with a flash of red light, signaling the ship's destruction. His eyes glow with a crimson hue as he dashes toward the next battleship. Wanda, witnessing this chaos, is filled with an urge to intervene, yet finds herself powerless amidst the onslaught of assailants. Surrounded, she realizes her own safety is at stake. Regret washes over her. She should have informed her father. Mere moments ago, she received word of a battleship being destroyed. Not wanting to disturb her father, she ventured out with her brother to assess the situation, only to encounter 10 formidable adversaries. The most powerful among them is the one wreaking havoc upon the cosmic battleships above, obliterating them at an alarming rate of 1 per minute. The other 9 adversaries are equally formidable, each possessing unique abilities. One woman, clad in a red and blue ensemble, exhibits superhuman speed, currently locked in a contest with Quicksilver. While no victor has emerged thus far, it is evident that Quicksilver is at a disadvantage. Another, a robust man in a bronze-hued suit, possesses immense strength, capable of sending multiple dark cult warriors flying with a single punch, functioning as the team's tank. A man in a blue and purple suit commands the power to unleash lasers from his hands, persistently targeting the dark cult warriors from a distance, occasionally combining his powers for a devastating strike against Wanda, serving as the team's ranged mage. A woman adorned in a silver-white suit with golden locks can transmute energy into various weapons and shields, dispatching dark cult warriors with lethal efficiency while continually launching weaponry at Wanda, embodying the agile warrior archetype. Lastly, a man of African descent, dressed in a violet and blue ensemble, wields telekinesis to manipulate surrounding objects, assembling them into various forms while brandishing a hammer capable of firing energy blasts. He serves as both a ranged and melee combatant, effectively restraining Wanda in a direct confrontation. A young man clad in a black combat suit possesses the ability to fabricate illusions, belonging to a support class. At this moment, he incessantly disrupts Wanda's vision, rendering her incapable of fighting with peace of mind. A young boy dressed in a green tight-fitting combat suit wields formidable mental control powers. He orchestrates the dark cult warriors to engage in mutual slaughter, also classified as a support class. Simultaneously, he intermittently interferes with Wanda's spellcasting. A woman adorned in a gold and blue tight combat suit, with long brown hair, boasts powerful healing abilities, capable of instantly mending her allies' wounds. Occasionally, injured comrades find solace in her healing touch, as she too belongs to the support class. Another woman, clad in a green tight combat suit with black hair, possesses the ability to alter material properties. Although her combat prowess may not be strong, she can conjure various weapons and equipment to assist her teammates, also categorized as a support class. These 10 individuals share a uniform combat attire, leaving Wanda utterly convinced they are part of a singular organization. Just as her anxiety peaked, an enemy attacking the cosmic battleship plummeted from the sky. With a thunderous crash, it created a massive crater upon impact. The remaining 9 felt a sudden tightening in their chests, instinctively rushing to investigate the situation. However, the overwhelming number of dark cult warriors surrounding them rendered escape impossible. The speedster among them contemplated briefly before abandoning Quicksilver and sprinting towards the crater, eager to assess her companion's condition. Should they be gravely injured, she intended to bring them back for the captain's healing. Yet, as she approached the edge of the crater, a colossal purple figure suddenly materialized. In an instant, she lost consciousness. Thanos observed the woman he had cleaved in two with an expression devoid of emotion. He casually wiped the blood from his blade and turned his cold gaze toward the crater. He sensed that his strike, though grievous, had not resulted in immediate death. As the dust settled, he beheld the adversary within the crater, who, despite a deep wound across their chest, was not mortally wounded. After a couple of coughs, they clutched their chest, wiping the blood from